This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 497. The Overlord Bubble Fox Dragon stared blankly as Puff's figure receded into the distance, finally disappearing into the depths of the reeds. It wanted to chase after her, but the complex emotions in her gaze before she left replayed in its mind. Its claws rose in midair, but ultimately couldn't bring themselves to press down. Huff! The Overlord Bubble Fox Dragon finally exhaled a heavy breath from its nostrils, then coiled up, resting its head on its thick tail, its eyes slightly closed, feeling an indescribable weariness. Well, this is good enough. At least I saw my cub safe and sound, even grown so big, with a violet coat more beautiful than its mother's. That's enough, yes, that's enough. According to the customs of the Bubble Fox Dragon clan, the male's purpose is to breed with the female, and then guard the perimeter of the colony against any external threats. But now it seems its offspring are thriving and don't require its care. A sense of loss, sadness, but mostly joy, and a sudden lightening of the burden in its heart. Since its offspring no longer need it, the only reason for its remaining body to survive is to seek revenge against the god who controls the winds. I don't think you should be so pessimistic. After killing that guy, you should be able to find other reasons to live. A voice rang out from nearby. The dominant Bubble Fox Dragon abruptly opened its eyes, its body tensing, instinctively ready to attack, but its movements froze upon seeing the hunter's figure. This was the hunter who had just been so affectionate with its cub. But wasn't he taken away by his cub? Why is he back? Could it be that its cub had changed its mind and returned to find it? A flicker of anticipation and joy rose in the Overlord Fog Dragon's heart. It looked up behind Lin Lin, but saw nothing but slightly swaying trees and a calm lake. The light in the Overlord Fog Dragon's eyes dimmed once more. Like spending time with a child or something? But Lin Lin ignored that, continuing on his own. Perhaps Puff just doesn't know how to get along with a father who suddenly barged into its life. It knows nothing about you, nor does it know that you fought to the death for it and for the clan. Give it some time, spend more time together, maybe it will slowly accept you. The Overlord Puff Fox Dragon glanced irritably at Lin Lin standing not far ahead. The only reason it hadn't immediately unleashed a bubble attack was because of the intimacy its child had shown it. The child clearly cared about this human. But its tolerance seemed to have given the creature some illusion, making it think it could stand before its overlord and chatter incoherently. The Overlord Puff Fox Dragon, its four paws on the ground, slowly pushed itself up, an invisible yet oppressive aura rising from its body as it looked down at the tiny creature before it. Don't you understand? Well, I thought we could form a father pair or something. Lin Lin sighed, rubbed the bond stone on his wrist, and then put it away. He had originally left with little Puff, but after sensing the thoughts of the Overlord Phoesaurus, Lin Lin felt he shouldn't just leave. After telling Yi Zi, he used his swift insect to travel back. The good news was that the other party hadn't left. The bad news was that the other party hadn't understood what he was saying. This was a bit troublesome. If he couldn't communicate, his plan to have an Overlord help him when facing the Wind God Dragon and Thunder God Dragon in the future would likely fail. He needed to find a way to forge a bond. Thinking back to how he had done it before, unfortunately, the Overlord Phoesaurus didn't give him much time to think, immediately opening its mouth and biting down. After all, this one wasn't just a half-baked Overlord like Xiong'er. After being thoroughly defeated by the Wind God Dragon, this guy's mental state was already quite worrying. If it weren't for his longing for his child, he probably would have completely gone mad. Lin Lin reluctantly dodged, and just as he was about to say something more, he saw the tyrant Fennekin take a deep breath and let out a loud roar at him. The meaning was clear: get lost. The bite he had just received was merely a warning. If he continued to make a scene, relying on his close relationship with Puff, the next attack wouldn't be so gentle. Lin Lin sighed wearily. I actually wanted to communicate with a manic depressive patient. He glanced back in the direction Puff had left, took a deep breath, and looked back at the tyrant Fennekin, drawing his shield and axe. There's an old saying, no fight, no friendship. If they still don't recognize each other after fighting, then they should imitate what happened when they met Guga and Lokrak, and treat the guy's wounds with medicine. That way some bond should be formed, right? Once they can communicate, everything should be easier to resolve. Full of frustration, Puff swam in the lake, casually swatting away a nearly 2-meter-long chub that passed by. Without even glancing at the chub floating belly up, it swam straight past it. Puff was bewildered by the sudden appearance of its biological father. It instinctively wanted to turn its head for Lin Lin's opinion, but when it turned, it found that someone was missing from its back. Only Yoko sat there, looking slightly worried. "Ah?" Facing Puff's confusion, Yoko sighed softly and pointed behind it. Although they were quite far from the lake, upon careful listening, they could still faintly hear intermittent explosions. Puff's eyes changed instantly. She quickly flicked her long tail to stop herself, then turned her head and charged back towards the area. Traveling at full speed, Puff returned to the lake in far less time than she had left. Upon entering, she saw the Overlord Bubble Fox Dragon fighting Lin Lin. Well, that's not entirely accurate, because neither Lin Lin nor the Overlord Bubble Fox Dragon were actually fighting at full strength. Lin Lin mainly dodged and defended with his shield, occasionally managing to land a hit or two, but he didn't use any high-powered moves like Super Release or Great Release. The Overlord Bubble Fox Dragon also primarily relied on physical techniques, rarely using its powerful exploding bubbles. In this situation, it seemed naturally that Lin Lin was on the defensive. Seeing this, little Puff was enraged. With a roar, it twisted its body and charged towards the Overlord Fog Dragon, its mouth blazing with purple flames. Puff's arrival caused quite a stir. The Overlord Fog Dragon instinctively stopped its raised claws, and Lin Lin recalled the wire bug that was about to unleash its silk, hastily retracting a fully charged counterattack. Seeing that Puff was about to go berserk and fight the Overlord Fog Dragon, Lin Lin quickly released the wire bug, leaping down in front of Puff and forcibly stopping its movement. It's alright, we're just sparring. Aw? Because of Lin Lin's obstruction, Puff had to stop abruptly. Hearing Lin Lin's words, it tilted its head, revealing a human-like expression of confusion. A sparring match? With that guy? Why? The Overlord Fox Dragon's gaze lingered on Puff for a moment before settling on Lin Lin. Based on that brief exchange, this hunter's strength was indeed not to be underestimated. He handled its attacks with ease. Even if it hadn't used its full strength, it could tell that the hunter was also holding back. Although he was far inferior to that wind-wielding guy, offering absolutely no pressure, this was indeed a worthy opponent. His fighting style was completely different from the monsters he had faced before, and also different from the incredibly agile female hunter he had encountered earlier. He didn't simply dodge attacks, nor did he engage in brute force like in most monster battles. Despite being much smaller than Lin Lin, he could fight him to a standstill. Perhaps he could learn some techniques from this guy to perform better when facing that wind-wielding guy again, if only we could fight a little longer, to observe each other's fighting style more. My child, why did you return so quickly? Is this human really that important to you? The Overlord Fog Dragon stared at Puff and Lin Lin, who was blocking Puff from attacking it, a sense of curiosity rising within it for the first time. What exactly is this guy saying to his child? How does his child understand his language? A sparring match? It sounds like they're fighting each other, learning from each other's techniques, and making up for each other's shortcomings. That's quite fitting. Wait! The Overlord Fog Dragon suddenly paused. Why was it that before, when the other party was babbling away in front of it, it couldn't understand a thing, but now, speaking to its child, it inexplicably vaguely understood his meaning? The Overlord Fog Dragon was deeply confused. Why? They only fought for a short while. Could it be that he was just curious and wanted to know what the other guy had said? Lin Lin turned around and grinned. It's true what they say, no fight, no friendship. But at least you're willing to listen to me. The Overlord Puff Dragon straightened up, looking down at Lin Lin with obvious disdain on its dragon face. Considering you're not badly strong, and my child likes you so much, I reluctantly listen to what you're babbling about. Lin Lin, a dragon this big, still so arrogant. Little Puff, don't you dare learn from this guy. He cleared his throat and repeated what he had said earlier. This time, understanding Lin Lin's words, the arrogant and disdainful expression on the totem fox dragon's face vanished, replaced by serious contemplation. Besides revenge, what else can I do? Spend time with the child? Will it really accept me? Because Lin Lin had stopped her from attacking, Puff still bared her teeth at the totem fox dragon, warning it not to come near, until Lin Lin repeated what he had said to the totem fox dragon earlier. Puff's mouth dropped open, staring at Lin Lin in astonishment. What did he mean by I will accept this strange dragon? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This time, Puff didn't even bother to breathe on the totem fox dragon anymore. She picked Lin Lin up again, tossed him back onto her back, and then sped away at full speed. Lin Lin, perched on Puff's back, waved to the Overlord Bubble Fox Dragon. Think carefully about what I said. Besides, the guy you're seeking revenge on is also our enemy. Maybe we can join forces and take him down. Lin Lin wanted to say more, but Puff was fast enough that she had already created a great distance in the blink of an eye. His voice couldn't carry any more, so he had no choice but to shut up and let Puff take him and Yeezy back to Flamefire Village. The Overlord Bubble Fox Dragon, though not immediately chasing after them, stared in the direction Puff had left, lost in thought. Lin Lin's last words kept echoing in its mind. It wasn't just about getting its child to accept it, but also the phrase "let's unite." Even though it had grown much stronger than in their last encounter, its chances of winning against that wind-controlling creature were still slim. Although its battles with the two hunters had been brief, the Overlord Phoeosaurus could clearly sense that both were formidable opponents. If they went all out, the outcome was uncertain. However, with their assistance, and some of the weapons from the fortress used against the beast tide, it might actually have a chance to exact its revenge. The Overlord Phoeosaurus's breathing quickened slightly. It glanced at the lake, now largely devoid of storm traces, and without hesitation, flicked its tail and chased after Puff in the direction she had gone. Puff's pure white slippery substance was quite similar to its own foaming slippery substance, making it perhaps the only monster in the world, besides Puff herself, more familiar with pure white slippery substance. The Overlord Phoeosaurus continued onward, following the faint trails left by Puff, slowly pursuing her until it reached the estuary. The ocean was too vast, and not its familiar territory. The traces left by Puff were quickly swept away by the surging waves, leaving the dominant Puff Fox Dragon with nowhere to pursue and forcing it to return upstream. This was beyond the Jade Leaf Fortress, within the territory of the abandoned shrine. The Kappa frog it had encountered earlier had migrated out of here by accident, meaning that if Puff wanted to find food again, it would most likely have to return to this area. The dominant Puff Fox Dragon's gaze swept over the fish in the river, its eyes flickering slightly. Chapter 498. Leaving aside the matter of the Overlord Bubble Fox Dragon watching the school of fish with ill intent, pondering how to get closer to its offspring, let's turn to the Flamefire Village. After Lin Lin and Yeezy were brought back by Little Puff was clearly a bit sulky, but the way it shoved its head underwater and gurgled around made Lin Lin want to laugh. Feeling the strange look Yeezy gave him, Lin Lin coughed lightly. Alright, although the inner thoughts are a bit confusing, I can still roughly make sense of them. Let's tell a story, the story of a Bubble Fox Dragon. As Lin Lin slowly began to narrate, the life of a Bubble Fox Dragon, born with some special characteristics, gradually unfolded before Yeezy. Although Little Puff initially sulked with her head submerged, after listening to the part about the Overlord Phoeosaurus's desperate battle with the Elder Dragon that destroyed its birthplace, and its crushing defeat and near-death experience, she involuntarily surfaced. While the Overlord Phoeosaurus's life was long, only a few events were worth recounting. Lin Lin didn't go into detail about which opponents it defeated or how it honed its combat skills, so the story didn't take long to tell. Yeezy glanced at Puff, who was lost in thought. Although she was more concerned about the ancient dragon that controlled the wind, she still asked another question. So, since that Overlord Puff Fox Dragon cares so much about Puff, why has it never gone back to see it? Lin Lin had once told her about Puff's past. She was a wild child who had no dragon love or care, and had suffered a lot. If she hadn't met Lin Lin, she would have been buried somewhere in the ground long ago. This was also the reason why Puff was so attached to Lin Lin. Hearing this question, Puff outwardly feigned indifference, glancing around curiously, but her ears were already perked up. Lin Lin rubbed his temples and sighed softly, because this is the survival rule of the Puff Fox Dragon species. Females live in groups with their cubs, while males must guard the territory on the perimeter to prevent invasion by enemies, and there's another important factor stemming from biological instinct that prevents males from preying on cubs without their bloodline. You know, it's about the survival of the genes. Many animals have this habit. Lin Lin then turned to Puff. Another reason is that it believes its mate, Puff's mother, will take good care of it. Unfortunately, in Puff's memories since hatching, she has never seen her mother, the one with the beautiful pale purple coat. In the memories of the dominant Puff Fox Dragon, most likely perished in some accident in the harsh natural world and never returned. As for the other layer of protection, other females would raise the motherless Bubble Fox cubs. Because Puff combined the unique traits of both parents that were unwelcome by the species, she became a rare species completely rejected by the group. Yoko reached out and gently stroked Puff's scales. Poor little thing. Hearing all this, Puff, though still seething with anger, found herself without reason to blame the dominant Bubble Fox. She didn't know how to blame a father who had fulfilled his duty, fighting a dying ancient dragon. Aww! Puff let out a soft cry, silently turning and diving beneath the surface. It was in turmoil, and needed some time to calm down. After Puff left, Yeezy looked at Lin Lin seriously and asked the question that had been on her mind. That ancient dragon that manipulates the wind. That's right, It should be the culprit behind the 100 Dragons Night Parade. The Overlord, the Bubble Fox Dragon, still had the power to resist it, but many more monsters could only flee under its oppressive power. For example, the Bubble Fox Dragon's habitat that it destroyed, besides those that died on the spot, the others were forced to migrate, causing ecological chaos. Yezi took a deep breath and continued, and this ecological chaos meant that many monsters couldn't return to their habitats, ultimately forming a beast tide that kept attacking Fae Fortress. That's the truth behind the 100 Dragons Night Parade. We previously thought the 100 Dragons Night Parade was caused by that monster named the Vengeful Tiger Dragon. Lin snapped his fingers. Judging from the current clues, that's it. However, we can't be sure if this is the whole story. Perhaps other clues will emerge later, revealing a more hidden truth. Yezi quickly composed herself and then realized, so, brother Lin, when you went back to find it. Lin nodded. It wasn't entirely for Puff. I also wanted to find an ally for Flamefire Village. The Overlord's power is strong enough, and its desire for revenge is very firm. If we can really bring it to our side, the defense pressure on Flamefire Village will definitely be much easier. Yezi stared intently at Lin. Just as Lin curiously touched himself and asked, "Is there something on my face?" she suddenly leaned in and silenced him with a kiss. After a long while, Yezi took 2 steps back, her breathing slightly rapid. "Thank you, brother Lin." Lin smacked his lips and grinned mischievously. "I don't think I felt much gratitude. Want some more?" Yezi's face flushed red. She lightly punched Lin's chest and changed the subject. "I naturally approve of bringing the Overlord Paohulong as an ally, but wouldn't this feel a bit like using Paohu? Will it accept it?" Lin licked his lips regretfully and turned to look at the calm lake. "At least the misunderstanding has been cleared up. Next time I see the Overlord Paohulong, I tell it about Paohu's experiences over the past 2 years. Let's let them have a basic understanding of each other. As for the rest, it's up to them. If Puff continues to resist it like this, I make it clear to that guy and not let it bother me anymore." "That's good." Yoko nodded, and before Lin could turn his attention back to his mouth, she said repeatedly, "But that guy is indeed very strong. I have to go back and explain this to Grandpa Village Chief and the others, lest a misunderstanding lead to a direct issuance of a subjugation request and worsen the relationship between the two sides." Lin could only watch as Yoko fled with the streamer, stroking his chin and muttering to himself. "TSK, they kiss so many times, and she's still so shy." The next day. Abandoned Shrine. Puff, still leading Lin and Yezi, traveled upstream from the river mouth. This time, however, unlike yesterday, it didn't head towards the former habitat of the Bubble Fox Dragon clan, nor did it even venture upstream. Instead, it lingered in the downstream area. Although it had hidden itself yesterday, giving the dragon a peaceful half-day, it was clear it wasn't ready to face the dominant Bubble Fox Dragon. After setting Lin and Yezi down, it plunged into the river to begin its daily hunt. But it hadn't been long when it sensed something amiss. Something about today's hunt seemed different from usual. What was it? Puff opened its mouth, and a panicked, broken dragonfish crashed right into it. Puff simply swallowed, and the fish slid smoothly into its stomach. And this was just a small glimpse into its hunt this time. Puff pondered for a moment, finally realizing what was happening. Why were all the fish acting so irrationally today? They weren't usually that smart, but at least they run away when they saw her. What was wrong with them today? They looked like they were paralyzed with fear. Although her mind was racing, Puff didn't stop eating. After all, she was still growing and desperately needed plenty of nutrition. At 14 or 15 meters long, she was still a subadult. Just then, a large school of fish gathered ahead. Instinctively, Puff flicked her long tail and charged forward to feast. Then her movements suddenly stopped. Because she saw something that shouldn't have been there. The domineering Bubble Fox Dragon hovered silently in the river not far away, emanating a chilling aura that threw the surrounding fish into complete chaos. Clearly, the fish had been driven there by it. Those foolish fish that had blindly crawled into its mouth were simply terrified by the Bubble Fox Dragon's presence. Puff paused, her mind involuntarily recalling Lin's account of the Bubble Fox Dragon's life, its image of fighting to the death against ancient dragons to protect its kind, and gradually merging with the image of the domineering dragon looking at her with wary eyes. Puff paused, as if she hadn't noticed the other person, hurriedly finished foraging, turned around, and swam towards Lin in a flash. Feeling lost, she instinctively wanted to seek Lin's help. Even though Lin couldn't really help her in this matter, at least it would give Puff a considerable sense of security. Perhaps this is path dependence. Seeing Puff turn and leave, The Overlord Puff Fox Dragon's gaze dimmed slightly, but after hesitating for a moment, it still chose to quietly follow. At least today its child didn't bare its teeth and treat it as an enemy it should follow and see. Then it saw Lin Lin and Yeezy with Puff. Puff turned her head away, pretending not to see the Overlord Puff Fox Dragon. Yeezy's body tensed up subconsciously, but quickly relaxed again. As for Lin Lin, he waved at the Overlord Puff Fox Dragon without a care. "Hello. We meet again. What do you think of my suggestion from yesterday?" "Yesterday's suggestion? Did it refer to taking care of my child, or our alliance?" "Well, both, of course. But since you're here, I guess you probably already accepted the previous suggestion?" The dominant Bubble Fox Dragon turned to look at the transporting ants still observing the ground, remarking on how incredibly ant-like they were, and fell silent. Frankly, as a male, instinct hadn't taught it how to interact with offspring. It could only rely on its memories, as a cub to think about, and imitate what female Bubble Fox Dragons would do. And now, Bubble's reaction inevitably made it feel a little frustrated. Bubble wasn't like a normal cub at all. Its attitude towards it was quite indifferent, which made it wonder if its attempt to imitate the behavior of female Bubble Fox Dragons was correct. "Hey, don't burn your bridges. You're already under enough mental pressure. There's a reason why Puff is like this. It's not your fault." Lin Lin paused, noticing the Overlord Fog Dragon's gaze fixed on him, then looked at Puff, who remained unresponsive, pretending not to exist. He sighed, and slowly began to recount Puff's life story. The details are unnecessary to elaborate on. It's said that after learning of Puff's tragic childhood, being rejected by her clan, and forced to leave her territory to wander, the Overlord Fog Dragon was clearly enraged. The scars left by the storm on its body gleamed crimson with its fury, and its unique aura of dominance suddenly spread. Within a radius of several miles, birds froze in alarm, insects fell silent, and only Lin Lin's narration continued. The Overlord, the Fog Dragon, finally understood why Puff, despite being its offspring, was so affectionate towards this tiny human. Its gaze towards Lin Lin softened considerably, and its domineering aura subsided. In short, Puff had such an unfortunate childhood, making it difficult for her to accept you so quickly. It's not because you did anything wrong. Lin Lin recounted Puff's story, and the Fog Dragon had been quietly listening, now secretly turning its head to observe the Overlord's reaction. What was its reaction? Clearly, it was visibly angry, but because of Puff and Lin Lin before it, it forcibly suppressed its rage, not immediately venting it. It had every right to be angry. After all, the clan it had risked its life to protect had ruthlessly abandoned its bloodline, simply because of such a ridiculous mutation. At this moment, it even began to doubt whether it still needed to seek revenge against the ancient dragon that controlled the wind. "Well, I think there is a chance. Let's not even mention the wounds that guy left you, and how he almost killed you. Let's just talk about Puff. Do you think that when that guy returns to this land, the storm he stirs up will harm Puff?" Lin Lin paused deliberately, turned to Puff, and asked, "If one day the guy who destroyed your clan's former habitat returns to destroy everything in Flamefire Village, what do you plan to do?" Puff subconsciously imagined that scene, then shuddered, forgetting all about minimizing her presence, and let out an angry roar. "Absolutely not." Lin Lin shrugged at the Overlord Puff Fox Dragon. "We see then, will you join the battle?" Chapter 499. The Overlord Fog Dragon looked at Puff, clearly provoked by the scene Lin Lin described. Puff's furious roar almost perfectly mirrored its own when it witnessed the ancient dragon approaching with a storm. Clearly, if that day ever came, it would act just like itself, fighting fiercely to protect everything it cherished, even if it was outmatched. The Overlord Fog Dragon turned its gaze to Lin Lin, letting out a short, deep roar. It agreed to the Alliance request. However, it had one additional condition. Lin Lin needed to spar with it frequently. It wanted to learn from Lin Lin how to fight monsters far larger than itself. Lin Lin, slightly embarrassed, rested his chin on his hand. "Sparring these few days is no problem, but I can't stay in Flamefire Village for too long. Perhaps the other hunters in the village can meet your requirements?" "Only a few days?" The Overlord Fog Dragon pondered briefly, but quickly raised its head. A few days was fine. It wasn't learning specific moves anyway, but rather strategies for dealing with opponents far larger than itself. Correspondingly, I also need to add one more requirement. The Overlord Fog Dragon didn't react, quietly waiting for Lin Lin to continue. "You can't harm humans, at least not those humans who have no ill intentions towards you. And if you live in this area, try not to disturb the local ecosystem too much, causing things like 100 dragons storming the fortress." These are actually two requirements, aren't they? The Overlord Fog Dragon thought so, and while the request was reasonable, it was something he could agree to. So it's a deal? Roar! Humans and the Overlord Fog Dragon officially formed an alliance. Puff, who had been indignant about the ancient dragon that manipulated the wind potentially destroying the village, softened her gaze towards the Overlord Fog Dragon after regaining her composure. Even if she didn't approve of its fatherly affection, at least as a powerful ally, its willingness to stand by their side was a good thing. For the next few days, Lin Lin followed Puff to the abandoned shrine area every day, watching the Overlord Fog Dragon awkwardly try to curry favor with Puff and engage in restrained battles with her. It must be said that sparring with the Overlord Bubble Fox Dragon was quite different from wrestling with Xiong Er in Jieyun. Although he didn't use his full strength, it was still a real battle, and some injuries were inevitable. However, with the miraculous healing medicine, minor injuries didn't matter much. It wasn't just the Overlord Bubble Fox Dragon that benefited from this kind of practical training. After several exchanges, Lin Lin was able to learn from the openings the Overlord Bubble Fox Dragon exploited, making his own battles more impenetrable. Over the past few days, Puff's attitude towards the Overlord Bubble Fox Dragon had been softening. While she wasn't as close to it as she was to Lin Lin, her affection for it had indeed increased significantly, to the point where it was comparable to the less familiar villagers. With Yi Zi's explanation, the villagers of Yanhua Village, while not completely trusting of the Overlord Bubble Fox Dragon, were relieved that it had no intention of harming humans after several encounters. With this powerful creature on their side, the low-intensity 100 Dragons Night Parade was basically no longer a concern. However, Lin Lin's constant companionship with Puff over the past few days eventually drew a resentful glance from Ozora. Although the old lady could only spend time with Lin Lin during their stay in Flamefire Village, having him practically monopolize that time was still somewhat unsettling. Seeing that Puff and the Overlord Puff Dragon's relationship was steadily improving, and considering they had already spent a considerable amount of time in Flamefire Village, meeting everyone they needed to meet and saying everything they needed to say, and Yoko's homesickness had been greatly alleviated, it was time for Ozora's resentment to materialize, and it was time to set off again for Moga Village. He wondered how Brev and Cheyenne had been doing lately. They hadn't sent any letters. Clearly, Lin Lin had completely overlooked the period when he was constantly on the move with the Phantom Troop. Even if Brev and the others wanted to write, they couldn't possibly have a fixed address. They might send a letter 1 minute, and then be miles away the next. In a sense, Moga Village, Jieyun Village, and Yanhua Village can all be considered neighbors. The distance from Moga Village to Jieyun Village isn't much farther than the distance from Jieyun to Yanhua Village. It's just that the sea separates them, making travel less convenient and thus appearing relatively closer. Even without looking at a map, the fact that all 3 villages can accept hunting commissions located in the waterless forest speaks volumes. Therefore, for Lin Lin and his group, who had a master, the journey from Yanhua Village to Moga Village would only take about a day. If Lin Lin hadn't suddenly remembered halfway through that he had forgotten Sophia and Bao Bao in Yanhua Village and hadn't turned back to pick them up, the journey would have been much faster. As dusk settled and bright stars climbed the night sky, a slightly salty sea breeze brought a touch of coolness. Lin Lin finally saw the village below with its flickering red firelight, a bonfire lit by fishermen. Moga Village arrived. Of course, since they had never visited Moga Village before, the sudden appearance of the sky giant would certainly cause panic. Therefore, Lin Lin did not immediately command the sky giant to land. Instead, after circling twice, it landed in the forest near the village, known as the Moga Forest. Around the same time that Lin Lin and his companions landed, a new group of guests arrived in Yukoku Village. The great coat cat leaped off the merchant's trading ship, its paws landing firmly on the ground. This feeling of solid ground made it stretch comfortably. For in Palico, the feeling of bobbing and swaying with the waves on a ship was far from comfortable. After stretching slightly, and thanking the kind merchant who had given it a ride, the coat cat took a deep breath and looked up at the village nestled in the mountains ahead. Is this Yakumo Village? The scenery is indeed beautiful. No wonder it's called a resort. I heard the hot springs here have miraculous effects in relieving fatigue and healing injuries. I really want to try them. The speaker wasn't the coat cat, but another hunter who descended the gangway. It was Celestina, who had accompanied the coat cat and protected it. After we find the 2 hunters and successfully deliver the message, we can, of course. The coat cat nodded. It was very grateful to this dutiful hunter, and didn't mind giving her a break as long as it didn't interfere with its business. Alright, then we better hurry. I can't wait to try the hot springs in Yakumo Village. It won't be long. I've been to Yakumo Village before. We can just go to the village chief and ask about the whereabouts of those 2 hunters. What do you mean they went to Flamefire Village? Celestina stared wide-eyed, her hand still holding a drink from the bathhouse beverage shop, frozen in place. The coat cat's expression also seemed somewhat helpless. I asked the village chief. They were probably back on vacation visiting relatives. After visiting their friends in Yakumo, they went to Flamefire Village. It paused, then continued. So, we have to set off for Flamefire Village. Celestina, looking utterly dejected, downed her drink in one gulp. This is terrible. My hot springs. The coat cat twitched its lips slightly, offering a consolation. Look on the bright side, at least Yakumo and Flamefire Village are close. Once we find them in Flamefire Village, we can also go back to Yukoku. To be honest, I actually miss the hot springs here. Celestina sighed. Alright. I just hope they stay put in Flame Village and don't run off to other places. Lin was completely unaware that they had two tails following them, and couldn't even catch a whiff of the sky's exhaust. He, Yoko, the two cats, Sophia, and Boom had just entered the territory of Moga Village. As for the sky, it remained in Moga Forest for the time being. Lin needed to ensure that at least the villagers could accept its presence before bringing it into the village. Of course, even if the villagers couldn't accept it, it wouldn't really matter. The distance between Moga Village and Moga Forest wasn't far, and the sky staying there wouldn't cause any problems. As Lin and his group officially entered the territory of Moga Village, they immediately sensed a charm unlike any village they had ever seen before. This was a fishing village largely built on water, with wooden planks, windmills, and boats dominating the landscape. Several fishing boats even had lights on, but upon closer inspection, Lin and his companions found them empty. Where did everyone go? This question flashed through their minds almost simultaneously. Living in this monster-infested world, even a small fishing village should have its own sentry posts, otherwise, if a monster attacked, there would be no way to react in time. However, this doubt didn't last long. They soon found the answer. In a spacious open area within the village, not constructed of wooden planks, a blazing campfire flickered, illuminating the dimly lit faces of the villagers gathered around it. There were about a couple hundred people, seemingly the entire village gathered here. Was this some kind of banquet? No, the atmosphere didn't seem particularly lively. Perhaps they were discussing something? Lin and his companions didn't bother to conceal their presence, so they were quickly noticed by the villagers. After a brief commotion, a burly young man with brown skin approached and bowed deeply to Lin and his group. This seemed to be a unique custom in Moga Village. Lin and his friends imitated him, returning the bow. Then the burly young man asked, "Gentlemen from afar, what brings you to Moga Village?" Lin glanced around. Yi, Sophia, and the two cats didn't seem inclined to speak, only staring at him. So he spoke on their behalf. "I'm Lin, this is Yi, both 5-star hunters. This is Sophia, a guild receptionist. These two are Yi and Nia Lu, my and Yi's hunting partners." After a brief introduction, Lin noticed a slight smile on their faces when they heard 5-star hunters. He paused briefly before continuing. "Yi, my two companions, and I formed a hunting party, but about 6 months ago, due to some circumstances, we had to split up. They said they were coming to Moga. We've been active in the village for a while now. Now that things are settled with Yoko, and the other two are still here in Moga Village, we came over to see if there's anything we can help with." The burly young man could barely contain his joy, but he forced himself to remain calm and asked, as if to confirm, "What are the names of your two companions?" "Brave and Cheyenne, one a katana user, the other a heavy crossbow user. I guess you should know them?" "Great." The young man finally couldn't hide his joy anymore, and waved his hand vigorously, but after noticing the confused looks from the people opposite him, he quickly realized what was going on. "My name is Sana. My father is the village chief, and I help him manage the village's affairs. I must say, you come at just the right time. We were already discussing whether to seek help from the Hunters Guild." Such a genuine Moga accent. Lin raised an eyebrow. There was something unsettling about what he was saying. Did something happen to Bref and Cheyenne? No, not at all. Then what happened? Sana glanced back at the villagers still gathered around the campfire, looking worried, and coughed lightly. "How about we find somewhere else to talk?" Lin, though slightly puzzled, nodded and followed. Yoko, Date, and Nia all instinctively followed, but Sophia waved her hand. "I won't go. Bref's letter mentioned that Ansha has returned to Moga Village, right? I go talk to her. Don't worry about me." So Sana led Lin and Yoko to a relatively quiet corner and began explaining the situation. It turns out that not long ago, Breve, who went to investigate the isolated island, discovered a tail hammer dragon behaving abnormally. After a difficult hunt, he brought back some carcass material, hoping to see if the dragon's unusual behavior was related to the strange earthquakes that had struck Mogov village. Then, they received both good and bad news. The good news was that there seemed to be no necessary connection between the two. The bad news was that Mogov village now faced two threats. Chapter 500. Yes, two threats. The source of the earthquake hadn't been identified, and then the anomaly named Ferocious Transformation appeared. Breed had only brought back materials of the ferocious tail hammer dragon 2 days prior, and villagers, who went out fishing, were already seriously injured in attacks by the ferocious monster. It was as if the death of that ferocious tail hammer dragon was just a trigger. After it, more and more monsters mutated, throwing the entire ecosystem around Mogov village into chaos, making it almost impossible for fishermen to go out to sea. Of course, according to the speculation of the village elder, Sana, who had been a hunter but later retired due to an eye injury, and Ansha's deduction after returning from studying abroad, the ferocious transformation phenomenon had probably been present for quite some time, but it only came into their observation range when this tail hammer dragon also exhibited abnormalities. Bref and Cheyenne are currently focused almost entirely on hunting the ferocious monsters, barely maintaining the ecological stability of the surrounding area. However, the earthquakes in Mogov village continue to intensify, and the ferocious monsters prevent them from dedicating any energy to investigating the source of the earthquakes. But the anxieties of the Mogov villagers don't end there. For countless years, almost every 3 years, the crescent moon god would emerge from the deep sea, attracting countless fish and bringing bountiful harvests and joy. On this night, the sea people would hold a feast, and men and women would dance a dance called the wave dance to express their respect and gratitude for the sea's bounty. However, this year is different. The god, who should have appeared months ago, has vanished. The village's fish catch is increasingly meager, and rumors are circulating among the villagers that the crescent moon god has abandoned the village and is punishing them with earthquakes. As a former hunter, the village chief naturally understood that so-called gods were nothing more than monsters with immense power, but even monsters, suddenly disrupting the established order, were no small matter. Adding to the dual threats of the earthquake and the ferocity of the monsters, tonight the village chief finally decided to convene a general meeting of all the villagers to discuss their next steps, whether to seek help from the guild, continue to wait and see, or, worse, relocate the entire village. However, in Sana's view, the 2 5-star hunters, who had just arrived in Mogov village, offered them more options. Hunters, on behalf of Mogov village, I implore your help. After explaining the situation, Sana took a deep breath and bowed deeply to the 2 hunters. Lin slowly exhaled and helped Sana up. No need for that. We are hunters. Now that we come to Mogov village, we certainly won't stand idly by. Receiving confirmation, Sana immediately smiled with relief. Thank you so much. With your help, the villagers won't have to worry so much. I have to hurry and tell them this good news. With that, Sana started to run, but then seemed to suddenly remember something, slapping his forehead and stopping abruptly. I almost forgot. You come from afar, so you probably don't have a place to stay yet. Shall I help you arrange it? What a hasty personality. Lin smiled and nodded, saying, thank you for your trouble. So Sana left with a please wait a moment, and then ran off again. So, Bref and Cheyenne, they're not in the village right now. Yoko tapped her chin lightly with her fingertip, tilting her head to look at Lin. Looks like it, meow. Date spread its paws. I checked everyone in the square just now, they're not there. That's a bit of a shame, meow. I thought I see boss's other 2 hunting partners, meow. Nia's perked ears drooped involuntarily. It had been curious about its 2 predecessors, Little White and Afu, for a long time. Judging from Sana, they're probably busy dealing with those ferocious monsters around the village. We arrived at a bit of an inopportune time. Lin frowned, looking thoughtful. Something felt off. According to the game storyline, the earthquake in Mogov village should have occurred in 3 tier and 3G, while ferocity was a new mechanic added in X. They weren't exactly unrelated, but they certainly didn't seem like they would happen simultaneously. However, if that were all, the problem wouldn't be too significant, since the storyline of the Monster Hunter world he transmigrated to already deviated considerably from the original. But there was something far more troubling him. He had absolutely no idea what caused the frenzy transformation, nor how to deal with it. Unlike special cases, like the Berserker transformation or the limit break of 2 arch-tempered masters, Capcom hadn't provided any explanation for this, as if it were simply a game mechanic conceived on a whim to increase difficulty and grind. Without knowing the principles, the causes, or even whether the symptoms were contagious, all they could do was kill. Solving the problem at its source was something only scholars could handle. In that case, should we contact the Dragon Academy? They have quite a few researchers there, and in the game, it was the Dragon Academy hunters who dealt with these guys. Lin Lin's thoughts didn't last long. Sana's slightly breathless voice interrupted him. Phew, it's done. I already told Dad and the others, come with me. Moga village was just a small fishing village, with a population of less than 200. With no new population growth, there was naturally no need to build new houses. Therefore, Moga village didn't actually have any spare houses for Lin Lin and his group. But this wasn't a problem. After learning that 2 more 5-star hunters had arrived in the village and expressed their willingness to help solve the village's problems, many villagers were naturally willing to give up their homes. For sea dwellers, sleeping in a house and sleeping on a fishing boat were essentially the same. Moreover, they could easily build a few new houses in the meantime. They weren't living on fishing boats all the time. After the hunters resolved the village's problems and left, the original houses would still be theirs, which they could use as warehouses or something else. However, although many were willing to give up their houses, the village chief obviously couldn't let all the villagers with families sleep on the fishing boats. He simply selected 2 healthy bachelors. As for why 2 instead of 3, it was because Sophia didn't need a large space to store weapons and equipment like Lin Lin and the others. She could easily squeeze in with her best friend, Anxia. Whether Anxia would mind Sophia bringing along a spoiled brat was something only she and Sophia knew. The next day, when Lin Lin got out of bed, he looked around and couldn't help but grin. He was practically living in a sea view room. He could see the sea as soon as he opened his eyes. But in his original world, this kind of sea view room would probably be worthless. It was a semi-open hut built over the sea. The walls were made of a lattice of hemp rope for ventilation, and the balcony was completely open air. You could even sit on the balcony and dip your feet into the seawater below, maybe even getting a foot massage from some small fish. However, as a hunter, sleeping outdoors in the wilderness was the norm. He endured all sorts of hardships. This hut, though simple, at least had a soft bed, and aside from the lack of wind protection, the facilities and amenities were quite complete, saving him a lot of trouble. He wondered if staying here too long would cause him rheumatism or bone pain. Considering his current physical condition, Lin Lin felt that such ailments, usually only affecting ordinary humans, were probably not for him. Monkey dragon! Forget it, he decided to stop worrying about such things. Having a place to stay was good enough. Moga village was, after all, just a small fishing village. Expecting it to be like a big city like East Doromaro Clark was unrealistic. Lin Lin got up, stretched, slung his shield and axe back over his shoulder, called out to Date, and left the room. He planned to go for a morning run to warm up. However, as soon as Lin Lin stepped out, he tripped over something and almost fell flat on his face. Luckily, he reacted quickly and managed to steady himself. Lin Lin subconsciously looked around but saw nothing. It wasn't until a T-bar rang out behind his calves that he noticed the tiny creature that had tripped him. This was truly tiny. When they first met Nieru, a malnourished Melalu, she was less than a meter tall. But this little thing was even shorter than Nieru had been then. Lin Lin estimated it to be only about 60 to 70 centimeters. The creature had a tea-green skin, and its thin, small body was topped with a huge head that made up more than half of its body. Of course, calling it a head was a bit inappropriate. It was actually a headdress made of acorns, with 2 painted circles of eyes on the front, making it look like a little scatterbrain. A feta? And the mask looked so familiar. Wasn't that Cha-Cha? T-bar. The little feta rubbed its bottom and got up, looking up at the tall hunter without any fear, immediately starting to dance and gesticulate wildly. Someone unfamiliar with the Chimian language would likely be completely baffled, wondering why this guy was suddenly acting so strangely. Lin Lin, while he hadn't learned the Chimian language, didn't need to. This guy was accusing him of not watching where he was going. Apparently, the little fellow wasn't having an easy time of it, almost tripping him up. Lin Lin forced a smile, crouched down to look the other person in the eye. Even then, there was still a slight downward angle, and then he spoke softly, Okay, I'm sorry. I really didn't notice there would be an uninvited guest at the door this morning. Red bean paste, secret, Marseille. The little one tilted its head, looking at Lin Lin. Although it didn't understand the meaning of his last sentence, it roughly understood that he was apologizing, and its actions and expression weren't as tough as before. Ka. It's okay, TT forgives you. Just be more careful next time. Besides, it's not entirely your fault. TT was also too hasty, and didn't pay attention to where it was going. Lin Lin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It really was TT. Isn't this the legendary Resilient King's follower cat? How did it end up here? Oh right, Mogaw Village has been rocked by earthquakes for several months now, and the 3-tier storyline is underway, so TT's appearance is quite reasonable. But the problem is, if TT is here, then where's Resilient King? It can't be me, can it? If I remember correctly, TT became Resilient King's follower after being rescued by him. My encounter with it was purely accidental. However, thinking of the top-grade talisman he obtained from the 14th generation of the Maka Alchemy House, Lin suddenly became less certain. South Wind Hunter plus high fire resistance, plus the bacterial researcher attribute from the bead, this against the Flame King seemed like a perfect match. So why are you in such a hurry? Lin asked curiously. TT. To get reinforcements for the boss. Lin, shocked. Wait, get reinforcements for whom? The boss? Who else could T's boss be? He's the legendary Resilient King. The legendary hunter who could kill the forbidden black dragon in the sea. Now, you're telling me, such a super boss needs reinforcements right now. Why? Mirabori is attacked? Lin swallowed hard and cautiously asked, so, who is your boss? TTT. A powerful female hunter. She's incredibly skilled with her heavy crossbow. She can take down such a powerful monster with a single, powerful shot. Lin's expression gradually shifted from tense to strange, because T's description reminded him of someone who seemed completely unrelated to the Resilient King. The boss you mentioned, she wouldn't happen to be called Ziyuan, would she? Cha-Cha. A strange face. You actually know the boss? Cha-Cha was startled, then carefully examined Lin's clothes, belatedly realizing she's also a hunter. And she looks very strong. Since she knows the boss, she must be a powerful one too, right? Then, can you come with me to rescue the boss? Lin gritted his teeth. Although he couldn't accept the fact that Ziyuan was the Resilient King right now, rescuing someone meant he didn't have time to think about it further. No problem. What trouble is she in? Chapter 501. After receiving the information from Cha-Cha, Lin quickly sprang into action, preparing to take EZ along for the rescue. Leaving aside the fact that the unreliable girl Cheyenne was actually the legendary Resilient King, Lin couldn't let anything happen to her, especially since she was entrusted to him by his master's wife. However, just as Lin and Yeezy prepared their equipment and tools, intending to leave the village to find a Kong and fly directly to their destination, a figure jumped off the small boat, stood at the entrance of Mogaw Village, and lazily stretched, the katana on his back swaying slightly with his movement. Yawn. Finally done, that was exhausting. Clearly, this person was Bref. Since defeating the ferocious-tailed dragon, he hadn't had a moment's rest, dealing with 2 more ferocious monsters. Fortunately, these weren't particularly troublesome monsters, and he managed to eliminate them successfully after some time. There shouldn't be any monsters threatening the village around for now, right? I really want to rest for a couple of days. Bref muttered to himself when the ground suddenly trembled violently again, causing him to stumble. If his dog hadn't caught his skirt armor in time, he might have fallen into the sea. Although he lost count of how much time he spent in the sea over the past 6 months, that didn't mean he enjoyed it. Alright, here we go again. Damn earthquake. Bref sighed. It seemed he wouldn't be getting a proper rest until the earthquake problem was resolved. He took off his helmet and hugged it to his chest, rubbing his temples with his other hand. Just then, he noticed his companions moving. Zacian and Kayamba didn't react, but Shiro seemed inexplicably restless. Even Fukumo, who should have been resting on Shiro, seemed to sense something, flapping its wings and flying straight towards a certain direction of the village. What's wrong with Fukumo? Brave looked at Shiro with a puzzled expression, only to find Shiro's ears twitching slightly. Shiro immediately became excited, ignoring Brave's question, and took off running. Huh? Brave only managed to reach out his hand before Shiro darted around the corner and disappeared from his sight. Brave scratched his head, bewildered. What's going on? He decided to follow and see what was happening. A few minutes later. Holy crap, Lin? Brave's eyes widened as he looked at the 2 hunters preparing to leave the village from another direction. Clearly, he was greatly shocked. Wait, didn't you join the guild? What are you doing here? Lin gave his long-lost katana-wielding teammates a bear hug. Long time no see. Although I'd love to tell you all about what we've been through, unfortunately now's not the time. I explained everything after we rescue Ziyuan. Ziyuan? Bref paused. Didn't she go hunting velociraptors? Something happened? It wasn't just the ferocious monsters that threatened the villagers' safety. some dangerous monsters were inherently aggressive. Therefore, while he was hunting those ferocious monsters, Ziyuan hadn't been idle either. Just as Rachel said, Cheyenne's fundamentals were very solid. What she lacked was sufficient combat experience. After several battles in Moga village, this deficiency was quickly made up for, proving invaluable in hunting monsters like the sea dragon, thus securing her advancement to 4 stars. However, she didn't become complacent. Of the 4 members of the team, Lin Lin and Yi Zi had already reached 5 stars back in Jiayan village, and Breve was already a near 5-star, though the sea dragon hunt removed the near 5. Even at 4 stars, she remained the weakest member. Therefore, this girl, unusually ambitious, decided to challenge herself with 5-star strength. Recently, a villager in the waterless forest region had been preyed upon by a Nargacuga, only surviving by sheer luck. That Nargacuga had thus been added to Anxia's list of targets for subjugation. Because of her mentor Rachel's presence, Cheyenne was quite familiar with Nargacuga. Even if she failed to hunt them successfully, she was confident in her ability to protect herself. After discussing with Anxia for a while, she successfully accepted the quest. Brave happened to be present at the time. Although Cheyenne's reasons for persuading Anxia didn't convince him, he didn't stop her. It wasn't because Rachel was familiar with Nargacuga that Cheyenne was safe, but because Cheyenne was accompanied by an axe beetle. Even if she couldn't win in a direct confrontation, its ability to fly should make it easy for it to carry Cheyenne away. So Brave let her go. But now, Lin Lin gestured to the little one following behind him. Something has indeed happened. Yi Zi and I are on our way to a rescue. Why don't you come along? I explain in detail on the way. By now, Breath had completely forgotten about resting. Let's go! Thus, the rescue team was finalized. Lin Lin, Yi Zi, Breath, Nia Lu, Afu, Xiaobai, and Cha Cha as their guide. Date was to stay in the village. After the discussions in Flamefire Village, its development of the cat-type Dragon Slayer gun had progressed remarkably well. It was now in the final testing phase. Until it was completely finished, it didn't really want to run around. Besides, this was a rescue mission. One more or one less wouldn't make a difference. Brev didn't bring his fanged hound Zakian not because of any elaborate planning, but simply because the hound is afraid of heights. As for his other hunting partner, Kayamba, it seems he knows Cha-Cha, another member of the Gigantopithecus. Upon meeting, the 2 young Gigantopithecus seemed to clash quite immediately. To avoid them fighting during the rescue, and considering Kayamba had only been with him for a few days and lacked hunting experience, Brev decided to leave it behind. This made the team somewhat odd. Of the 3 hunters, the 2 male hunters brought nothing but weapons, armor, and some tools, while Yoko brought 3 companions, a cat, a dog, and a bird. If you add the Kinsek for combat, that makes 4 companions. Lin Lin wanted to complain about how this girl was decked out in accessories. However, after thinking about it carefully, Lin Lin swallowed his words. After all, he suddenly realized he hadn't included his master, the manned spacecraft pilot. Without wasting any time, the group stepped out of the village. Lin Lin raised his left hand, causing the bond stone to emit a bright, clear sky blue light. Didn't we agree to hurry and set off for the rescue? Why are we just standing there as soon as we leave the village? Cha-Cha was still wondering what was going on, and was about to go back to urge them, when a huge shadow enveloped him. Cha-Baka! Cha-Cha exclaimed in panic. Oh no! The Sky King is attacking us! But when it frantically turned to seek help from the hunters, it found them all calm. Lin Lin even walked up to the rat halos, reached out, and patted its massive head, saying, "Thank you for your hard work." T? No, you mean we're going to use this thing for rescue? Am I even conscious? Don't be so fussy. Get on, we need your directions. So T was suddenly lifted up by the scruff of her neck and carried onto De Kong's back. Then, those enormous wings flapped, carrying everyone on its back into the sky. In the howling wind, Lin Lin cleared his throat. Alright, guys, let's get the gist of it. It all started when Ziyuan found the velociraptor that was our mission target. Ziyuan rubbed her stomach, feeling the hunger pangs within her, and let out a long sigh. How she wished she had a talisman of hunger endurance on her right now. It all started with that damn velociraptor. Velociraptors are extremely agile, cunning, and ferocious hunters. Their favorite thing is to hide in the shadows, and deliver a fatal blow to their prey. If a hunter knows nothing about them, he might see that red, dazzling meteor dancing in the darkness, and not even realize the immense danger he is in. But for Cheyenne, these weren't problems. She had a teacher clad in Nargacuga armor, and wielding a Nargacuga heavy crossbow. Although she had never personally faced this cunning hunter before, Her understanding of it far surpassed that of any other monster. She knew it lacked a hard carapace, possessing only soft, black fur. She knew it loved to leap and circle around to its enemies' blind spots before attacking. She knew its hearing was incredibly sharp, making sonic bombs effective against it. She also knew that the electric shock projectiles fired with Sea Dragon Strike were highly effective against this monster. However, she was unaware that Nargacuga could also have companions. Logically, Nargacuga should be solitary monsters, unless they were in their breeding season and their offspring were not yet adults. However, Cheyenne encountered an unexpected and unusual situation. As she methodically weakened her target Velociraptor according to her pre-planned battle strategy, she was completely unprepared for another Velociraptor to emerge from the shadows, and not the ordinary one she was fighting, but a much larger one with white markings that clashed sharply with its jet black fur. Compared to the Velociraptor she had targeted, this white-marked Velociraptor was far stronger. It was more agile, its attacks more ruthless, and, more importantly, its tail didn't display its hidden spines only when excited. These spines remained upright. The spines it swung with its tail were incredibly dangerous. Under its master's control, they would form spinning blades of energy, slicing towards its opponent. If Cheyenne hadn't reacted quickly and slid away, her fate would undoubtedly have been the same as that tree stump cleaved in two by the energy blades. If it were just one Nargacuga, Cheyenne could try to hunt it down. If it were two ordinary Nargacuga, Cheyenne was confident that with Guga's cover, she could still escape. But the white gale that appeared later was truly extraordinary. Based on its swift movements and its body being much whiter than the jet black of ordinary Nargacuga, Cheyenne gave it that nickname. This white gale alone already put immense pressure on Cheyenne, not to mention the ordinary Nargacuga that had been fighting her for so long and was already seething with anger. Caught between the two Nargacuga, Cheyenne fled in a very sorry state. If it weren't for Guga's support, she probably would have been killed there. Even so, the situation was still far from optimistic. To save Cheyenne, Guga was once again severely injured. The 8-part halo formed by the thorns thrown by White Gale's tail whip cut a huge gash in its abdomen. Only the beetle-type monster's tenacious vitality, coupled with Cheyenne's timely application of life powder, kept it alive. But this wasn't the end. If Guga's severe injury was bad enough, something even worse awaited her. The two Velociraptors had their eyes on her. Whether out of grudge or because they saw her and Guga as prey, in any case, under their relentless pursuit, Cheyenne was forced to retreat to a camp she had set up in the waterless forest. This camp was located in a huge cave, with only two entrances, one a narrow passage that required hunters to crawl through, and the other a skylight about 5 meters in diameter directly above the cave. Generally speaking, flying wyverns are quite large. Only a creature less than 6 meters long like the Guga and some other smaller monsters, such as the Pteranodon. Huddled inside the camp, surrounded by solid rock walls, the two Velociraptors couldn't break in, which was certainly safe. But the problem was, it was just a camp. Aside from some supplies in the item box, the place was practically bare. Only some moss growing from the damp environment provided cover for the bare rock walls. Food supplies were severely lacking. They could barely survive 2 or 3 days, but any longer, well, they'd probably be too hungry to even move. Without a doubt, Cheyenne and Guga were trapped in this camp. And what's worse, these two hunters were incredibly patient. Unable to break into the camp, they lay in ambush a short distance away, waiting for Cheyenne to come out on her own due to lack of food. Chapter 502. Ziyuan initially thought that the two Velociraptors would give up after waiting for a while without success, but after several attempts, she had to admit that they were actually much more patient than she had imagined. After several attempts to sneak away were discovered by the Velociraptors, leading to pursuit and a hasty escape using sonic bombs, Ziyuan finally realized the reality. These two Velociraptors seemed determined to kill her, even employing a shift system. One would stay on guard while the other went to eat, then return to relieve her. This couldn't go on. Not only were food supplies running low, but more importantly, Guga's injuries were critical. Although she had used medicine in time, without sufficient nutrition, the recovery medicine was only barely keeping its wounds from worsening. The longer it dragged on, the weaker Guga would become. Ziyuan felt she couldn't just sit and wait to die, gambling on the limits of the Velociraptor's patience. She had to find a way to break this deadlock. Clearly, relying solely on herself, and the Sea Dragon Strike crafted from Sea Dragon materials, she was already at her limit in dealing with the ordinary Nargacuga. Adding the even more powerful White Gale meant she had absolutely no chance of winning. She had to call for backup. The one she needed to call for backup from was naturally Brave, who was also currently stationed in Mogaw village. While Cheyenne didn't believe that adding Brave would be enough to defeat the combination of an ordinary Nargacuga and a white Gale Nargacuga, she at least had a chance of repelling them. And even if they couldn't repel them, one thing was certain. With the help of 2 highly mobile fanged hounds, escape would definitely be no problem. Both Cheyenne herself and the severely injured Guga were targets of the 2 velociraptors lying in wait. Clearly, the task of calling for help fell to Cha-Cha, who was smaller and easier to hide. Velociraptors are undoubtedly nocturnal monsters. While this doesn't mean they sleep in their dens during the day, it certainly means the probability of being spotted and caught by a velociraptor is much lower during the day. Therefore, after preparing her weapons and ammunition, Cheyenne chose midday, when the sun was at its strongest, to step out of the camp again, and within 10 minutes was attacked by a velociraptor once more. This time, it was the much stronger white Gale velociraptor that pounced. Instead of desperately dodging and fleeing as before, Ziyuan took a deep breath, unfurled her heavy crossbow, and fiercely pulled the trigger at Bai Jifeng's head. "Damn you, you bastard!" Of course, Ziyuan wasn't completely out of her mind. She didn't stand still and fight him head-on. After firing a burst, she slid across the crossbow, narrowly avoiding his lunging attack. Enduring the stench of his breath, Ziyuan didn't even glance at the cloud of dirt that had been kicked up where she had just stood, nor did she pay attention to his angry howls of pain. She simply put away her crossbow, turned, and began to run. That burst of fire was merely to vent her anger and better distract Bai Jifeng. Now that her purpose was achieved, it was time to get away. If she didn't run, she might be torn to shreds by the furious white Gale. Looking at the trees that had been split in 2 by the 8-point light wheel thrown by the opponent, Ziyuan didn't think that her sea dragon armor could withstand it. Ziyuan's heart pounded, her breathing rapid, partly from the tension of Bai Jifeng relentlessly pursuing her, and partly from excitement. Yes, excitement. There's a saying, only by approaching death can one truly understand the meaning of life. Although Ziyuan had never played with armor or heard of Martin Heidegger, it didn't stop her reckless spirit from burning fiercely. Bai Jifeng's pursuit was undoubtedly extremely dangerous, but the intense thrill of dancing on a knife's edge, where one wrong step could result in being torn to pieces, completely excited her. A surge of adrenaline made her movements faster and her senses sharper, always managing to dodge Bai Jifeng's attacks by the slightest margin, whether it was a pounce, a flung thorn, or the terrifying 8-point light wheel. With Ziyuan focused on dodging and drawing Bai Jifeng's attention, the two were locked in a stalemate for a time. The seasoned hunter, finding himself unable to subdue this slippery creature in such a short time, grew even more furious. After its roar, another howl echoed from the depths of the jungle, rapidly approaching. Cheyenne, who was feeling incredibly exhilarated, jolted awake. Now that she had drawn the attention of both velociraptors, Cha-Cha could easily return to her camp for reinforcements. She needed to regroup and hold her ground. Caught between 2 velociraptors, there was little room to dodge. It wouldn't be exciting, it would be certain death. So, still feeling exhilarated, Cheyenne threw a flashbang, disorienting the 2 velociraptors whose bloodshot eyes were locked on her. She then used this opportunity to run for her life. Flashbangs and sonic grenades were used in turn to buy time for Cheyenne's retreat. Finally, when they were completely exhausted, Cheyenne returned to the fortified camp. Panting heavily, she lay exhausted on the ground, listening to the unwilling howls of the 2 velociraptors outside. Although she was too tired to move a finger, a hint of pleasure still appeared on her face. This trip was really too exciting. Now, she just had to wait for Brave to find her. Gulp. Cheyenne's smile faded. She helplessly rubbed her belly, sat up, took a piece of food from her item box, stuffed it into her mouth, and then took a swig from her water pouch to soften the dry, hard food. Glancing at the meager supplies in her box, Cheyenne couldn't help but sigh. Well, I hope he remembers to bring plenty of supplies, otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to contribute much in the battle. Anyway, that's roughly how it is. Lin Lin shrugged, then a gust of wind high above made him sway, startling him so much that he quickly grabbed the carapace on the back of the giant bird to steady himself. Did we bring enough supplies? Bref asked instinctively. Lin Lin seemed to stiffen for a moment, but then coughed lightly. Of course we brought some, just not too much. Anyway, enough food to last a while in battle is enough, right? Bref couldn't help but smirk. You're not planning to take down those 2 velociraptors in one battle, are you? Sitting in front of Lin Lin, Yi turned to look at Brev, blinking in confusion. Why not? Brev, You know that the velociraptor that appeared later was unusual, right? Lin Lin nodded. Of course, the white Gale velociraptor, a second-ranked monster. I heard so much about it. Brev didn't even know where to begin his complaints. Seriously, knowing the guy was a powerful second-ranked individual, how could they think they could just take down those two velociraptors? Where did that confidence come from? Yi Zi was much more direct. Two monsters? Even if they're strong, can they be stronger than an elder dragon? We already defeated real elder dragons. A single white gale velociraptor isn't enough to make us fear. Brev, question mark. 3 question marks appeared on his forehead. Dude, what have you two been doing for the past 6 months? Hunting an elder dragon? Seriously? Lin gently patted Yi Zi on the shoulder. Don't be so sure. We were just participants in the battle against the celestial dragon. Both the top teams and the guild leader played significant roles, not to mention Jumpy helped out. But we still have Sky. But don't forget, there are 2 Nargacuga on the other side. Sky has to deal with the regular Nargacuga to prevent it from disrupting our battle rhythm. Yi Zi thought about it carefully and agreed. So, to take down the white gale directly, we can only rely on the 4 of us? Obviously. By the way, do we still need a hunting permit this time? Won't it be considered poaching? That guy attacked Cheyenne first, so normally it would just be listed as a hunting permit. We just slightly adjusted the order, it's fine. As Lin spoke, he couldn't help but feel a surge of relief. It was fortunate he had brought Sophia along, given their relationship, acting first and asking questions later once or twice wouldn't be a big problem, and she would help. Then I'm relieved. The two communicated so smoothly, and naturally that Breath didn't know how to interject for a moment. No way, you guys actually went to hunt down an ancient dragon? There's one more thing. Do you really think our nameless hunting party can take down that white gale? You're already discussing compliance issues? There's one more thing. Lin, you big-eyed rascal. So you think you can forget what happened when I was the one punished in Lokrak? There's one more thing. Why do I feel like you two are subtly ignoring me since we met? We're teammates. Could it be that we become estranged from each other after so long? Brave thought about it carefully. Judging from their attitudes when they talked to him, he didn't sense any estrangement at all. But why did he feel like he couldn't join their conversation? T. A hurried shout interrupted Bree's thoughts. Turning his head, he saw that T was pointing in a certain direction. Although he couldn't see her expression, he could still feel her urgency from her urgent tone. We arrived. Lin's expression turned serious, and the bond stone in his hand emitted a faint glow. He had already activated his shared vision with Dekong, and was currently observing the area below through Dekong's vision, which was even more powerful than Eagle Eye. After a moment, he clicked his tongue helplessly. The campsite that Ziyuan chose is really well hidden. This water forest is full of trees. If Cha-Cha hadn't pointed out the direction, from this rough view from above, we really wouldn't have noticed anything unusual. Shall we meet up with Cheyenne first? Bref asked. No, let Yoko go. Bref was puzzled. Why her? What are we two going to do? Lin grinned, watching the white figure flash by through the trees surrounding the camp in the shared view of the sky. Let's go find that white gale and spar with him. Yoko naturally had no objection. After receiving the supplies prepared for Cheyenne and Guga from Lin, she jumped down when the sky flew above the camp, leaving Bref speechless. Now he understood why Yoko went. She had wire bugs and insect glaives. Her aerial maneuverability was unparalleled. If it were him, without wire bugs to cushion the impact and slow him down, he would most likely crash into the rocks with a Pia splat. Of course, he might also crash directly into the rocks, unable to be pried out, depending on whether his Barioth armor, enhanced with armor orbs, was strong enough. Alright, don't worry about Ziyuan, leave her to Yezi. As for the two of us, let's go find that old ding and collect some interest. Lin said, his eyes narrowing, his expression ruthless, looking like a villain. Dare to bully my junior sister? Don't you want to live? Fine, Brave didn't object to this. Although they hadn't fought yet, and had doubts about their ability to successfully hunt White Gale, since the other party had bullied Ziyuan like this, they would definitely make her pay a heavy price. Well, although Ziyuan's personality was sometimes too carefree and unreliable, she was still a member of their hunting party, their teammate. Not to mention, since arriving in Moga village, they had fought side by side in countless dangerous battles. It was a life-or-death bond. So, after learning that Ziyuan was in danger, although Brave didn't show it on the surface, he was secretly furious. Of course, even the strongest bonds are still just camaraderie. Given Cheyenne's personality, Brave didn't even dare imagine what a hellish picture would unfold if their friendship soured. He preferred the dark-skinned older sister. It was just a pity that he hadn't seen Manjusaki since their parting at Yukin, and didn't know if they would ever meet again. Whoosh! Dekong swooped down, slowing slightly as he approached the ground. He released the Fong Hound, Shiro, who was in the VIP paw seat. Lin Lin, Brev, Nile, and Cha Cha followed suit, focusing their attention on the shadow of a giant tree. After the passengers had disembarked, Dekong slightly increased his altitude but didn't leave. He also kept his eyes fixed on that direction, gathering super hot flames in his mouth before unleashing a massive fireball. A white shadow seemed to flash in the shadow, easily dodging the scorching flames. Then, 2 red lights appeared on the white shadow. Wow! Chapter 503. A ferocious beast with a white coat emerged from the shadows, its target the swift wind that had just breathed fire at it. This creature was incredibly fast, and being in the shadows, it was practically a white whirlwind. Even though Swift Wind reacted swiftly, flapping its wings to gain altitude the moment the beast roared, it still couldn't completely evade the attack. The Swift Wind's sharp wings sliced a long, narrow wound into its long tail, splattering hot blood. Swift Wind let out a painful roar, but the pain didn't frighten it. Instead, it fueled its ferocity. Enduring the pain, Swift Wind slightly flapped its wings and circled around to the Swift Wind's back. Then, its claws shot out instantly, grabbing at the base of the Swift Wind's bladed wings. Swift Wind, being a battle-hardened individual, reacted quickly. Knowing it couldn't be captured so easily, it immediately unleashed its astonishing leaping power, jumping again before Swift Wind's claws could lock its joints, creating distance once more. The Sky's claws merely tore off a tuft of fur from White Gale, leaving a very shallow claw mark, and of course, some hemorrhagic toxins. But this amount of venom was negligible for White Gale, at most hindering wound healing. White Gale's incredible leaping ability made it too fast on the ground for the Sky to catch, so the Sky didn't bother with hand-to-hand combat. It ignited flames in its mouth again, preparing to unleash a breath attack. However, it hadn't anticipated that its opponent also possessed ranged attacks. After glancing back, the Sky forcefully lashed out with its long, thorny tail, unleashing a vacuum wave that slashed towards the Sky. The Sky had no doubt that if the wind blade had struck it, it would have easily severed its wing membranes, severely impairing its flight ability. However, it seemed oblivious, directly unleashing the flames it had been holding back at the White Gale. The White Gale's bright red eyes flickered slightly. It had assumed that its opponent would use a fireball to shatter the 8-part light wheel in self-defense, and it had prepared to seize the opening to launch another fierce attack. It had to change its poised pounce into a side leap, but even so, the exploding flame still covered one of its bladed wings, and the scorching flames rapidly climbed up its glossy fur. For greater stealth and speed, the Velociraptor lacked scales, instead possessing thick, soft black fur. This black fur, besides having excellent electrical conductivity, was also highly flammable, in other words, thick fur weakened fire. Although the flames were quickly extinguished by the wind pressure generated by the Nargacuga's movement, the burning dust from the explosion still turned the white fur licked by the flames completely black. In this small area alone, White Gale's body looked almost indistinguishable from an ordinary Nargacuga. The pain from the burning flames infuriated White Gale even more. It roared angrily, its gaze returning to the Sky, hoping to see the Sky being torn apart by its own air blades and falling miserably to the ground. However, it didn't. Before the Sky, a figure retrieved its wire bug, pulled the interlocking sword and shield from the ground, and twisted its body to disassemble them again. The surface of the shield immediately emitted a faint red glow. Before him, the ground was slashed with jagged lines by chaotic air blades. Behind him, the ground was perfectly flat, without even a step. The male fire dragon, however, remained unharmed, hovering there, its mouth already brimming with flames, ready to unleash another breath at Bai Jifeng. Bai Jifeng's pupils constricted slightly. Its prize technique had actually been blocked by that tiny human, and this human looked similar to the previous one. Were they in cahoots? Its gaze darted back and forth between the annoying fire dragon and the hunter who had blocked the air blades. After a moment, Bai Jifeng took a deep breath, nimbly sidestepping the large fireball in the air, and then let out a resounding roar. Almost instantly, a similar roar echoed from another direction. It's summoning another Velociraptor. Sky Dragon, that one's yours. Don't let it interfere with our battle. Roar! Sky Dragon let out a sensible growl, then ignored White Gale's provocative roar, and headed straight for the direction from which the other roar came, intending to intercept it halfway. White Gale saw Sky Dragon trying to escape and tried to pounce to block it, but the burn on one of its bladed wings slightly affected its power. It missed Sky Dragon's body by a bit, and instead landed with a crisp clang, followed by several bright, arcing blade energies that left white marks on White Gale's wing claws. Brave glanced at the bright white fluorescence on the blade and grinned. I've been waiting for you. There was another human. Bai Jifeng glanced left and right. To its left was the hunter, who had blocked its wind blade with a shield. To its right was a hunter attacking using a similar wind blade technique. These two hunters were closing in on it from both sides. Heh, interesting. They actually see me as a target? Bai Jifeng scoffed inwardly. Did they mistake it for that inexperienced young velociraptor? That female hunter had managed to make the guy look so pathetic, but I chased her away like a madman. It quickly selected its target, and before the two hunters could close in, it leaped twice in quick succession, easily traversing dozens of meters to get behind breath. Without pausing, it pounced again, opening its not too large but sharp-fanged maw. In its eyes, Lin Lin, who could block its 8/10 of its light wheel, was undoubtedly a greater threat. It planned to take down the weaker one first, then concentrate its power on the stronger one. Then it heard another crisp ding. It closed its mouth, but felt no impact, only swallowing air. Besides that, several more arc-shaped blades of air appeared, this time landing on Bai Jifeng's head, slicing small, narrow gashes. But that wasn't all. Enduring the pain, Bai Jifeng tried to adjust its position to find the hunter again, when something seemed to gently poke its blade, the sensation causing it to instinctively turn its head in that direction. Did it run this way? However, it saw nothing, except a flash of dazzling blade light. Swoosh! 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 A condensed blade of energy slashed down, cutting a much deeper wound on Bai Jifeng's head than before, and spraying out a spray of blood. Wow, Dragon Ascension Sword, cool! Lin Lin ran towards Bai Jifeng, having witnessed Breath's near-perfect technique, and couldn't help but praise him. Haven't seen him for over half a year, and he's actually mastered the essence of the Dragon Ascension Sword technique. And if I wasn't mistaken, wasn't that Yellow Blade Dragon Ascension even cooler? Hee, I'm not here on vacation. Breath retorted, then his feet moved as if on wheels, smoothly taking a step back to avoid Bai Jifeng's sideways Iron Mountain lean counterattack. He then bounced back like a spring, his Sea Dragon Katana slashing again at Bai Jifeng's scorched blade, producing a crisp clang. Hiss. Breath's arm trembled uncontrollably. The powerful recoil prevented him from smoothly connecting the Chi Blade Great Spin to reactivate the Yellow Blade, forcing him to scramble and roll aside to dodge Bai Jifeng's sweeping tail. Cool, a parry and deflect. Lin Lin thought to himself, already in front of Bai Jifeng, swinging his sword and unleashing a charged double slash at Bai Jifeng's head. In sword form, it was difficult to inflict serious damage on this guy with just that slashing sword, but the pain was enough to provoke Bai Jifeng to become even angrier. After failing to hit Breath by whipping its tail counterclockwise from the right, it directly spun its body clockwise with a faster speed and stronger explosive force, and once again, whipped out a horizontal 8-point light wheel with its long tail. Normally, a Nargacuga's sideways tail whip is a fairly harmless move. Hunters experienced with Nargacuga often use this opportunity to launch a fierce attack from in front of its head. However, the White Gale is different. Its initial tail whip is merely a feint, designed to unleash the full power of its true killing move, a faster and stronger sweeping air blade. If a hunter were to fight it using the same methods as with a regular Nargacuga, the worst that could happen would be torn in two, blood splattering everywhere. Frankly, if Lin Lin hadn't seen this move in the game, he might not have been able to react in time. Fortunately, he recognized the move and had prepared a defense. Silken threads swirl, sword pierces shield, and a fully charged counterattack is formed in an instant. Almost the next moment Lin Lin assumes a defensive stance, a long tail lashes out, accompanied by a high-speed spinning air blade, slamming into the shield. The sharp thorns rub against the shield's scales, producing a piercing, ear-piercing noise, like fingernails scraping a blackboard. Lin Lin feels utterly uncomfortable, and White Gale's movements stiffen slightly. It then decisively abandons its attempt to use its tail to contend with Lin Lin's shield, leaping away again to create distance. The Velociraptor's hearing is extremely acute. What Lin Lin finds unbearable is nothing short of torture to the Velociraptor. White Gale's bloodshot eyes scan Lin Lin and Brave. After their recent exchange, it realizes that neither hunter is easy to deal with. One is as slippery as an eel, impossible to touch, while the other is as stubborn and unyielding as a rock in mud. It instinctively tried to open its mouth to call for its young companion's help, but after its ears twitched slightly, it heard a series of roars rising and falling in the distance. That damn fire dragon had it wrapped around. Looks like it'd have to find a way to take down these two guys itself. It's gotten so used to having companions that it's almost forgotten how it fought enemies alone. White Gale's gaze was fixed on the two hunters. Its long tail seemingly swung casually behind it twice, but in reality, it had already skillfully flung out several sharp spines, using the cover of the trees, sending them flying in arcs towards the two hunters. This was another of its special skills, far superior to that of ordinary velociraptors. Its control over its tail spines was so exquisite, even so powerful, that it could control them to fly in arcs. Some hunters and scholars, who had narrowly escaped after witnessing White Gale's battle, believed it could use its tail spines to guide and track enemies. Boom! Boom! 2 crossbow bolts shot out from the shade of the trees, but their trajectories were peculiar. Their target wasn't Bai Jifeng, who was confronting the 2 hunters, nor the clusters of flying tail thorns. They were fired into empty air. But a tenth of a second later, the 2 bolts appeared precisely on the arc of the tail thorns' trajectory, and collided with them. The bolts were deflected by the tail thorns, and the 2 clusters of tail thorns, having lost momentum from the collision, could only fall futilely to the ground. Hearing the sound of the crossbows firing, Lin Lin and Bref couldn't help but show a hint of joy on their faces. It's Ziyuan. They hadn't expected her to arrive and join the battle so quickly. In contrast, Bai Jifeng roared with even greater rage. Sure enough, these humans were in cahoots. Now, even its prey, which it had been hunting, had escaped and joined the battle. Gentlemen, am I late? A white figure darted into the battlefield. Ziyuan looked at the 2 hunters with beaming eyes, proudly patting her heavy crossbow. My marksmanship isn't bad, is it? Bref nodded, glanced at Ziyuan's complexion, and muttered under his breath, why does this girl not look like she's been trapped for days? Lin Lin glanced at Ziyuan riding Little White, and Cha-Cha, who was also riding on Little White's back, and asked, where's Yezi? From the moment they officially began their battle with Bai Jifeng, Cha-Cha had already quietly led Little White to find Ziyuan and the others, so as to bring them to the battlefield more quickly. Niaro was hidden in the nearby bushes, clutching life powder and recovery potions, ready to rush in and provide first aid if the hunters encountered danger. Afu hovered above them, monitoring the surroundings for any other unusual movements, so as to warn the hunters. Now that Shine has arrived, where is Yoko? I'm here. After hearing the familiar sound of the crossbow firing, Bai Jifeng rushed straight towards Shine's location. But just as he got halfway there, a slender figure jumped out from the shadows of the trees above and swung her insect club downwards. Chapter 504. When Bai Jifeng heard the whooshing sound behind him and tried to dodge, it was too late. Yezi deliberately timed her attack at the moment of Bai Jifeng's recovery from its long-distance jump, her platinum-colored insect club slashing down mercilessly, easily piercing a bloody hole in Bai Jifeng's back. However, since the height of the attack wasn't very high, and she hadn't used the floating bugs for acceleration, the force of the attack was somewhat lacking, and the wound wasn't deep enough for Yezi to unleash a riding finishing move, i.e., pole dancing. Without hesitation, Yezi simply slung the insect club behind her back, and with a flick of her wrists, 2 floating bugs unleashed a barrage of silk threads, which precisely pierced into various joints and acupoints throughout Bai Jifeng's body. Feeling a sharp pain in its back, Bai Jifeng abruptly turned its head, intending to bite the uninvited guest behind it. However, it quickly realized its movements were severely hampered. The constant vibrations of the iron silk stimulating its joints caused all its muscles to tense, severely interfering with its actions. Bang! 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 A series of crossbow shots rang out. Taking advantage of Bai Jifeng's momentary lapse in concentration, several bolts slammed into its face. The intense electric currents caused Bai Jifeng not only pain, but also made it even harder to concentrate on resisting the constant stimulation from the iron silk. Yoko, completely focused on controlling the iron silk, had beads of cold sweat on her forehead. Bai Jifeng's resistance was driving her crazy, almost making it impossible to maintain control of the dragon. Fortunately, Shine's timely attack relieved a significant portion of the pressure. With a slight flick of its fingers, Bai Jifeng, whose hatred had been transferred to Shine after being hit on the face, jolted and involuntarily charged forward. Ahead of it stood a colossal banyan tree. Bai Jifeng frantically tried to slow down, but time was running out, and a sprinting body couldn't easily stop. It could only watch helplessly as it crashed headfirst into the giant banyan tree, leaving it dizzy and disoriented. Now it couldn't regain control of its body for the time being, and was at the mercy of Yezi behind it. Yezi, however, suddenly grabbed the silken thread in her left hand, twisting her body slightly to prevent Bai Jifeng from losing its balance and falling. Instead, she turned towards another large tree not far away and sprinted away. Bai Jifeng had barely recovered from its dizziness when it saw the rough, twisted bark rapidly magnifying in its eyes once more. Bang! This time, it didn't just see stars, its head was smashed open, its entire body lost its balance, and it tumbled to the ground, rolling once before collapsing there, unable to regain control of its body for a moment, only able to struggle wildly. Yezi had already released the silk she was holding the moment the second impact occurred, leaping up to avoid being crushed beneath the fallen Bai Jifeng. Well done! Lin Lin didn't hold back his praise for his girlfriend, but this didn't affect his actions. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, he charged towards the fallen Bai Jifeng, then flung out a wire bug. Having used 2 fully charged counterattacks, his shield axe was already itching for a strike. His body leaped into the air, and the rebel shield axe Zisu transformed into an axe and swung it behind him. His entire body was like a fully drawn bow, condensing the boiling power within him into a sharp arrow, which he then shot out fiercely. Explosion! The giant axe's impact was slightly off-target due to White Gale's struggle, failing to strike its head directly. Instead, it landed on one of its bladed wings, followed by a crisp crack. After enduring the barrage of fireballs from the sky, the slashes from Brave's katana, and Lin Lin's full-power super-amped explosion, White Gale's bladed wing finally succumbed to the strain and broke off. However, this wasn't the end. A barrage of exploding grenade-shaped projectiles, like a golden fountain, engulfed almost half of White Gale's body. Protected by Lin Lin's heavy beetle armor, the golden spray was incredibly powerful. Although it didn't appear to cause any external injuries, the violent shockwave had already torn numerous muscle fibers throughout White Gale's body. If it weren't for the Nargacuga's fur's excellent shock absorption, White Gale's bones might have been injured by such intense impact. The excruciating pain caused White Gale to howl in agony. The intense shockwave traveled through the protection of its skull to its brain, making its already dazed head even more muddled, and slowing its struggles. Lin Lin, panting heavily, disassembled his sword and shield. Having just unleashed a burst of explosive damage, he needed to start building up his energy again. Judging from White Gale's physical condition, he probably wouldn't have a chance to unleash a second aerial super explosive attack before it got up. However, Lin Lin wasn't fighting alone. Soon, someone filled the gap in his attack. Whoosh! 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 Several electric projectiles flew in from a tricky angle, all aiming for White Gale's eyes, determined to completely blind it. It was clear that after being trapped in the camp, and starving for so many days, eventually resorting to eating moss to stave off hunger, Ziyuan harbored a deep resentment towards this guy. Lin Lin pondered for a moment, then cleared the frontal firing line so Ziyuan could fire more freely, while he moved to the flank to slack off with Yezi. He was in a downtime after using his super-amped elemental discharge, while Yezi, after unleashing a wave of Dragon Slayer attacks, directed her Kinsect to absorb essence and strengthen itself. Technically speaking, this should be considered a bug gun build, but Kinsect, having drunk the blood of a Kirin, didn't release a weaker current with each attack than Ziyuan's single electric shot. In other words, its attack frequency couldn't match that of a heavy bow gun. Otherwise, Lin Lin thought Yezi could directly become a heavy bow gun user. Ziyuan was relentlessly unleashing her attacks, while Lin Lin and Yezi were dealing negligible damage from the flank. As for the last member of the 4-person team, he was nibbling at White Gale's tail. Well, while many hunting parties assign inexperienced or less skilled members to attack monsters from their relatively safer tails, don't misunderstand. Breath's attack on the tail wasn't for that reason. If that were the case, it would be Shine attacking the White Gale's rear end. Although the fight was brief, Breath had already noticed that almost all of the White Gale's most threatening and lethal attacks were delivered through its tail. If he could sever its tail, the White Gale's threat level would immediately drop several levels, making the subsequent battle much easier. So, as Lin Lin unleashed his air release attack with the wire bug, Breath also rushed to the White Gale's tail and, without a word, unleashed a series of air blade slashes. Ever since mastering the convenient techniques of quick sharpening, like Ayajutsu and Foresight, Brave had always disliked the primitive and clumsy spirit blade combo. However, when monsters were down and unable to attack, he had no choice but to use this cumbersome method to slowly sharpen his blade. It must be said that the gymnastics sharpening technique was ridiculously slow, especially the final spirit blade spin, which required sheathing the sword to stabilize the newly formed spirit blade before drawing it again, wasting several seconds. In the tense and exciting battle, every second was precious. 2 dragon headbutts, plus Lin Lin's super-amped explosion, left Bai Jifeng dizzy for over 10 seconds. Frankly, that was long enough. Shine had already emptied a magazine on Bai Jifeng, while Brave had only just completed 2 gymnastics moves to successfully sharpen his supreme red blade. Roar! The White Gale, having scrambled to its feet, was undoubtedly enraged. The Velociraptors weren't known for their defense, and after being stunned by that bizarre attack, it lost its greatest advantage: agility. The hunter's attacks had clearly inflicted heavy damage. The white gale's head was now stained crimson. Its one soft fur was now bark and scaly, with some areas of flesh gone, revealing the stark white bone beneath. One of its once fierce, crimson eyes was now a black, empty void, from which blood continuously oozed. And this was only the injury to its head. One of its bladed wings was broken off, severely affecting its balance during gliding leaps. Furthermore, the rupture of multiple muscle fibers caused excruciating pain with every movement. However, such severe injuries did not deter it. Instead, it launched an even more ferocious attack on the four hunters. Like a mad dog, it disregarded the immense strain the relentless attacks placed on its body, and ignored the warning signals of pain. It had only one thought: to tear all its enemies to shreds. Leaping and biting, slicing with bladed wings, a powerful lean, a double tail whip, a double tail slam, hurling thorny darts, and unleashing highly cutting air blades. The white gale's counterattack was so ferocious that the four hunters had to halt their offensive, focusing their energy on countering its onslaught. They employed a variety of tactics, maneuvering and using their special abilities to barely maintain the situation. Its stamina is limited. If we can withstand this burst of attacks, it's our turn. Night laid through a flying insect, propelling herself several meters sideways in the air to avoid another white gale pounce, while simultaneously shouting a warning to her teammates. Breath had been searching for an opportunity to unleash a dragon rising slash or a divine eye slash, but the white gale's attacks were relentless, giving him no chance to strike. Seeing the crimson aura on his blade dwindling, he grew increasingly anxious. But even in his anxiety, he couldn't afford to lose his composure. Breath focused even more intently on the white gale's movements, trying to find an opening. A moment later, his pupils contracted slightly, and his tone turned grave. "I'm afraid things aren't that simple. This guy is showing signs of ferocity." Yoko was slightly taken aback. She had only heard about this unusual phenomenon called ferocity from Sana, and had no idea what it entailed. Now, it seemed this ferocity was this extreme? It's like a mad dog, it just won't stop. Lin Lin was also stunned, but unlike Yi Zi, he was simply surprised. This was Bai Jifeng. Even two individuals could go berserk? That's outrageous. Zi Yuan used the techniques she learned from Rachel to silently shrink into the shadows of the bushes, minimizing her presence to avoid attracting Bai Jifeng's attention. The three melee hunters could each display their skills, but she, a heavy crossbowman without any modified shield parts, would be in a very difficult situation if this mad dog got close. But she wasn't simply hiding and doing nothing. Zi Yuan had been carefully observing Bai Jifeng's state through the scope and came to the same conclusion as Brave. A layer of black mist was faintly shrouding the guy's head. Without a doubt, this was a sign of ferocity. Zi Yuan had dealt with ferocious monsters before, although it was just a dog dragon king, but after discussing and analyzing with Brave, they could summarize a general strategy for dealing with this type of monster. For example, ferocious monsters can't maintain this relentless, mad dog-like state indefinitely. They too will tire and reveal weaknesses, but their stamina is far greater than that of ordinary monsters. Waiting for them to tire takes a long time, a tremendous test of the hunter's endurance. If they can't hold on, the consequences can be dire. When Ziyuan and Brave were discussing and analyzing the situation, they discovered a way to accelerate the descent of ferocious monsters into exhaustion, focusing their attacks on the parts of the monster shrouded in black aura. Although the principle is unknown, and no scholar has been able to explain it, Ziyuan was certain through practical experience that it worked, and that was enough. Ziyuan silently took out a magazine, loaded it into her heavy crossbow, aimed the scope at the still raging white gale, and a moment later, she abruptly pulled the trigger, emptying the entire magazine. Bai Jifeng, who was about to pounce on Lin Lin, heard the ballista firing and quickly turned to attack, but almost simultaneously, several crossbow bullets dispersed the black mist above its head and then pierced its wounds. The cartridge cases then split, injecting the venom inside. Bai Jifeng's movements froze, feeling its abundant strength vanish instantly, leaving it utterly exhausted. And it couldn't control its muscles again, but this time it wasn't the areas stimulated by the insect silk that tensed up, all its muscles began to spasm. Now, attack its head. Understood. Lin Lin grinned. Perhaps because Yi Zi and Breath only dodged and perfectly evaded, while Lin Lin could only raise his shield and block, Bai Jifeng attacked him most frequently. Because of this, his previously emptied energy bottle had already been refilled. Next, it's my turn. Chapter 505. Although it suddenly entered a ferocious state during the battle for unknown reasons, White Gale's berserk offensive was enough to overwhelm the hunters, But when the black mist shrouding its head was broken and its body stiffened by the paralysis bullet, it faced the powerful counterattack the hunters had been waiting for. Brave condensed 3 layers of spirit blades into one and unleashed Kamui on the long tail covered in knife wounds. Yoko leaped through the air, arriving high above White Gale's back, aiming at the wounds inflicted by her previous attack, and unleashed a wire bug with Dragon Slash. Lin also swung his charge blade, which had been fully charged again, and fired another super amped explosion at White Gale's head. As for Ziyuan, after arriving at the submerged forest, she first fought the ordinary Nargacuga, wasting a lot of ammunition. Then, during the few days she was trapped in the camp, she fought 2 more Nargacuga several times. Now, having just rejoined the battle, her ammunition was finally exhausted. She could only switch to her remaining LV-1 normal ammo, taking a few shots from the sidelines to fish in the chaos. However, Ziyuan had already landed a crucial control attack. Even if she started to slack off now, the brutal output of the 3 melee hunters was too much for the heavily wounded and defenseless Bai Jifeng to withstand. Bai Jifeng's death was unease. With a mournful whimper, Bai Jifeng collapsed heavily to the ground, his heavy body kicking up dust. His blood stained the soil beneath him reddish-brown. The lives of the 2 monsters that had caused Ziyuan so much trouble were finally over. Huff! Lin let out a long breath and collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily. This battle had taken a heavy toll on his stamina, especially when the White Gale went berserk, running around like a mad dog. He had endured the most attacks during that time, and the pressure was almost comparable to the battle against the heavenly returning dragon. Fortunately, the creature didn't remain in a frenzy for long before Ziyuan brought it under control. Well done, Ziyuan. Compared to Lin, Yi and Bref, who hadn't directly confronted the White Gale's attacks, were in much better condition. Bref hadn't even rested. Instead, he was carrying the severed tail tip, intending to package it up and take it back as raw material. Hearing Lin's praise, he took a moment to add that paralysis was crucial. It was a huge help, Ziyuan. Yi didn't rush to extract the raw material either. Instead, she sat cross-legged beside Lin, took out a bottle of nutrient solution, drank it down, and gave Ziyuan a thumbs up. Having received unanimous praise from the entire Hunter Guild, Ziyuan was initially a little embarrassed, chuckling foolishly and scratching her head. However, this shyness only lasted a few seconds before her true nature resurfaced, and she raised her head high. Humph, nothing, a piece of cake for a genius archer like me. Lin, giving her a little credit, and she's all smiles, truly worthy of Ziyuan. However, judging from her appearance, she probably didn't suffer too much during those 2 days stuck in the camp, and likely doesn't have any psychological trauma. There's no need to worry. Yoko turned her head and rolled her eyes. Really? Then may I ask, our dear genius archer, why have you ended up stuck in the camp for several days without being able to leave? Recalling the scene she witnessed as she landed from the sky and entered the camp, Yoko couldn't help but break into a daze. There was a mixture of amusement and pity, because the way this girl listlessly plucked moss from the wall and stuffed it into her mouth was a stark contrast to the wealthy young lady she remembered. There was also heartache, because this girl was usually so carefree and lively. This was the first time she'd seen her so vulnerable. And anger, because those 2 velociraptors had bullied her best friend, a member of their hunting party, to this extent. Cheyenne's smug expression froze instantly. Didn't we agree not to mention this? Being so hungry she could only gnaw on moss was too embarrassing. Bref couldn't help but ask curiously, what did you mean by not mentioning it? Were you trapped at the camp? Yoko shook her head. No, I meant when I found her. She paused, sensing Cheyenne's pleading gaze, and changed the subject. Well, she wasn't doing well. She ate 4 pieces of hard, salty food in one go. And Guga, without food for so long, even with medication, her injuries have worsened. Luckily, I brought a lot of nutritional supplements. However, given how long Guga's injuries had dragged on, even with ample nutrition, she wouldn't recover quickly. Therefore, after confirming Guga's condition had stabilized, Yoko and Cheyenne, along with Shiro and Cha-Cha, who had found the camp, headed to the battlefield, leaving Guga at the camp to recuperate. Bref's gaze lingered between Yoko and Cheyenne for a moment, his expression somewhat suspicious. He felt that what Cheyenne had just said was probably not about this matter. After resting for a while, and drinking a nutrient solution he received from Yi, Lin quickly recovered and stood up again. He clapped his hands. All right everyone, we can leave the discussion for the return journey. We have important business to attend to now. The first important business, of course, was to carve the materials after the hunt. These were 2 White Gale Nargacuga, Their materials were definitely different from ordinary Nargacuga, and might even be useful for crafting new equipment. The second important business, naturally, was that while the battle against the White Gale Nargacuga was over, the other battlefield was still raging. Alright, I ride Little White to the sky first. You guys hurry up and finish extracting the materials. Yezi expressed her desire to go along just in case, but Lin Lin simply waved his hand, indicating she shouldn't worry. We already fought White Gale. What's a mere ordinary Nargacuga? Besides, we have the sky's support. Maybe you won't even finish extracting before I already taken care of it. Yezi could only pout and mutter okay. Was she really just being prepared? She simply wanted an excuse to spend more time with Lin Lin. Besides, she had another little scheme. Little White was so much smaller than the sky. If they could ride together to the battlefield, they'd definitely be glued together, which made her happy just thinking about it. Unfortunately, Lin Lin didn't quite understand her little scheme. Well, it's only because Little White didn't know what its master was thinking, otherwise, it would definitely be yelling, "Feed me peanuts." Chapter 506. Lin Lin was absolutely right. The three of them hadn't even finished extracting materials from Bai Jifeng when the battle here was already over. Both Rat Halos and Nargacuga frequently roam forest areas and are both Map King level monsters. Territorial battles often occur between them. Sometimes the Rat Halos wins, sometimes the Nargacuga wins. It's basically a 50-50 situation. However, there are differences between Rat Halos. The Great Rathalos's flight ability far surpasses that of ordinary male Rat Halos, and its scales, with their metallic sheen, are also much stronger. On the other hand, the Nargacuga that fought it seemed so ordinary among Nargacuga. It lacked rich combat experience and outstanding combat skills, and its body was riddled with bullet holes and scars from its previous battle with Cheyenne. In this stark contrast, throughout the battle, the Sky Dragon consistently held the upper hand over the Velociraptor. If the Velociraptor hadn't noticed that the Sky Dragon only had one right eye, limiting its field of vision, and thus believing it could exploit an opening to counterattack, it would have already fled. Well, White Gale's death was too sudden, it hadn't even noticed it yet. If it knew its elder brother was dead, it would have turned tail and run without a second thought. Then Lin Lin arrived at the battlefield riding on Little White. Lin Lin didn't even need to join the battle himself. Simply providing additional vision, along with strengthening the Sky Dragon with a bond stone to unleash its full power, allowed the Sky Dragon to completely suppress the Velociraptor from start to finish. When Lin Lin threw another sonic boom grenade, the Sky Dragon, taking advantage of the Velociraptor's stiffened state from the high-frequency noise, unleashed a charged blast of fire in its face, the intense heat instantly killing it. "Quick, quick, put out the fire!" Lin Lin initially smiled slightly at Dekong's victory, but quickly realized what was happening and hurriedly called out to him. The black fur of the swift dragon was an excellent material, but its drawbacks were also obvious. It had excellent electrical conductivity and was extremely flammable. If the fire wasn't put out quickly, all the materials would be burned. Fortunately, this was the waterless forest, where water was plentiful. Dekong grabbed the swift dragon's corpse and plunged it into a nearby puddle, extinguishing the flames amidst the rising white steam. However, this swift dragon had fought with Cheyenne for quite some time before, and had just battled Dekong for a long time. Even though Dekong extinguished the fire in time, there wasn't much valuable material left on its body. It mainly had blades and tail spines, intact fur and scales were extremely rare. Therefore, Lin Lin's side quickly finished the extraction, even completing it at roughly the same pace as Bai Jifeng's group. Lin Lin packed the few materials he had collected and hung them on the back of Dekong's armor. He gently patted Dekong, and Dekong spread its wings, grabbed Xiao Bai with its claws, and took to the air, quickly flying towards the camp. This was much faster than when Lin Lin had arrived on Xiao Bai. Being able to fly meant being able to do whatever one wanted. As for Breath and his two companions, thanks to Yoko's Fukuki rabbit, they had spotted Dekong's movements from afar, saving them the trouble of making another trip. The three of them headed directly to the camp to rendezvous. Inside the camp, the canvas tents kept the cave dry, and on the ground in front of the tents, a bright campfire flickered, its flames licking the surface of the roasting meat, scorching the fat to a golden color, and filling the cave with a rich aroma. Lin Lin and his three companions sat around the campfire, enjoying a rare meal after their fierce battle, except for Ziyuan. She had been starving for days, so much so that she devoured 4 pieces of the rations Yi had brought in one go. While this quickly restored her strength, allowing her to rejoin the fight, it also undoubtedly left her quite full. This feeling of fullness, though satisfying after a long period of hunger, became unbearable when De Xian idly caught a drooping dragon to provide ingredients for Lin Lin and his group's lunch. Until the food in her stomach was partially digested and made room for her, she could only watch longingly from the sidelines, her mouth watering but powerless to resist. Yeezy glanced at Ziyuan's bobbing Adam's apple, her lips unconsciously curving upwards, but she quickly suppressed it. She offered the steak she was holding to Ziyuan, softly asking, "Want some?" Ziyuan's face darkened. "If I could eat this, would I just stand there watching?" Yeezy chuckled mischievously. She knew this was exactly what she wanted to say, deliberately stabbing her best friend in the heart. Brave tore off a large piece of meat, greasy as it was, and swallowed it all in one gulp, letting out a satisfied sigh. "After so long, our team is finally reunited. It's a pity we rushed out on this rescue mission, and didn't bring a few bottles of Duran beer, otherwise we should have had a big drink right now." Lin Lin shook his head helplessly, took out his water pouch, and took a swig. "It's the wilderness, after all, we don't have the luxury. Let's make do with spring water for now. We have a proper feast to celebrate when we get back to the village." To avoid the unbearable temptation of food, Ziyuan forced herself to focus on the conversation. Listening to Lin Lin and Breeve's talk, she seemed to suddenly remember something and asked, "Speaking of which, although we formed a team a while ago, it seems we haven't decided on a name yet." "Huh?" Yezi paused. "That's true, our team has never had a name. Senior Julius and the others have a top-tier team name." Breve nodded seriously indeed. "So how about we come up with one now?" "Let me think. How about Red Blade Team?" Lin Lin, Yezi, Ziyuan, What a great name. People who don't know us might think all four of us in the team wield katanas. Feeling the disapproving looks from the three, Breve shrank back and muttered something under his breath. "Why not? Aren't the charged katana, the insect-controlling katana, and the folding katana katanas?" However, he didn't dare say it aloud. Yoko pondered for a moment and suggested, "How about Unstoppable Might?" Breath bluntly retorted, "Too long, and the three of us aren't from Flame Village, it's not suitable." So Yoko looked at Lin Lin with pitiful eyes, hoping for his support, but Lin Lin also felt the name wasn't quite right, staring at the roasted meat in his hand, pretending not to see Yoko's gaze. Cheyenne exclaimed enthusiastically, "I got it. Since we decided on our team name after defeating White Gale, why not just call ourselves White Gale?" Breath nodded slightly, although he felt it still didn't sound as good as Red Blade. White Gale wasn't bad either. Yeezy pouted and glared fiercely at Lin Lin. Most hunting groups seem to have two characters in their names. How about we shorten it and call it White Wind? What do you think, Brother Lin Lin? Chapter 507. The White Wind Squad. Lin Lin's expression faltered slightly, a thought suddenly occurring to him. Whether it was a coincidence or not, in the game, the 5th Elder Dragon Investigation Team's flag was white, and their emblem was a white wind. In Monster Hunter World, two quest names are deeply ingrained in players' minds. One is the Azure Star that guides the way, which players use to refer to the world's protagonist. The other is the White Wind of the New World, so the Azure Star also has a nickname, White Wind. Could it be such a coincidence? Lin Lin instinctively wanted to deny it, but recalling that he had taken over the role of the Phantom Troop Hunter, he suddenly felt uncertain. It doesn't feel impossible, does it? Would he really have to elbow 3 forbidden creatures himself? Would he win? Even though he had already elbowed and defeated an Elder Dragon, the Celestial Dragon, Lin Lin still didn't think his small frame could defeat those forbidden creatures even with his maximum power. Forget it, there's no point in thinking about it so much. It's not like we just found out we're about to encounter something forbidden. Back at Spirit Peak, the Ancestral Dragon almost jumped out, but nothing happened. Even if that's the case, we wait and see. I trust my future self. It's pretty good, I have no objections. After Lin Lin expressed his opinion, White Wind was unanimously approved and officially became the name of their team. So the group took out their water pouches and clinked them together, as if to celebrate. Then, Breath suddenly spoke up, "Oh right, there's one more thing." Feeling everyone's gaze, Breath paused. "Don't you guys find it strange?" "Boss, I'm back, meow." Nile had just finished her reconnaissance and crawled into the cave, where the camp was located when she heard Breath's question and instinctively asked, "What's strange, meow?" Breath and Cheyenne glanced at Nile with slight curiosity. Although they had seen her before, she had just been brought back by Lin Lin from Zyredson Hill, and was still a skinny little mellow. They hadn't expected that after so long, she had become Yoru's companion cat, not only growing bigger but also having a glossy, shiny coat. However, after glancing at it twice, Breath returned to the main topic, that White Gale. We had the upper hand, but then it suddenly went berserk halfway through. If Cheyenne hadn't used a paralysis grenades to subdue it, Who knows what would have happened? Cheyenne nodded in agreement. Indeed, the berserk monsters we've dealt with before were already in their berserk state upon first encounter, but this white gale suddenly went berserk halfway through. Then, she suddenly slapped her forehead. Maybe through that white gale, we can find some clues to solve the berserk problem. Yoko remained silent, only chuckling to herself. Lin Lin leaned over and gently poked her lower back, causing Yoko to shudder. What are you laughing at? Stop it, it tickles. Yeezy slapped away Lin Lin's restless hand, rolled her eyes at him, and then turned to Nia Lu. So what do you guys think Nia Lu was doing just now? Before anyone could answer, Nia Lu stepped forward, arms crossed, looking smug. I just followed the boss's orders to investigate Bai Jifeng's activities, meow. And what's more, I actually found something unusual, meow. Maybe it's related to that strange phenomenon you guys were talking about, meow. Lin Lin's eyes lit up. Wow, he really found something. Let's go see what's going on. He had been incredibly curious for a while now. What exactly was this ferocious transformation? Now that he could finally find out, he was naturally quite eager. Cha-Cha stared blankly at the hunters, who hurriedly got up, lost in thought. Didn't they just rescue their boss? They clearly agreed to eat rest, and then go back to the village, didn't they? What's going on now? The unusual thing that Nia Lu found wasn't far from the camp, and the place where they fought White Gale. It was on the edge of a jungle near the estuary, so the group didn't bother with the Sky Piercer again and instead walked there. It was the corpse of a Dracodon, most of its flesh and internal organs gone, revealing only its white bones. The dragon's corpse showed slight signs of decay, but considering the dampness of the waterless forest, which greatly accelerates decomposition, it could be estimated that it had been dead for no more than 3 days. Of course, such a corpse wouldn't be unusual for hunters accustomed to seeing carcasses in the wild. It had something more special about it. So what's so special about this thing? Ziyuan asked, chin in hand, looking left and right, but finding nothing except the foul smell of rotting flesh. This guy must have been hunted down by White Gale, meow. Nile didn't answer Ziyuan's question directly, but instead disappeared into a nearby thicket, emerging a moment later with a handful of thorns in her hand. The hunters were quite familiar with the spike. Not long ago, when they fought White Gale, it had repeatedly used it to attack with its tail. The slightly whitish color of the spike unmistakably confirmed that its owner was White Gale, not some other velociraptor. Brave scratched his head. So? White Gale ate this droopy before the battle, and then went into ferocious form. Such a hasty conclusion seemed a bit too simplistic. That's right, meow. Unexpectedly, Nile nodded matter-of-factly, but its argument clearly went beyond that. But it's not just because White Gale hunted it, meow. I smelled a scent on this carcass that's extremely similar to White Gale's, meow. Nile said, taking out a small bottle, opening it, and shaking it at them. Lin Lin and Yeezy might find it somewhat unfamiliar, but Ziyuan and Bref were extremely familiar with the liquid in the bottle. This is ferocious extract? Nia nodded, and it was extracted from White Gale, meow. Bref took the bottle of ferocious extract, sniffed it carefully, and then held it up to the sun for a moment. Perhaps because White Gale had only recently become ferocious before they killed it, the concentration of this ferocious extract was significantly lower than the ones extracted from ferocious monsters before, and the smell was much weaker. Brev subconsciously glanced again at the carcass of the droopy dragon, a question popping into his head. The smell of the ferocious extract was already weak enough. How could he distinguish a similar smell to the ferocious extract amidst the strong stench of the carcass? Nile sniffed, revealing a slightly smug smile. I told you, my senses are very sharp, meow. In its former clan, Nile was always the one with the most sensitive senses, known by its members as a natural master thief. After all, without sufficiently sharp senses, given Melu's penchant for stealing things, getting caught would be disastrous. However, there was no need to say that. Yoko pondered for a moment. The savage extract was found inside a savage transformed monster. Although we can't yet determine whether the savage transformation caused the extract to appear inside, or whether the presence of the extract caused the savage transformation, if we assume the second possibility, does that mean that White Gale became savage because the Dracobo it ate contained a similar substance? Hearing Yoko's analysis, Lin Lin seemed to remember something and quickly asked Nile, did you see the Dracobo that the Sky Hunt brought back? That smell only lingers on this Dracobo. Is it on the dragon's corpse, or on both? We hunted quite a few dromedary dragons in the primeval forest and underground volcanoes before. Did they have this smell then? Nia paused for a moment, then carefully recalled the smell of roasted meat she had smelled when she returned to camp. After a long while, she nodded vigorously. That's right, meow. The dromedary dragon that Dekong hunted had a similar smell, meow. But the previous dromedary dragons definitely didn't have this smell, meow. Now Cheyenne understood. So, the root cause of the ferocity transformation is actually the dromedary dragons in the submerged forest region? But why? Yoko corrected her. It's not necessarily because of the droopy wyvern. If the ferocity is caused by ingesting a similar substance, then the droopy wyvern must have ingested this substance from somewhere in the submerged forest. If other monsters ingest this substance, it will also cause ferocity. Brave slammed his fist. I get it. The root of the problem is in the submerged forest. No, the ferocity phenomenon doesn't only occur in the submerged forest. Similar situations have occurred on the isolated island and in the ancient forest, so it's a change in these areas for some unknown reason that led to the ferocity. And now asking. The key to this problem is finding the cause of these changes. Due to some reason, the ecosystems of several regions have undergone drastic changes? That sounds familiar. Lin Lin and Yeezy exchanged a glance, simultaneously realizing a possibility, and explained in unison, another elder dragon is causing trouble? There's no mistake. In the Monster Hunter world, once a stable ecosystem undergoes a sudden change, blaming it entirely on elder dragons might result in some being wrongly accused, but 8 out of 10 times, some will definitely slip through the net. Yes, this wrongful accusation refers to powerful creatures like the Devastator, the Tyrant Dragon, and the Mantis, which are not elder dragons. Lin Lin rubbed his temples and sighed softly. They initially thought it was just one large sea dragon causing the earthquake in Moga village, and that they could just help it smooth out its horns. But now a new elder dragon has appeared, and to make matters worse, they lost their advantage of having prior knowledge through the game's storyline. Ziyuan looked around at her companions and cautiously asked, so, should we go back to the village first? Or stay in the waterless forest to investigate the cause of the anomaly? Lin Lin looked at Ziyuan and Bref, and after a moment's thought, said, let's split up. You and Bref have been busy and exhausted lately, go back and rest. Yezi and I have been idle for too long, so we stay in the waterless forest to investigate. Bref turned to Yezi, who naturally had no objections. Considering she had just finished 2 hunts before fighting White Gale and indeed desperately needed rest, she nodded, okay, we take a boat back. Lin Lin smirked, why take a boat? Just have Dekong fly you back. When Nialu mentioned that the droopy dragon Dekong had preyed on also had a similar smell to the ferocious extract, Lin Lin had already gripped the bond stone, asking Dekong if he felt anything unusual or uncomfortable. Having fought White Gale and witnessed its ferocious transformation causing it to lose its mind and only attack blindly, he understood that ferocious transformation, like berserk transformation, was not a good thing. He didn't want Dekong to go berserk like that. The good news is that the Sky Dragon didn't show any abnormalities, perhaps because the amount of the substance it ingested wasn't large enough. Therefore, the Sky Dragon couldn't stay in the waterless forest. Based on what Brev had mentioned during their conversation about the ferocity transformation, Brev had said that no ferocious monsters had appeared in the Moga forest yet. So, it could be assumed that the Moga forest hadn't been affected yet, making it a good place for the Sky Dragon to stay. After finalizing the next plan, the Sky Dragon quickly came to Lin Lin's aid at his summons, carrying Brev and Cheyenne on its back. Upon learning of Lin Lin's arrangements, the Sky Dragon was initially reluctant to leave, but after Lin Lin explained the reasons, it could only let out a helpless growl, flap its wings, and take flight again. Lin Lin waved to them. Don't worry, it won't be long before we find some clues and head back. It would be best to resolve the issue of the Great Sea Dragon first. Grinding its horns wasn't difficult, and it would also alleviate the villagers' worries. In comparison, this unknown ancient dragon, which could affect multiple regions, was significantly more difficult to deal with. They might even need to seek support from the guild. Their small team alone couldn't handle it. Lin Lin had considered asking Jump for help, but firstly, Jump was busy, and secondly, if a major battle broke out between the ancient dragons, unless it took place in a forbidden zone, Jump would have to fight cautiously to avoid excessive ecological damage. A serious injury in the process would be no laughing matter. Therefore, the White Wind team, which had only recently reunited, split up again. Dakong returned to Moga village with Bref, Cheyenne, and Cha-Cha, while Lin Lin, along with Yoko, Nile, Shiro, Afu, and the still injured ancient dragon, remained in the submerged forest to investigate the source of the ferocity transformation. Chapter 508. Watching Ozora leave with Bref and Cheyenne, Yoko turned to Lin Lin. Brother Lin Lin, do you have any ideas? Where should we start our investigation? Lin Lin's gaze swept over the carcass of the drooping drake not far away. his fingers lightly pressing his brow. Drooping drakes are social creatures. Let's find this guy's group first, then observe whether there's anything unusual about their diet. He sighed softly. If he had known they were going to conduct an ecological survey, he would have brought Sophia along. That would be a perfect match. In contrast, he was just a hunter. He was good at fighting, and he wasn't bad at tracking monster tracks, but keeping an eye on monsters, especially these small monsters that he saw as pure raw meat. Finding anything unusual in their daily lives was simply too difficult. He didn't care about the daily ecology of these raw meat creatures. How could he distinguish what they ate normally, and what they didn't? Should we send another message to Dekong now, and have it bring Sophia over? Yi Zi's eyes narrowed slightly, a look of suspicion on her face. She had a feeling that Lin Lin's expression earlier suggested he was thinking about another woman. Lin Lin, though unsure of Yi Zi's thoughts, could sense the unusualness in her expression. After a moment's thought, he felt he had guessed what she was thinking. Was it because her teammates had been behaving more reserved after seeing them, and she was planning to take advantage of this time alone to get intimate? In that case, calling Sophia over seemed inconvenient. Let's try looking for her first. If we don't find anything, then we can call her over. Niaru was completely baffled by the cryptic conversation between the two hunters. She simply pondered Lin Lin's earlier words, and found them quite reasonable, so she volunteered, leave the trail searching to Meow. We find the lamellar dragon settlement soon, Meow. As it turned out, even without Sophia, Lin Lin and Yoko wouldn't have had much time alone. The waterless forest was a hunting ground, a wild and ferocious natural habitat, not a tranquil street in a bustling city where one could stroll freely. Accidents could happen at any moment. Originally, Niera was to lead the way, tracking the lamellar dragon herd, while Lin Lin and Yoko followed at a distance, with Xiaobai accompanying them and Afu observing the surroundings from above. This should have been a very safe arrangement, allowing for mutual support. However, as they walked, a white mist began to rise from the forest. The fog wasn't thick. In a high-humidity region like the waterless forest, fog was quite normal. However, Nia, leading the way, instinctively sensed something was amiss. Normally, fog is more likely to form during the day-night temperature difference, such as early morning or dusk. However, it was just past noon, when the fog should be at its thinnest. Fog at this time was highly unusual. Nia wasn't sure if this strange fog was related to the anomalies occurring in the waterless forest. Although she didn't detect any peculiar scent similar to the ferocious extract in the fog, and felt the possibility was unlikely, Nia remained vigilant. This was a necessary skill for a qualified hunting cat. If it were Date Senpai here, she would definitely do the same. Nia drew her shadow spider cat sword and warily scanned her surroundings. In just a short while, the surrounding fog had thickened considerably. Looking back, she could no longer see the path she had come from, nor could she see Lin Lin and Ez. Only the murky, yellowish river flowed ceaselessly in the distance, the lush vegetation swayed gently in the breeze, and cat paw prints stretched from the depths of the fog down to her feet on the muddy ground. Nia felt a chill creep down her spine. She wondered if her boss and the others had noticed anything amiss. If some monster had targeted her, she wasn't sure if she could hold out until they came to rescue her. Splash. A series of splashes reached Nia's ears, causing her to turn sharply and point her cat sword in the direction of the sound. Strangely, even though it clearly heard the sound, the noise of some large monster wading through the water, and it wasn't far away, Nieru, despite staring wide-eyed, still couldn't see the enormous figure that should have appeared. What's going on? Am I seeing a ghost in broad daylight? Are there really ghosts in this world? No, maybe I'm just imagining things? Whoosh. Nieru's ears twitched slightly. This time, not only did its ears hear the faint sound of wind, but even the fur on its body swayed slightly with the airflow. There's no mistake, this is definitely the airflow created by the large monster's movement. It knows this feeling all too well. Nieru whirled around, looking to its side. The unseen, ghost-like figure was right beside it. Nia felt as if an invisible hand was gripping her heart tightly, making it hard to breathe. She let out a loud meow, and was about to thrust her cat sword forward. Even though she couldn't see it, her ears and the sensations transmitted through her fur clearly told her that the unseen monster was in that location. But just as her cat sword was thrust out, it was seized by an equally invisible force, breaking free of her control and flying to Nia's head, swinging wildly. Nia, shock! My weapon has come to life? No, that's not right. It's that unseen monster that stole my weapon, meow. Nia immediately realized that this was an opponent she couldn't possibly handle. Only her boss and the others could deal with this guy. She immediately forgot about her stolen cat sword and started running on all fours, trying to find Lin Lin and the others, who were following behind. Sigh, that guy still loves playing pranks. A familiar sigh rang out in the distance. Nia Lu was overjoyed, looking up to see Lin Lin, and Yeezy pushing aside the dense foliage above them, appearing before her. Whoosh! Another gust of wind blew, and Nia Lu had only run a few steps before she had to stop. The unseen, enormous monster had already squeezed in front of her, and at the same time, it finally revealed its true form. It was a monster that looked like a large purple chameleon, somewhat ugly cute, appearing harmless and threatening, a far cry from the ferocious, murderous ghost Nia Lu had imagined. What surprised Nia Lu even more was Lin Lin's attitude. Why does he seem so familiar with this guy? Looking at the ancient dragon in front of him, its head bowed, and its intelligent eyes fixed on him, Lin Lin sighed, removed his helmet, and revealed his handsome face. The one who had just played a prank on Nia Lu was undoubtedly the ancient dragon most skilled in stealth and poison, the chameleon. And it was the same one Lin Lin, Yoru, and Breath had encountered when they hunted the mudfish dragon in the waterless forest. Back then, Lin Lin had given it the ancient secret medicine that Yamazu had given him, thus forging a friendship. They had even witnessed the fight between the Thunder Wolf dragon and the Bubble Fox dragon together. When they parted, Lin Lin gave it a flower necklace woven from the threadweed he had obtained from Flamefire Village. The chameleon stared at Lin Lin with one eye, while the other rolled around, sizing up Yoru, Nia Lu, and the little white dragon beside them. When it heard Lin Lin's voice earlier, it felt strangely familiar. After looking at him for a while, it realized its sense of familiarity was correct. This was the friend who had roasted flying beetles for it. Back then, it had found Lin Lin special because he understood its thoughts, which made Xiao Long set aside its pride as an ancient dragon and look at him with new respect, thus forging a friendship. And after this encounter, Xiao Long felt that Lin Lin had become even more special. Because it understood the sentence Lin Lin muttered, he was complaining that it still loved playing pranks, something that had never happened before. During their last encounter, their communication was limited to Lin Lin understanding its thoughts, while Xiaolong could only decipher Lin Lin's meaning through his body language. What had happened to him since they last met? Well, it's a long story, but to sum it up, it's probably thanks to this stone? Lin Lin held up the bond stone on his wrist, shimmering with a luminous blue light, and showed it to Xiaolong. Xiaolong's eyes were fixed on the stone. Although it couldn't understand why, it could definitely feel a strange connection between itself and the human before it. However, because it had never experienced it before, it couldn't explain the feeling. Was this connection caused by this stone? What an amazing thing! Why had it never seen anything like it all these years? Xiaolong's eyes darted around. If it could get its own stone, could it communicate with other creatures through it? After thinking about it carefully, it abandoned the idea, because it was completely unnecessary. What's the point of communicating with those stupid monsters? All they think about is eating, sleeping, mating, and fighting for territory. Their lives are utterly meaningless. Humans, little ones like Elru and Marilu, are quite intelligent, but even the chameleon itself rarely encounters them. After all, as an elder dragon, even though it lives a relatively peaceful life and rarely spreads large-scale poisonous fog, it's not completely free of it. The local orcs will do everything in their power to avoid its territory to prevent being poisoned, and hunters certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to deliberately provoke an elder dragon. Lin Lin involuntarily breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Xiao Long had given up on the idea. Otherwise, if the other party had really set its sights on the bond stone and wanted to play with it, he really wouldn't know what to do. Well, Lin Lin had no doubt that, given Xiao Long's personality, which was somewhat similar to Ziyuan's, it was absolutely capable of doing such a thing. Xiao Long dismissed the thought from its mind, and looked at Lin Lin again, letting out a low growl. It was very curious about where the other party had been, and what he had experienced during this time. Why did he seem so much stronger? In its perception, even though Lin Lin's size hadn't changed much, he faintly exuded a sense of threat, something it had previously only sensed from the more troublesome monsters. You've been through quite a lot, but I go into details later. Before that, I want to ask you something. Lin Lin looked up at the bewildered Xiaolong, who seemed unsure what he wanted to ask. You always lived in the waterless forest region, haven't you? Have you sensed any unusual changes here lately? He hadn't considered Xiaolong, who lived in the waterless forest, before, thinking Sophia might be more suitable for this ecological survey. Now that they met, the local dragon must know better. Xiaolong thought for a moment, then let out another low growl. Unusual changes? There really were. Lately, many monsters they encountered had become dumber and more boring than before, and, of course, more ferocious, with black aura emanating from their bodies. Lin Lin snapped his fingers. Sure enough, how could the local dragon, Xiaolong, not know the situation? Perhaps they could get more useful clues from it. Unable to understand the meaning behind the Xiaolong's roar, Yezi turned to Lin Lin. Lin Lin, undeterred, repeated the Xiaolong's meaning verbatim, hoping Yezi could join the discussion. Perhaps she could uncover some blind spots she hadn't noticed. So Yezi asked a question Lin Lin hadn't considered. Have you undergone similar changes yourself? The Xiaolong glanced at Yezi, seemingly disdainful. It was a noble ancient dragon, an existence independent of the conventional ecosystem. How could it be affected by such a thing? That thing? What is it? Lin Lin's eyes lit up, and he immediately pressed for an answer. The Xiaolong didn't understand why Lin Lin cared so much. In its view, the appearance of ferocious monsters was a trivial change, posing no threat whatsoever, and even providing amusement several times over. However, since Lin Lin wanted to ask, it saw no need to hide anything, and let out another low growl. Shortly before the monsters in the submerged forest exhibited their ferocious transformation, it wandered around looking for amusement, and unexpectedly noticed a plant it had never seen before. This plant was a strange, luminous blue, and its distribution was mostly near the estuary. More importantly, it sensed an aura from this plant similar to that emanating from the ferocious monsters. After observing for a long time, it was almost certain that the ferocious monsters had either directly consumed the plant or eaten the herbivores that had eaten it. Chapter 509. A plant never seen before? Lin Lin and Yezi exchanged a glance. This was quite different from what they had expected, the chaos caused by some ancient dragon. Could it be that the ancient dragon also possessed the ability to manipulate plant growth? Lin Lin felt this was unlikely. As far as he knew, there was indeed an ancient dragon capable of manipulating plant growth, the Yon dragon appearing in the online game Monster Hunter Frontier Online. However, the Yon dragon had lived in seclusion deep within bamboo forests for hundreds of years, gaining the ability to control bamboo through a symbiotic relationship with it. In other words, the Yon dragon was a complete shut-in, never venturing out. Even if the Yon dragon truly existed in this world, the monster currently wreaking havoc in the waterless forest was highly unlikely to be it. Lin Lin gently shook his head. Thinking about it so much now was pointless. Since the chameleon dragon said it had seen that plant, and was certain that its ferocity was caused by it, why not just go and see for themselves? I wonder what that plant you mentioned actually looks like. I'm planning to collect some, and take it back to see if we can analyze it. Of course, he leave it to a scholar like Sophia for analysis, or send it to a research institution like the Dragon Academy or the Mad Dragon Virus Research Institute. He, a hunter, would just patiently wait for the results and decide which dragon to kill. The chameleon wasn't surprised by Lin Lin's request. It thought for a moment, then let out a low growl and turned to walk northeast. Follow me. I remember it's more concentrated around here, it'd be easier to find. Without a word, Lin Lin followed. Yezi hurriedly caught up, secretly taking Lin Lin's hand. Nialu stared wide-eyed as the two walked on their own, then turned and met the gaze of the clear-eyed dog. Nialu sighed, turned to retrieve her cat sword that Xiao Long had carelessly tossed on the ground, jumped onto Xiao Bai's back, and the cat and dog followed. The journey didn't take long. Lin Lin walked while recounting his experiences since parting ways with Shui Mei Lin. They had barely begun, not even reaching the part about fighting with Lan Long, when they arrived. With just one glance, Lin Lin recognized the strange plant Xiao Long had described, a plant he had never seen before. Because it was truly bizarre. Whose normal plant glows? And this bright blue one at that, so conspicuous in the night? Isn't that just inviting a herbivorous monster to eat it? Lin Lin glanced at Yezi, who immediately understood and gently shook her head. I never seen it before, I don't recognize it. So Lin Lin pulled out his peeling knife and plucked the vine, which clung to the tree trunk like an octopus, and put it into his item bag. The Xiaolong growled impatiently. They were just getting into the story. How could it end here? Tell me, what happened next? Lin Lin smirked, wiped the dirt off his peeling knife, recalled where he was in the story, and then continued his tale. It has to be said that Lin Lin's storytelling ability is quite average. If he were to write a novel, he would most likely be a flop. But this does not affect the extent to which the story attracts the dragon. After all, it is his personal experience, and the way he tells it makes it incredibly relatable. In addition, Xiaolong is a homebody dragon who has never seen the world outside of the water and forest, so Lin Lin's experiences are too novel for it. Lin Lin walked slowly, recounting his story. Sometimes, when he saw those blue vines, he would collect samples to take back. However, the further northeast they went, the denser the vines became, and Lin Lin's tool bag quickly filled up. This should be enough, right? I just don't know if I should also collect some soil and water samples. Hearing Lin Lin's mutterings, Yi Zi immediately took out several glass bottles and bent down to collect samples. They don't take up much space anyway, let's collect them first. After Yi Zi finished collecting samples, Lin Lin estimated that the investigation was almost over. Thanks to the presence of the Xiaolong, they had saved several days of time. The rest could be left to the scholars for analysis. They say at home you rely on your parents, but when you're out in the world you rely on your friends. This is absolutely true. Having a monster friend to help wherever they go makes the ecological survey a huge hassle. Lin Lin's story had just reached the point where they successfully defeated the heavenly returning dragon and Taio Taio completed its metamorphosis. There wasn't much more to say, so ending there was perfect. Lin Lin then prepared to bid farewell to Xiaolong. However, at that moment, a question from Xiaolong sent chills down his spine. You mean, you're planning to leave Waterless Forest and wander off somewhere else? Heaven knows how utterly dumbfounded Lin Lin was upon hearing this. It was as if the sky had fallen. He had only intended to satisfy his friend's curiosity by telling it his story, but who would have thought it would only fuel its curiosity and give rise to the idea of wandering off? As everyone knows, ancient dragons are like mobile natural disasters. Among them, the calamities brought by the mist dragon might not be the most destructive, but its efficiency in killing is absolutely astonishing. Once its poisonous mist spreads, within a radius of 1,000 miles, except for some creatures with maxed out poison resistance, practically nothing grows. The mist dragon going out for a stroll? That's too dangerous. Seemingly sensing Lin Lin's subtle resistance, the mist dragon growled, sounding very displeased. Are we friends? If you need help, I personally take you to find that strange plant. Now I just want to go out for a stroll, and you're not even willing to come along. As its mood changed, a faint pinkish-purple hue appeared in the thin mist around it. However, the mist dragon quickly noticed this, and with a slight thought, the pinkish-purple hue quickly disappeared. Lin Lin was already prepared to take out the antidote and administer it, but the mist dragon reacted faster than he expected. After carefully assessing its own condition and finding no signs of poisoning, it breathed a slight sigh of relief. He shrugged. It's not that I want to stop you, but you know how potent your poison is, right? If you run away, you could easily kill a large number of lives, severely disrupting the local ecosystem. Then, local elder dragons, or powerful monsters comparable to elder dragons, will come to stop and drive you away. Even without those, the Hunters Guild won't tolerate such ecological destruction. They will definitely send powerful hunters to repel or even hunt you down. Hearing that elder dragons would come looking for trouble, the chameleon hadn't reacted much, but upon hearing the last sentence, its body involuntarily trembled slightly. It had just heard his story from this human friend. Judging from the battle he described, the ancient dragon named Tian Hualong was clearly stronger than it, yet even so, it was still killed by Lin Lin and his companions, and its corpse was even used as a weapon by the female hunter. As for it, a chameleon, its melee combat experience was practically zero. Besides using poison and stealth to escape, if it were targeted by that hunter's guild and sent a bunch of powerful hunters, like Lin Lin, to hunt it down, it would likely be in serious trouble. Humans were too strong. It was afraid. The chameleon had seen many hunters, but few had displayed their skills before it, and few had allowed it to judge their strength. Once was about 40 years ago, with a katana hunter named Puxian, another was when it encountered Lin Lin and his companions in the Waterless Forest, and the third was now, when two of the three it encountered last time had already participated in the ancient dragon hunt. The chameleon clearly had some misunderstanding about the hunter's overall strength, so it's understandable that it was a little frightened. However, as one of the most cunning elder dragons, the chameleon was quite intelligent and quickly realized what was happening, letting out another low growl. You're making such a fuss about scaring the dragon, but isn't all of this based on my massive release of poisonous fog and destruction of the ecosystem? If I just don't do that, everything will be fine, right? Lin Lin's expression immediately became indescribable. Theoretically, that's correct, but can you really control yourself from releasing the poisonous fog completely? Lin Lin pointed to the thin fog created by the chameleon around them. Just a few minutes ago, this fog had carried a trace of pinkish-purple, potent poison. You say you can control yourself and not release poison? Who can believe that? The Xiaolong, slightly guilty, avoided Lin Lin's gaze, its eyes darting around. Clearly, although it couldn't find a way to refute Lin Lin, it hadn't given up on going outside to check. Lin Lin sighed softly. He could see that things had come to this point, and he probably couldn't dissuade the Xiaolong. Even if it wouldn't run around while he was there, Who could guarantee that it would stay obediently in the waterless forest after he left? At that point, he didn't even know where to find it. Fine, it's not that I can't help you. The Xiaolong was overjoyed, its shifty eyes looking at Lin Lin again, waiting for him to continue. But I need some of your blood. It just so happened that it couldn't control the surrounding mist in detail anymore, otherwise, the Xiaolong would definitely have made it form 3 question marks on its forehead. I help, but why do you need my blood? What's the connection? Lin Lin had no choice but to explain, as you know, I have some special abilities. I can establish a spiritual resonance with the owner of an ancient dragon's blood. At that point, our communication won't be limited by distance, and we won't be able to communicate face to face like we are now. That way, if you encounter anything while you're out and about, even if I'm not around, I can give you some advice, and maybe avoid a lot of potential conflicts. Huh? Is that so? Was that how the Black Eclipse dragon that helped in the Heavenly Dragon Extermination battle communicated? No problem, it's just a little blood, take it. But could you choose a less painful spot for the blood? Like the thick-skinned back of the wings? Lin Lin smirked. Actually, Xiaolong was wrong. Although Tiao Tiao had become an ancient dragon, the bond between them was far stronger than Xiaolong's current one. He and Tiao Tiao didn't need ancient dragon blood to resonate, they were strong enough. But there was no need to bring it up again. He simply called Yizi to draw blood from Xiaolong. At Xiaolong's request, the blood draw was on its back, requiring him to climb onto its back. Obviously, Yizi had far more experience on dragon backs than he did, so it was safest to leave this task to her. Awuh! Xiaolong regretted it, deeply regretted it. Not regretting agreeing to the blood draw, but regretting drawing blood from its thick-skinned back. Because its skin was so thick and tough, Yoko had to use a skinning knife to first pry off the outer protective scales, then cut open the thick muscles to find its capillaries and collect the blood. It was like cutting flesh with a dull knife, it hurt constantly. If she had known it would be like this, she would have chosen a more delicate part like the forelimbs or tail. Better a short, sharp pain than a long, drawn-out one. Phew, done. Yoko wiped her sweat, put away the skinning knife, put the few scales she had pried off into her tool bag, and then sprinkled some life powder on the wound on the chameleon's back to promote healing. She then jumped off the chameleon and handed a bottle of scarlet liquid to Lin Lin. Lin Lin, a few drops would have been enough, why did you bring a whole bottle? Yoko gave him an innocent look. With that much blood, taking only 2 drops would have been a waste. Fortunately, the Xiaolong didn't care. For a creature 26 meters long, the small bottle containing so much blood was practically nothing. Lin Lin poured 2 drops of Xiaolong blood into his mouth, then his gaze met the dragon's. Awuh! Why does it seem like nothing's changed? But as soon as it uttered that sound, it suddenly sensed something amiss. Although its perspective was fixed on the man before it, its vision seemed to split in 2, playing fragments of the man's memories. Some scenes were unfamiliar, steel and metal mountains rising abruptly from the ground, while others were more familiar, mentioned in the stories Lin Lin had told it, though some parts differed slightly from its imagination. As for Lin Lin, he naturally closed his eyes, stretched out his legs, and fell asleep, once again entering a dream to experience the Xiaolong's life. However, there's not much to say about Xiaolong's life. Emerging from its egg without parental care, it survived as a chick by feeding on pollen and nectar, and preying on various insects. Using its exceptional intelligence and ability to become invisible, it outwitted its predators, growing up unharmed to become the mischievous creature it is today. It's that simple. Lin Lin soon woke up from his dream. Chapter 510. Feeling the spiritual connection formed with the person before him, Xiaolong was filled with novelty. This feeling was truly wondrous. As for Lin Lin, he was already quite adept at it. Without speaking, he directly communicated through the resonance between them. You see, it's like this. After establishing a resonance connection, the distance between us greatly reduces the impact of communication. Of course, it's not completely unaffected. If the distance is too great, the resonance intensity will also weaken, causing the transmitted message to be unclear. However, the impact wasn't significant. For example, right now, besides Xiaolong in front of him, he could still sense Miniyama Dragon Lady in Lokrak and Ling Rui far away in the primitive forest. Wow! Amazing! Seeing Lin Lin's voice resound in his mind without him speaking, Xiaolong was greatly amazed. But its voice. Lin Lin's expression was subtle. This voice was far too effeminate. No, thinking about it carefully, aside from its considerable size, this creature was already effeminate enough. As an elder dragon, its arrogance made it look down on every monster equally. It loved playing pranks, teasing other creatures, and then laughing heartily at their embarrassing moments. Moreover, it had grown up without adult supervision, becoming increasingly unruly. Thinking about it this way, this creature was basically the type that would hide, toy with monsters until they were exhausted, and then reveal itself to arrogantly laugh and mock them as small fry, small fry. Lin Lin's mind drifted away. Effeminate creatures often get severely disciplined after a period of arrogance. If the chameleon continued with this wicked personality, it might be severely corrected by a hunter's great weapon in the future. Human, I have a feeling you're thinking something very bad. Xiaolong cast a suspicious glance at him. Lin Lin coughed lightly. No, it's nothing. I was just thinking about how to solve the problem of ferocity. He waved his hand. If there's nothing else, I need to hurry and send these samples back for the scholars to analyze. Xiaolong, as expected, stopped dwelling on what had just happened and hurriedly sent a message through resonance. Hey! Human! You haven't given me any advice yet. If I want to go out for a walk, where should I go? Lin Lin scratched his head. To be honest, he had only established resonance with Xiaolong as a precaution. If he really wanted to give Xiaolong a place to go, he didn't know what advice to give. So Lin Lin turned to Yezi and relayed his conversation with Xiaolong, intending to see if Yezi had any good suggestions. Yoko was indeed right. I don't know where we should go, but I do know where we shouldn't go. Saying this, Yoko called to Nia behind her, took out a map from it, and pointed to a red mark area. Anyway, whatever you do, don't go towards the ancient forest. That unknown ancient dragon that attacked us last time is over there. Judging from the intensity of its breath, I don't think the mist dragon would be a match for it. Yoko paused, then turned to Lin Lin. Brother Lin Lin, do you think the culprit behind the ferocity attack might be the same guy who attacked us? Lin Lin stroked his chin. A skeleton dragon. As far as he knew, Capcom's official lore hadn't mentioned anything about skeleton dragons being related to ferocity, but many players considered skeleton dragons the best explanation for ferocity. So, not sure. We have to wait for the scholars to get the samples and give their analysis results. However, the slightly fluorescent blue of these vines does resemble the body color of the skeletal dragon. Perhaps there really is some connection between the two? The Xiaolong didn't seem to care about its ferocious transformation. It also brought its head close to Lin Linia's head, carefully examining the map in their hands. Although it couldn't understand the various markings, it could at least recognize the red circle indicating danger, and the outline of the waterless forest region where they were. After confirming its direction with Lin Lin through the mental link, the Xiaolong had already made up its mind. Since it couldn't go northeast, it would head southwest, decided target, the isolated island. With a definite target, and a place Lin Lin had never been before, the Xiaolong seemed excited and impatient, even saying hello before setting off. Go go go, let's go! To see scenery never seen before. It wasn't crawling like before. Instead, it flapped its wings and took flight. It was clear that after living in the waterless forest for too long, it desperately needed to find other fun. Lin Lin and Yeezy exchanged a glance, shook their heads helplessly, put away the collected samples, and turned back towards the camp. They were also preparing to return to Moga village, but because Guga, who had stayed at the camp, was still injured and unable to fly across the sea on its own, and Akong couldn't be carried around like when hunting, they couldn't use a trolley to get back this time. However, it wasn't a big problem. Ziyuan had brought a boat with her when she came to the waterless forest, which was hidden not far from the camp. Traveling by water was the same, just slower. In fact, when Guga landed on the small boat and began flapping its wings to provide propulsion, the boat was already much faster than they had expected. On the boundless blue sea, a cool sea breeze blew gently. Lin Lin bent down to check Guga's wounds again, and after confirming that they were gradually improving, he gently patted its large horn. Luckily, that air blade missed a little and didn't pierce the central nervous system. Otherwise, even if it didn't die, it would definitely be paralyzed. Yeezy walked to his side, examining Guga's injuries as well. So, Guga's luck is pretty good, right? After Lin Lin nodded, Yeezy rested her hands on her knees and sincerely exclaimed, "You got a lucky break, Guga." Lin Lin, He suddenly sensed something was wrong. Severely injured by the cannon beetle in Lokrak and badly wounded by the white gale in Mizuki Forest, nearly dying twice in less than a year, coupled with Yoko's recent remark, Lin Lin suddenly realized he might have given this axe beetle the wrong name. Guga seemed a bit ominous. What if this guy couldn't withstand the fate of being the Heisei era's life-saving king? Maybe he should just rename it Golem, since it's doing similar things to golems, external armor for vehicles. However, after he suggested this, the guy unexpectedly refused. Huh? Why? You're not going to fight to protect humanity's smiles too, are you? Guga, who was munching on the raw meat Lin Lin fed it, paused upon hearing this, its mind involuntarily recalling everything from meeting Lin Lin to arriving in Moga village. At the beginning, because Lin Lin helped it, Gu Jia almost relied on him as its only support. As a result, it had some minor conflicts with Jump, who was still the yellow velociraptor king at the time. It was only later that Yi Zi used her experience of getting along with the insect hunters to get along with it that it gradually accepted the team and regarded them as family. Next, Lin Lin and Yi Zi were constantly on the move to solve the mad dragon disease, while Gu Jia stayed in the villa's courtyard. All it did was eat, drink, and sleep, doing nothing else. At first, this kind of life felt happy and comfortable, lying around like this until death seemed like a wonderful thing. But when it no longer needed to worry about survival and abandoned these basic needs, it felt an indescribable emptiness. To escape this feeling, it could only eat and drink its fill, and then lie down and sleep soundly. However, the consequence of this was that when it woke up, it felt even more empty and lost, staring blankly at the sky and the villa's bricks. Until Breath and Ziyuan took it on a ship to Moga village, this beetle species, born from the great desert, saw the sea for the first time in its life, along with a village that lived and thrived by the sea, and the small but warm and simple villagers. At first, the villagers were somewhat intimidated by its enormous size, nearly 6 meters long. But as they spent more time with it, especially after it returned from hunting trips with Ziyuan, their attitude towards it underwent a complete transformation, becoming exceptionally warm and welcoming. Children would play and frolic around it, sometimes secretly feeding it berries they had gathered, the sweet and sour taste of which it thoroughly enjoyed. Adults would praise its brighter shell, recounting the changes its participation in hunting had brought to the villagers, and offering it the freshest fish from the day's catch. When the elderly saw it, they would sit beside it, leaning on their canes, gazing together at the shimmering sea under the setting sun, reminiscing about their glorious youth. These people sometimes sang with joy, sometimes felt melancholy, sometimes indignant, sometimes sorrowful. Gu Jia loved seeing these people smile, because then it felt its own heart become incredibly at ease, its once empty and confused heart filled with genuine smiles. After more than half a year, Guga had long noticed that before each hunting trip with Cheyenne or Brave, the people would be tense and worried, but they would still hide their emotions and smile at them, offering encouragement and blessings. And each time they returned to the village after a successful hunt, the villagers would show their most genuine smiles. Guga, who used to be lazy and almost as fat as a pig in the villa's courtyard, fell in love with hunting after coming to this simple and honest fishing village. It knew that as long as the hunters achieved their goals and returned safely, the people would always smile, which was its favorite thing. It was precisely because of this, coupled with the bond cultivated over time, that when Guga saw the white-striped velociraptor corner Cheyenne, it rushed out without hesitation, blocking the fatal air blade, and dragging its heavily wounded body, carried Cheyenne all the way back to the camp. Hey! What are you spacing out for? Don't you really think Golem would be a better name? The axe beetle snapped back to reality, realizing that its good buddy who had saved it in the desert was calling it his. Huh? Which line? Oh, the one about fighting to protect humanity's smiles? Yeah, that's the life motto of a noble warrior. The name I gave you before, Guga, is the name of the hero he transformed into. Why do you want to change it? Because this name isn't very auspicious, I guess. That warrior survived countless near-death experiences, I'm afraid. You don't want to change it? Why? I explained it so clearly. No, what do you mean you're also fighting to protect humanity's smiles? Lin Lin was dumbfounded. Was this name really that powerful? He could only be thankful he hadn't named it Triga, otherwise the buzzing of its wings would probably sound like Smalo by now. His. Guga shook its head slightly, correcting Lin Lin's statement. You hunters are the warriors who fight to protect humanity's smiles, while I only want to protect you, so you can keep fighting. Lin Lin, Unbelievable, truly incredible. Guga's current level of awareness is simply off the charts. Is this really the same axe-like beetle he found in the desert? It's true what they say, a scholar should be looked at with new eyes after 3 days' absence. The old saying is really true. He paused for a moment, then reached out and touched Guga's somewhat rough horns again. I won't change it. Since you like it, I continue to call you Guga. Let's go back to the village. If you want to protect us, you better heal your injuries as soon as possible. Moga village. The appearance of the great sky initially caused a small disturbance, but after seeing the two hunters jump down from the dragon's back, the disturbance suddenly subsided. Since they already had a nearly 6-meter-long giant beetle-like monster as a companion, it didn't seem surprising to have another 15 or 16-meter-long red halos as a companion. However, Sky didn't linger in the village. After dropping off Bref and the materials they carried, it followed Lin Lin's instructions, and ran off to the nearby Moga forest. Back in Yakumo village, it had developed the same habit as Xiong'er. It wouldn't deliberately disturb the villagers' lives, but instead lingered around the village, dedicating some of its energy to rescuing and protecting any villagers in danger. Bref and Cheyenne's first action upon returning to the village wasn't to rest and alleviate their fatigue, but to rush to the village's workshop and find the dragon-human craftsman from Lokrak. As a qualified hunter, having acquired high-quality materials, the first thing to do was, of course, to forge a brand new set of equipment. Rest? They could wait until they finished their orders. Chapter 511. They killed 2 Nargacuga. Even though the ordinary Nargacuga didn't have many usable materials, it was more than enough to forge a weapon. As for the White Gale, thanks to its much larger size than the ordinary Nargacuga, the amount of materials was also plentiful. A complete set of weapons and armor was easily achievable, and even with the remaining materials from the ordinary Nargacuga, it wouldn't be difficult to squeeze out another light weapon. As for the distribution of the new equipment, they had already discussed it back in the waterless forest. Considering how badly Ziyuan had been messed up by those 2 Nargacuga, the 3 of them unanimously agreed to give Ziyuan the complete set of White Gale equipment, so she could get some revenge. The remaining materials were enough to forge 2 light weapons, but forging heavy weapons would be a bit of a stretch. Furthermore, the Nargacuga charge blade's performance wasn't outstanding, not as good as the 1,000 blades charge blade they currently had, and Lin Lin had no interest in it. Therefore, the remaining materials were naturally used to forge a long sword and an insect glaive. Although Yoko now possesses the Tenkai Dragon insect glaive, which theoretically constitutes in-game gear for most high-rank hunters and eliminates the need for a replacement, its use of Tenkai Dragon materials gives it a drawback. The dragon attribute energy it imparts during attacks is generated through the form of the Mad Dragon virus. If the monster's resistance is weak and it contracts the Mad Dragon virus, then a fight to the death is inevitable. While they have almost always opted for direct capture missions since their debut, with only one instance of choosing capture to appease Sophia, this limitation is insignificant. However, Lin Lin still believes it's necessary to give Yoko an alternative to becoming the Great Western King, and the Nargacuga insect glaive is a good lower-rank alternative. Equipment crafted using Nargacuga materials already had well-established blueprints and designs. However, the White Gale wasn't an ordinary Nargacuga, so after carefully examining the materials, the old dragon craftsman at the workshop immediately indicated that he needed to spend more time. He planned to thoroughly study the materials and modify the original Nargacuga armor design to achieve better performance. Besides this armor set, orders for 3 other weapons also made the old dragon craftsman eager to try. After careful research and design, the Dawn Cannon Kaifeng crafted using pure White Gale materials, the Dawn Blade Silver Hook crafted using a mixture of White Gale and Nargacuga materials, and the Nameless Side Jingyu crafted entirely from Nargacuga materials were born. Among them, the heavy bow gun Dawn Cannon Kaifeng undoubtedly had the best performance. Perhaps inheriting the White Gale's characteristic of using its tail to unleash terrifying cutting attacks, this heavy bow gun would undoubtedly perform exceptionally well when using slicing ammo. It's fair to say that this heavy bow gun is practically perfect in every aspect, except for its inability to use elemental ammo. As an improved version of the Nargacuga heavy bow gun, it fully inherits its excellent performance when using piercing ammo, while its compatibility with level 1 to 3 spread ammo, diffusion ammo, and armor-piercing high-explosive ammo allows it to handle a wide variety of battlefield environments. Furthermore, it even supports the use of demon ammo, recovery ammo, capture ammo, and paint ammo. Besides direct combat, its support capabilities are also top-notch. Perhaps the only slight drawback is that this heavy bow gun can no longer be used with hardened ammo. Well, after learning how excellent her new weapon was, Cheyenne was ecstatic. The gloom of being trapped in the camp by the velociraptors and suffering hunger was completely forgotten. She couldn't wait to get her hands on the heavy crossbow and give it a good kiss. Unfortunately, it would take quite a while from design completion to weapon production. During this time, Cheyenne could only wait with bated breath and anticipation. Before the weapon was ready, Lin Lin Yezi finally returned from the sea. Huh? So fast? It doesn't seem like only a few days have passed? At the dock at the village entrance, Cheyenne counted the time on her fingers, quite surprised by Lin Lin and the others' return. Brave also found it unbelievable. Before Lin Lin, he and Cheyenne had conducted extensive research in the surrounding area, knowing full well the effort and time required. When they separated in the submerged forest, he thought these two wouldn't find anything for at least 10 days to 2 weeks. But now, considering the time spent at sea, a rough calculation suggests their investigation will likely take at least a day or two. They already got results? That's outrageous. Lin rubbed his nose and said solemnly, just lucky. Yi rolled her eyes at him. Speak properly. Oh. Lin coughed. We were indeed lucky. We met a friend, and we got the information from him. A friend? Ziyuan looked confused. Were there other hunters active in the submerged forest area? Given the submerged forest's location, could it be that one of the hunters from Jieyun or Yinhua discovered the anomaly during their long-term activity? Breath noticed the word Lin used in his speech. It? In hunter's language, the pronunciation of he, she, and it is slightly different. One has to listen carefully to notice the difference. This clearly isn't referring to a human friend. Is it a palico? A merle? Or a feline? Wait, a friend from the submerged forest. Breath couldn't help but recall his first visit to the submerged forest, after completing the quest to hunt the mudfish dragon with Lin and Yoko, and the thick white fog he encountered. Back then, he almost thought Lin, who had lured the elder dragon away alone, was doomed. Unexpectedly, the guy returned unharmed after a while, and even seemed to have a good relationship with the elder dragon. Xiaolong? Lin nodded. It's that. It's lived in the submerged forest for countless years, and discovered the cause of the anomaly long ago. He opened his item bag and took out a slightly wilted, shimmering blue vine. This is it. It's a vine that recently appeared in the submerged forest. Xiaolong believes that those ferocious monsters were caused by consuming this plant, either directly or indirectly. Ziyuan stroked her chin, leaned closer to the vine, and examined it carefully, feeling it looked vaguely familiar. Yoko chimed in. If that's true, then this plant should also be found in other areas where ferocious monsters appear, such as isolated islands. Hearing this, Ziyuan slapped her thigh in realization. That's it. I found it before. But at that time, I thought it was just a local specialty. I just hadn't been there long enough to notice it. Yoko silently brushed Cheyenne's hand away. If you want to pat something, pat your own thigh. Why are you patting mine? Cheyenne chuckled, offering a half-hearted apology. Well, patting my own hurt. Ugh. Breath didn't mind Cheyenne's antics, simply nodding at the vine. Indeed, I've seen this thing before. Now that I think about it, it's probably not a coincidence that the first ferocious monster discovered was the tailhammer dragon. Because the tailhammer dragon is a herbivorous monster, it directly ingests these vines, while other ferocious carnivorous monsters have a layer of herbivorous species in between, filtering out some of the components in this plant, which is why they developed the ferocity later than the tailhammer dragon. As for why smaller herbivorous species, like the leviathan, didn't show ferocity symptoms, Breath believed he had found the answer. Because out of curiosity, he had drunk a sip of the ferocity extract, but it didn't cause any aggressive urges. Instead, an indescribable power surged within him, allowing him to unleash even greater power for a short time. And the biggest thing he has in common with those small herbivores is probably his small size, right? Maybe it's like the mad dragon disease. He's unaffected because of his size or, more accurately, his life energy limitations? So next. Ziyuan turned to her 3 teammates. What should we do next? Lin snapped his fingers. Go find Sophia. We hunters have completed the investigation we can. Now we just wait for the scholars, these brains, to analyze it and tell us where to attack. When Lin and his group found Sophia, she was with Xia, watching Bao diligently doing push-ups and cheering it on. Push-ups? Lin's eyes widened. Seriously, are you really going to train this guy like a boxer? Huh? Lin, easy, you're back? So fast? Sophia took a moment to turn around and greet Lin and Yi. It was clear she trusted them completely, and didn't think their simple ecological survey would go wrong, unlike when she watched them fight the heavenly returning dragon on the airship, her heart pounding with anxiety. However, compared to Sophia, her best friend Xia was much more excited. After all, she had already learned from Brave and Cheyenne that once these two returned to the village, the investigation into the ferocity would make significant progress. So what's the result? Any findings? Lin shrugged, taking out 2 shimmering blue vines and handing one to each of the 2 guild leaders. Here, this is it. There must be some special ingredient in it that caused the monsters that directly or indirectly consumed it to become ferocious. And Xia examined the vine from all angles. Moga village was her beloved hometown, and with it threatened, she desperately wanted to do something to help it overcome the crisis. For this reason, she resolutely gave up the guild's promised job as a guild leader in Lokrak and returned to this backward fishing village. But now, even though she was anxious, she couldn't see any clues. A thought even began to creep into her mind. If she had studied harder and worked more diligently back then, would she have been able to find more information and discover records of this thing? Fortunately, her best friend had arrived, relieving her of the burden of her clerical work. Anxial looked hopefully at Sophia. Sophia didn't disappoint. After examining it for a moment, she hesitated slightly before speaking. This thing. It looks a bit like a dragon god vine? Ziyuan voiced everyone's question. Dragon god vine? What's that? Sophia cleared her throat. It's a plant discovered in the Lost Ridge. It contains considerable dragon attribute energy. There are fragmentary legends that say it only grows in places where ancient dragons roam. Lost Ridge? Lin was filled with doubt, but before he could ask, Sophia continued her analysis. This thing looks a lot like a dragon god vine, but it's definitely not a dragon god vine. Maybe it's a subspecies or something. Why do you say that? Anxial was very anxious. They were about to get a clue, but then this twist happened, making her blood pressure rise. Sophia gently patted her best friend's back to comfort her, then opened her notebook, found a page, and pointed to the sketch, explaining, "Look, the dragon god vine is red, and it's a new species discovered a couple of years ago. It only grows in the extremely high-altitude Yakunling region, where ordinary airships can hardly stay for long, making research very difficult. When this species was discovered, it caused quite a stir in academic circles. I remember it very clearly. It's like the red velociraptor and the blue velociraptor. Although they differ greatly in color, they are very similar in many structural features, which is why I think it might be a subspecies of the dragon god vine." As she spoke, she gently closed her notebook and sighed. "I'm not a professional plant scholar, my experience isn't extensive, and I don't have specialized equipment. I already done my best to discern this much. So you still need to ask more professionals for help?" Lin asked, and Sophia nodded matter-of-factly. "To help them all the way, I write another letter for you. The scholars in Donnarumma are quite reliable. Oh, by the way, the dragon god vine was discovered by the Dragon History Research Institute. I think we should send them another letter too." "Thank you, Sophia." And Xia felt a warmth in her heart and hugged Sophia tightly. Sophia could only pat her best friend's back to comfort her. After writing the letter, Lin and Yizi immediately divided the plant, soil, and water samples in their prop bag in two, put the envelopes inside, and packed them into 2 packages. Anxia couldn't help but speak, sounding somewhat worried. "Should we ask Mr. Haoshang for help next time he comes to Moga village? If that's the case, it takes so long, won't the samples change?" Lin snapped his fingers and smiled at Anxia. "No need for that." The next moment, a roar of a fire dragon came from afar, rapidly approaching. Chapter 512. Duckong had already sensed Lin's return. Receiving his summons, it flew straight over without hesitation, startling many villagers. "Roar?" Duckong landed slowly, tilting its head to look at Lin. Was there something urgent that prompted its immediate arrival? Lin held up the 2 bundles in his hands. "We need you to make a trip to Donnarumma and the Dragon Academy. We need to deliver these." Duckong immediately let out a soft roar, indicating it had no problem, then crouched down, gesturing for Lin and the others to come up. "No, we can't go this time." Lin shook his head. Moga village was currently facing the threat of the Great Sea Dragon sharpening its horns, and the threat of ferocious transformation. It wasn't a time for easy departure. Duckong tilted its head, its face full of questions. It had never been to Donnarumma or the Dragon Academy. Without Lin and the others, it wouldn't know where to fly or how to deliver the supplies. Lin was silent for a moment. "That's true, it seems you still need someone to travel with you. But that person definitely couldn't be himself. When they discovered the Great Sea Dragon, his special ability would allow him to communicate with it while repairing its horn, greatly reducing the danger." Lin's gaze swept around, finally landing on Ziyuan. He wondered if he should send the girl on the trip, perhaps to clear her head, but right now, she seemed carefree. Bai Jifeng didn't seem to have left any lasting trauma. Was it really necessary? "I do it! I do it!" Sophia raised her hand repeatedly. Although she didn't understand the meaning of Dekong's roar, she could understand Lin's words, and knew that Dekong needed a guide. "Huh? Sophia?" Lin pondered for a moment, realizing she was indeed the most suitable candidate. His thinking had been somewhat narrow-minded, instinctively choosing only from the 4 hunters, completely ignoring the fact that it was merely a message delivery, requiring no combat personnel. Of the 2 administrative staff present, and Xia had never interacted with Dekong before, and the two were unfamiliar with each other. Sophia, on the other hand, had spent considerable time with Dekong, and they could understand each other's basic intentions. The only problem was, what about Boom if you go? Upon hearing Lin Lin's question, Sophia hesitated. Seeing this, Xia quickly interjected, I take good care of it. Sophia, you can go without worry. This sounded a bit odd. Sophia felt something was amiss, but after thinking back on the past few days staying at Xia's house, she remembered how pleasant Xia's relationship with Boom was. She felt more at ease leaving Xia to care for it for a few days. I trust Xia will take good care of it. Give me the things. Seeing Sophia carrying 2 packages containing samples, climbing onto the dragon's back, Brev seemed to remember something and suddenly reminded her, by the way, Sophia, if time isn't too tight, could you go see a researcher named Kukishin when you go to the Dragon Academy? Sophia turned to look at Brev, puzzled. Kukishin? Who's that? Lin Lin rubbed his temples, recalling the name from his memory. A researcher from the Dragon Academy. I was the one who saved him, and his teacher during the battle at Lingfeng. It's good to go look for him. We promised him we visit the Dragon Academy when we had time, but then a series of things happened, and we've been busy for over a year, and still haven't been able to go. Okay. Sophia paused, then said somewhat strangely, but if you guys don't go yourselves, what can I do if I go to him? He doesn't even know me. Lin Lin gritted his teeth. Before we parted ways, we talked about some hunting techniques and hunting styles. Back then, he told me he would research several hunting arts for the charge blade, and I wanted you to help me find out how the research was going. Kukishin had mentioned that he had already completed the initial prototype of the hunting art shield saw, which is the prototype of the charge blade's enhanced axe state, chainsaw, in later works. Lin Lin also offered his own ideas, hoping that he could also develop limit break and energy blade. Those were the 10-bottle lightsabers he had been longing for. Brev nodded. Since arriving in Moga village, and gradually understanding Foresight and Rising Dragon, he had become increasingly interested in new moves. He had previously heard that the Ryukian Academy had a hunting art called Cherry Blossom Spirit Blade Slash, which was similar to the wire bug technique Cherry Blossom Iron Insect Spirit Blade Slash from Fire Village. Most importantly, it didn't require the wire bugs he couldn't raise to assist him. If he could develop a few more hunting arts, he would definitely make time to go to the Ryukian Academy to study. Hunting arts and hunting style? I got it. I asked them for you later. Is there anything else? The hunters exchanged glances and shook their heads. Then I'm off. Let's go, Sky. Sophia waved her hand, and Sky let out a low growl, flapped its wings, and didn't move. Sophia, ? She looked down at Sky, then turned to Lin Lin. What's going on? Lin Lin smirked. You have to tell Sky which direction to fly first. Oh. Sophia coughed awkwardly. Ahem. Let's go to East Daruma first, fly north. Sky finally took off again, rising to a sufficient altitude before shooting north like an arrow. Compared to its speed, airships were utterly pathetic. And just as Sophia officially set off, temporarily acting as a messenger also arrived in Flamefire Village, far across the sea. The coat cat gazed at the village ahead, smoke rising from its chimneys, and sighed wearily. We rushed as fast as we could, and finally we arrived. Celestina jumped off the carriage and stretched her limbs. They had specifically hired a Maru bird taxi in Yakumo village, traveling day and night, nearly exhausting the poor Maru bird to death, finally compressing the original 7-day journey into 4 days. That's really strange. Celestina casually took a lightning bug from her insect cage to reward the Maru bird that had carried them, while complaining to the coat cat. When we passed Fey Fortress, I thought those village guards were joking with me, but it turns out there really was such a terrifying creature in the abandoned shrine. I bet that's no ordinary fell wyvern. It might be a rare, or even a second-tier species. Its fighting power could rival that of an elder dragon. I don't know how the people here can be so comfortable living next to such a terrifying creature. Perhaps fell wyverns are just naturally docile. After all, there are precedents of powerful monsters and humans living peacefully together, the coat cat replied. Let alone powerful monsters. Even elder dragons can have close relationships with humans. The hunter they're looking for, and the newly hatched Sky Return dragon are the best examples. Compared to this special fell wyvern that can live peacefully with humans, it's currently focused on finding the 2 hunters as soon as possible and getting them back to East Daruma. These past few days have passed, and the time for the anticipated battle against the colossal elder dragon in Minigard is fast approaching. The dragon's appearance was completely unexpected, and the repairs to the fortresses used to intercept it are far behind schedule. Even with an emergency manpower effort after receiving the news, there simply isn't enough time to restore the fortresses to their full potential. In this situation, experienced high-rank hunters are invaluable. Every additional high-rank hunter in Midgard increases the chances of a successful defense. Of course, besides Midgard, the earthquake in Mogov village, suspected to be caused by an elder dragon, is also a cause for concern. However, after careful consideration, if he were the Grand Elder, choosing between a large city with hundreds of thousands of inhabitants and a small fishing village with a few hundred, he would definitely concentrate all his manpower on Midgard. After all, in this small fishing village, even if the problem couldn't be solved, relocation was relatively simple. The land was gone, but the people could be saved. However, with Midgard's population, relocation was simply unrealistic. The fortress's defense couldn't be compromised, otherwise, if the colossal ancient dragon crashed through the walls and entered the city, coupled with a large swarm of winged serpent dragons following closely behind, it would be a living hell. The coat cat sighed again, stepping onto the Vermilion Bridge while muttering, "Please, please, please, please don't go anywhere else. If we miss our target again this time, we might really be too late." Thinking this, the coat cat felt even more regret. Why couldn't he have listened more and avoided that damned skeletal dragon's territory? If the airship were still around, we wouldn't be in such a predicament where we can't even catch up with a messenger. Welcome, two guests from afar. The cat in the coat had just crossed the bridge when it saw a dragon-human woman in a red shrine maiden's robe, holding a large handful of colorful dumplings skewered on bamboo sticks, seemingly snacking. Clearly, this was the same woman who could eat 50 skewers of rabbit dumplings in one sitting without affecting her main meal. She had been leisurely enjoying her afternoon tea, sunbathing on a bench overlooking the village's cherry blossoms, when she heard the Fukumo rabbit on the eaves alerting her to the arrival of strangers, and thus came to investigate. This Ailu looks strange. Her robe looks high quality, certainly not cheap, yet she's covered in dust and travel-worn clothes. Could it be that her family has fallen on hard times? Is she trying to settle in Flamefire Village? Suppressing her curiosity, Firesprout stepped forward and asked warmly, "Is there anything I can help you with?" "I'm Firesprout, the village shrine maiden, and also a guild receptionist." Yes, although Firesprout's current job was handling the villagers' requests, recording them as various requests and submitting them to the meeting place, she, like her sister, was a legitimate guild receptionist, with a formal position. Guild receptionist? Upon hearing this, the coat cat breathed a sigh of relief. Since they were colleagues within the same organization, it would be easier to talk to them. It took out its guild badge, revealing its identity. "Miss Firesprout, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm a guild messenger responsible for delivering secret orders. I come here to find two hunters. Do you know their whereabouts?" Firesprout blinked. A guild messenger? Generally, guild messengers travel throughout the continent by airship, right? Why would they come here in a small bird-shaped vehicle? But the guild badge in the other party's hand couldn't be faked. Only the Hunters Guild could master this unique craftsmanship. "Which two hunters are you looking for?" Lin, a 5-star shield axe user from Yuko, and Yoko, a 5-star insect glaive user from Inca village. Heya, ? Her first reaction was that the guild's secret mission had actually landed on this couple. Truly hunting geniuses. Their growth rate was probably even faster than that of the old Master Fugen. Then, her second reaction was to give an awkward yet polite smile. She had heard Yoko mention their itinerary, first to Yuko, then back to Inca. And the Marutori carriage this messenger was riding and even had Yuko village's iconic graffiti on it. It's obvious they went to Jayan village first, but fell behind, and then rushed to Yenhua village. It's a pity they're still 3 or 4 days late. Hoya carefully chose her words. A trading ship will be arriving at Yenhua village's port today. You can hitch a ride. If the journey is smooth, you should arrive at Mogov village in 3 or 4 days. Coat cat? ? After a moment's thought, realizing what she meant, Coat cat's expression changed again. Shock. Wait. They ran off again so quickly? And to Mogov village no less? At this moment, Coat cat was overwhelmed with emotion, a wave of sorrow washing over her, almost unable to hold back the tears welling in her eyes. What kind of mess is this? I've been running around diligently for half a day, just to find them as soon as possible and deliver the message. But now it seems that if it hadn't insisted on delivering the message and instead stayed in Mogov village to rest like the other crew members, it might have been able to wait for those two people there. But why? You went from Jianbua village to Jayan village, then to Yenhua village, all to visit relatives. That's understandable. But why did you leave Yenhua village and go to Mogov village instead? Thinking this, the coat cat suddenly felt a flash of lightning through its mind. The words of its savior, Ziyuan, replayed in its head, We formed a hunting party. A hunting party. Damn it, why didn't it think of that? If it was a hunting party, they would definitely meet up. The coat cat sighed and looked at Hoya again. Thank you very much. Could you point me in the direction of the port? Chapter 513. After thanking Fire Sprout, the coat cat turned back to Celestina, who had just settled Maru Bird and was walking towards him, and gave her a forced, almost comical smile. A sense of foreboding immediately washed over Celestina. Let's go to the docks. The docks? Are those 2 hunters over there? Celestina already had a guess, but she refused to accept it, trying to deceive herself. No, there's just a boat over there. We have to go back to Moga village. Celestina felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, and a familiar song faintly echoed in her ears. 365 miles, crossing spring, autumn, winter, and summer. The cat in the coat struggled to compose itself. It's alright, they can't escape this time. Maybe we can still make it. During its brief stop in Moga village, it had learned some things. It knew that the hunters, Violet and Brave, were unlikely to leave before resolving the earthquake problem, and according to its intelligence, the earthquake was likely related to an ancient dragon, something that couldn't be easily resolved. So, this time, they couldn't afford to go empty-handed again, right? Celestina was, after all, a hunter, and her will was still strong. After a moment of despair, she still didn't choose to give up the mission. She gritted her teeth and angrily waved her hand. Let's go! We already covered 360 miles. What's 5 more? Then, her momentum only lasted until the dock before shattering. A merchant from the Kingdom of Shur, carrying a Nanman sword, noticed the person and the cat and greeted them in surprise. Celestina? We meet again so soon! Clearly, this was the captain of the trading ship, who frequently traveled between various places and Moga village, a man known as the generous merchant for his generous nature. I remember you disembarked at Yeyin? How did you end up in Yenhua village? Coming to Yenhua, it's too much trouble to travel by land in Yeyin. It's much better to just come with our ship. It saves time and effort. The merchant's concerned words felt like sharp arrows to Celestina, piercing her heart. Her carefully maintained spirit crumbled instantly, as if shrouded in gloom. We talk about the tonic later. The cat in the coat sighed, gently patting the dejected Celestina, then turned and briefly explained the situation to the merchant. Upon learning what had happened, even the worldly wise merchant nearly lost his composure, biting his lower lip hard to keep from laughing out loud. Starting from Moga village, we went around in circles only to find ourselves back in Moga village. Sorry, it was a terrible experience, but it was really funny. Ahem, no problem. We're almost loaded up, and about to set off for Moga village. If you don't mind, hop on board. Lin Lin was completely unaware that he had a little tail following him, and had been dragged around like a marathon by Dekong. He was currently standing in waist-deep water, listening to Cheyenne and Bref explain the key points of naval combat to him and Yi. Yes, if they wanted to operate in Moga village, naval combat was an essential skill. Unlike his 2 companions who had been operating in Moga village for over half a year, Lin Lin and Yi were complete landlubbers, with absolutely no naval combat experience. In fact, if Lin Lin hadn't specifically applied several swamp crossing beads to his heavy beetle armor, he couldn't even swim. However, being able to swim in water combat is like being able to run in land hunting, merely the most basic introductory skill. There's a whole lot more to master. First and foremost, wire bugs can't move underwater. Oh, and insects too. Cheyenne's face was serious, but her outward seriousness couldn't hide the smugness hidden deep in her eyes. Before, she was always the weakest member of the team, only able to listen to being lectured. Today, she finally turned the tables, like a serf singing a song of triumph, her tail practically wagging in the air. Lin Lin and Yi exchanged a glance, their expressions somewhat unnatural. This water combat was truly unfriendly to them. With wire bugs sealed, special moves like full charge counter and axe jump were unusable, essentially turning them back into primitive shield axe users. Even worse, powerful moves like super discharge, which heavily rely on momentum, might be unusable underwater. As for Yoko, it was even more frustrating. An insect glaive, if it couldn't even be used with insects, what kind of insect glaive was it? It should be renamed a fire poker. And underwater was completely different from land, the resistance was much greater. It was unclear whether the insect glaive's jet propulsion system, designed for aerial combat, would even function properly underwater, let alone allow for agile movement. It's no exaggeration to say that underwater, their combined combat strength was inferior to Cheyenne's, and that was before Cheyenne acquired the Aurora Cannon Kaiseki. Maybe. I shouldn't go underwater. I just stay on land and provide support. Yoko secretly tugged at Lin Lin's hand and muttered softly. Lin Lin neither agreed nor refused, but simply squeezed her small hand. Try it first. If you really can't adapt, don't force yourself. If we can't handle water combat, we still have Brave and Cheyenne. Division of labor and cooperation are the meaning of a team. None of us are omnipotent, we all have strengths and weaknesses. Yezi nodded, took a deep breath, unfastened her wrist armor, removed the internal insect box, and prepared to place it on the shore. Although the wirebug's box was designed with the complexity of the hunter's environment in mind, and its opening was ingeniously designed so that a small bubble would naturally form inside the box to protect the wirebug from drowning underwater. But the premise is that the time cannot be too long. Otherwise, the oxygen inside the small bubble will run out, and the wirebug won't drown, but it will suffocate. Cheyenne pressed down on Yoko's hand. Actually, this isn't necessary. It's such a hassle to have to take off your armor every time you need to go underwater for battle. I have a better idea. Yoko? ? Then she saw Cheyenne take out a glass bottle and pinch out a small clump of dark green seaweed. Here, this is oxygen algae. With it, wirebugs can overcome any oxygen-deficient environment. Thank you, Brave. Lin Lin took the magical algae from Brave and, following Brave's instructions, separated 2 small clumps and placed them into the 2 wirebug boxes, then resealed them, leaving only a small opening for the wirebugs to enter and exit. This oxygen algae has a very strong oxygen-producing ability. This small clump, under extreme conditions, is enough to sustain a hunter underwater for a full half hour. For small creatures, like wirebugs that don't consume much oxygen, those 2 clumps you just grabbed are enough to sustain you underwater for a whole day. Lin Lin curiously flipped his wrist left and right. So there really are such good things. I knew it was impossible to hold your breath underwater for that long during a water battle. So how do you use this thing? Just put it in your mouth. Lin Lin pinched the sticky little thing with his fingers, already imagining its texture. Definitely awful. You can, but I don't usually do that, Brave said, taking another small gadget from his prop bag, and its shape looked rather awful. Breath demonstrated the hollow wooden sphere. If you hold it directly in your mouth, it's too easy to accidentally swallow it. I always stuff oxygen algae inside, and then secure it with straps. This effectively prevents accidental ingestion, and doesn't interfere with wearing the helmet. Lin Lin, sounds pretty good, but the design is just... When I make this little gadget myself, I have to adjust the design, otherwise it's really indecent. If there's oxygen algae, can Xiao Jia move around underwater? Yi held a clump of oxygen algae in her hand, her gaze turning to the red rhinoceros beetle lingering on the shore. Xiao Jia? ? Why is Master so eager to drag me into the water? Yi is quite familiar with her insects, and can naturally see Xiao Jia's reluctance. But insects are an important part of an insect glaive user's combat strength. An insect glaive user cannot lose insects, just like the 3D district cannot lose Jerusalem. Yoko smiled and coaxed the naive insect hunter. Come on, give it a try. You've eaten ancient dragon blood so many times. Are you still afraid of water? The red rhinoceros beetle hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly flew over, biting the clump of oxygen algae, and resignedly plunged into the water. Splash. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the red rhinoceros beetle thrashed wildly in the water, its body spinning rapidly, almost leaving after images. Yoko, She sighed, and reached out to scoop little rhinoceros beetle out of the water. She had been too presumptuous. How could she expect a rhinoceros beetle to learn to swim? Its body structure just wasn't cut out for it. Grandma, little rhinoceros, I shouldn't have forced you. Little rhinoceros, dizzy from the high-speed spinning, shook its legs, as if in response to Yoko. Sigh. Life is tough for insects. Not a single drop of ancient dragon blood is wasted. Alright, you mastered underwater movement. Now go challenge a sea dragon. Cheyenne, having chuckled enough, waved her hand dismissively at Yoko, looking just like an introductory NPC in a game tutorial. Yoko smirked, rolled her eyes at Cheyenne, checked her equipment, took a deep breath, and submerged her head underwater. The oxygen-rich algae provided a constant supply of oxygen, so despite being underwater, she didn't feel suffocated at all. After adjusting briefly, Yoko swam towards a less coral-rich beach below. Underwater movement was only the first step. She still needed to relearn the feel of wielding her weapon underwater, and carefully analyze the adjustments needed for underwater techniques. Her first test was of the insect glaive's built-in jet propulsion system. If this didn't work without the wirebug, her insect glaive's mobility would be completely rendered useless, making her relegated to land and air combat. However, the test results were quite surprising. Underwater, the jet propulsion system emitted water instead of airflow, and this water current had considerable thrust. Combined with her own movements, a single jet could propel her through 2 to 3 tumbles underwater. This was the true value of a perfect weapon. Could any other weapon achieve that? Yoko breathed a slight sigh of relief. Without the ability to enhance herself with insect powder essence, this excellent mobility at least prevented her from being completely useless in underwater combat. At least, she could play a supporting role. While Yoko was constantly practicing her underwater moves, Lin was also undergoing his own adaptation training. His first test was of the charge blade's transformation function. Logically, transforming weapons like the charge blade and switch axe are designed for combat in various extreme environments, including underwater, so theoretically they should be waterproof. However, that's only theoretical. Without proper testing, one can't be entirely confident, and the test results brought Lin a slight sense of relief. The engagement and disengagement were remarkably smooth, without any resistance. The blacksmith's craftsmanship was truly exceptional and deserved praise. However, after several tests, Lin discovered that the weapons weren't the problem was with himself. The feeling of wielding heavy weapons underwater is vastly different from that on land. On land, Lin's superior core strength is more than enough to control the weapon's direction, allowing him to aim precisely. But underwater, without any point of leverage, a powerful swing sends his body spinning 2.5 times before barely stopping. Hiss, this won't do. If I can't control the axe form moves, I can't use them in combat at all. Wouldn't that just be a one-shot kill? Lin gripped his axe form rebel shield axe, Zue Sui, swinging it while pondering, carefully feeling the force of each swing. After several rounds of using the moves, he was almost dizzy, but Lin's eyes gradually brightened. After repeated comparisons, he discovered that in underwater combat, moves that unleash their full power in an instant are extremely difficult to control. Once thrown out, they basically just spin him around wildly. However, when using moves with less force, he has more leeway to adjust and maintain his body's stability. In other words, he can use more upward and downward slashes. He can only use the second release of his elemental release slash at most, which is the limit of his stability. Any higher release will inevitably result in spinning, and the super release is completely unusable. Before he even throws it, he's already been thrown off balance. Sigh, if only he could use 10 bottles of the great sword right now. Lin increasingly missed Kyokushin. The focused light blade's movements weren't as exaggerated as the super release or the ultimate release, but its destructive power was no less, and it would definitely be incredibly useful in underwater combat. Chapter 514. Glug glug. Lin exhaled a series of bubbles, his body swaying slightly as he surged forward like a fish. There, a monster resembling an aquatic beast, but entirely blue in color, swam gracefully above the colorful coral reef, occasionally opening its mouth to nibble on floating algae, appearing completely at ease. This was an aquatic herbivorous dragon. Despite sharing the same ancestor as sea dragons and flamingo dragons, and possessing a standard sea dragon skeleton, according to the guild's classification, this non-aggressive creature, which leisurely roams the water all day, was actually categorized as a herbivore. Aquatic herbivorous dragons, as the name suggests, are herbivorous dragons that live in water. Their position in the ecosystem is almost identical to that of terrestrial herbivorous dragons. Both are at the bottom of the food chain, delicious food for various predators, essentially walking, uneaten meat. It has to be said, this aquatic herbivorous dragon might be even more clueless than a typical herbivorous dragon. While terrestrial herbivorous dragons are slow and can't outrun anyone, they at least possess some alertness, preparing to flee at the slightest disturbance. But this aquatic herbivorous dragon lacked even the most basic alertness. Lin was already right in front of it, before it realized something was wrong and tried to escape. Lin wasn't about to give it that chance. He simply drew his shield axe and delivered a swift downward slash in axe form, killing it cleanly. Watching the red mist emanating from the aquatic herbivorous dragon's corpse, Lin curled his lip, once again experiencing the stark difference between land and water. On land, the smell of blood is mainly carried by the wind, potentially attracting predators from only one direction. But underwater, the currents are unpredictable and complex. Before long, predators from the entire surrounding area would likely converge on this spot. Just then, Lin drew his skinning knife. Before he could even make a move, a bull shark lunged out from behind him, its jaws wide open, lunging at him. It must be said, even in a world teeming with monsters, sharks remain as ferocious as ever. Despite the readily available carcass, it deliberately targeted Lin. Huh? What's that noise? Feeling something bump against his back, Lin Lin turned around in confusion and saw a large shark thrashing about wildly, looking extremely pained, with blood spilling from its mouth. Startled, Lin Lin realized he'd just been attacked by this shark. TSK, those sharp teeth. They chipped all his teeth when they bit into his armor. It posed absolutely no threat. No wonder he hadn't noticed the attack from behind. Rolling his eyes, Lin Lin ignored the shark's frantic, headache-ridden movements and turned back to continue skinning it. But what he saw next left him completely dumbfounded. No way, so you're using this as a smokescreen to lure me in? A shark is here to distract me, so you can steal my prey? Shut up. That's my dinner. Lin Lin rushed towards the sharks tearing at the flesh of the aquatic herbivorous dragon, brandishing his skinning knife to try and drive them away. But these sharks, having witnessed the fate of the shark that had attacked Lin Lin earlier, knew this small creature was not to be trifled with. As soon as Lin Lin approached, they turned tail and fled. TCH, pretty clever. Lin Lin didn't chase after them. Instead, he raised his small knife and began to prepare to cut the raw meat. Then, he saw the sharks that had just fled circle back and start tearing at the corpse from the side furthest from Lin Lin. What's worse, these sharks were just the beginning. As the smell of blood spread with the current, all the sharks in the vicinity converged on the scene, joining the carnival. In this world, sharks are merely bottom-tier creatures in the ecological niche. They can bully small fish and shrimp without much trouble, but that's about it. Even in a one-on-one situation, they can't defeat a herbivorous aquatic dragon that anyone can step on. A fresh carcass of a herbivorous aquatic dragon that hadn't been targeted by any large monster was a gift from nature to them. TSK. Lin Lin was quite helpless. He felt like a lion on the African savanna, ready to enjoy the fruits of his hunt, only to be targeted by a pack of hyenas. He would turn and flee the moment he got a little closer, only to turn back and charge in from a different direction to devour them, impossible to catch or drive away. Lin Lin exhaled a few heavy bubbles, giving up on trying to scare the sharks away. He selected 2 of the fattest spots, cutting off 2 half-meter square pieces of meat. As for the rest, he considered it a gift from nature and give it to them. On the shore, Yi and Ziyuan had already built a campfire, warming themselves around it and dispelling the dampness. Brother Lin Lin. Come sit here, Bref will be back soon. Seeing Lin Lin come up, Yi shifted her position to make room for him, and Lin Lin didn't stand on ceremony, sitting down next to her. Ziyuan took the dragon meat Lin Lin brought and tossed it aside to marinate. Next to the dragon meat, sashimi fish, tuna, gluttonous tuna, and machi clams were piled into a small hill. Beside them were various fruits to cleanse the palate, land vegetables, and seaweed, already peeled, skewered, and stuck on the ground. Soon after, Brave arrived carrying a large wooden barrel. He carefully placed it on the spread-out canvas and unscrewed the top. Instantly, a rich aroma of beer wafted out. Sorry to keep you all waiting. This Duran beer has gone up in price quite a bit, which caused the delay. Apologies. Kayamba, following behind Brave, put down the package he was carrying and distributed oak beer glasses to everyone. No need to apologize. We just brought the ingredients back not long ago. Lin Lin took the glass, thanked Kayamba, and then shrugged at Brave. The 4 had been separated for a long time, and now that they were reunited, they definitely wanted to have a good get-together and share their experiences over the past 6 months. Brave and Cheyenne had been fighting for a long time and desperately needed rest, while Lin Lin and Yezi were about to try their water combat training. After a quick discussion, the 4 decided to go camping and picnicking on an island next to the village. Lin Lin and Yezi were in charge of catching the ingredients: shrimp, crabs, scallops, sea urchins, all kinds of fish. They caught everything they saw, which would also help them better adapt to underwater activities. Brave was in charge of preparing the drinks. The beer was excellent, but unfortunately, the suppliers seemed to have run out of stock recently, which meant he had to visit several different households, causing some delays. As for Cheyenne, she was in charge of showing off her culinary skills. Don't forget, when Yi was figuring out how to win Lin Lin's heart, she spent some time learning cooking from this young lady from the Zijin Merchant Guild. Even simple barbecue requires meticulous attention to seasoning. Besides the 4 hunters, their companions were also gathered for the meal. Nia, a cat, naturally preferred strongly flavored food. Today's seafood feast thrilled her. She enthusiastically ran to the beach with her fishing rod and Date, eager to cast her line and enrich the meal. Date, on the other hand, helplessly let her drag her around. After all, her cat-style dragon-slaying gun prototype was successfully completed, and a little relaxation was fine. Cha-Cha and Kayamba, who had been taken to the sky by rat halos in their struggle for the supreme mask and forced to part ways, were now reunited. Their bickering and arguing created a lively atmosphere. Yoko's fanged hound, Shiro, and Brave's fanged hound, Zakian, having developed a strong friendship over the past 6 months in Moga village, chased and jumped around chasing the light bugs flying in the air, playing and frolicking. Takumo the rabbit, Afu, stood on a branch not far away, tilting its head and watching them for a while, then turning its head to look at the campfire, seemingly pondering whether to go and mooch a bite from its master. Alright. Now, it's my turn to perform. Cheyenne quickly finished cutting the dragon meat, rubbing her hands together enthusiastically. Lin and Yoko clapped in unison, acting as the straight man. Brave stroked his chin, his gaze shifting back and forth between Lin and Yoko. Speaking of which, I felt something was off ever since we reunited. Huh? What's wrong? What's wrong? Ziyuan, having placed several skewers of sashimi on the ground beside the campfire, asked curiously. It's just, I feel like you two are much more in sync than before? Brave thought for a moment, using a rather euphemistic way of putting it. But what he really meant was that the distance between the two had noticeably shrunk considerably, feeling like it had surpassed the intimacy of comrades in arms. Well, Lin and Yezi exchanged a glance. Yezi smiled slightly, took Lin's hand, interlocked their fingers, and shook it at Brave and Ziyuan. We're together. Huh? Really? When did this happen? Ziyuan exclaimed in surprise. Brave was also somewhat surprised, but when he asked the question, he had already vaguely suspected it, though he wasn't entirely sure. What are you so surprised about? Yi looked at Ziyuan strangely. Didn't you already know I liked Lin? Back in Jiayan village, you even gave me advice. Ziyuan maintained her shocked expression. She knew, but who would have thought she actually managed to win Lin's heart? She had indeed given Yi advice, but she knew nothing about romance. Her dating experience was all from novels and stories. She never knew it would actually work. So, it was Yi who actively pursued Lin? Bref, surprised, carefully recalled his experiences after meeting Yi with Lin, and suddenly remembered something. Back in Flamefire Village, when they returned from the Frozen Islands, Puff burned down Lin's place. Yi had suggested Lin stay at her place, but he felt it wasn't right for a young girl and offered to share with him. However, he sensed a hint of murderous intent in Yi's eyes. Now, thinking back, there were far more unintentional incidents like this that had ruined Yi's plans. No wonder he often felt out of place standing next to them. That explains it. Tell me, what happened? Ziyuan, her face beaming with excitement, was reminded by Lin, be careful not to burn it. Only then did she remember her responsibility to grill the food. You tell the story, or I? Lin turned to Yezi, seeking her opinion. Yezi blinked, her cheeks flushed red in the firelight. She was unusually shy, her voice barely a whisper. You tell the story. Then I tell it. Lin cleared his throat. You all know what happened before we parted, so I won't go into details. Let's start from when I set off for Barbear. Do you know the story of the Black Dragon? The second year of Yuanhe. Oh no, the 337th year of the new calendar. The setting sun cast its last rays, turning the sea a fiery red, shimmering with golden light, the still waters reflecting a deep blue. Night slowly crept into the sky, the stars twinkling, the full moon like jade. That's pretty much it. Compared to your legendary experiences, our adventures in Moga village are hardly worth mentioning. Breath rubbed his stomach, letting out a satisfied sigh. Before White Gale, their most dangerous battle was fighting that sea dragon underwater. It has to be said, the sea dragon's fighting power underwater is completely different from its fighting power on land. To deal with this creature, Breath specifically went to the Frozen Islands to hunt a strange dragon and crafted a set of strange dragon armor with maximum lightning resistance. The buffs activated by this armor include Elf Blessing, recovery speed, and increased stamina recovery, all life-saving skills. Even so, he was still nearly electrocuted. When the sea dragon used its ultimate attack, the lightning-filled vortex it created was no less powerful than the storm dragon's tornado. It was practically a thunderstorm. If it weren't for Shine distracting the sea dragon in time, and Cha-Cha's dance with its mysterious power, he probably would have perished in that battle. Honestly, thinking about it now, it still seems absurd. In Breath's opinion, a 5-star rating should be for the sea dragon's danger level on land. But in the sea, fighting on its home turf, it's easily a 7-star danger level. Chapter 515. Therefore, in Brave's opinion, apart from the battle with the sea dragon, the other battles were completely unnecessary to discuss in detail, A brief mention would suffice. Details such as the yellow blade ascending dragon, the air blade thrust missing its mark, the foresight slash missing its mark, the great spinning empty blade, and the Kamui being interrupted by a roar, etc., were completely unnecessary to elaborate on. Is the sea dragon that strong? Lin Lin was a little bewildered. In his memory, the Great Whirlpool and Thunderstorm were the most prestigious and rare skills, only possessed by the Dark Sea Dragon. The Sea Dragon's ultimate move was just a simple Great Electric Discharge. But now it seems that this was probably just a limitation due to the game's insufficient visual presentation. This incident once again reminded Lin Lin that he must not underestimate his targets in battle based on his experience in the game. He raised his glass and clinked it against Breath's. This is probably the most prestigious 5-star mission ever, right? Defeating a sea dragon in the ocean. Even high-ranking hunters wouldn't dare do that. Breath smirked, clinked glasses with Lin Lin, and downed his drink in one gulp. This was probably the only thing worth being happy about. They'd been close brothers since the 2nd-star level, and now Lin Lin was participating in the ancient dragon hunt. If he fell too far behind, it would be incredibly disheartening. High-ranking hunters certainly couldn't do that, because they wouldn't even give sea dragons a chance to go underwater. Having taken a couple of sips of her drink, Ziyuan's reckless spirit was burning brightly. Hearing this, she delivered a sharp retort, stabbing Breath in the heart. Feeling the death stare from Breath, Ziyuan shrank back and mumbled timidly, "I'm just saying what I mean, don't look at me like that." Breath gritted his teeth angrily, then reached out and flicked Ziyuan's forehead hard. Ouch! Ziyuan crouched down, covering her head, and looked at Lin Lin with teary eyes, her voice strained. "Senior brother, look at him. He hits people without warning. You have to do something about him." His. Lin Lin rubbed the goosebumps on his arm. He now understood where Yezi had learned to be a little shrew. Then Ziyuan received another flick on the forehead, this time from Yezi. "If you just behave yourself as a cook, who hit you? And stop talking like that to brother Lin Lin, or I hit you again. But the food's already cooked. The cook's job's done." Ouch! Before Ziyuan could finish her retort, she received another blow to the head. Yezi was so angry she laughed. After the first blow, she raised her hand again, as if to strike again. "Is that the point? If you still can't grasp the point, I hit you again." "What? This is bullying within the team. You're all bullying me." Ziyuan continued to crouch defensively, covering her head. Although she'd been hit on the head by Rachel countless times before, her defenses were already well developed. It hurt a bit, but it wasn't unbearable. But she still had to pretend, otherwise, who knows how many more blows she'd get. Lin Lin sighed wearily. "If you had just said less, who would have bothered to knock you down?" The White Wind Squad's dinner party ended in such a relaxed, joyful, and lively atmosphere. Everyone ate and drank their fill, and chatted for a long time, creating a harmonious and happy atmosphere within the team. As night faded and the stars disappeared, dawn broke, a gentle breeze swept across the fields, and a thin mist rose over the mountains. Only then did drowsiness creep in, and the group remembered they needed a good night's sleep. At this hour, they were too lazy to go back to the village to find beds. They simply unpacked their moisture-proof canvas, pitched a makeshift tent to keep out the wind, and fell fast asleep inside. Cha-Cha and Kayamba, exhausted from a night of play, slept soundly, leaning against each other. The two dogs rested outside the tent, their ears twitching occasionally, alert to any unusual sounds. Nia lay sprawled beside Yoko, her sleeping posture quite wild. Only Date, having just slept before dinner, wasn't sleepy. She quietly slipped out of the tent, stood on the rocks by the shore, and stretched, enjoying the gentle sea breeze. Since the battle at the Forbidden Zone of Sky Mountain, it had dedicated itself to perfecting its cat-type Dragon Slayer gun. Now, after so much time, it had finally achieved results. The next step was to test it in actual combat to identify any areas that needed modification. However, after the initial excitement of completing its research faded, Date noticed something. Lin Lin and the other three, working together, were able to easily defeat White Gale. If they had a monster partner like Sky Jumper to assist them, they could probably even overpower an Elder Dragon. Could its painstakingly developed cat-type Dragon Slayer gun truly be of any help in battle? Listening to the crashing waves against the rocks and gazing at the endless ocean, Date pondered whether it should become a proper hunting cat and try hunting monsters alone. Testing equipment would be a better way to hone its combat skills, wouldn't it? Just then, an unusually bright light caught its attention. Date Palm instinctively turned its head, and saw a patch of bluish-white light shining on the distant sea, like the moon reflected in the water. No, it was even more exaggerated. The brightness of this bluish-white light made the waning moon on the horizon appear dim. What's that, meow? Date Palm wasn't familiar with the sea and didn't know if such a light was normal, but based on its limited experience sailing the ocean, it had never seen anything like it before. Intrigued, it nimbly climbed the tallest tree nearby. Standing on the treetop, Date Palm took out its binoculars and carefully looked in that direction. Upon closer inspection, it realized that the area of sea where the light appeared was anything but calm. Even from a distance, looking over the surface, it could see countless schools of fish gathering there, and many were leaping out of the water, splashing water everywhere. Date Palm glanced at the fish, then subconsciously wiped its mouth. Its first thought upon seeing the school of fish was that if so many fish gathered before the dinner started, wouldn't it save time, allowing them to gather all the ingredients and start eating earlier? A moment later, it realized that now was not the time to think about such things. The inexplicable gathering of these fish was likely related to the mysterious luminous object, and it needed to quickly determine whether this matter would threaten the safety of the village. Chapter 516. I wonder how long this glowing object will last. Coconut carefully calculated the location of the glowing area, preparing to put away its binoculars, take out its oxygen algae, and dive over to get a clearer look. However, before it could even move, it noticed the brightness of the light was constantly increasing, as if the glowing object was rising higher and higher, getting closer and closer to the surface. Coconut instinctively held its breath, its binoculars locked tightly on that location. The next moment, a gigantic figure burst from the sea, enveloped in a layer of bluish-white light, appearing sacred and solemn, like a giant rising from the sea. The giant had a pair of curved horns on its head. From Coconut's perspective, as the giant soared into the air, the curved horns overlapped with a crescent moon hanging in the night sky, as if it were the embodiment of the silver moon. A moment later, the giant fell back beneath the sea, its massive body crashing into towering waves, causing a torrential downpour in the area. The light faded, the giant's figure vanished, and the sea returned to its calm, the waves still rising and falling as if nothing had happened. Only then did Date remember it needed to breathe. It gasped for air, its heart pounding in its chest. What had it just seen? Such a massive figure, such a sacred and solemn aura, like the presence of a deep-sea god. That was definitely an ancient dragon, a colossal ancient dragon. Although it was only a fleeting glimpse, and it hadn't seen its full form, Date was absolutely certain. As a palico from Lokrak, and with its leader Lin Lin befriending Mrs. Peak Dragon, Date was quite familiar with peak dragons. The enormous figure that had just leaped from the sea, at first glance, bore a striking resemblance to a peak dragon. Such size, such posture, there was no other possibility. Date Palm instinctively wanted to inform Lin Lin and the others about the sighting of a colossal ancient dragon in the sea. Its intuition told it that the creature was likely connected to the increasingly severe earthquakes plaguing Moga village. However, it quickly realized that its leader and the others desperately needed rest. They had only just fallen asleep, and the dragon had vanished once it returned to the water. Even if it called for it now, it might not be able to find it. Thinking this, Date Palm wasn't in such a hurry to return. After a moment's thought, it took out paper and pen from its backpack, sat down on a branch, and began to scribble and draw. It wanted to record the form of the mysterious ancient dragon. It might be helpful for its subsequent investigation. Lin Lin was awakened by a violent tremor beneath him. Opening his eyes and sitting up, feeling the shaking, Lin Lin was startled before realizing it was an earthquake. Ugh, it's happening again. Ziyuan muttered half asleep, but the continuous tremors gave her no chance to fall back asleep, so she had to angrily get up. The earthquake was so strong that the White Wind squad members, who were lying haphazardly in the camp, all woke up, looking around in surprise and uncertainty. Only Ziyuan seemed quite calm, waving her hand and saying, "Sigh, you get used to it. Moga village shakes every few days, always disturbing our sleep. It's really annoying." "No, something's not right." Bref frowned, waiting for a long time, feeling the tremors finally subside, then got up, lifted the camp curtain, and gazed at the undulating sea. This tremor lasted significantly longer than before, and did you notice? The waves today were terrifyingly high. Ziyuan paused, then stepped out of the camp, gazing at the ever-rising waves. She belatedly realized what was happening, her expression gradually turning serious. "Now that you mention it, it does seem true. When we first arrived here, the earthquakes were just occasional, slight tremors, but as time has passed, both the intensity and duration seem to be increasing." She pointed to Moga village not far away. "Look, that wooden house is half destroyed. It's collapsed. If the earthquake intensity continues to increase, it might even trigger a tsunami. At that point, Moga village will likely be doomed." Breath patted his cheeks and let out a long sigh. We must find the cause of the earthquake as soon as possible. We don't have much time. An earthquake, becoming increasingly ferocious. Truly a turbulent time, the pressure is immense. Luckily, Lin Lin and Yi Zi arrived to help, otherwise, he and Zi Yuan alone might not have been able to withstand it. Lin Lin stroked his chin, glanced at the surging waves, and pondered what excuse to use to reveal information about the Great Sea Dragon. Should he apologize to Little Puff again? Use that fabricated records of peaceful customs as an excuse? But before he could speak, he heard a meow. If it's an earthquake, maybe the guy did it, meow. Date squeezed out of the camp tent, sporting dark circles under her eyes, looking like she hadn't slept well. That guy? Who is it? Yezi asked curiously. Breath and Shine had been in Moga village for over half a year without finding anything, so how come Yezo had only been there a few days, and already had a suspect? Then everyone saw the sketch Yezo had produced. Last night, I couldn't sleep, so I went out for some fresh air, and I saw that sea area over there was glowing strangely, and there were huge schools of fish gathering there. Not long after, this guy rushed out from under the surface, just like the one I drew. Based on my estimation, that guy is at least 50 meters long, maybe even close to 60, definitely a supersized ancient dragon. Lin Lin couldn't help but look at Yezo with some surprise. He hadn't expected something like this to happen last night. But this was a good thing. With the clues Yezo provided, he didn't need to come up with any excuses. He could just follow the clues Yezo gave him, and get the sea dragon's horns repaired, and everything would be fine. A colossal elder dragon. All four present had witnessed the enormous size of Lady Miniyama Dragon. With such a powerful body, causing earthquakes wouldn't be difficult for her, so they all readily accepted Date's deduction. Date, do you remember the exact location that guy appeared last night? I go down into the water and investigate now. Chapter 517. Lin Lin eagerly took out the small bottle containing oxygen algae, preparing to go into the sea to gather information about the Great Sea Dragon. Of course, gathering was a euphemism. All he really needed to do was find the Great Sea Dragon's location. The rest would involve observing it, and listening to its inner thoughts to confirm whether the information he had about the Great Sea Dragon was accurate. However, Yeezy grabbed his wrist, stopping him and shaking her head at Lin Lin. I don't think it's a good idea. No matter what, it's a super large ancient dragon. We know nothing about it. Going to investigate rashly is too risky. At least, if we go together, we can look out for each other. Breath didn't speak, but also shook his head at Lin Lin, indicating his opinion. Zi Yuan's attention was focused on the sketch that Yi Zi had taken out, looking thoughtful, completely unaware of Lin Lin's actions. Nia stood beside Date, noticing Ziyuan's expression, and asked curiously, "What's wrong, meow?" Ziyuan stroked her chin, her tone hesitant. Date mentioned it in her description, right? This guy is like a giant of light emerging from the deep sea. Yes, meow. What did you remember, meow? Date nodded, a hint of anticipation rising in her heart at Ziyuan's reaction. Could it be that Ziyuan had heard about this guy before? I heard similar legends, but where exactly did I hear them? Meeting the two cats' expectant gazes, Ziyuan tapped her head in annoyance. Ugh, I can't remember the specifics, but I definitely heard it after coming to Moga village. Why don't we just go back and ask someone? Lin Lin was stopped by Yi Zi and Breath, and just then overheard what Ziyuan said. Not wanting to insist on his own opinion, he could only nod and say, all right, then let's go back to the village and gather some information. The White Wind Squad first found Sana. After all, as the village chief's son, he was quite familiar with the environment and monsters around Moga village, and might be able to find some clues. The giant of light from the deep sea? After hearing Yi Zi's description, Sana was stunned for a moment, then saw the sketch it had produced, and its expression immediately became somewhat excited. You saw the god of the deep sea? He finally appeared? God? Yi Zi was stunned. This word involuntarily reminded her of the legend circulating in her hometown, Flamefire Village, the objects of worship for the two priestesses, Fire Sprout and Water Cloud, the Wind God and the Thunder God. As a child, she firmly believed in this legend. However, after becoming a hunter, especially after traveling the world with Lin Lin and encountering various ancient dragons, she began to have some suspicions. The so-called Wind God and Thunder God were probably just two ancient dragons of unknown origin. And after seeing the storm-destroyed habitat of the Bubble Fox Dragon and encountering the Overlord Bubble Fox Dragon, she became even more convinced. Unexpectedly, it wasn't just Flamefire Village that had this culture of worshipping gods. Moga village was the same. This colossal ancient dragon leaping from the deep sea was their god of the deep sea. Sana then realized that these were hunters from out of town, so it was perfectly normal for them not to understand. Scratching her hair, she smiled sheepishly and quickly explained, "It's like this, it's a belief passed down among us sea people. People have many names for him, like the crescent moon floating in the sea, the silver giant, etc., but I still prefer to call him the god of the deep sea." Unlike his father, a former hunter who had retired, Sanaa, born and raised in Moga village, was a true sea dweller, deeply influenced by sea culture, including its religious beliefs. Of course, because of his father, he understood that the deep sea god was merely a monster, but this didn't diminish the great sea dragon's status in his heart. Brave wasn't interested in gods or anything like that, he only wanted to know the creature's habits, weaknesses, and fighting techniques. If it was confirmed that the deep sea god was the culprit behind the earthquake, then he would find a way to deal with it. Of course, defeating a colossal elder dragon was far too unrealistic, repelling it would be the best outcome. But Lin Lin didn't think that way. He was quite familiar with the creature's fighting techniques and weaknesses, but his understanding of its ecology was completely superficial. The information the creature provided could effectively fill the gap. He pondered for a moment, then uttered a name. "Navarudius, Great Sea Dragon?" Sanaa paused, then chuckled. "You heard of him? Some sea people call him by that name, which also carries the meaning of a crescent moon and a god." Lin Lin chuckled, subtly changing the subject. "What did you mean by he finally appeared? Could you explain in detail?" Sanaa nodded, not minding Lin Lin's lack of response to her curiosity, and explained, "It's like this, based on past experience, the sea god appears in the waters near Moga village every few years. According to the timeline, this year should be his appearance, but more than half a year has passed, and no one has seen the sea god. Everyone thought he had abandoned the village. Thankfully, Data's now met him, so everyone should be much more at ease, right? The sea god hasn't abandoned us. We still have a bountiful harvest." A bountiful harvest? As a native of Lokrak, Cheyenne was very sensitive to this word, because every year the Mine Dragon would bring a harvest festival, at which time merchants from almost half the continent would gather in this dusty city, bringing prosperity and flourishing. But how did the Great Sea Dragon become associated with a bountiful harvest? Sanaa then recounted a long-standing legend among the sea people. There was a sea as deep as an abyss. Nearby, there was nothing but an endless horizon. Even the sound of the waves vanished into a vast, silent expanse. When a tremendous light shone forth from there, countless schools of fish gathered in this mysterious sea where incredible phenomena occurred. If a fisherman was lucky enough to witness it, he would surely receive a blessing from the great fish. Dacoin nodded in agreement. The legend perfectly matched what it had seen. Through its telescope, it clearly saw a large number of fish gathering in that area. It seemed that the creature that appeared last night was indeed the Great Sea Dragon Sanaa had spoken of. But meow? If the Great Sea Dragon appears in the waters around Moga village at fixed intervals, then there were no earthquakes when it appeared before, meow? If not, then weren't the earthquakes in Moga village recently caused by it, meow? Earthquakes? Sanaa seemed incredulous at the connection between the Great Sea Dragon and earthquakes. He instinctively wanted to refute it, but when the words reached his lips, he hesitated, thinking of the enormous figure of the deep sea god that people talked about. With the power of a god, even a simple impact would likely be enough to trigger an earthquake. "Well, we won't get anywhere by just speculating here. We need to investigate on-site to find out what's going on." Lin Lin stepped forward. "At least from this legend, the Great Sea Dragon isn't the kind of ancient dragon with particularly strong aggression. Otherwise, those fishermen wouldn't have been able to have such a bountiful harvest after getting so close to it, right?" Sanaa finally came to her senses and nodded repeatedly. That's right. We still need to investigate to know the specifics. If it really was an earthquake caused by the god of the deep sea, then isn't this the legendary divine punishment? If the villagers heard about this, even just the speculation, it would cause chaos throughout the village. Lin Lin gestured for Date to take out a map and showed Sanaa the area marked where the Great Sea Dragon had appeared. This is the area where it appeared. It's not far from the village, but neither Bref nor Zun have been there before. Is there anything we should be careful about? As a native of Moga village, Sanaa was very familiar with every sea area in the surrounding area. Just seeing the mark on the map, he already had a clear picture of the environment there in his mind. So it's there. He hesitated for a moment, not answering directly, but turning and walking in a certain direction, gesturing for Lin Lin and the others to follow him. Lin Lin and the others exchanged glances, slightly puzzled, but still followed. Sanaa led them to his father, the village chief of Moga village, and explained their purpose. The old man, shirtless and wearing only a coat, sat on the steps, puffing on his pipe, showing none of the airs of a village head. After hearing his son's explanation, he smiled and gestured for the hunters to sit down, then slowly began to recount the village's history. Moga village has a very long history, having undergone hundreds, even thousands of years of changes to evolve into the small fishing village it is today. It is said that Moga village once had an extremely prosperous past, when it could no longer be called a village, but rather a city-state comparable to East Daruma and Lokrak. However, a massive tsunami swallowed all its prosperity. The survivors left the original Moga ruins and established a new Moga village nearby, while the original Moga city sank into the deep sea amidst violent geological changes and another tsunami. When the village chief reached this point, even the slow-witted Ziyuan realized what was going on. The village chief wouldn't ramble on about history unrelated to their mission for no reason. So, that place is the ruins of Moga city? The village chief slowly nodded, a look of mixed emotion, a sigh or a lament, on his face. To be precise, it's the ruins of ancient Moga, a wasteland submerged in the deep sea. The depth there is simply too great. Even most sea dwellers couldn't withstand that level of water pressure, so I'm afraid I can't offer any help to your investigation. However, the old man turned his gaze to Sana beside him. Sana, you frequented that place when you were little. When it comes to familiarity with underwater ruins, no one in our village can compare to you. Why don't you go and see if there's anything you can do to help? No problem, Dad. When the sun was directly overhead, it was the brightest time of day. Even though this light intensity was negligible at a depth of hundreds of meters, it was better than nothing. Beside the makeshift camp on the island, Lin stretched, put some oxygen algae in his mouth, and fastened his visor. Glancing back at his fully armed companions, Lin gave a thumbs up, then leaped off the sea cliff and plunged into the water. Behind him, Bref, Yoru, and Cheyenne followed in turn. Sana, acting as their guide, glanced back at the two cats and two Grimaldians remaining at the camp, then jumped in as well, except that unlike the four fully armed hunters, he was only wearing a three-piece diving suit designed for extended dives. This gear, besides the mask being filled with a large amount of oxygen algae, also included numerous compartments at the waist specifically designed to store oxygen jade. These gadgets were specifically developed for underwater movement. Simply placing one in the mouth greatly activated the oxygen algae, significantly extending the time spent underwater. The group of five descended rapidly in silence. The surrounding light gradually dimmed, the environment becoming increasingly dark and claustrophobic. The water pressure intensified, and the sounds, initially faint like a fog, grew increasingly muffled and indistinct until they almost completely disappeared, leaving only a deathly silence. They could only communicate through hand gestures, and even then, they couldn't be too far apart, otherwise the dim light would make their gestures unreadable. Frankly, such an environment is extremely unpleasant for humans accustomed to life on land. Even if the immense water pressure doesn't affect the hunter's powerful physique, the confined space still makes one prone to overthinking. For example, Lin at this moment couldn't help but wonder if this operation counted as a 5-person mission, and whether it might bring misfortune. However, upon closer reflection, it shouldn't be considered that way. Only 5-person hunting teams are subject to restrictions. Sana is only here as a guide to help them familiarize themselves with the environment. Besides, this is just an investigation, there won't be any direct combat, so there shouldn't be any problems. Thinking this way, Lin continued his descent. Finally, a vast, continuous complex of buildings stood silently in the darkness before him. Underwater ruins. They had arrived. Chapter 518. At this depth, natural sunlight was almost completely swallowed by the sea, but the ruins did not fall into utter darkness. In the boundless, inky gloom, faint light still shone. Some maintained a constant, dim glow, while others flickered intermittently. Some quietly illuminated their surroundings, while others shimmered like stars in the water. These were creatures inhabiting the deep sea, all possessing, to varying degrees, the ability to emit light, a survival strategy. Because this place is beyond the reach of natural light, light is scarce and precious. The ability to produce light provides a significant advantage in the fierce competition for survival. Light can be used as bait for prey, to attract mates, or even for camouflage. Lin glanced back at his companions. Although they were keeping a close enough distance, in such dim light, their figures seemed submerged in ink, completely indistinct. If they were even slightly further apart, communication using hand gestures would be virtually impossible. Lin's gaze swept over a clump of fluorescent seaweed growing on the rock face, not far away, and an idea formed in his mind. He made a hand gesture, then drew his slicing knife, remaining vigilant, and slowly swam towards the seaweed. Splash. The sound of a living creature stirring the water penetrated the heavy water pressure, sounding somewhat distorted. Immediately afterward, a cloud of shimmering blue smoke spread out in front of him, obscuring Lin Lin's vision. It was a cephalopod creature, probably some kind of octopus or squid, which had been silently hiding beside the glowing seaweed, waiting for prey attracted by the light. Even though Lin Lin was on high alert, he hadn't seen it until it moved. However, the prey attracted this time was far too large. Fearing it would become the prey's lunch, it decisively sprayed fluorescent ink to attract Lin Lin's attention, using the opportunity to make a hasty retreat. Lin Lin helplessly twitched his lips, waved away the fluorescent smoke, and approached the clump of seaweed again. Using his peeling knife, he separated a few strands and wrapped them around his wrist, forming a glowing bracelet. Although the light wasn't strong, it was enough to illuminate a range of 3 to 5 meters. Most importantly, it could serve as a marker, allowing Lin Lin and his companions to pinpoint each other's location even when the distance between them increased. Yi Zi and the others instantly understood Lin Lin's intention, each taking a few strands and imitating him. Sanaa gave Lin Lin a thumbs up. He had previously explored this place alone, and as a guide, he hadn't considered communication between companions, which was a dereliction of duty. Lin Lin didn't care about that. At this moment, the only thing on his mind was where the Great Sea Dragon was, and how to find it. So he gestured to Sanaa, asking if their current location was the area where Date had witnessed the Great Sea Dragon the previous night. Sanaa closed his eyes, did some mental calculations, then shook his head and gestured for him to follow. Although they had chosen the closest starting point to that area, and quite some time had passed since they officially entered the water, they had spent most of that time descending. They had only just reached the edge of the underwater ruins, and according to his calculations, the area where Date had marked the Great Sea Dragon's appearance was located in the central area of the underwater ruins. Their current location was separated from the central area of the underwater ruins by a formidable chasm, a barrier protecting the sunken city. Even though its once mighty walls had long since crumbled, they were still impassable by human power. Therefore, Sanaa led Lin Lin and the others around a small path they had discovered by chance. The group silently followed Sanaa, entering a regular hexagonal passage. In the darkness, only the glowing algae wrapped around their wrists emitted a faint light. Lin Lin used the light from his wrist to survey his surroundings. The passage was about 3 meters in diameter. Monsters would have a hard time passing through, but for humans, it was quite spacious. The surrounding stone walls, eroded by years of seawater, felt somewhat rough to the touch, but overall remained smooth, without any seaweed or vegetation. Clearly, this is a man-made passage. Considering that modern humans lack the capability to construct such a passage in the deep sea, it could only have been built by this ancient city submerged on the ocean floor, which, surprisingly, has retained its integrity after collapsing and sinking. It's just unknown what this passage was originally intended for. The passage isn't very long, and when Lin Lin and his companions emerged from it, they found themselves seemingly in a vast city. Although most of the buildings were collapsed and decayed, a few retained structural integrity. Through these towering, interconnected rooftops, it's easy to see just how magnificent this capital city was before its fall. Without exaggeration, even the largest city on the continent today, East Aruma, might not surpass this ancient city in terms of urban construction. Unfortunately, times have changed. The once mighty ancient city is now nothing but ruins, its desolate remains lying silently beneath the cold abyss, a testament to its past glory. Lin Lin subconsciously thought of Dongdaruma. If, one day in the future, the hunters fail to repel the invading ancient dragon, will that place also become like this? Future generations will only be able to glimpse a corner of its past glory and splendor from the ruins. Sanaa had been to this place many times before, so he wasn't as melancholic. He gestured to Lin Lin, indicating that they had officially entered the central area of the underwater ruins, and now it was up to the hunters. Of course, he still had something to offer. For example, he took out his oxygen spheres and distributed them to Lin Lin and the others, allowing them to replenish oxygen without surfacing, greatly saving exploration time. The so-called oxygen is actually the local dialect of Moga village, and in Lin Lin's opinion, it should simply be called an oxygen ball. After each using a piece of oxygen jade, Lin Lin and the others exchanged gestures for a moment, deciding to split up temporarily and explore in different directions to search for the Great Sea Dragon. If all went well, they would return in half an hour. Well, if something went wrong, they would just launch a signal flare. Considering its intended use, this thing can be used in almost any extreme environment, and it can also be ignited underwater, although the launch height and brightness would be somewhat suppressed, and the effect wouldn't be as good. Lin Lin explored northwards, where the terrain was higher and the buildings were better preserved. He planned to see if he could find ancient dragon-slaying spears or heavy ballistae, which might come in handy after finding the great sea dragon. Slowly gliding across the ruins, Lin suddenly noticed something strange. This underwater ruin was practically lifeless compared to the area before entering the passage. Despite being covered in silt, there was no seaweed or algae, and no fish or shrimp. Why was this? Was there something special about the building materials? There was almost no trace of life. Lin looked at the relatively flat and open area before him, and several circular pillars standing around it. After a moment's hesitation, he slowly approached one of the more intact pillars and gently touched it. The texture was cold and rough. Apart from the intricate patterns on it, it seemed unremarkable. Lin raised his hand, using the light from the glowing algae to carefully examine the pattern, a strange sense of familiarity creeping into his mind. Lin was certain he had never seen such a pattern before, so where did this feeling of familiarity come from? He gently tapped his brow, carefully reviewing his memories. After a moment, a flash of inspiration struck him. That's it. He hadn't seen this pattern before, but he had heard descriptions of it. It was a pattern used in sacrifices. Jumpy had described this pattern to him when he was being worshipped as a deity in the Tree Sea. This is the sacrificial plaza? Then who is their object of worship? Most likely some ancient dragon. Unable to glean more information from the patterns, Lin slowly descended, reaching out to carefully brush away the accumulated silt and sand on the plaza's surface, hoping to find more clues. But as his hand plunged into the sand, Lin suddenly sensed something amiss. In this deep, lightless sea, darkness and cold are the eternal themes, but as he reached out, he discovered that the silt here faintly emanated a warmth. This was too strange. Unless there was a heat source like an underwater volcano or hydrothermal vent, there shouldn't be any warmth. But this is the ruins of a sunken city. If something like that existed, this sacrificial plaza couldn't possibly be so well preserved. Thinking this, Lin continued to stir the accumulated silt, trying to locate the heat source by observing the temperature changes. Soon, Lin turned his gaze to the central area of the plaza. Compared to the thin layer of sand surrounding it, the mud and sand there had piled up into a small, bulging hill. Was there something underneath? Without much hesitation, Lin drew his shield axe, using the shield as a shovel, and began to dig. Logically, with such thick mud and sand, digging should have been quite difficult, but Lin had only dug a couple of times when the edge of his shield touched something hard. Quickly parting the surface mud and sand, Lin finally saw the object clearly. It was a spherical rock. No, calling it a rock would be too hasty. This thing looked more like igneous rock formed from cooled and solidified magma, its color as black as ink. Even with the luminous algae on Lin's wrist pressed against it, it still couldn't illuminate its entirety. The surface of this object wasn't smooth, it had swirling patterns, and was nearly 2 meters in diameter, almost the same size as Lin. More importantly, the continuous heat Lin felt emanated from this spherical rock. Lin tentatively touched it, feeling a burning sensation on his fingertips. If he hadn't pulled his hand back in time, he might have been burned. Lin subconsciously looked up at the dim sky above, confirming that he was indeed in the cold, dark seabed, before turning his gaze back to the rock. Judging from the sediment deposited on its surface, it had most likely sunk into the abyss along with this ancient city. Yet, even submerged in the cold depths, enduring thousands of years, it still emitted such astonishing heat. It was truly unbelievable. Moreover, whether it was just his imagination or not, after staring at it for a while, Lin felt a strange sense of unease, an instinctive urge to distance himself from it. Ancient people worship this thing? It doesn't look like anything good. The more I look at it, the more creepy it gets. Is it because this thing is so evil? Or is it the psychological pressure of being alone in the deep sea? Lin wasn't sure, but he felt he was more inclined to believe the former. Perhaps the fact that there was almost no sign of life in the entire underwater ruins was also related to this thing. Feeling his heart pounding rapidly in his chest, fear gripped his throat like an invisible hand. Even with oxygen algae in his mouth, Lin felt a suffocating sensation throughout his body, as if every cell was screaming at him to stay away from this eerie thing. Lin closed his eyes, his body stiffening for a moment. He slowly extended his slightly trembling hand and gripped the charged sword of his shield axe tightly, assuming a charging stance. Whatever this thing is, as long as it's destroyed, what does it matter how evil it is? Lin unleashed a double slash at the dark rock. The blade collided with the rock, sending sparks flying in the dim, cold seabed. Clang! Seeing the small white mark left on the rock's surface, Lin gritted his teeth immediately merging his sword into his shield, transforming into his axe form, and unleashing a powerful super-release attack. Crack! Under the immense force, a few inconspicuous cracks finally appeared on the strange rock, and the recoil caused Lin Lin's hand to ache. Lin Lin didn't stop, enduring the pain in his arm, and swung out another super-release. This time, with the immense force of the super-release used at the cost of Lin Lin rolling 3 times due to inertia, the spherical boulder finally shattered into pieces, revealing the blood-red magma inside after the outer layer of dark rock broke apart. Chapter 519. The scorching magma clashed with the icy seawater, instantly causing the surrounding water to boil, producing vast expanses of white steam. Caught off guard by the steam, Lin Lin felt as if he had been thrown into a boiler. The intense heat easily penetrated his armor, causing waves of burning pain throughout his body. If he hadn't been in the icy seabed and hadn't retreated in time to avoid the steam and allow the surrounding cold water to cool him down, he might have been burned. A few minutes later, the small area of boiling water calmed down, and Lin Lin cautiously approached again. The water was still scorching, but compared to before, this bath-like temperature was practically refreshing. Several irregularly shaped black rocks appeared on the ground in the center of the plaza. Their texture looked exactly the same as the strange spherical rock from before, only their shapes were less regular, and their surfaces lacked the swirling patterns. Looking at the rocks, Lin Lin carefully sensed them for a moment, discovering that the invisible oppressive feeling he had felt earlier had vanished, and his tense body relaxed slightly. However, his expression remained solemn. The scene he had just witnessed, the seawater dyed crimson by lava, kept flashing through his mind. Clearly, those black igneous rocks were formed from the cooled and solidified crimson lava. Based on this, he deduced that the original shape of that rock sphere was probably actually a huge, swirling mass of crimson lava. And coincidentally, both the swirling lava that dyed the seawater red and the immense power to boil the ocean, he could find corresponding entities in his memory. The Black Dragon. Before his transmigration, it was the only confirmed death, and also the only forbidden being killed by a hunter's single elbow strike. It might sound undignified, but this was a real world, and the word forbidden alone was enough to suffocate anyone. On the Black Dragon's body, there were several nodes where magma converged. No, to be precise, nodes where magma-like fluids gathered to form vortices, which could also be called the Black Dragon's scorching core. A scorching core, submerged beneath a cold abyss, spanning thousands of years, still capable of unleashing enough power to boil a small area of the deep sea in a short time. If Lin Lin hadn't disrupted its stable structure with his recent attacks, and instead allowed it to slowly dissipate heat, who knows how many more years it would have taken to completely cool down. With such astonishing performance from just one scorching core, the so-called heart that never stops beating was probably not just an exaggerated description unique to Monster Hunter. Lin Lin was momentarily at a loss, his thoughts racing, various ideas flashing through his mind. The scorching core of the Black Dragon is here. Could it be that this ancient capital was destroyed by it? Yes, that should be it. The village chief of Mogov village mentioned before that this ruin sank to the bottom of the sea due to tectonic shifts. And if I remember correctly, the Black Dragon possesses the ability to destroy and reshape the earth. Its appearance is often accompanied by strong earthquakes. This makes perfect sense. Wait, earthquakes. The frequent earthquakes in Mogov village lately. Could it be because of the Black Dragon, not the Great Sea Dragon? No, that shouldn't be the case. If the Black Dragon has truly awakened and is lurking around here, there's no reason the Great Sea Dragon wouldn't sense it. If that were the case, the Great Sea Dragon certainly wouldn't have approached this place, let alone appeared last night. But even if the Black Dragon hasn't revived yet, since the Great Sea Dragon has already appeared in Mogov village, doesn't the Black Dragon's revival not be far off? We need to report our findings back to the guild as soon as possible and prepare to deal with the Black Dragon. But then we have to carefully consider how to explain how we can deduce the existence of the Forbidden Dragon from this clue. As for having the Naiju King single-handedly defeat the Black Dragon like in the original storyline, Lin Lin hadn't really considered it. After all, the Naiju King is still too inexperienced. Just a few days ago, she was cornered in the camp by 2 velociraptors, and was starving. Expecting her to be able to defeat the Black Dragon now is less realistic than hoping that the domineering Mira falls in love with me and fights the Black Dragon for me. Lin Lin's mind was a jumbled mess. He stood there motionless for a long time, until he realized the oxygen algae supply was starting to wane. Only then did he snap out of it, and hurriedly swam upwards. Fortunately, Lin Lin was physically strong, and he surfaced almost without needing to pause to equalize the pressure. He managed to reach the surface before the oxygen algae stopped working, quickly replaced the old algae with fresh ones, and soaked the nearly depleted ones in a nutrient solution before letting out a long sigh of relief. Looking up at the sky, Lin Lin estimated the time and then dove back down. It was almost time for the agreed-upon meeting. He needed to get back and see if Yi and the others had made any other discoveries, preferably materials for refining the Black Dragon, so he wouldn't have to rack his brains to come up with an excuse. Shortly after he began his descent, he noticed a flash of yellow light in the dark abyss below. The light wasn't very bright, but it was still quite conspicuous in the gloom of the deep sea. A signal flare? And a yellow one at that? Lin Lin didn't have time to process this. He quickly changed direction and swam towards the flash. Soon, near the ruins of what looked like a city wall or fortress, Lin Lin saw a flickering light, the glow of bioluminescent algae. As he drew closer, Lin Lin finally made out the figure. To his surprise, it wasn't any of his teammates, but their guide Sana. Was it him who sent the signal? Seeing Lin Lin approach, Sana gestured for him to stay close. The other 3 hunters had already found their way, and were now trailing behind their target at a distance. Only he remained here, waiting for Lin Lin to make sure he didn't get lost. After walking through the building, Lin Lin soon arrived at the edge of a cliff. Looking down from this cliff, the depth was at least 100 or 200 meters. This depth should have been pitch black, but in fact, the lighting conditions here were quite good, almost indistinguishable from shallow sea areas a dozen meters deep. All of this was due to the luminous giant coiled not far away. The light emanating from its body illuminated the surroundings clearly. Chapter 520. That is, the god of the deep sea, the great sea dragon. Sana gazed at the colossal beast radiating light, a feeling of a believer encountering a god welling up within him, his heart surging with emotion, almost uncontrollable. Compared to Sana's excitement, Lin Lin appeared much calmer. Admittedly, the great sea dragon's magnificent body would make anyone who saw it deeply feel their own insignificance. But Miniyama Dragon Lady was no less so. As Miniyama Dragon Lady's male best friend, Lin Lin was already accustomed to this visual impact. Compared to the beast's body, Lin Lin's attention was first drawn to its right horn. Upon seeing that right horn, noticeably thicker than its left, Lin Lin had to admit he breathed a huge sigh of relief. Heaven knows how panicked Lin Lin was the moment he discovered traces of the Black Dragon in the underwater ruins. Thankfully, nothing unexpected happened. The great sea dragon's right horn had indeed swollen abnormally, just as in the original storyline. The earthquake in Moga village had nothing to do with the Black Dragon, it was just the great sea dragon. Repairing its horn would solve the problem. As for the Black Dragon's tracks, they were likely just an accidental discovery. Lin Lin composed himself, shifting his gaze from the great sea dragon to his surroundings. Thanks to the light emanating from the great sea dragon, even though Lin Lin and his companions had concealed their glowing algae, the seabed wasn't completely dark. After observing for a while, Lin Lin spotted his teammates. They were scattered in different areas of the cliff, seemingly busy with something. He gestured to Sana, signaling him to be careful, and then swam towards Yi, who was closest to him. As Lin Lin drew closer, he could finally make out what was beside Yi, a heavy ballista. A ballista that had been submerged in the sea with this ruin for hundreds, even thousands of years. Yi had just finished adjusting and calibrating the ballista when she looked up and noticed Lin Lin approaching. She immediately smiled and silently breathed a sigh of relief. After firing the signal flare, the 4 of them quickly regrouped, but Lin Lin hadn't returned yet. She had been secretly worried, only managing to suppress her anxiety and continue her investigation after Sana offered to stay outside and search for Lin Lin. What's going on? Lin Lin glanced at the great sea dragon, noticing that it didn't seem to be waking up yet, then turned to look at the ballista beside Yi. The purpose of this trip was simply to locate the great sea dragon. Once found, they could temporarily retreat and prepare for battle. Now they were. Following Lin Lin's gaze, Yi glanced at the unusually large right horn on the great sea dragon's head and gestured with her hand. When they found the great sea dragon, it wasn't asleep like this. Instead, it was slowly swimming in the water. At first, when their eyes met, the group felt a chill, thinking they were about to be targeted and attacked. However, the great sea dragon merely glanced at them, and then looked away, seemingly unconcerned. This relieved them. It seemed the rumors from Moga village were indeed true. The great sea dragon wasn't a highly aggressive, super large ancient dragon like the Haoshan dragon. Its gentle nature undoubtedly made their investigation much easier. Since the sea dragon didn't consider them enemies, the group didn't retreat immediately. Instead, they stayed at a distance, observing its every move. They then noticed that the sea dragon would occasionally turn its head and use its massive horn to ram the surrounding rock formations. Some fragile rock layers would crumble from the impact, creating sandstorms on the seabed, while even solid rock layers would tremble violently, and stable structures would show slight deformation. Having witnessed all this firsthand, they finally confirmed that this was the culprit that had been causing so much unrest in Mogaw Village. The earthquakes in Mogaw Village were entirely caused by this creature ramming the rocky bedrock on which the island was situated. As for why the dragon inexplicably disliked the surrounding rocks, a little observation would easily reveal the answer. This creature's right horn was significantly thicker than its left, almost completely obscuring its right eye at the base, clearly severely impairing its vision. Considering its actions, almost always using its larger right horn to ram, the answer was obvious. It was trying to wear down its horn to regain its sight. Brave and Cheyenne immediately lost their composure. The great sea dragon was an elder dragon. Its horns were so strong, they could easily crush rocks. Wearing down its horn in this way would take forever, and they didn't know if the rock formations on the island where Mogaw Village was located could withstand that. Therefore, they reached a consensus. Their planned attack needed to be modified. If they could break off that giant horn and solve its problem, perhaps it would retreat on its own. Even if it didn't leave, it would likely stop its frequent ramming and causing earthquakes. Almost simultaneously with their conclusion, the great sea dragon had already swum to its current location. After circling around, it seemed somewhat drowsy, coiling up and falling into a deep sleep, as if it had made this sea its lair. Yoko and the others originally planned to find Lin Lin, and then retreat, but the sharp-eyed Cheyenne noticed the surrounding city walls. This area where the great sea dragon had made its lair was likely the battlefield where the ruins were defended against monster invasions before they sank, much like the battle district of East Dorma. Besides the thick, somewhat collapsed city walls due to geological changes, there were also numerous defensive weapons. Therefore, Cheyenne suggested checking to see if any of the weapons were still usable, perhaps helpful for the upcoming horn repair operation. So the three of them split up, each searching the ruins for usable weaponry. However, having been submerged underwater for centuries, most of the weapons were destroyed beyond repair. They only found a few relatively well-preserved heavy ballistae, which could be used normally with minimal maintenance. But the most surprising discovery, however, wasn't these ballistae, but rather a pair of enormous dragon-slaying spears. Well, although their shapes differed considerably from modern dragon-slaying spears, the firing mechanism hidden within the city wall was almost identical. They looked like this, basically hexagonal, or possibly octagonal, pillars with pointed ends. Chapter 521. Although not a professional researcher, as a member of Flamefire Village, Yoko had observed the craftsmanship of the dragon-slaying spear many times, and her familiarity with it was almost as great as Yazao's. During her inspection, she unexpectedly discovered that the dragon-slaying spear, which had been submerged in seawater for thousands of years, had its internal firing mechanism remarkably intact. Yoko judged that, with sufficient fuel, the spear could still function even now. She didn't even need to worry about the fuel failing to burn underwater, because the spear's internal structure included a specially designed isolation chamber to ensure the fuel received a normal oxygen supply for combustion. It was as if a special contingency plan had been implemented specifically to deal with being submerged in seawater. But how could that be? How could the people who lived in this ancient ruin have known it would one day sink to the bottom of the sea? Yoko was completely baffled, but she wasn't one to dwell on things. After confirming that the dragon breaker was usable, she continued searching the vicinity for a usable heavy ballista. Just after she finished checking the ballista beside her, Lin Lin arrived. "So I'm late. You already finished?" Lin Lin glanced in the direction of Bref and Cheyenne, noticing they had already put down their defensive weapons, and were swimming towards them. He couldn't help but smirk. His teammates were too efficient. He'd been delayed a little, and now he had nothing to do, making him feel like he'd been slacking off. Of course, it's also possible that he was delayed longer than he imagined by the scorching core from the Black Dragon. However, Lin Lin had a vague idea about the waterproof device on the dragon-slaying spear that Yeezy couldn't understand. Perhaps the dragon-slaying spear was originally a weapon prepared to fight the Black Dragon, so having a waterproof function would be perfectly reasonable. Brave swam to Lin Lin's side, and seeing that he was unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he gestured for the others to surface and evacuate. Lin Lin nodded helplessly, preparing to follow the others, but at that moment, his heart suddenly tightened, instinctively sensing danger. Why did the surroundings suddenly light up? Lin Lin turned around abruptly and discovered that while they were exchanging hand gestures, the great sea dragon, which should have been immersed in a dream, had somehow awakened. Its massive body stood upright, radiating a strong bluish-white light, and a vortex was faintly gathering in its mouth. Danger! As the great sea dragon charged up, The light intensity on the entire seabed increased at a visible rate, a change that naturally did not escape the attention of the other hunters. After realizing the great sea dragon was charging up, the four hurriedly scattered, frantically swinging their legs and leaping outwards like fish. Boom! Tons of seawater were swallowed, and the great sea dragon finally completed its charge. With its dull eyes, like those of a Dunkleosteus, it locked on to Lin Lin's direction and unleashed a water cannon with power comparable to that of a storm dragon, powered by the immense pressure within its body. The power of this breath attack was terrifying. It instantly reduced the wreckage of the building it struck to dust, and the immense recoil forced the massive sea dragon to retreat dozens of meters. Lin Lin frantically paddled, managing to escape the sea dragon's targeted area just before it unleashed its breath attack. His heart pounded in his chest. Lin Lin was filled with lingering fear. If it weren't for the bioluminescent bacteria on the sea dragon's body increasing its metabolism and brightness with its excitement, if they hadn't reacted in time, if the recoil of the breath attack hadn't been so strong that it couldn't adjust its direction. Without any one of these factors, the White Wind Squad would have suffered heavy losses. Besides the fear, Lin Lin also felt doubt and anger. Wasn't the sea dragon supposed to be very gentle, ignoring Yi Zi and the others before? Why was it suddenly attacking so suddenly? With these questions in mind, Lin Lin looked up at the sea dragon, which was still adjusting its posture and regaining its balance after its attack. At that moment, he clearly felt an undisguised hostility directed solely at him. No, it wasn't just hostility, there was something else, like apprehension, even fear. Damn it! A colossal ancient dragon was targeting a mere human like him, even showing apprehension and fear. What was there about me that warranted his attention? Thinking this, Lin Lin's body suddenly stiffened for a moment, because he suddenly remembered something. A tiny human obviously couldn't possibly inspire fear and apprehension in a colossal ancient dragon, but something he had recently encountered might. The scorching core of the black dragon, that thing, merely sinking to the seabed and slowly cooling, emitted a faint aura that rendered the entire deep-sea ruins a barren wasteland. If it were allowed to cool and turn to stone, perhaps its faint aura wouldn't attract the attention of the great sea dragon. But just recently, Lin Lin had shattered it to pieces with a single axe blow, exposing the blood-red magma and briefly boiling the surrounding seawater. Perhaps, in that process, he had picked up a trace of the black dragon's aura, which the great sea dragon had detected. Hiss, this is truly a headache. Lin Lin sighed inwardly, watching the great sea dragon, having missed its attack, begin to wriggle towards him, determined to kill him at all costs. He had no choice but to draw his weapon and prepare for battle. It seems this fight is inevitable. Well, perfect timing. I was just worrying about how to get this guy to cooperate with them in repairing his horns. Since this fight is unavoidable, let's take this opportunity to get some ancient dragon blood. Whoosh! 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 After dodging the great sea dragon's breath attack, Yoko, Breath, and Cheyenne had been nervously observing its movements. Seeing Lin Lin draw his weapon, they immediately assumed fighting stances. Whoosh! The great sea dragon's target was very clear. It charged straight towards Lin Lin's location, completely ignoring Yoko and the others. The great sea dragon didn't possess any special abilities. Like other colossal ancient dragons, all it possessed was its indestructible and powerful body. It seemed to have nothing particularly special about it. However, when the battlefield is underwater, the destructive power of this massive body far surpasses that on land. After all, the impact of water currents is much greater than that of air currents, and hunters in the deep sea don't have sand boats that can carry them freely. In the water, even the flying insects are sealed, and all mobility relies solely on the body. Facing the charging of the sea dragon's massive body, tens of meters wide, even swimming out of its attack range is a pipe dream. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, Lin Lin simply stopped trying to dodge and stayed in place, quietly waiting for the sea dragon to approach, silently counting down in his mind. 3, 2, 1, now! Lin Lin tucked his entire body behind his shield, blocking the enormous impact of the collision, and simultaneously used the force to float backward dozens of meters, completely dissipating the immense power. Yes, as anyone who has studied physics knows, during the motion of an object, the change in momentum is equal to the impulse of the force acting on it. When the change in momentum is constant, the longer the force is applied, the smaller the force will be. From the moment Lin Lin was hit by the car, to the moment he drifted dozens of meters away, several seconds had passed. The actual force that hit him was less than the force of Xiong Air's slap. Therefore, although it looked exaggerated, Lin Lin was not affected at all. In fact, the instant his body stopped, he had already swum to the left, using his premonition based on reading his thoughts to avoid the tail-swinging attack that followed the great dragon's car. The reason he chose the left instead of the right was naturally for a reason. He took advantage of the great dragon's right horn blocking his view. When he swam to his left, which was the great dragon's right side, the other party couldn't see him. As expected, Lin Lin's preemptive evasion left the great sea dragon completely bewildered. With a flick of its tail, the creature that had made it nervous, seemingly terrifying yet ultimately harmless, vanished from its sight. The great sea dragon kept turning its head, trying to find the unsettling creature, but it couldn't find it anywhere. Instead, the three tiny creatures it had seen earlier swam towards it. This time, the great sea dragon glanced at them a few more times, noticing that their builds were remarkably similar to the creature from before. However, it only glanced at them briefly. Not sensing any threat from them, it ignored them. Its immediate priority was finding the dangerous creature. Of course, the great sea dragon couldn't find it. Lin Lin was now clinging to the tip of its right horn, hanging from it, constantly following the great sea dragon's movements. It was impossible for it to find Lin Lin by simply turning its head. After finding a safe spot, Lin Lin noticed that Yi Zi and the others were about to rush up and attack the great sea dragon. He quickly gestured for them to stop and retreat first. The great sea dragon didn't consider them enemies yet, and if they rashly attacked and provoked its wrath, they didn't have shields that could withstand the great sea dragon's charge. Brave carefully observed the great sea dragon's condition. The creature was focused solely on finding Lin Lin, and hadn't bothered with continuing to ram into the wall and wear down its horns. Confirming that Lin Lin wasn't in immediate danger, he decisively floated upwards. Yezi gritted her teeth, unwilling to leave, but Ziyuan grabbed her arm and shook her head. They had come out solely to search for the great sea dragon's trail, carrying almost no equipment to travel light. Especially for her, the heavy crossbowman most suited for naval warfare, who should have been the most effective, she was stuck here helplessly due to a lack of ammunition. In this situation, staying here was practically pointless. It would be better to go back, gather equipment, and then return to provide support. Yezi clearly understood this. Gritting her teeth, and taking advantage of the great sea dragon's indifference, she swam directly to Lin Lin, stuffing all the oxygen jade she carried into his equipment bag. Then, with a forceful twist, she began to rise rapidly. Watching Yezi's departing figure, Lin Lin chuckled wryly, a warm feeling welling up inside him. This girl, worry makes her confused. This great sea dragon has such a large blind spot. As long as it can't see me, it can't do anything to me. I figure out a way to get some blood from it later. Once the resonance is established, the misunderstanding will be cleared up. There's no need to be so nervous. Of course, getting blood will have to wait until the sea dragon calms down. For now, I just hang it on its horn for a while. Enduring time and testing patience with the sea dragon is no easy task. As an ancient dragon that has lived for countless years, the sea dragon obviously has plenty of patience. Its frequent head turning and looking around is quite frustrating. Luckily, I have a few oxygen jades to replenish oxygen at any time. Otherwise, Lin Lin really doubted that his oxygen supply could outlast the sea dragon's patience. This guy's really a handful. He'd been grinding around all day and was already exhausted enough to fall asleep. But this guy's approach woke him up and started fighting. Now, he climbed onto one of his horns and couldn't find him anywhere, so he started patrolling his territory again, checking if Lin Lin had slipped away to hide in some nook or cranny. The sea dragon circled 3 times, but still couldn't find Lin Lin's whereabouts or the source of that aura. That oppressive aura just wouldn't let him out, and he couldn't even find a place to hide. After a period of frustration, the sea dragon finally gave up and decided to give up. So be it. I can't find him, and he hasn't killed me yet, so what can I do? That's it. Since things have come to this, I might as well sleep. The sea dragon yawned and returned to the sea area where the ruins of the city wall were located, choosing to sleep when faced with difficulties. Hanging from the sea dragon's horn, Lin Lin, who had already consumed 2 pieces of oxygen jade, couldn't help but yawn. After listening several times to confirm that the sea dragon was indeed asleep, he suppressed his drowsiness, released the horn, and silently approached the base of the horn. The sea dragon's entire body was covered in hard armor. To obtain its blood, he needed to find some weak points in its defenses, such as the gap where the base of the horn met the armor, a perfect choice. Chapter 522. Let's imagine a scenario. You studied/worked all day, dragging your tired body to bed, just about to fall asleep, when you're woken by the buzzing of a mosquito. You instinctively reach out to catch it and instantly destroy it, but when you release your grip, you find your palm empty. The mosquito has vanished without a trace. To get a good night's sleep, you stubbornly get up and search the room thoroughly, checking several times, but ultimately find nothing. Thinking about having to get up early for class/work tomorrow, and how you might not be able to get up if you don't rest, you crawl back under the covers, covering your entire body, even your head with a towel, leaving only your nostrils exposed. Even so, you still can't get a good night's sleep, because the mosquito bit you directly on the nose, causing a large, itchy welt that wakes you before dawn. Question: if you experienced the above scenario, how would you feel? The great sea dragon's feelings are almost identical to yours. Feeling the unbearable pain and itching at the base of its right horn, the great sea dragon angrily opened its eyes, its gaze constantly scanning its surroundings, but it still found nothing. It was as if it were the only living creature in this cold, desolate deep sea. Perhaps because it had become somewhat accustomed to it, the oppressive aura that had surrounded it without any apparent source had faded considerably. The great sea dragon swam around twice more, still finding nothing, and could only vent its anger on the surrounding rock formations, while also sharpening its right horn. After shaking the inhabitants of Mogaw village into a state of unease and fear, it finally returned to its nest to catch up on sleep. The sleep began sweetly, but it didn't last long. A bizarre dream filled with never-before-seen images intruded into its slumber. What was that moving metal box? And why could that iron bird fly without flapping its wings? And why did that creature with two enormous fangs in the yellow ocean look somewhat similar to itself? The dream was fragmented, jumping between long stretches of time, so much so that the great sea dragon couldn't quite understand what was happening in it, until the scene finally shifted to the familiar deep sea, where a strange sphere appeared in its vision. The moment it saw that sphere, the great sea dragon once again felt that familiar, oppressive, and terrifying aura of unease. It didn't know what it was, but the intense sense of threat it evoked made it eager to destroy it. In its dream, the great sea dragon did the same. It watched itself draw its sword and shield, slashing down at the rock sphere, sword mode, axe mode, super release, and more. A series of clanging sounds followed, finally destroying the object completely. The magma hidden within flowed out, boiling the surrounding seawater, and turning it an ominous dark red. That ominous aura spread, enveloping it as well. Then, the scene shifted. It was still in the deep sea, but the light was much brighter than before. The great sea dragon was wondering why things had suddenly changed. Turning its head, it saw itself charging towards itself. From its current perspective, its own body was so enormous, charging forward with overwhelming force. It felt its mind go blank, completely unsure how to defend itself. Then it found itself holding its shield, having blocked the impact head-on, and used the momentum to create distance. The dream ended there, and the great sea dragon slowly opened its eyes. The unsettling, oppressive aura that had plagued it had vanished, and the small wound at the base of its giant horn had healed completely thanks to its powerful self-healing ability. The great sea dragon turned its head blankly, looking around at its surroundings, cold, desolate, and deathly silent. It instinctively recalled the scene in the dream, where it had faced the charging attack. If the one charging in the scene was itself, then who was itself? Carefully recalling its actions, the great sea dragon quickly found the image of the tiny figure wielding a sword and shield in its memory. No wonder when facing that tiny figure, although it felt a tremendous threat, the other hadn't caused it any harm in the brief exchange. The aura hadn't originated from the other figure at all, but from a strange, broken rock. It had misunderstood the other. What an idiot! How could you get something like this wrong? Come to think of it, with such a small body, no matter how strong you are, what threat could you possibly pose? The great sea dragon lamented its own foolishness, exhaling a string of bubbles. The scene from its dream involuntarily resurfaced in its mind. When it was in the other's shoes, facing its own attack, it felt utterly hopeless, unable to find any way to survive. But that little thing had managed it. Not only had it had vanished right before its eyes. That little thing was quite something. If only I could see it again. Ahem, don't misunderstand. As an ancient dragon, the great sea dragon has no moral compass. It wouldn't feel guilty or remorseful for such a misunderstanding. It simply remembered something. That tiny axe could even split that strange rock. It could probably be used to sharpen his right horn and fix that damn thing obstructing his view. Yeah, that's settled then. If we encounter it again, I have to take the initiative and force it to fight. I just need to control the rhythm, and find a way to use my right horn to absorb the attacks. On the island, at the campsite, Lin Lin lay wearily on the large bed in the tent, sighing helplessly. That sea dragon is really patient. If it had taken even a little longer, Yi and the others would have had to bring their replenished supplies and ammunition to intercept it. Thankfully, although the process was a bit tortuous, The result was pretty good. The sea dragon's blood has been obtained. Now all we need to do is communicate with that guy, and the earthquake problem will be solved. Brother Lin Lin, are you really alright? Beside him, Yi Zi looked worried. Lin Lin waved his hand helplessly. I'm really fine, not hurt at all, don't worry, I'm just a little tired. The most urgent thing now is to solve the problem with the great sea dragon. Hurry back to the village and tell everyone the situation, then prepare for the horn break. Don't worry about me, I just need a rest. Yi Zi said and turned to leave the tent. Sana has already returned with the intelligence. Bref has taken over the battle preparations, so I don't need to. I go boil some hot water for you. You've been in the sea for so long, a good warm-up will help. Lin Lin watched Yi Zi leave the tent, then slumped onto the bed, not wanting to move a finger, only his smile widening. Having a virtuous wife at home is truly wonderful. Rustle. Footsteps approached slowly, without any attempt at concealment. Lin Lin couldn't help but feel a little strange. The waters boiled so quickly. There was no response. The footsteps stopped near the bed. The other person stood there quietly, which immediately made Lin Lin realize something was wrong. If it were Yi Zi, she would never react like this to his question. He quickly turned his head, and saw a pure white robe, without a single blemish. Lin Lin's pupils contracted sharply. In an instant, a possibility he had considered countless times came to mind, and his heart rate soared from 50 to 200. Lin Lin's entire body stiffened. His gaze, like a rusty gear, moved upwards inch by inch, finally meeting a delicate and beautiful face, but devoid of any expression, as calm as a pool of stagnant water. Long, silvery white hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her eyes, as bright as rubies, silently gazed at Lin Lin. Without a word, an invisible, oppressive aura emanated from her. Lin Lin took a few quick breaths, slowly suppressing the fear he had felt just moments before. He straightened up, his muscles tense, like a crouching cheetah, ready to unleash its full power at any moment. The ancestral dragon? The white-clad girl maintained her calm, unwavering demeanor, her gaze fixed on Lin Lin. She made no move to speak, but her clear voice, tinged with an undeniable air of age, resonated deep within Lin Lin's heart. Now that I know, why ask further? It really is you. Lin Lin took a deep breath and carefully examined the white-clad girl before him. He couldn't be sure if this was the true form of the ancestral dragon, or if she was communicating with him through the body of a resonator, like the wind and thunder divine dragons. Regardless, at least she stood there in human form, not a white dragon. Whether she couldn't or didn't want to, this at least indicated that she posed no significant threat to him for the time being. Having figured this out, Lin Lin's tense body relaxed slightly. He looked directly at the white-clad girl and asked a question that had been buried deep in his heart for a long time. Why did you bring me to this world? He had been struck by a bolt of red lightning, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in this world. At first, he thought it was just a pure accident, but after the incident at Lingfeng, he understood that the bolt of red lightning was most likely the work of this girl before him. To create destiny. Creating destiny? What nonsense! Can you stop being a riddle maker? Who understands this? Lin Lin pressed directly, creating what destiny? How do you create destiny? Why me and not someone else? The white-clad girl's gaze shifted slightly, meeting Lin Lin's eyes directly. This brought an invisible pressure, giving Lin Lin the illusion that everything about him was being seen through, as if she were scrutinizing him. The time wasn't right. Lin Lin took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing his rising anger. If he weren't outmatched, he would have really attacked. Don't they know he hates riddle makers? Lin Lin rubbed his temples, choosing to change his question. Since the time isn't right, then why are you here? The white-clad girl's gaze remained fixed on Lin Lin, her expression unchanged, but a hint of amusement crept into her voice. Didn't you already guess? Lin Lin sighed heavily. This way of speaking was truly annoying. Is it because of that thing I shattered? That thing that resembled the scorching core of the black dragon? The white-clad girl finally made a move, nodding slightly, confirming Lin Lin's guess. You're tainted with the aura of the King of Purgatory. If left unchecked, it will cause his destined resurrection to occur sooner. Lin Lin, This purgatory is incredibly sinister. Even being touched by its aura can accelerate its resurrection. Who added this setting? Then how do I remove this aura? And when is the black dragon's destined resurrection? The white-clad girl took 2 steps forward, and under Lin Lin's wary gaze, extended her fair hand and patted his head twice. Lin Lin, ? What's this? Isn't this too presumptuous? I already erased the aura of the King of Purgatory. As for the destined day of resurrection, You have to find the answer yourself. Here we go again. This damn riddle teller's answers are always so infuriating. And what do you mean by I already erased the aura of the black dragon? Just those 2 touches you gave it? Was it really necessary to be so hasty? Lin Lin was about to continue asking when a wave of dizziness washed over him. His body slumped back onto the bed, and even as he tried to sit up, his eyelids felt as heavy as lead. The figure of the white-clad girl became increasingly blurry in his vision. In the last moment before losing consciousness, the thought that flashed through Lin Lin's mind was, is this old woman secretly hiding a sleeping bag? When he opened his eyes again, Lin Lin found himself transformed into a sea bull. Well, that might be a bit presumptuous, but the image of a great sea dragon was just too fitting for the term, whether in adult or juvenile form. Lin Lin quickly realized that the blood of the great sea dragon he had drunk earlier was taking effect. He was experiencing the great sea dragon's life through a dream. Actually, there's not much to say. The great sea dragon's life can almost be summarized in one sentence. How lonely it is to be invincible. Perhaps the only truly thrilling or dangerous event was when the great sea dragon was still young. It unexpectedly encountered a giant squid that secreted a shimmering blue slime. If a giant sea dragon, its body crackling with dark blue lightning, hadn't happened to pass by at that moment, distracting the giant squid, the great sea dragon might have perished there. Brother Lin Lin? Brother Lin Lin? Wake up, it's dawn! Chapter 523. The warm, damp touch on his cheek jolted Lin Lin awake from his dream. He opened his eyes abruptly, and saw Yi Zi's concerned face, and the hot towel in her hand. Yi Zi? Lin Lin blinked. He had just been dreaming of a sea dragon in a cold, dark sea, and now, upon opening his eyes, he felt a warm, delicate touch beneath his head. The sudden contrast left him momentarily disoriented. Ah! Brother Lin Lin, you're finally awake? Yi Zi put away the towel, and helped Lin Lin sit up, removing him from her lap pillow. Finally? How long have I been asleep? A whole night. Yi Zi's tone held a hint of helplessness. Lin Lin said oh, and was about to get up when he suddenly felt a cool, light sensation on his body. Looking down, he realized he was only wearing a pair of shorts. His movements stiffened for a moment, then he slowly turned to look at Yoko beside him. Yoko's cheeks were rosy. She unconsciously played with a strand of hair beside her cheek, avoiding Lin Lin's gaze. If the water's boiled, you get cold if you don't wipe yourself down quickly. Even though hunters are more resilient than ordinary people, you can't be too careless. Sleeping in soaking wet armor can still make you catch a cold. Under Lin Lin's gaze, the girl's cheeks grew even redder, like ripe peaches, tempting one to take a bite. Her wandering gaze suddenly fixed, as if she had found a lifeline. She quickly picked up a large bowl from beside her and handed it to him, changing the subject. You must be exhausted from the battle with the sea dragon, right? Have some fish soup to warm your stomach. I made this while having dinner last night, but I completely forgot about it. I only remembered when I went to boil water. I was only gone for about 10 seconds, and when I came back, Lin Lin was already asleep. He was sleeping so soundly, I called him several times, but he didn't wake up. Seeing Lin Lin take the large bowl, she seemed to remember something and quickly added, I already drank the fish soup from last night. This is freshly made this morning. Lin Lin didn't pay much attention to these details. He leaned in and pecked Yi Zi's cheek, then lifted the bowl and tilted his head back to drink it all in one gulp. You worked hard, wife. Yi Zi blushed deeply at Lin Lin's words, visibly flustered, and after a long pause, stammered, We're not married yet. Lin Lin chuckled, put down the empty bowl, and was about to tease her when he suddenly frowned, belatedly realizing something was amiss. By the way, Yi Zi, what did you just say? Yi Zi's cheeks were still flushed, and she blinked blankly, still somewhat taken aback. We're not married yet. What happened? Did I say something wrong? Lin Lin gently pinched Yi Zi's cheek. No, I just wanted to confirm something. That's not what I wanted to ask. It's a little further back. Huh? Was this fish soup freshly made this morning? No, it's a little further back. Was it that you fell asleep in about 10 seconds? Or that you couldn't wake up even after calling several times? Lin Lin's expression turned serious. Are you sure it was only a few seconds? Didn't you see anyone or anything strange after you came back? Yi Zi had no idea what had happened, only trying to recall the scene, counting on her fingers. 5 seconds from leaving the house to the barbecue grill, 2 seconds to picking up the fish soup, 7 seconds to bringing it back. That's about 10 seconds. Brave and Date went back to the village to prepare for battle. There should have been only the two of us in the camp. Did Brother Lin see anyone? Lin Lin was silent for 2 seconds, then nodded, looking puzzled. A girl in white suddenly appeared. In my perception, from when you left the house to when the guy appeared, it was only about 10 seconds. Adding the time we spent talking, it should have been at least a few minutes. But from your perspective, I was already asleep. Was it something like time stopped, or sensory acceleration? Or was the conversation actually happening in a dream? Girl? Yezi immediately grasped the key word, her expression instantly becoming alert, but Lin Lin's next words made her realize that things weren't so simple. I'm pretty sure there weren't any other creatures in the camp besides the two of us. Even little things like light worms and grasshoppers wouldn't come near because of the insect repellent powder. Brother Lin Lin, what exactly is this white-clad girl you mentioned? Lin Lin rubbed his temples. Do you remember what happened when we fought Lan Long at Lingfeng? Yezi paused, confused as to why this was being brought up. What did it have to do with the white-clad girl? Back then, we used every means at our disposal, but actually, for Lan Long, it wasn't even a serious injury. It was fully capable of continuing to fight us, even when we were exhausted. But in the end, it retreated on its own. Lin Lin's prompting made Yezi realize, you mean that solar eclipse that none of us could see, only you could? Lin Lin nodded. Yes, based on my perception at the time, Lan Long fled because he feared the forbidden entity that accompanied the solar eclipse. Forbidden. Yezi repeatedly murmured the word, though she didn't really understand it. She could feel an indescribable heaviness emanating from it. What's its connection to that girl you mentioned? That girl is its incarnation. Yezi's mouth dropped open involuntarily. A dragon turned into a human? How is that possible? Lin Lin shook his head. At first, I thought it was someone like me who could resonate with the dragon, and it was just using the resonator's body to communicate with me. But Yezi, you said it yourself, there were absolutely no traces of any other creatures approaching. If such a resonator truly existed, it would be impossible for it to leave no trace. Thinking about the time difference he and Yezi experienced, coupled with the fact that he had fallen into a drowsy sleep after the girl in white touched his head, entering the dream world of the great sea dragon's memories, Lin Lin had reason to suspect. Now I'm more inclined to believe that all of this happened in my dream, and it's just manifesting in my consciousness as a girl. Yezi looked at Lin Lin blankly. Even so, but why? Why did such a terrifying being specifically target Brother Lin Lin, and not someone else? Why had it never appeared before, but only appeared in Brother Lin Lin's dream last night? I also want to know why it had to be me. She said it was to create destiny, but when I asked for more specifics, she stopped saying anything. Lin Lin rubbed his temples, and briefly recounted his discovery at the underwater ruins yesterday, and why the ancestral dragon had come to find him. When he discovered the traces of the black dragon refining technique, he was worried about what excuse to make up when reporting to the guild. But since the ancestral dragon had come directly, he didn't have to rack his brains for a reason, he could just tell the truth. Yezi listened quietly to Lin Lin's narration, trying to understand the information it revealed. She concluded, so, there are actually two forbidden entities, and the one who transformed into the white-clad girl, the one who didn't want the ancient city to sink to the bottom of the sea, has been resurrected? It sounds like it's on our side. It drove away Lan Long at Lingfeng, and this time it erased the aura of another forbidden entity that clung to you. Lin Lin sighed softly. If that's really the case, then that's good. Carefully reviewing their conversation, he realized that the other party's intention wasn't to prevent the Black Dragon's resurrection, but rather to prevent its premature resurrection. Considering the reason this guy chose him, the so-called creating destiny was probably not an abstract, ethereal concept. Lin Lin repeatedly searched his memories, recalling what he knew about the ancestral dragon. Adding the keyword creating destiny, something actually came to mind. Miraborias might be mistaken by new hunters, who have only played Iceborne as referring to the sinister black dragon that inhabited the city of Sherd and destroyed the ancient Sherd 1,000 years ago. However, the name actually refers to the entire family of black dragons. The name Mirapolias carries a complex meaning, encompassing the War of Destiny, the Liberation of Destiny, the Origin of Destiny, and so on. The War of Destiny undoubtedly refers to the black dragon familiar to the new hunters, while the Origin of Destiny likely corresponds to the ancestral dragon. Furthermore, according to the information Lin Lin recalls, the ancestral dragon also holds titles such as Creator of Destiny, Ancestor of all Dragons, and Primordial White King. Creating destiny, as the answer given by the Creator of Destiny, is remarkably reasonable. Destiny. What is destiny? Through his conversation with the ancestral dragon, Lin Lin could roughly guess its concept. Destiny is the right thing happening at the right time. He was tainted with the black dragon's aura, which would accelerate the black dragon's resurrection. Therefore, the ancestral dragon appeared, erasing the black dragon's aura and removing this element that would trigger a wrong destiny. Considering his experiences since his transmigration, Lin Lin found that he seemed to understand the ancestral dragon's logic. The battle between Ling Feng and Lan Long, while deviating significantly from the original game storyline, largely falls within the scope of Phase 3's plot. In the original story, the hunters defeated Lan Long, protecting the peace of Yakumo village. However, even with the help of 2 generations of hunters, including the master and apprentice, and their monster companions, they still couldn't truly defeat Lan Long. At that moment, the ancestral dragon revealed an aura, startling Lan Long into retreat, ensuring the victory remained unchanged. After Lan Long, he took over the position of the original Phantom Troop Hunter, reliving the events of Phase 4. Throughout this process, he never encountered the original Phase 4 hunters. Could this be considered a kind of absence of fate? Was his replacement, brought to this world by the ancestral dragon, a form of repairing or even creating fate? Throughout this process, the ancestral dragon remained completely silent. Could it be because, since his arrival, events hadn't deviated significantly from the original plot, and fate was still proceeding along its predetermined path? If the above speculation is true, then if their plan to sharpen the Great Sea Dragon's horns failed, preventing the completion of the 3-tier storyline and deviating from the original destiny, does that mean the ancestral dragon would intervene again, perhaps releasing some aura to scare the Great Sea Dragon away? No, it's best not to try rashly. If things don't go as he suspects, it could lead to serious trouble. And even if that were the case, deliberately failing would betray the ancestral dragon's original intention of bringing him into this world to create destiny. Would it be disgusted by his poor performance and strike him dead with a red lightning bolt, then find someone else to create destiny? Since he could be brought here, Lin Lin didn't think the ancestral dragon couldn't bring others. It's best to avoid this kind of gamble, one that yields no reward for winning and results in utter misery for losing. On the bright side, if his guess was correct and the ancestral dragon intended to maintain the original storyline, then it could be considered to be on humanity's side, since the original storyline ended with the hunter's victory. Even if he was wrong, there wasn't much to lose. Even without considering the so-called fate, Lin Lin couldn't stand idly by while towns and villages were destroyed by monsters. Since he was going to fight regardless of whether he cared about the ancestral dragon's so-called fate, why bother with the ancestral dragon? As long as this guy stayed put and didn't wreak havoc, he could simply pretend it didn't exist. Having figured this out, Lin Lin's mood instantly improved. The worries that had been buried deep in his heart because of the ancestral dragon vanished completely. Brother Lin Lin? Yi Zi carefully observed Lin Lin's changing expression, watching him go from solemn to thoughtful, and finally to relieved. Although she didn't know what kind of emotional journey he had gone through, Yi Zi couldn't help but feel happy for him as well. That taboo thing just sounds powerful. It doesn't actually affect anything, right? Yeah, I'm fine, thank you, Yoko. Huh? Why are you thanking me? I didn't do anything. Thank you for being by my side. Lin Lin gave her a quick kiss, then got up and walked to the neatly folded beetle suit, starting to put it on. I figured it out. We don't need to worry about that guy. Let's just focus on what we were supposed to do. For example, let's prepare properly, and then go fix that big guy's horns. Yoko was caught off guard and taken advantage of again, her face flushing red again. But Lin Lin's actions were completely spontaneous, and after the kiss, he acted as if nothing had happened and continued with his business, leaving her standing there blushing, her face turning red in the air. This made the girl both angry and amused. Okay, I go row the boat over. Chapter 524. Besides Yi Zi, De Kong and Sophia also returned to Moga village at the same time as Lin Lin. The timing was perfect, just as Lin Lin and Yi Zi secured the small boat at the dock. De Kong's shadow, cast from high above, fell upon the village. De Kong? Sophia? They're back so quickly? Yi Zi was somewhat surprised. The journey from Moga village to Berna village was almost across an entire continent, but considering De Kong's astonishing flying speed, the time seemed quite normal. Lin Lin watched De Kong slowly descend, reached into his prop bag, took out a few dried fish, smiled, and patted De Kong's mouth. As it opened its mouth, he casually tossed the dried fish in. Thanks for your hard work, De Kong. After we resolve the difficulties in Moga village, I take you to eat some delicious food. Hey! De Kong's worked hard, but haven't I worked hard too? Yawn. I've been traveling day and night, okay? Seeing Sophia's resentful expression, Yi Zi suppressed a smile, pulled out a bottle of energy drink, and handed it to her. You worked hard too, have some. This will help you relax. Sophia glanced at the bottle of pale yellow liquid and immediately pushed it away with a look of disgust. No, I'm going to have a good sleep later. I won't be able to sleep if I drink this. Seeing that Sophia wouldn't drink it, Yoko put it away and asked, "So, any news?" Clearly, Yoko was asking about the results of the samples they sent to the scholars for research. However, upon hearing this, Sophia thought of something else, and her expression immediately became somewhat strange. She turned to look at Lin Lin, who was still snuggling with Dekong, and pursed her lips. "I'm afraid you won't have much time to spend with Dekong anymore." Lin Lin's attention was immediately drawn to Sophia. After gently patting Dekong to signal it to rest, Lin Lin walked to Sophia's side. "What's wrong? Why did you suddenly say that?" Sophia sighed, her expression very serious. "When I went to the East Dorma Mad Dragon Virus Research Institute, I unexpectedly ran into the guild master. He recognized me as the Phantom Troop's receptionist and asked me to deliver a message to you two." "The two of us?" Lin Lin and Yeezy couldn't help but exchange a glance. Was there some special mission assigned to the Phantom Troop? Otherwise, why the two of them, and not the entire White Wind squad? He said that Minigard is currently facing the threat of Lao Shanlong. Based on countless years of accumulated experience, that guy's activity cycle is very fixed, and it shouldn't be appearing at this time at all. Even after emergency repairs, the fortress is now specifically used to intercept Lao Shanlong. They were still far from being ready to fight, but the approach of the old mountain dragon was imminent. From its current location to Minigard, only the fortress stood as a natural barrier. If it breached the fortress, the lives of hundreds of thousands of people in Minigard would be in grave danger. Yeezy gasped, realizing the situation was far more dire than she had imagined. Not only was Moga village facing a crisis, but the entire continent's situation was so precarious. Lin Lin, however, didn't react as strongly, simply nodding solemnly, because he found the story strangely familiar. Isn't this one of the few achievements of the first-generation hunter, Coco 2, who hasn't been devoured by Capcom? The battle where he intercepted Lao Shanlong, who was fleeing after sensing the Black Dragon's awakening? The guild leader wants us to go to Minigard to support this battle, right? Perhaps it's not just the guild leader. If I'm not mistaken about the ancestral dragon creating destiny, she probably also wants me to participate in this battle to ensure that the outcome remains Lao Shanlong being repelled. Sophia nodded. That's right. According to that old man, the guild actually sent a messenger to deliver a message to you, but for some reason, the messenger lost contact halfway. He was worried something had happened, and since I'm traveling quickly in the Sky Pirates, he asked me to help deliver the message. Lin Lin sighed softly. This really is one thing after another, so busy. I understand. Did the manager say when the old mountain dragon ambush would officially begin? If possible, he still wanted to resolve the matter with the Great Sea Dragon before going to Minigard. According to the Elder Dragon Observation Bureau's prediction, Lao Shanlong will arrive at the fortress in no more than 3 days. In other words, the day after tomorrow is the day of the final battle. Why is it called the final battle instead of the official start of the ambush? Of course, it's because the ambush has already begun several days ago. After confirming that the mysterious colossal elder dragon was indeed Lao Shanlong, the Minigard Guild branch has been continuously sending high-ranking hunters to harass it, striving to weaken the dragon as much as possible before it officially enters the fortress, so as to increase the probability of winning this battle. 3 days. Lin Lin rubbed his chin. Time was indeed tight, but at Dekong's speed, traveling at full speed, a day should be enough to reach Minigard. Resolving the issue with the Great Sea Dragon within 2 days, with the Resonant's ability to help with communication, shouldn't be a big problem. It's just that Dekong has suffered. Flying all over the continent these past few days, it must be exhausted. Thinking this, Lin Lin couldn't help but tenderly pat Dekong's head, softly reminding it, make sure you rest well these next 2 days. We need you to carry us on a trip later. Roar. Dekong affectionately rubbed its large head against Lin Lin's body. What trouble was there? In fact, it was more than happy to be able to help. However, the long journey had indeed left Dekong quite tired. After a short while of affection, it simply lay down on the spot, burying its head under its wings and falling fast asleep. Had it already forgotten that it was in the village? It seemed truly exhausted. Sophia covered her mouth with her hand and yawned. She waved her hand and turned to walk towards the small house she shared with Anxia. All right, the message has been delivered. I should go get some sleep. Yeah, thanks for your hard work. Lin Lin had barely finished speaking when Sophia took a few steps, then came back, still clutching her head. She pulled a stack of parchment from her bag and stuffed it into Lin Lin's hand. I almost forgot. This is something Kyokushin from the Dragon Academy asked me to give you. He said it's something you wanted. Ah, woo. Sophia yawned again, tears welling in her eyes. This time it's really all right. I'm going to catch up on my sleep. Bye, you too. Sophia staggered into the room, and Lin Lin could only lower his head and unfold the parchment Sophia had just given him to see what Kyokushin had brought him. But upon unfolding it, he was met with a dense array of parameters and technical terms, making his eyes dizzy. Flipping to the second sheet, he saw various blueprints, and looking at the parts drawings, Lin Lin felt a strange sense of familiarity. These drawings looked like the internal mechanisms of the charged blade. Could what he wanted be the 10-bottle lightsaber he had been longing for? Lin Lin quickly flipped through the stack of blueprints, skipping the meticulously detailed diagrams, and went straight to an instruction manual. Then he realized he was right, but only half right. This stack of papers was indeed a hunting art, but not the limit break and energy blade required for the 10-bottle lightsaber. Rather, it was the modification technology needed for the shield saw and healing bottle. Shield saw is a familiar term to any shield axe user, as it's the precursor to the chainsaw style that emerged in Iceborne and Dawn. However, healing bottle is much less common and abstract. Lin Lin pondered it for a while, before finally recalling this hunting art. According to Kyokushin's description of the modified effect, Shield Saw forcibly activates the shield's combination mechanism and removes its original limitations, allowing the shield to spin at high speed to cut opponents. Furthermore, the collisions during cutting naturally accumulate energy without needing to disassemble into a sword and shield for reloading. The principle is somewhat similar to fully charged counter. The healing bottle is an alteration to the charged blade's charging mechanism, converting the destructive energy from attacks into absorbable life energy, thus healing injuries by consuming the bottle's energy. But honestly, wouldn't using this for a super amped elemental discharge heal the target? Healing monsters while fighting reminded him of a mod that allowed Rising Dragon to heal monsters, and he instinctively shuddered, feeling a chill. What's wrong, Brother Lin? What's this? Lin Lin smirked. It's the hunting art I told you about before. This time, I said 2 more refined and mature modification methods for hunting arts. Modification? Yoko leaned closer, curiously examining it, then realized with a sigh that she was completely clueless. Brother Lin Lin, you can even understand this? That's amazing. Lin Lin gently poked Z's cheek and laughed. How could I understand a thing? This is for the craftsmen who modify weapons. I just need to know how to use it. Oh, I see. Lin Lin had been planning to go to the workshop anyway to check if the shield axe had been affected by being submerged in seawater for so long, to prevent it from malfunctioning in later battles. He also wanted to see if he could try modifying it. Let me see. This idea is quite bold. In the workshop, the old dragon human craftsman looked at the blueprints in his hands, nodding repeatedly as he flipped through them, truly worthy of the Dragon History Research Institute. Only a vibrant new organization like this could produce researchers capable of turning wildly imaginative ideas into reality. Senior? Lin Lin called out cautiously, afraid that if he didn't speak, the other person would become completely absorbed in their own world, oblivious to everything around them. Ah? Oh, no problem, of course no problem. The old man snapped out of his reverie and cleared his throat. Although at first glance it seems like a very impractical idea, the logic is extremely ingenious. With just a slight adjustment, it can achieve a completely different function. I looked at it carefully, and can't find any flaws. Just as the researcher wrote on it, this is already a near-mature technology. Modifying it can be completed in half an hour. Then I trouble you. The old dragon waved his hand. Don't mention it, you brought me so much. Such amazing technology. I'm so grateful to you. He paused, then coughed lightly. By the way, this is the research result of the Dragon Academy, right? Seeing Lin Lin and Yi nod in unison, the old dragonman grabbed his beard, his eyes gleaming. Looks like I have to go to Berna village in a while. This organization is indeed quite interesting. Modifying the traitorous shield axe, Zissou, didn't take long. After retrieving his shield axe, Lin Lin found an open space and began to repeatedly examine its differences from its original state. By the way, it's worth mentioning that although Lin Lin only wanted to modify the shield saw and leave the healing bottle to gather dust, the old dragon man in charge of the modification was clearly quite interested in this new technology. He didn't give Lin Lin a chance to say anything, and simply added everything with a wave of his hand. Since the old dragon had already adopted this attitude, Lin Lin didn't say much. The modification was only a minor adjustment. As long as the device wasn't activated, it was practically useless. He was getting used to the shield saw move. Speaking of the shield saw move alone, there wasn't much to get used to. Practicing the angle of force and the range of body twisting was enough. Lin Lin was essentially experimenting with a chainsaw. He needed to properly sharpen the Great Sea Dragon's horns next. If he could use a chainsaw to cut them, it would undoubtedly be much more efficient than relying on brute force to unleash an elemental release slash. At least, he wouldn't injure his arm from the strong recoil. Meanwhile, on another note, since Breath and the others brought news of the Great Sea Dragon back to Mogaw village last night, explaining that the continuous earthquakes were caused by the dragon's horn sharpening, the villagers had once again descended into chaos. As a former hunter and now the village chief, the old man knew all too well the terror and power of the ancient dragon. If the Great Sea Dragon continued its rampage, the tsunami triggered by the earthquake would inevitably engulf Mogaw village completely. So, at another village meeting to discuss countermeasures, he suggested that all the villagers evacuate to the mountains. Unfortunately, he underestimated the villagers' strong sense of community, and also underestimated the significance of the hunters to the village. Evacuate? No, there's no need. Our village has 4 powerful hunters, and their companions too. They be fine. Even if the opponent is the god of the deep sea, I believe the hunters will win. Chapter 525. Under the moonlight, the campfire flickered, and the villagers discussed amongst themselves, their voices a cacophony of noise and confusion, gradually fading until only the sound of waves crashing against the rocks remained. Their gazes were fixed on the village chief, awaiting his decision. The old village chief stood atop a wooden crate in the center of the village, the fire in his pipe flickering in the twilight. In the ensuing silence, the old village chief took a deep drag on his pipe, then coughed heavily. The elderly hunter, unusually, uttered a curse. A bunch of reckless fools. I wasn't as crazy as you guys back in my day. Father? Sana asked cautiously. As a sea dweller who had witnessed the magnificent form of the deep sea god, he knew all too well that in the face of a being whose every movement stirred up massive currents, even moving was incredibly difficult, let alone fighting it. He was incredibly grateful that the hunters were willing to risk their lives against a colossal ancient dragon for this small fishing village, which had nothing to do with them. However, this didn't mean they could blindly place all their hopes on the hunters, and then comfortably stay in the village awaiting their triumphant return. Although he dreaded imagining such a scenario, what if the hunters failed? The lives of the entire village were hanging in the hunters' hands. If they failed, it wouldn't just be the buildings of Mogaw village that were destroyed by the giant wave, the entire village would be erased from history, just like that once magnificent underwater ruin. If that happened, wouldn't the hunters' efforts have been in vain? Facing Sana's gaze, the old village chief gripped his pipe tightly, and said in a deep voice, "This is the land that nurtured us, the land where we were born and raised. I understand you don't want to leave. Since the hunters came here, even when they encountered difficulties, they always managed to resolve them satisfactorily. You have complete faith in them, and I understand that too. But I think we shouldn't burden the children, making them worry about the safety of the village behind them, while they're fighting with all their might, thus hindering their efforts. Let the elderly, women, and children go up the mountain to take refuge first, which will also be a safeguard, ensuring that our Mogaw village doesn't perish here. As for the able-bodied men, especially those good swimmers, they can stay and help the hunters gather supplies. If necessary, they can also go to sea. They might be of some help. What do you all think?" The villagers looked at each other, whispering amongst themselves. An elderly man with slightly graying temples by the campfire broke the silence first. His rough hand slapped his knees with a dull thud. "That's right. I'm not afraid of death, but my son has to live on and carry on the family line." A younger seafarer touched the paint smeared on his body and nodded vigorously. "Now that you mention it, it's true. My wife is pregnant. She can't stay and risk her life like me." The young woman hugged her baby tightly, hesitatingly looking towards the dock. As a seafarer who made her living at sea, she also wanted to stay, but she didn't want her still-nursing child to perish with her. Then go, San Lang, and the hunters, you must all be safe." Anxia clenched her fists tightly, firmly shaking her head in refusal. "I won't leave. I'm not like them. I'm the only village watchtower girl. I stay here and record the hunters' heroic battle against the sea dragon." Some chose to leave, some chose to stay. Whichever they chose, they all had their reasons. The old village chief tapped his pipe heavily. "It's settled then. The old, the young, women, and children will go up the mountain first thing tomorrow morning." He gazed at the faintly glowing sea. "As for us, let's help the hunters prepare for the upcoming battle. Mogaw village won't be a burden to them." As night deepened, the lights of Mogaw village burned brighter than usual. The women smoked dried fish all night to stockpile rations, while the men busily moved heavy crossbows forged from fine iron, along with coal and other war supplies. At the village entrance, several children drew crooked patterns on the ground with sticks, little stick figure standing atop a giant whale, chopping off its massive horn. The waves crashed against the rocks in the morning light. Women and children, carrying their belongings, left the village, concealing their reluctance and worries, comforting each other with smiles as they walked towards the nearby hills, forming a sparse, long line. In the village, the able-bodied men, who had been busy all night, seized the opportunity to rest and recover their energy before the battle officially began. Therefore, when a male fire dragon, its body gleaming with a metallic sheen, landed in the village, it didn't cause much of a commotion. When Sophia staggered into the small house she shared with Anxia, she saw Anxia slumped over the table, her chubby cheeks resting on a stack of books, seemingly fast asleep, and Bao Bao yawning incessantly, clearly having slept poorly. What happened? Sophia yawned again, looking at Anxia still holding a pen, and helplessly helped her up from her seat and onto the bed. Anxia murmured sleepily. It's nothing, get some sleep. Sophia gently coaxed Anxia to lie down. She was exhausted from her long journey, so she didn't even take off her clothes, lying down next to Anxia fully clothed. She pulled the equally sleepy Bao Bao into her arms, closed her eyes, and gradually drifted off to sleep. Well, Sophia, who had just returned, didn't know about the existence of the Great Sea Dragon. Otherwise, it's hard to say whether she would be in the mood to sleep right now. Whether Sophia was in the mood or not was unknown, but at least Ziyuan was in a very good mood, and quite a good one at that. Because with everyone's enthusiastic efforts, the construction progress of her Dawn Cannon Kaifeng had greatly accelerated, and it had already been delivered ahead of schedule this morning. This heavy crossbow boasts exceptional performance, maximizing the effectiveness of its slicing ammo. These projectiles, crafted with whetstone, adhere to the target upon impact before exploding, releasing internally stored tiny blades to sever the monster's body. It's an ammo perfectly suited for combat requiring the severing of specific body parts. However, this ammo has a minor drawback. Similar to armor-piercing projectiles, it can easily injure teammates if not used properly. It's the kind of ammo that's less effective in group hunts, and Shine has rarely used it in combat before. But this time, things are slightly different. Their goal is to break off the unusually large right horn of the Great Sea Dragon. The horn's hardness, well, the earthquake it caused when it struck the rock face while sharpening its horn is enough to give a glimpse. Melee weapons would almost certainly deflect its force. In this situation, besides the heavy ballista and dragon lance in the ruins, only she can safely attack the Great Sea Dragon's horn with slicing ammo. Therefore, to maximize the performance of the Dawn Cannon Kaifeng, Ziyuan spent almost the entire night crafting slicing ammunition, hoping to prepare at least 5 basic loads for actual combat. However, this type of ammunition is quite refined, and handcrafting is ultimately inefficient. Even after a whole night of work, she could only craft a maximum of 1 basic load of ammunition. Fortunately, Ziyuan wasn't alone. Upon learning of her needs, some of the remaining villagers offered to help, crafting large quantities of ammunition under the guidance of the crafting manual she provided. In addition, the dark-skinned woman who ran a general store in the village also provided considerable assistance. Since the hunters arrived in the village, her general store had been purchasing various tools that could aid the hunters in their hunts, selling them to them at near-cost prices, contributing to the village in this unique way. These tools naturally included various types of ammunition used in heavy crossbows. She didn't leave like the other women, who usually chatted so happily, because she believed her general store could help the hunters. And indeed, it did. When Ziyuan desperately needed ammunition, she simply took out all the various types of ammunition she usually stored in her warehouse, and gave them to Ziyuan for free. As the young lady of the Zijin Merchant Guild, and someone who wasn't short of money, Ziyuan naturally didn't want to take things for free. However, when she insisted on paying, the dark-skinned woman shut her down with a single sentence. It's not that I don't want payment, your successful completion of this battle, and your safe return is the best reward. Since they said so, what could they do? Of course, they fight with everything they had to defeat the Great Sea Dragon. As the sun rose high in the sky once more, Lin Lin and his companions reunited in the village square, making final preparations before their departure. They had originally planned to cook themselves a barbecue to regain their strength before heading out to battle, but it was clear that while the villagers who remained couldn't participate in the direct combat, their logistical support was impeccable. The village's best cat chef personally prepared a cat feast for the White Wind team. It was said that this cat chef had traveled the world, learning the cooking methods of different regional cuisines. He was a highly experienced cat chef, but due to severe seasickness during his journey, the wealthy merchant had to leave him at Moga village. The village's abundant and diverse ingredients attracted him to stay, determined to use his extensive culinary knowledge and the local ingredients to create a completely new cuisine. Lin Lin and his companions didn't quite grasp the concept of creating a completely new cuisine, but the cat chef's skills were undeniably superb. This feast was not only incredibly delicious, but afterwards, they felt a warm, comforting sensation coursing through their bodies, infusing them with renewed vitality. This meal was meticulously prepared for Lin Lin and his group, a feast capable of activating several skill enhancements, all to ensure they were in optimal condition for battle and successfully defend the village. According to the cat chef, the skills activated by this meal included, but were not limited to, water resistance, large, cat's defense, large, and cat short-term hypnosis. The main focus was on improving their survival skills. While they silently ate, the remaining villagers of Mogao village spontaneously gathered, bringing various traditional musical instruments to offer their unique blessings to the heroes who were about to fight for them. Amidst the rousing drumbeats and the vibrant, life-affirming song, even Lin Lin, who didn't expect the battle to be particularly difficult, felt a surge of fervor. This song is a melody passed down through generations in our Mogao village, called Moon Tremor. May you successfully quell the tremors of the new moon and return safely. Sana performed a unique seafolk greeting to Lin Lin and his companions, then bowed deeply. Lin Lin took a deep breath and gave a thumbs up. Don't worry. Wait for our good news. The four hunters, Lin Lin, Yizi, Breath, Xian, and Bai Feng, had already confirmed the location of the Great Sea Dragon. This time, there was no need to specifically travel to the nearest island to dive. Instead, they swam directly towards the area where the underwater ruins were located. As their hunting partners, those like Xiao Bai, Song Xiang Gu Jia, who couldn't go into the water, could only patiently wait at the camp built on the island. Yizi, Nia Lu, Cha Cha, and Kayamba, on the other hand, followed their respective leaders, diving down. They weren't going to participate in the direct combat as combatants. At least, Lin Lin and the others didn't think these little guys could play a significant role on the front lines against such a massive creature as the Great Sea Dragon. They were there as transport support. Even the four of them, including Lin Lin, Yizi, and Breath, carried a considerable amount of ammunition. Some were slicing rounds for Xian, but most were heavy crossbow bolts to be fired using the heavy ballista. Besides this, Date and the others had another crucial task. While they were distracting the Great Sea Dragon, they needed to quickly load fuel into the Dragon Piercer on the seabed, bringing it to firing mode as soon as possible. Glug glug, Date seemed to want to say something, but after opening its mouth, it only managed to spit out a few bubbles before giving up in frustration. Nia turned to look at it curiously. It felt that Date's pack was significantly larger than its own and Cha-Cha and Kayamba's, bulging with contents. When it had asked Date earlier, Date had acted mysteriously. Could it be that it was just being stronger and trying to carry more? Chapter 526. The underwater ruins, which should have been pitch black and deep, were now as bright as day. A bluish-white light illuminated even the silt, and sand accumulated on the seabed with exquisite detail. That was the light emanating from the Great Sea Dragon. No, that's not entirely accurate. Besides its own bioluminescent organs, its body surface was also covered with a large number of bioluminescent bacteria. These bacteria interacted with its bioluminescent organs, releasing such a bright light. Under such excellent light conditions, the abundant algae parasitizing the Great Sea Dragon's thick armor-like fur on its chest could maximize photosynthesis, collecting the carbon dioxide produced by the Great Sea Dragon's respiration and supplying it with a large amount of oxygen. Combined with the Great Sea Dragon's enormous lung capacity, this allowed it to remain submerged for months on end. Only a day or two had passed since it last surfaced to breathe. Normally, the Great Sea Dragon had no need to surface again, but now, its gaze was fixed upwards, showing a hint of eagerness. It wanted to find the little creature it had dreamed of. Its massive horn was simply too sturdy. Constantly searching for rocks to grind it down was far too inefficient. Before, having no other choice, it had no choice but to patiently grind it down. But ever since witnessing that weapon capable of shattering the eerie rock emanating an ominous aura, it couldn't concentrate. If only it could use that weapon to grind its horn, its vision would surely improve. Just as it was becoming impatient, trying to follow its inexplicable senses, the Great Sea Dragon suddenly stopped. Because in its perception, the tiny creature with which it had a vague connection was rapidly approaching. It's coming closer? Good thing. The thought that its long-standing visual obstruction was finally about to improve filled the Great Sea Dragon with excitement. As its emotions surged, the luminous organs covering its entire body began to brighten dramatically, their color changing from bluish-white to pink, giving it a sense of danger and warning. Following its instinctive senses, the great sea dragon locked its gaze on the approaching Lin Lin. With a powerful flick of its broad tail, it charged straight towards Lin Lin's direction. Its plan was simple. To get Lin Lin to help it repair its horn, it had to force him into battle, and then use its right horn to absorb as many attacks as possible. As a colossal ancient dragon, it had always wandered the deep sea alone, completely lacking the concept of communication, and had never even considered interacting with other life forms. Hey! Wait a minute. When this voice rang in its mind, the great sea dragon paused, instinctively stopping and looking around to find the source of the sound. You're really stubborn. We came here to help you solve your vision obstruction problem. We don't need to fight at all. The great sea dragon blinked blankly. What was that talking about? The voice came directly from its mind, making it impossible to determine its source by hearing. After searching around unsuccessfully, it finally focused its gaze on Lin Lin, who was not far ahead. Since it couldn't find it, it might as well give up. It was probably just a hallucination caused by its vision being blocked for too long. The great sea dragon decided to ignore the strange voice and continue its previous actions, flicking its long tail and charging forward again. What are you babbling about? Talk to my dragon chariot. Lin Lin was speechless, watching the massive body charge towards it, and could only immediately dodge to the right. Has this great sea dragon lived alone for too long? It seemed so dull and lifeless, lacking the intelligence of the ancient dragons he encountered before. Thinking back, when he experienced the great sea dragon's life in his dream, he seemed to have a similar feeling. Except for the time it encountered the skeletal dragon, this guy was invincible in the sea. Its daily routine consisted of emptying its mind to eat and drink. Even when it thought, it was limited to solving its physiological needs. Perhaps its brain hadn't been used for too long, causing it to rust and become inoperable. By the standards of the chameleon, the great sea dragon would probably be considered a particularly boring and foolish monster. This charge by the great sea dragon officially opened the battle. The hunters spread out and began attacking the great sea dragon with weapons that were practically toothpicks to it. However, the great sea dragon's entire body was covered in hard armor, and without solid ground to support its momentum, coupled with the water pressure hindering its movement, the hunters' attacks mostly left only very shallow wounds, and most of the time, they couldn't even penetrate its protective skin. Even though the tracker, crafted from elder dragon materials, was sharp enough, without the enhancement of the red essence absorbed by the Kinsex, Yoko's attacks were much weaker and unable to cause any significant damage. The only relatively weak point in its defenses was the dense patch of armor-like hair that coexisted with algae. While weapons could easily sever this hair, it was merely body hair. Even if severed, it wouldn't cause significant damage to the great sea dragon. At most, the reduced algae would affect its survivability, potentially requiring more frequent surfacing for air. Therefore, after attacking for a while, the three melee hunters had no choice but to stop and focus on dodging the great sea dragon's rampages. Only Cheyenne continued attacking. The deep sea environment had minimal impact on the heavy crossbow's effectiveness. At most, the water resistance reduced the effective trajectory. She continuously fired at the great sea dragon's right horn, her slicing bullets exploding and launching their hidden blades, creating a clanging and clattering sound as sparks flew from the dragon's right horn. However, after emptying an entire magazine, Cheyenne looked again and saw that the area she had focused her attacks on only had a few barely noticeable scratches. In fact, due to the water flow from the great sea dragon's movements, these scratches were fading at a visible rate. Why isn't it penetrating its defenses at all? It seems the slicing bullets are only slightly more effective than the great sea dragon crashing into rocks. If she kept firing like this, even if she had 50 rounds of ammunition, let alone 5, she might not be able to break its giant horn even if she fired them all at once without the great sea dragon remaining stationary. This won't do. The four hunters reached this conclusion simultaneously. If the goal was to inflict damage on the great sea dragon, they could simply focus their attacks on its relatively weak points. If they couldn't break its defenses the first time, they could try again. But their target was its hardest part, its giant horn. Forcing an attack would more likely only injure themselves. They needed to create a fissure first, disrupting the overall stable structure, before gradually widening the crack through attacks. This fissure required a powerful, sustained attack, and the most suitable weapon was naturally the Dragonslayer's spear in the ruins below. However, Yeza and the others had only just infiltrated the lower sea ruins, and it would take considerable time before the Dragonslayer's spear could be fully utilized. Until then, they seemed somewhat helpless against the great sea dragon. They could only stall for time. Lin Lin gestured, indicating that everyone should focus on delaying the attack and attack freely. Ziyuan put away her heavy crossbow and turned to swim towards the still usable heavy ballista on the ruins of the city wall below, preparing to try attacking with heavy crossbow bolts. As she swam, she felt a pang of regret. If only the bombs could explode underwater, then we could just fire dozens of large barrel bombs, G-grade, pile them on the horn of a sea dragon, and detonate them. The power might even surpass that of a dragon-slaying spear. That would be so much easier. Brave and Yor noticed Cheyenne's actions, but neither of them followed suit and went to find a heavy ballista to fire. Firstly, because they were both melee swordsmen, their marksmanship was truly lacking. The heavy crossbow bolts they carried were ultimately limited. Once they missed or went astray, there was almost no way to retrieve them. It was much more effective to concentrate them and let Cheyenne, who specialized in marksmanship, use them. Secondly, when the sea dragon first launched its attack, it seemed unhurried and slow, almost like a sitting duck. But when they decided to stall for time and temporarily halt their attack, it suddenly became impatient and quickened its pace, acting as if it would attack them if they didn't, forcing them to continue maneuvering against the sea dragon. As for Lin Lin, he was still trying to communicate with the stubborn great ocean dragon. He never expected that his resonance ability, which had been invincible against elder dragons since his encounter with Lady Peak Dragon, would suffer such a crushing defeat today, to the point that he even doubted whether there was something wrong with his ability. However, after several more attempts to communicate, Lin Lin had to helplessly admit that this great horned bull was truly inflexible. How could it be so fixated on such a point? This creature stubbornly believed that the thoughts it transmitted were its illusions, and that all life was the same. It would only tap-tap when it was threatened, and only when it tap-tap could it guide its opponent to attack its horns. Lin Lin sighed wearily. Why was this guy so stubborn? Even the empty Peak Dragon, a colossal elder dragon, wasn't like this. I'm really not hallucinating. I'm talking to you right in front of you. If you don't believe me, just stay in this position and don't move. See if we stop. The great sea dragon's dull gaze, reminiscent of Dunkleistos, fell on Lin Lin again. Finally, it seemed somewhat persuaded and paused its movements, still somewhat doubtful. Could this really not be my hallucination, but rather this little guy talking? But how did it do that? It didn't make a sound. Sigh. So complicated, I don't want to think about it. Lin Lin quickly gestured to Ziyuan behind him, signaling her to seize this opportunity to attack the great sea dragon's horns. Then he saw Ziyuan return the gesture, indicating that she had just run out of heavy crossbow bolts, and the effect wasn't particularly ideal. Even with the powerful propulsion of the heavy ballista, the bolt's effectiveness was significantly diminished after traversing tens of meters of seawater. Each shot only created a small crater 3 or 4 centimeters deep at the point of impact. While this was more effective than the previous slicing projectiles, it was still woefully inadequate against the sea dragon's massive, 30 to 40 meter long curved horn. The sea dragon opened its mouth, spewing out a series of bubbles, its body becoming restless again. Sure enough, the sound from before was just an illusion. As soon as its attack stopped, the sea dragon's attack ceased as well. This wouldn't do. The clanging attacks that landed on its right horn had generated a much stronger shockwave than if it had slammed into the rock. If it persisted, it could definitely be repaired. Seeing the sea dragon about to move again, Lin Lin gritted his teeth, ignoring the potential shockwave damage, and swam directly towards the sea dragon's right horn. This guy was already incredibly stubborn, and it was only a little bit easy to persuade him. If he got stuck on his own stubbornness again, this battle would become much more troublesome. Lin Lin swam directly to the base of the great sea dragon's horn, the area where Violet had concentrated her attacks. A dozen or so heavy crossbow bolts had struck the same spot consecutively, carving a palm-deep crater. Lin Lin slowly exhaled, activated the mechanism, releasing the shield's transformation, and aimed at the cratered area, then swung it upwards with a sudden thrust. Shield saw, activate. Saw. Sizzle. The ear-piercing sound traveled through the horn into the great sea dragon's mind, but feeling its massive right horn being gradually worn down, this normally unbearable noise suddenly seemed pleasant. It was somewhat surprised. That voice, it seemed to be true? They sharpen my horns even without me attacking? Thank goodness, you finally understand. And let me say it again, the one hacking at your horns with an axe right now is me. The high-frequency, intense vibrations gradually subsided. The great sea dragon subconsciously turned its head, glancing at Lin Lin, who was dismantling his sword and shield, and for the first time, it mentally responded, "Keep going." "Why did you stop, Lin Lin?" Your horns are too hard. Sharpening them would be a significant wear and tear on your weapon. I need to sharpen them to restore their sharpness. By the way, since you're finally willing to listen to me, Go down there and get hit by a dragon-slaying spear later, that spike over there. It'd be much more efficient. Chapter 527. It was clear that the Great Sea Dragon's brain hadn't been used in a long time. It was incredibly sluggish. After Lin Lin finished speaking, it took it a while to understand. That pillar over there, can it help me polish my right horn? The Great Sea Dragon's gaze fell, fixed on the simple, unadorned dragon-slaying spear, its eyes filled with doubt. This thing looked no different from any other seabed rock, except perhaps for its more regular shape. Could this unremarkable little thing really be useful? Why don't you try it yourself and see? The Great Sea Dragon, still somewhat skeptical, turned and swam towards the dragon-slaying spear. Hey! Wait a minute. That thing can't be activated yet. You have to wait patiently. The Great Sea Dragon actually stopped moving, floating motionless in the seawater like a wooden stake, truly waiting. Although they didn't possess Lin Lin's ability to directly perceive the monster's thoughts and resonate with the ancient dragon, the other 3 members of the White Wind Squad noticed the Great Sea Dragon's unusual behavior immediately after it stopped moving. Had Lin Lin successfully communicated with it? The 3 gathered around Lin Lin, casting questioning glances at him. Lin Lin gave an okay sign and pointed to the Great Sea Dragon's horn. A frank, in-depth, and constructive discussion ensued, achieving positive and significant progress. Both sides agreed that resolving the Great Sea Dragon's right horn obstructing its view was imperative, injecting new momentum into bilateral relations. Both sides expressed their willingness to jointly promote bilateral relations to a higher level. In simpler terms, the Great Sea Dragon was willing to cooperate with them. There was no need for further fighting, and they no longer needed to worry about being thrown off by a massive dump truck 60 or 70 meters long. They could focus on sharpening its horn. Yeezy's face lit up with joy. Truly, her Lin Lin brother was capable of anything. However, her smile quickly faded. Even though the tracker in her hand was sharp enough, her strength was limited, and being in the water made it difficult to exert force. Even though the sea dragon was as still as a wooden stake, when she swung it with all her might, it only bounced off with a clang, her hand so weak she almost couldn't hold the weapon. Brave gave a thumbs up. When it came to avoiding deflection, the katana master was probably the most qualified to speak on this matter. Although the katana itself would also bounce off the giant horn, the energy blade formed by channeling internal ki and coordinating with the energy grooves within the blade had no physical form, and therefore possessed excellent penetrating power. As long as the distance was precisely controlled, and the attack was performed using the energy blade attached to the blade, while the katana itself merely grazed the surface of the target, there would be absolutely no deflection. In the heat of battle, this distance is almost impossible to control precisely at all times, and without absolute certainty, Bref wouldn't rashly attack the Great Sea Dragon's horns. But now that the Great Sea Dragon has finally calmed down and isn't moving around, isn't this the perfect opportunity for him to strike? Swish, swish, swish. A bright flash of light appeared, and Bref, sweating profusely, unleashed 3 consecutive sets of spirit blade slashes, each ending in a red blade, before finding himself in an awkward situation. This is the sea. Forget about using techniques like spirit blade slashes. Without a sufficiently solid lower body, even a basic Iajutsu is a luxury, and the Kamui Iajutsu, derived from Iajutsu, is out of the question. So, the supreme red blade was freed, but he had no way to deplete the energy blade, so he could only continue his grueling gymnastics. After 3 more sets of energy blade slashes, Bref looked at the dent he had deepened by 3 or 4 inches, silently sheathed his sword, and didn't continue. He turned and distanced himself again, retreating back to Lin Lin Yezi and the others. Energy blade slashes don't bounce off, but each strike requires precise distance control, and ensuring the landing point is concentrated on the same spot, a considerable test of stamina. And this was deep underwater, with immense water pressure. An ordinary person would have been crushed long ago. Hunters, with their strong physiques, could withstand it, but the exertion was far greater than on land. In short, the katana user wasn't tough enough, he couldn't hold on. Ziyuan looked left and right, noticing that the other 3 were all focused on her. She chuckled to herself, thinking, so what if they're higher star rating than me? In the end, they still have to wait for me to take action. She took the heavy crossbow from Lin Lin, returned to her heavy ballista, nocked an arrow, and aimed at the sea dragon's horn, preparing to fire. Just then, 2 bright white flashes suddenly erupted from the ruins below. Although they lasted only a moment, their brightness even surpassed that of the sea dragon's own light. Those were the flashbangs. It was Yezo, and the other's signal. Lin Lin was overjoyed. It seemed the dragon-slaying spear was finally ready. Without this behemoth's help, They didn't know how long it would have taken them to finish repairing the horn. Hey! Big guy! The dragon piercer is ready. The great sea dragon's eyes darted around, glancing at Lin Lin. To be honest, after all that effort Lin Lin and the others had put in, it felt the horn sharpening effect was already much stronger than when it was ramming the rock. If it kept going, it might be finished in a few days, a very encouraging progress. Could this thing be faster than those little guys? Don't worry, it's much more effective than our weapons, but the dragon piercer is huge, you have to bear with it, it might hurt a little. What should I do? Go ram that pillar. If we don't count Lin Lin's urging when he stopped to sharpen his weapon, this was the great sea dragon's first formal interaction with Lin Lin, a breakthrough indeed, a cause for celebration. No need. Just wait in front of the dragon piercer, I started. The great sea dragon knew nothing about these things, but since Lin Lin and the others had done a good job repairing its horns, it naturally followed the instructions of its horn repairing master, swaying leisurely as it swam to the dragon-slaying spear, staring at it with curious eyes. Come on, tilt your head slightly. Lin Lin swam to the top of the city wall, standing directly above the dragon-slaying spear, repeatedly checking the angle. Turn a little to the left. Hey! Too far. Come back a little, just a little bit. Okay, this is the angle, don't move around. Otherwise, it hurt if you miss. 3, 2, 1, say cheese. After confirming the angle was just right, Lin Lin waved to Yi on the other side, signaling her to press the activation mechanism of the dragon-slaying spear. Although the principle is the same, the design of ancient dragon-slaying spears is quite different from that of modern ones. For example, the activation mechanism of ancient dragon-slaying spears was nearly 20 meters away from the spear itself, while modern dragon-slaying spears generally have the mechanism located directly above the spearhead. Ancient dragon-slaying spears were simply simple polygonal prisms in design, while modern spearheads are decorated with sharp barbs. Ancient dragon-slaying spears used a striking mechanism, while modern ones are mostly designed with a wrench for easy gripping. As Yi forcefully swung the insect club in her hand, the mechanism, dormant for thousands of years, was activated. Like a small gear driving a chain, it instantly transmitted power to the trigger device hidden inside the wall, releasing the internal structural constraints. In an instant, the powerful steam propels the ancient dragon-slaying spear forward, striking the dent that Lin Lin and his companions had worked together to create with a speed that a large sea dragon could not react to. Crack! Roar! A crisp cracking sound rang out, but in this deep sea, only the great sea dragon could hear it. It itself was completely unaware of the sound, because the force of the dragon-slaying spear was truly immense. The powerful impact traveled from its right horn to its head, making its entire head buzz, and even forcing it to tilt its head back. If this weren't the deep sea but land, the great sea dragon would likely have been thrown to the ground. Crack! The dragon-slaying spear, driven by its transmission mechanism, slowly retracted into the wall, leaving only its seemingly harmless, unadorned prismatic spearhead exposed, as utterly harmless as any rock found in the deep sea. The sea dragon seemed stunned by the blow, floating there blankly for a long while without reacting. Lin Lin even subconsciously began to worry. This guy wasn't exactly bright to begin with. He hoped this wouldn't give him a concussion and make him completely stupid. Hey! Are you alright? At Lin Lin's repeated calls, the sea dragon finally came to its senses, giving a deep look at the thing whose structure was mostly hidden inside the wall, a hint of apprehension flashing in its eyes. The power of that blow, if it hadn't struck its hardest horn, but landed anywhere else on its body, would have caused it considerable damage. To put it bluntly, in all its years roaming the ocean, apart from that giant octopus, this was the first being it had encountered that could threaten it, and it couldn't help but take it seriously. Even if it was just an inanimate object, it was still an inanimate object worthy of attention. This thing is called a Dragon Slayer spear? Yes, it's a weapon specifically developed to protect our homeland against elder dragons and powerful monsters. It's a testament to human ingenuity. Of course, it could also be from a dragonkin, an earth wyvern, or a sea wyvern. What a powerful thing. The great sea dragon considered the consequences of being struck by this thing on a softer part of its body, and instinctively shrank back, moving slightly away from the Dragon Slayer spear. Then, its brain, still reeling from the powerful impact, began to function again, and it couldn't help but think of something. With such power, if it hadn't communicated with this little creature and had instead chosen to fight, would it have been lured in during the battle and unexpectedly struck? Just thinking about it hurts terribly. Thank you. Look, we hit it with the dragon piercer, and it should thank us. You're a good person. Lin Lin twitched his lips. Wait, why am I getting a good guy card? You're welcome. You're stopping the constant ramming of the rock face and calming the earthquake. Leaving Moga village in peace is the best thanks you can give. Lin Lin approached the right horn of the great sea dragon. The dents worn down by their repeated attacks had finally developed fine cracks after the powerful blow from the dragon piercer. Although these cracks were very subtle, almost invisible unless you looked closely, they made the rest of the work much easier. Ziyuan, it's up to you. Lin Lin gestured to Ziyuan, then signaled the great sea dragon to swim towards the heavy ballista where Ziyuan was. Closing the distance would reduce the force of the ballista projectiles due to seawater resistance, making them much more effective. Next, it's just a matter of patience and patience. Lin Lin's chainsaw, Brave's air blade slashes, and Cheyenne cleaving bullets and heavy crossbow bolts rained down on them. After hours of fierce fighting, and with several attempts to surface for air and their oxygen jade completely depleted, the initially tiny cracks on the great sea dragon's horn finally widened considerably. This horn, which had plagued the great sea dragon for so long, finally appeared to be on the verge of collapse. However, compared to the great sea dragon's horn, Lin Lin and his companions weren't in much better shape. This was truly pure physical exertion. Under the intense physical labor, the energy from the sumptuous cat meal they had eaten before setting out had slowly been depleted. The swordsman's attacks were becoming weak and ineffective, and Cheyenne, due to the high-intensity shooting, was extremely fatigued, her crossbow bolts even starting to ricochet wildly. This battle against a colossal elder dragon was simply beyond human capability. It was utterly exhausting. No, it couldn't even be called a battle. Apart from the initial clashes, the great sea dragon had been remarkably cooperative, offering absolutely no resistance. Lin Lin even considered calling Tayo Tayo for help, but then remembered Tayo Tayo couldn't even swim, so he abandoned the idea. Oh well, I just have to take it slow. If it gets too much, I go ashore to rest and replenish my energy before coming back for a second round. Glug. A large bubble drifted over, enveloping Lin Lin, and bringing a large amount of moist oxygen, dispelling his idea of surfacing again for more oxygen. This was an oxygen bubble created by Cha-Cha. The exact mechanism was a complete mystery, but according to Ziyuan, it seemed Cha-Cha learned this skill after wearing an ancient mask hidden in a cave in the Moga village farm. It was quite useful in naval battles. While inside the bubble, Lin Lin gave Cha-Cha a thumbs up as she swam over, then prepared to charge towards the right horn of the great sea dragon again. Hey, Boss Meow, how about trying this? It's definitely not as powerful as a real dragon piercer, but it might come in handy, Meow. Chapter 528. Lin Lin turned around and saw that Date had also squeezed into the giant oxygen bubble. Taking advantage of the opportunity, she spoke while pulling out a pencil-shaped object from behind her. This is the cat dragon slaying gun? Although Lin Lin hadn't paid much attention to Date's weapon development, he recognized the object at a glance. That's right, Meow Boss, but this thing has a lot of recoil, Meow. It has to be fixed to the ground, otherwise it's basically ineffective, Meow. That's easy. You find a good spot to fix it, and then I lure the great sea dragon over. After saying this, Lin Lin rushed out of the bubble again and swam towards the great sea dragon, which was curiously observing them. Unlike the hunters who were exhausted from their long battle, the great sea dragon, except for its right horn which looked a little unsteady, was in excellent condition, almost unchanged from the beginning. It wasn't even hungry, and didn't need to eat. Guided by Lin Lin, the great sea dragon slowly moved its body closer to Date, who was fixing the cat-type dragon-slaying spear. The immense pressure emanating from its massive body caused Date to instinctively tense up and hold its breath, or rather, they were already holding their breath underwater. The great sea dragon carefully examined the tiny, almost minuscule thing. It was even smaller than Lin Lin, a stark contrast to the powerful pillar from before. Could this little thing really unleash such power? The great sea dragon's doubts were quickly dispelled. After Date finished installing and adjusting it, he pulled the trigger on its right horn, and the miniature dragon-slaying spear suddenly shot out over 10 meters, striking the base of its cracked horn. It was truly baffling how such a long spear could be concealed within a pencil less than a meter long. Crack! With a crisp cracking sound, the 30-meter-long right horn that had been obstructing the great ocean dragon's vision finally detached from its head, causing the dragon's head to tilt slightly back due to the powerful impact. Regaining its senses, and feeling its right eye finally regain its sight, the great ocean dragon couldn't help but raise its head and let out an excited roar. The powerful sonic boom from its massive body caused the seawater around the dragon to churn violently, the spreading sound waves sending everything flying, including the hunters and Date, who had just activated the cat-type dragon piercer. Glug glug. The group felt like they'd been thrown into a washing machine, spinning around and around several times before finally coming to a stop. Already in poor condition, the sonic boom and the resulting water currents made them even more dizzy, almost causing them to vomit the oxygen algae they were holding in their mouths. The great sea dragon noticed this scene, and belatedly realized it was all its fault, closing its mouth in slight embarrassment. Lin Lin and the others were scattered and disorganized, especially the smaller orc followers, who had all fainted. The great sea dragon pondered for a moment, then opened its mouth and swam towards them, like some dragonfish it had observed before, protecting its eggs in its mouth. Even though Lin Lin and the others weren't eggs, that didn't stop it from doing so. When the great sea dragon closed its mouth, shutting out the seawater, the hunters, no longer bearing the immense water pressure, felt much more relaxed. Lin Lin didn't rush to have the great sea dragon release them. Instead, he simply sat on the great sea dragon's tongue to rest, even taking out a piece of its food to nibble on and replenish his strength. The interior of the great sea dragon's mouth wasn't dark. The presence of two oval-shaped luminous organs on its upper palate made it seem as if two overhead lights had been installed inside its mouth, providing a bright yet soft light that wouldn't be glaring. The White Wind squad members, initially slightly panicked while being held in the great sea dragon's mouth, quickly realized that the great sea dragon meant no harm when they saw Lin Lin's calm demeanor, as they understood his abilities. They relaxed and focused on recovering their strength. Yi Zi, after catching her breath for a moment, didn't rest for long before getting up and lifting her stunned followers one by one, shaking them vigorously to prevent them from suffocating due to seawater or other foreign objects blocking their airways. Ziyuan didn't rest for long either, but she fully embraced her reckless spirit, curiously examining the great sea dragon's oral cavity structure. Then, she looked down at her Don Cannon Kaifeng, her genius mind involuntarily pondering a question. You guys think sea dragons also have that hard, protective shell inside their mouths? Lin Lin was speechless, his lips twitching slightly. I advise you to stop thinking about dangerous things. We're inside a sea dragon's mouth right now. I don't want to cosplay Jonah yet. Bref, however, asked curiously, who's Jonah? A character from a story, who was swallowed by a giant fish for 3 days and 3 nights, and then spat out. Lin Lin said, his gaze fixed on Ziyuan. Ziyuan chuckled awkwardly, forcefully pressing her eager little hand back down. Ahaha, I was fighting outside for so long, I accidentally got a bit carried away with my thinking. Sorry. The sea dragon's lung capacity was astonishing, and with the oxygen provided by the algae growing on its body's surface, even inside its mouth, the air remained remarkably fresh, only slightly damp, perfect for resting. Lin Lin laid down to relax, communicating with the sea dragon in his mind. Hey, big guy, how did you think of putting us in your mouth? You helped me break off my troublesome right horn, finally letting me see the light of day again. You did me a huge favor. I accidentally laughed too loudly just now, and those little ones seemed to have been knocked unconscious. If I hadn't protected them in time, I was afraid they would have drowned, and in my panic, I came up with this idea. What's wrong? Did I do something wrong? No, you did a great job, thank you. Otherwise, something really bad might have happened. Lin Lin glanced at Yi Zi and the others. After Yi Zi's emergency treatment, they had mostly regained consciousness. He had originally wanted to help, but since Yi Zi had already taken action, he hadn't. Well, mainly it was exhausting. Throughout the entire horn grinding process, he and Bref, the two melee swordsmen, expended the most stamina. Cheyenne mainly used her energy, while Yoko, as an insect glaive user, was relatively weak in attack without kinsex, making horn grinding ineffective. Therefore, her attack frequency was much lower, and she conserved more stamina. Hey, big guy. What's up? I just suddenly thought of something. Calling you big guy all the time doesn't seem quite right. How about I give you a name? A name? What's that? It's just a way we address different individuals. For example, we hunters are all human, but my name is Lin Lin, the one with the katana is called Bref, the one with the staff is called Yoko, and the one who keeps shooting is called Cheyenne. Oh. Okay. Then give me a name. In the legends passed down among the sea people, you are a giant of light, who appeared from the deep sea. So how about we call you Eagle? Eagle? Yes, it's the name of a giant of light, who represents the will of the ocean. The will of the ocean. Okay, then I be called Eagle. The great sea dragon's brain hadn't been working for a long time, and it still seemed somewhat dazed. Lin Lin's communication during the horn grinding process had already gained its trust, and Lin Lin suspected that it wasn't thinking at all right now, just passively accepting whatever he said, as if leaving the decision to Lin Lin. It must be said The Great Sea Dragon is a very gentle, colossal ancient dragon. That's absolutely true. Lin Lin was about to talk with the Great Sea Dragon a little longer, discussing the Black Dragon and the Skeleton Dragon, when Date's scream interrupted him. Where did my cat-type dragon-slaying lance prototype go, meow? Cheyenne, quite carefree, comforted him. Oh dear, didn't you build that thing? If you know the principle, building another one shouldn't be too difficult, right? That's not the case at all, meow. This prototype was used in actual combat, so it definitely needs to be retrieved and its structural damage checked to determine where to make improvements next, meow. If this prototype is lost, there won't be such a valuable opportunity for actual combat again, meow. A prototype? Lin Lin stroked his chin. When Date activated the dragon-slaying gun, it had already secured the base to the underwater wall. With the power of the Great Sea Dragon's roar, it shouldn't have destroyed it outright, right? It's alright, it's alright. If we rested enough, we find it now. Eagle, please open your mouth. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and splashes of water appeared in the clear night. A gigantic body surged upwards from the deep sea, its massive horns overlapping with the crescent moon in the sky, a breathtaking sight. Woo! A distant and ethereal cry echoed throughout the sea, creating a harmonious symphony with the waves crashing against the rocks. Goodbye, Great Sea Dragon. On the surface of the sea, Lin Lin and the others waved their arms vigorously, watching the Great Sea Dragon's massive body slowly sink beneath the surface and gradually disappear into the distance. Humans living on land, and a colossal ancient dragon dwelling in the deep sea, a brief but unforgettable encounter, a thrilling adventure. The group remained silent for a long time before Lin Lin finally called out, "Let's go, everyone. It's time to return to the village. Don't keep the villagers waiting too long." So the hunters dragged their wearied bodies back to the island where their camp was located, boarded the prepared small boat, and slowly rowed towards the village. Guga landed at the stern, its elytra fluttering, providing a bit of wind and slightly increasing the boat's speed. At the village entrance, the gloom that had shrouded the villagers' expressions had vanished completely after the sea dragon took to the skies. Its ethereal, far-reaching cry had drawn the attention of almost everyone, allowing them to see the crescent-shaped horn. The Great Sea Dragon's right horn was broken off, meaning the hunters had succeeded. In an instant, the entire village erupted in jubilation. Some rushed to inform the women and children, who had taken refuge on the mountaintop. Others rowed fishing boats to the sea where the hunters had fought to bring them back. Some joyfully lit bonfires to prepare for the long-awaited feast. Some immediately began processing the available ingredients to celebrate tonight's banquet, and still others sang folk songs that had been passed down through the ages in Moga. As Lin Lin and his companions stepped off the small boat and back onto solid ground, the vibrant, life-giving songs filled their ears. I ask, what is the meaning of life? I ask, what is the symbol of life? Now, a new song of life is born. That is the opportunity of life, the melody of the sea. The resonance of life calls to the earth. The liberation of life harmonizes with the sunlight. This is the melody that sings praises to all things in the world. This is the rhythm of life, the sound of the sea. The rhythm of life shakes the earth. The harmony of life soothes the sunlight. This is the sound of all things. The language of all things. Seeking will and perseverance. The rhythm of all things. Imagining the true meaning of longing. A new song of life is already in our hearts. The members of the White Wind Squad listened intently. As the inexplicably moving and uplifting music played, Ziyuan slowly walked into the village. Every fisherman who saw the hunters return safely greeted them with joy and offered them local specialties. Fruit, bread, and mostly seafood products such as sweet fish slices, squid strips, baby cuttlefish, smoked dried fish, and so on. That's wonderful. You're back. I knew the hunters of Moga village would be safe. An excited voice rang out, even a little shaky. Ziyuan turned around and saw a girl in a white shirt and red skirt running towards her, throwing herself into her arms. Her voice was choked with emotion, and tears glistened in her eyes. That's wonderful. You're safe and sound. That's so wonderful. Ziyuan was slightly taken aback. Ever since she arrived in Moga village, her best friend had been almost constantly on edge, working tirelessly on paperwork, her smiles less vibrant than before. Now, seeing her true feelings revealed, she suddenly realized that the other person was not just a girl concerned about the safety of her hometown, but also a friend who genuinely worried about the safety of her friends. She couldn't help but gently hug her best friend, patting her hand to comfort her. Yeah, it's okay, it's okay. We're by Feng, a giant sea dragon, it can't defeat us. Chapter 529. The Great Fishing Festival. This is a festival held in Moga tradition, when the great sea dragon appears near the village, expressing gratitude and reverence to nature and the sea. However, this year's Great Fishing Festival is slightly different. This time, not only have they just safely weathered a massive crisis that could have wiped out the entire village, but several participants from other areas have also joined them, the hunters from the White Wind Squad. The hunters, having just finished their battle with the great sea dragon, are utterly exhausted, and in this situation, a feast filled with wine and food is undoubtedly the best way to relax and rest. Long tables stretch from the village entrance all the way to the sea, laden with Moga's signature seafood feast. Giant grilled lobsters drizzled with garlic butter, whole tuna gutted to reveal their pink flesh, rich broth of shellfish and seaweed simmering in earthenware pots, and steaming rice dumplings garnished with fish roe. The cat chef's stall flickered with firelight as he busily prepared ingredients. Children brought out their treasured pickled seaweed and candied squid tentacles, stuffing these precious snacks into the hunter's hands. Cup after cup of fragrant ale flowed, and the air was thick with the aroma of cooking. Under the cover of night, a huge bonfire soared into the sky in the open space in the center of Moga village. The flames, like crimson silk, shone brightly, illuminating the villagers' smiling faces. Laughter and cheerful chatter blended seamlessly with the rapid drumbeats and rousing music. At this moment, Moga village relaxed its long-held tension, fully enjoying this brief moment of joy. Several shirtless seafarers beat wooden drums covered with sharkskin, the rhythm rising and falling like the tides. After a hearty meal, men and women gathered around the blazing bonfire, swaying to the beat of drums and the ancient wave dance. Ziyuan, itching to join in, cheered and pulled Anxia into the crowd, mimicking the others' movements with haphazard arm swings. Although her dance looked completely out of place, it was met with applause and cheers, further enlivening the atmosphere. No one cared about the beauty or ugliness of the dance. What mattered was the shared feeling of joy and celebration. Ziyuan, like a seaweed, swayed freely in the wind, not forgetting to turn back and call to Lin Lin and the others, "Come on, come on. Let's dance together." Having eaten and drunk his fill, Lin Lin's strength had recovered considerably. He was no longer as exhausted as before, wanting only to collapse. He turned to look at Yezi, whose eyes shone brightly in the firelight. "How was your rest? Want to dance?" Yezi gently wiped the chili sauce from the corner of his mouth, her smile radiant. "Sure." With Lin Lin and Yezi joining the dance, the other members of the team couldn't sit still any longer. Cha-Cha, without a word, dragged Kayamba to the campfire where the children were gathered, fully displaying the unique and excellent dancing talent of the Chimian tribe. Nialu cautiously glanced at the half-drunk, half-awake Yizeo, and mustered her courage to invite him to dance. Only Brev looked left and right, awkwardly standing there. "I want to dance too." Sanaa came to his rescue. "Ha ha, Brother Brev, if you don't mind, how about joining me?" If he had a choice, Brev would certainly prefer to dance with a girl he liked or a girl who liked him, rather than with a burly man. But clearly, he had no choice. The feast continued until late at night, the villagers freely releasing their boundless energy until the morning star lit up the sky, and the brightly lit Moga village finally returned to its usual tranquility. The hunters, having just experienced a devastating battle, couldn't join in the festivities that late and had already fallen into a deep sleep. The villagers carefully escorted them back to their dwellings. The celebrations continued, but the singing and drumming stopped so as not to disturb the hunters' rest. When Lin Lin stretched and got out of bed, he saw the golden sunrise and the shimmering golden light shattering on the sea. What a beautiful morning! Lin Lin quietly watched this scene, a contented smile involuntarily curving his lips. He slept very well that night, his energy fully restored, feeling as if he could fight another fierce battle without any problem. A fierce battle. Thinking of this, the smile on Lin Lin's lips faded, and he sighed softly. Yes, a fierce battle. After resolving the issue of the Great Sea Dragon, there was still a big problem waiting. He didn't have much time left to relax. The final battle between Midgard and Laoshan Dragon was less than 2 days away. He had to hurry and get there to help. Lin Lin was about to call Date to go and tell Brave and the others when he glanced back and found that Date had woken up even earlier than him, seemingly hunched over a desk, writing and drawing something. Curious, he went over to investigate. "What are you drawing?" Yeza was startled by the sudden voice, causing her pen to jerk violently, ruining the entire drawing. Turning her head, she saw Lin Lin. Yeza was exasperated, patting her chest to calm herself, and complained, "Boss, can't you at least make a sound before you speak, meow? I've been drawing this for ages, meow." Lin Lin chuckled dryly, sorry, I didn't expect you to be so focused. "What kind of drawing is this?" Yezo turned back, crumpled the ruined drawing into a ball and tossed it aside, then picked up a new sheet of paper and started drawing again, answering without looking up, of course, it's the drawing for an improved version of the cat-type Dragon Slayer gun, meow. I inspected the wreckage of the destroyed prototype yesterday, meow, and I feel the biggest problem is actually the insufficient strength of the materials used, meow, and if we change the materials used. As for the materials, the structure also needs a slight modification, meow. As she spoke, Dade suddenly raised an eyebrow. By the way, meow boss, do you think if we used the horn of a great sea dragon to make the spearhead, the strength would be very high, meow? Lin Lin twitched his lips. A dragon breaker made from elder dragon materials. That's strong enough, but the great sea dragon's horn is still floating in that sea. Sanaz said he find someone to work together to pull it up, but that will definitely take quite a while, so we can't use it for now. Huh? Can't use it? Why, meow? Dade turned its head in surprise, but accidentally its hand trembled, ruining the drawing again, and its face immediately darkened. It simply tossed the pen aside for the time being, focusing on Lin Lin, waiting for his explanation. Let's talk to Bref and the others together later, so we don't have to repeat ourselves. What? Minigard is also facing the threat of a colossal elder dragon? Bref's eyes widened, finding it unbelievable. That's the second largest city after East Dorma. Isn't their own strength enough to defend it? Yoko shook her head. This time, Lao Shanlung's actions were unexpected by everyone. The fortifications prepared to counterattack are far from being maintained at their best. It's a critical matter, and the guild wants to mobilize as much combat power as possible to ensure Minigard's safety. I see. Bref pondered for a moment. The guild leader only said that the two of you should go to provide support, but didn't say we couldn't go with them, right? But, Lin hesitated. If Moga village was only threatened by an earthquake, then their entire team could lead together after repairing the Great Sea Dragon's horn without any problems. But besides the Great Sea Dragon, Moga also faced the threat of ferocious monsters. Without hunters stationed there, wasn't it too dangerous? Ziyuan thought seriously for a moment and nodded. Indeed, since we need to mobilize as much combat power as possible, having more manpower is always good. However, without hunters in Moga village, we can't really feel at ease. In that case, let Cha-Cha and I stay. Now that we have this Dawn Cannon Kaifeng, even if we encounter a pincer attack from White Gale and Nargacuga again, I'm confident I can handle it. There aren't many dangerous monsters like that around Moga. Are we splitting up again? No, maybe it's unnecessary. Just then, a voice interrupted Lin Lin and the others. Turning around, they saw two girls, one energetic and the other quiet, approaching together. The one who had just spoken was the more lively one. Anxia Sophia? What did you mean by that? Lin Lin looked at them strangely. How could they ensure the safety of Moga village if the White Wind squad left no one behind? Sophia seemed to have thought of something, her expression turning strange, her voice sounding like she was suppressing a laugh. Just now, Mr. Howe's trading ship arrived at Moga village, bringing two special passengers. One of them is a 5-star hunter. She said she's tired and doesn't want to travel around anymore, so she plans to stay in Moga village for a while. Anxi nodded and added, that's right. With her there, if another monster appears that threatens the village, Moga village isn't without the ability to protect itself. So, Brother Lin Lin, you can go where you're needed more. Moga village won't, and can't be a chain binding you. Ziyuan's face lit up with joy. She hadn't wanted to be separated from her teammates, but she had developed feelings for the village and couldn't just leave, which was why she suggested this idea. What if they really leave her here alone for 3 or 4 years, while the other 3 travel the entire continent? Would she still be considered part of the team then? That would be great. I can relax now. I wonder what that hunter's name is. 5-star hunters aren't as rare as high-ranking hunters, but they're still far from being numerous. Maybe she knows them? Well, you actually know her. Ansha's expression became somewhat similar to Sophia's, both wearing a strange look. Celestina, a 5-star shield wielder. You're the one who rescued them and brought them back to the village. Them? Lin Lin paused, recalling what Sophia had just said. You just mentioned 2 passengers, and the other one is? Yes, the messenger the guild leader mentioned who unexpectedly lost contact. It was assigned by the guild to deliver a message to you and Yezi, chasing after them all the way from Jianghua village. However, it was attacked by a skeletal dragon on the way, its airship crashed, and it was rescued by Ziyuan and brought back to Moga village. Sophia, recalling what she had just heard, couldn't help but let her lips curl into a wild smile. Then she forced herself to suppress it, her lips twitching uncontrollably, constantly telling herself that such a smile was immoral. To deliver this message to you, it chased you all the way from Moga village to Jian village, then from Jian village to Yinhua village, and finally back to Moga village from Yinhua village. Here, this is the guild's secret letter it brought. It was so tired that it had to ask me to deliver it. Lin Lin took the secret letter from Sophia, tore off the sealing wax, and unfolded it to read. Yezi also curiously came over to look. The content of the letter was very simple, instructing him and Yezi to return to East Daruma as soon as possible. Considering the time the letter was sent, as soon as possible definitely didn't mean now. It most likely meant that after returning to East Daruma, they would be assigned to participate in the Laoshan Dragon ambush in Minigard. Lin Lin and Yezi exchanged a glance. How about, after the battle in Minigard is over, we go back to East Daruma? I remember when we parted, the brigade leader and the others mentioned East Daruma as their destination, right? Yoko nodded vigorously, unconditionally supporting Lin Lin's decision. Okay. Are we going back to Dongdaruma? Sophia pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly. This vacation has been long enough. It's time to reunite with the captain and the others. Lin Lin thought about the load on the Sky Piercer. 5 people, for beastmen, plus the increasingly large boom beast, and a bead of sweat appeared on his forehead. Won't this put too much strain on the Sky Piercer's stamina? Sophia paused for a moment before reacting. Lin Lin seemed to have misunderstood something. No, I won't trouble you, Dekong. You're going to Minigard to fight. I don't want to cause trouble. The trade ship arrives today. I plan to take Bao Bao back to East Daruma to meet up with the brigade commander and the others. Haha, is that so? Lin Lin scratched his head, then it settled. See you in East Daruma. With the decisive battle against Laoshan Lan imminent, and the personnel already finalized, the sooner the better. Lin Lin whistled, and a moment later, a fiery red figure soared into the sky, landing near Lin Lin and his group. The White Wind Squad climbed onto Dekong's back, and the rat halos roared, taking flight once more. Goodbye, Lin Lin. Brev. Cheyenne. Yoko. Thank you. Anxia cupped her hands to her mouth and shouted with all her might. Goodbye. High in the sky, on the back of the rat halos, the hunters waved to Anxia, who had become a tiny dot below, until the entire village was completely hidden in the clouds. Chapter 530. Moga Village, in the open space in the center of the village. Anxia and Sophia looked up at the departing figure of the rat halos, speechless for a moment. After a long while, Anxia slowly exhaled. They're gone. 3 of the 4 hunters in the White Wind Squad were old friends she had known since Lokrak. Her hometown was in trouble this time, and it was entirely thanks to their righteous help. A mere feast was not enough to express their gratitude. Unfortunately, the situation on the continent was not peaceful, so they could not stay here, but like a white wind, they blew to where they were needed more. Sophia nodded. She's gone. Anxia stood there for a moment, then turned to look at Sophia. What about you? When are you leaving? Seeing the reluctance in Anxia's eyes, Sophia smiled and hugged the girl. If you're reluctant to leave, I stay a couple more days with you. The trading ship needs to replenish its cargo, so it'd be staying for several more days. Anxia had always been lively, cheerful, optimistic, and strong, but now, being hugged by Sophia, she couldn't help but reveal a softer side, burying her face in Sophia's chest and acting like a little girl. Couldn't you stay a little longer? Sophia gently patted Anxia's back. There's no other way. Dongdaruma is still researching the plant that caused the ferocity. If I get back sooner, I can let you know if there's any new news or progress. The 2 best friends were whispering to each other when a footstep quickly approached. Sophia turned her head and saw the exhausted cat in the coat who had just handed her the letter and fallen into a deep sleep running towards her. She couldn't help but be a little surprised. Shouldn't you be resting? Why are you here? The coat cat bowed respectfully. I couldn't sleep peacefully because I failed in my duty. Without personally delivering the secret letter to its target, it was having nightmares even in its sleep, constantly drifting on the sea, seemingly chasing someone but never catching up. Therefore, after being startled awake, the coat cat felt slightly better and decided to personally meet the hunter it had chased for 365 miles, to put an end to its obsession and prevent itself from still chasing people in its dreams. That's unfortunate, they just left. Sophia pointed to the sky. A small black dot could still be vaguely seen in the distance, but a few seconds later, a cloud drifted by, completely obscuring it. The coat cat, tired. Whatever. There's no obsession in this world that can't be let go of. So what if it has nightmares for a few days? The coat cat's vision went black, and it was about to perform a dramatic fall asleep. Buzz? A leg extended, hooking the scarf around the back of the coat-wearing cat's neck with its claws, preventing it from falling over. After all, this was the beach, and the ground was cold. It would catch a cold. Guga? Sophia looked at the large, glossy beetle in surprise, momentarily bewildered. You didn't go with Lin Lin and the others? Did they forget about you? Buzz? Guga flapped its wings a few times, trying to explain that it hadn't been forgotten, but clearly, Sophia didn't have Lin Lin's ability to sense thoughts. She simply tilted her head, glanced at it, and made a hasty decision. Looks like we have to ask Mr. how to arrange a larger seat for the boat trip this time. 1 Bao Bao and 1 Guga. I wonder how many tickets we need. Guga, Never mind, I won't explain. It's fine this way. Although it can fly, its endurance and speed are far inferior to Dekong's. Its only advantage is its small size, making it more agile in confined spaces. Lin Lin and the others need to rely on Dekong to reach Minigard at full speed, so obviously they can't take it along. When Lin Lin spoke to it, it was actually thinking of staying in Moga village to help the hunters protect the village. However, Sophia's suggestion wasn't bad. Donnarumma, after being away for so long, it really misses that villa. Western continent, coastline, mountainside. A powerful city called Minigard sits here. Unlike the remote Cocoa village, or the tranquil kingdom of Westfall where monsters are nowhere to be seen, this place was once just a cave built into the mountainside, a gathering place for farmers, merchants, craftsmen, and hunters to exchange goods. It was the hunters' long-term activity here that made it increasingly prosperous, eventually becoming the capital it is today. The city walls are 10 meters high, constructed entirely of massive dark gray stone blocks. Having withstood centuries of wind and rain, coupled with the large ballistae and movable cannons mounted on the walls, and the dragon-slaying spears mostly hidden within the walls, only revealing their menacing gleam, a sense of history and formidable danger immediately pervades the scene. Normally, such strong armed defenses, combined with the large number of hunters living in the town, would have provided the citizens with an unparalleled sense of security, attracting people to settle and trade here. However, compared to its former peace and tranquility, the entire city of Minigard was now shrouded in gloom. The streets were deserted, a stark contrast to the bustling crowds and traffic of the past. Those who did appear hurried along, their faces filled with anxiety, as if a great calamity was imminent. The cause of all this change was the warning issued not long ago. The old mountain dragon was about to arrive at the fortress, where the hunters would engage in a desperate battle. If they could defeat it, Minigard would be safe, and the citizens would have only experienced a false alarm. But if they failed, there would be no obstacle between the old mountain dragon and Minigard. At that time, the 10-meter-high city walls might be able to hold off some large bird dragon and beast dragon species, but compared to the old mountain dragon's massive body, which was 60 or 70 meters long, they would crumble at the slightest touch, with no chance of victory whatsoever. Once the city fell, the hunters would have no time to protect the citizens. They would have to rely solely on themselves. Therefore, since the alarm was issued, some people have chosen to pack their bags and leave Minigard for safer areas. Some have stockpiled food and water in their basements, using them as shelters. Some have complete faith in the hunters, believing Minigard to be impregnable, and are not particularly panicked. Others feel that Minigard is their city, and the responsibility of protecting it shouldn't fall entirely on the hunters. As ordinary citizens, although they cannot participate in the fighting, they can still provide assistance to the hunters in any way they can. This ranges from wealthy merchants donating their granaries, to ordinary people helping the hunters load and transport goods. Of course, some were extremely pessimistic, believing that the old mountain dragon was a divine punishment for humanity, urging people to abandon resistance, accept divine retribution to cleanse their sins, or offer their wealth to gain the mountain god's protection and avoid ruin. However, these latter types usually didn't last long before falling silent. Whether they incurred public wrath and were beaten into submission, or angered the city's law enforcement and thrown into jail, remains unknown. Today is the day the old mountain dragon arrives at the fortress. After today, either nothing will happen, and the city will be peaceful, or there will be heavy casualties, and the city will be reduced to ashes. Perhaps this is why the supply wagons traveling between the fortress and Minigard are unusually numerous. On a medicine cart, a young boy in training hunter's gear kept glancing ahead, his expression filled with barely concealed anxiety. He repeatedly wanted to raise his whip to urge the herbivorous dragon pulling the cart to move faster, but worried that it might injure the dragon and slowed down the journey. After a moment's hesitation, the boy finally put away the whip, jumped off the cart, and walked to the herbivorous dragon's side, walking alongside it to lighten its load. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the boy's face was very similar to Brave's, except that compared to the mature katana user, this boy's face still retained a youthful innocence. The boy's name was Zack, Brave's younger brother, born of the same parents. When their family went to visit Brave, who was then a member of the Fortress guerrillas in Lokrak, they were unexpectedly attacked by a Barroth. If Brave and Lin Lin hadn't arrived in time, their entire family might have perished. As for why Zack, who originally lived in Tangia Port, was here, it was coincidentally related to this matter. When faced with the attack of the Sand Dragon, he could only flee in disarray, unable even to protect himself, let alone his parents. His brother, a hunter, however, was able to fight it single-handedly, even killing the enormous creature. The moment Brave appeared before them, his brother's tall and imposing figure was deeply etched into Zack's heart. A thought sprouted in his mind. He wanted to be like his brother, a powerful hunter, able to stand up and protect everything he cherished when disaster struck, instead of just desperately running away, praying that someone would come to his rescue. Unfortunately, his desire to become a hunter was not approved by his parents. Although the hunters were very open-minded and loving towards their children, the profession of hunter was simply too dangerous, with the slightest mistake carrying the risk of death. They already had one child who had taken on such a dangerous job and achieved success. They simply couldn't accept another child following the same path. They had initially agreed to let Brave become a hunter because they knew that even if something happened to Brave, at least there would be Zack to carry on the family line. But now, if Zack also wanted to become a hunter, there was a real risk of having no descendants, something the hunters absolutely could not accept. This caused many arguments between Zack and his parents, always ending in bitter disputes. Seeing that it was hopeless for him to follow in his brother's footsteps and be sent to the hunter training camp in Tangia Harbor, Zack finally made up his mind. One night, after leaving a letter home, he packed his bags and ran away from home to find his own path as a hunter. Because of Brave, Zack had a good understanding of hunters from a young age, knowing which cities on the continent were popular for hunters and suitable for training and development, such as East Dorma, Lokrak, and Minigard. East Dorma, as the continent's premier city and the residence of the guild leader, the Grand Elder, was undoubtedly the most suitable destination for a young man with a hunter's dream. However, Brave often rode home, so Zack knew his older brother lived in East Dorma. If he bumped into him there and was forcibly sent back by his brother, it would be disastrous. Until he achieved some success on his hunter's path, Zack didn't want to encounter his older brother. As for the second option, Lokrak, his family had visited it when they went to see Brave. Zack didn't like the environment where you often had a mouthful of sand while eating, so he ruled it out. Finally, he chose the third option, Minigard. Things were going smoothly at first. He ran away from home to Minigard, joined the training camp, and, perhaps due to his family's good genes, performed exceptionally well. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to accept the promotion assessment within the next couple of days and become a full-fledged hunter. But then, an unexpected event occurred. The Lao Shanlung attacked, and Minigard went on high alert, fully preparing for battle. His promotion assessment was thus postponed. Although Zack believed he possessed the skills to become a full-fledged hunter, he hadn't yet passed the assessment or obtained his own hunter's notebook, so he wasn't considered a full-fledged hunter. Furthermore, Minigard, being a large city, had no shortage of low-level hunters, and naturally, they couldn't recruit a trainee hunter for this crucial Lao Shanlung ambush. Therefore, despite Zack's strong desire to participate in the battle, he only received a logistical transport mission, responsible for delivering supplies to the front lines. Well, this is good enough. At least I was able to help. Zack raised his hand to shield his eyes from the glaring sunlight, gazing at the magnificent, towering walls of the distant fortress. His expression shifted slightly, because he saw that the sky in the distance wasn't blue with white clouds, but a vast expanse of dark clouds. No, those weren't clouds at all. They were a herd of countless winged serpent dragons. Although he wasn't very familiar with the information on many monsters, Zack was quite aware of the imminent threat to Minigard. The winged serpent dragon horde was approaching, which meant the Lao Shanlung had arrived. The decisive battle was imminent, and it might even have already begun. Once the battle officially broke out, there would inevitably be a large number of wounded. Medicine had to be delivered quickly. The hunters couldn't be allowed to run out of medicine. Chapter 531. Bang! Zack was urging his herbivorous dragon forward when he suddenly felt a faint tremor beneath his feet. He stopped abruptly and looked around. An earthquake? It was truly a case of misfortunes never coming singly. How could an earthquake strike at such a crucial moment in the battle? Zack's expression was grim. He bent down, pressing his cheek to the ground, listening intently. If it really was an earthquake, he had to quickly warn the hunters defending the fortress to be on guard. Bang! Another tremor followed, and Zack's brow furrowed even more deeply. This sound, it didn't sound like an earthquake. Tangia Port was an earthquake-prone area, and Zack had experienced several earthquakes since childhood. This one felt significantly different from the previous ones. The tremor was superficial, not coming from deep within the earth. It sounded more like the tremor caused by something heavy falling. As for what heavy object it was, thump! Another tremor came, and whether it was his imagination or not, Zack felt that the source of the tremor seemed to be a tiny bit closer. Thump! Another tremor. The time interval between it and the previous one was exactly the same, as if something was instinctively moving forward at a fixed frequency. A moving, constantly approaching, a huge object whose every step could cause a small earthquake. Is this an Lao Shan Lung? Zack took a deep breath, glanced back at the herbivorous dragon that had also sensed something was wrong and was now hesitant to move forward, and tried to calm his racing heart. He muttered to himself, "There's nothing to be afraid of. Nothing to be afraid of. Zack, you aspire to become a hunter as skilled as your brother. How can you back down like this?" He pounded his chest, grabbed the herbivorous dragon's reins, and forcefully pulled the timid creature to increase its speed. The fortress itself was a defensive structure built against the canyon. Besides the massive walls erected at the canyon pass, reaching heights of over 70 meters, the roads extending outwards along the canyon on both sides were heavily armed, much like the battle streets of East Daruma, aiming to weaken the colossal ancient dragon as much as possible before it reached the pass. Thanks to Zack's frantic efforts, the medicine was finally delivered successfully. However, the battle had already begun, with artillery fire raging. Everyone was running around the fortress like their backsides were on fire, creating chaos. Zack couldn't find the logistics personnel he was supposed to coordinate with. Zack considered stopping someone to ask for directions several times, but feared it might delay their advance. After a moment's thought, he parked the cart beside the tunnel, shouldered a box of healing potions, and jogged through the tunnels, hoping to find the potions himself. However, the fortress, built for robust defense, used a large amount of brick and stone to construct the walls. The tunnels were narrow and interconnected. Without prior knowledge, Zack quickly lost his way. Looking around, everything seemed the same, making it impossible to distinguish east from west. The place was also extremely deserted. The people who had been running around so bustlingly were nowhere to be seen, leaving him with no one to ask for directions. Just as he was about to try his luck and randomly choose a passageway, his ears twitched slightly. He heard an unusual sound. Zack was absolutely certain that this wasn't human language at all. Instead, it sounded exactly like the language of a small, highly aggressive monster that frequently clashed with humans, the language of the felines. How strange. How could there be felines in a fortress? Had some hunter tamed a feline as a follower? Zack was about to peek out when he heard a chaotic cacophony of sounds, all in the feline's language. Now Zack realized something was wrong. Even if a hunter had tamed a feline as a follower, there couldn't possibly be such a large group gathered here. Zack cautiously held his breath and quietly peeked in the direction of the sound. One glance was enough to make his eyes widen in horror. At the end of the passageway ahead, a large iron gate stood open. Two figures lay motionless in pools of blood on the ground. Through the open gate, Zack could clearly see the contents of the storeroom. Large quantities of gunpowder, explosives, bombs, and ammunition. This was the fortress's armory. The supplies stored here were essential weapons for fighting the old mountain dragon. Beside the two fallen figures, a dozen or so short, ragged-clothed felines were bustling in and out, laboriously carrying gunpowder from the armory. Zack's gaze followed the figure of a feline carrying a barrel of explosives as it ran out, watching it disappear into another passageway a short distance away. Then, it pushed aside a loose brick and vanished into a tunnel. These Giratina, they're thieves! While everyone was focused on the battle against Lao Shan Lung, they secretly dug a tunnel and infiltrated the fortress to steal these vital strategic resources. Damn it! If Lao Shan Lung hadn't arrived so suddenly, forcing us to urgently repair the fortress and leaving no time for a thorough inspection, they wouldn't have gotten away with this. Zack's hand involuntarily tightened around his training sword, wanting to rush out and kill them. However, his gaze swept over the corpses in the pool of blood, and his initial surge of adrenaline cooled slightly. There were two hunters. Judging from their attire, one wore a Velocidrome set, and the other a Sand Wyvern set. They were clearly low-level hunters, around 1 or 2 stars. But even low-level hunters were certainly more experienced than Zack, a rookie who hadn't even passed his assessment. The fact that they died so silently here showed that these Giratina were definitely not as simple as he thought. I can't act impulsively. But I can't just stand by and watch them carry it away. Zack muttered to himself, carefully taking steps without making a sound as he slipped into another tunnel, facing the entrance to the tunnel dug by the Fetifolk, disappearing into the shadows. A short while later, another Fetifolk, carrying gunpowder, staggered over, preparing to squeeze into the tunnel. A flash of cold light appeared in the darkness, precisely piercing the Fetifolk's back, ending its wicked life. The tunnel was cluttered with debris, and the Fetifolk's small corpse was easy to hide. Covering it with a canvas prevented the stench of blood from dissipating for a while. Zack remained hidden in the shadows, striking decisively and swiftly eliminating 5 or 6 of the felines carrying gunpowder, reducing the audacious bandits to single digits. However, things took an unexpected turn. Noticing that several of the felines hadn't returned, a peculiar feline emerged from the gunpowder depot. Compared to the other, lean felines, this one was much taller, nearly as tall as the hunter. Even more striking was the crown atop its head, making it stand out even more, though the crown was shaped like a barbecue grill. The moment Zack saw this creature, his hair stood on end, and his face contorted with terror. It wasn't the significantly different-looking feline that terrified him. It was the blazing crown on its head that truly terrified him. Just now, this guy had been sitting in the armory full of gunpowder. If a spark had landed on its head and ignited the gunpowder, the massive explosion would have destroyed the entire fortress, clearing the last obstacle in Old Mountain Dragon's path. Damn it! How could this feline be so wicked? Zack instantly changed his mind. He absolutely couldn't let this dangerous guy into the armory anymore. Dealing with these bandits would have to wait. The immediate priority was ensuring the armory's safety and preventing it from exploding. So he stepped forward, drew his sword, and pointed it at the tall feline. You thieving scoundrel, do you dare fight me? Although the king of the fairy tribe couldn't understand human language, he clearly saw the other's provocative gesture. He beckoned to the side, and immediately a fairy tribe member laboriously dragged a massive club and handed it to the other. The king of the fairy tribe casually swung the club, cracking the brick floor beneath his feet in a spiderweb pattern, then beckoned to Zack with a defiant gesture. Gulp. Watching the king of the fairy tribe's effortless movements, and glancing at the 2 corpses lying in pools of blood, Zack swallowed hard. Just now, he was wondering why these fairy tribe members, who didn't seem very strong, he could kill them all with a single strike, couldn't be a match for a star hunter. Now he understood. The other side had a powerful backer. Just as he hesitated, the king of the strange-faced race, abandoning his previous disdainful attitude, suddenly sprang into action, his feet stomping on the ground as he charged straight at Zack. His speed was like a whirlwind, and in the blink of an eye, he was upon him, his club raised high, ready to smash Zack to pieces. However, Zack's reaction was quick, and given the initial distance between them, he instinctively rolled to the side to dodge, managing to prevent the deadly club from striking him just short of his body. This attack was no longer a casual strike, its power was comparable to the blows of large monsters, shattering the bricks beneath his feet, and kicking up a cloud of dust. Seeing the astonishing destructive power unleashed by this creature smaller than himself, Zack knew he was no match for it. He had no intention of fighting it. After rolling to his feet, he turned and ran without hesitation, shouting as he went. Help! Help! The felines have invaded the armory. The feline king, upon hearing this, was furious. He wasn't stupid. He knew that Zack's shout had ruined his theft plan. With so many people in the fortress, even with his superior strength, he couldn't withstand a combined attack if they were on guard. He should stop while he was ahead, and quickly lead his people to retreat, at least preserving their gains. However, after running a few steps, Zack noticed the feline king had stopped chasing and realized it intended to leave. But this guy had broken into the fortress, stolen supplies, and killed 2 hunters. Zack was furious with him. How could he let him go like this? Zack immediately turned around and charged at the feline king again. Seeing this, the king of the fairy was not alarmed but rather delighted. His plan had been foiled, and if the other party had simply turned and fled, he would have been helpless. But the other party had charged forward, presenting him with the perfect opportunity to smash it flat and vent his anger. Then he saw a blinding white flash. Instantly, the king of the fairy saw stars, became dizzy and disoriented, unable to locate his target, and even his posture became unsteady, swaying as if drunk. Flashbangs are indeed a good thing, brother, you were right, Zack exclaimed, but he knew his own limitations. Even with the flashbang giving him the upper hand, he might not be able to defeat the creature. So, he didn't approach, but instead continued to shout at the top of his lungs. Help! Help! Zack's shout received a swift response. In the brief 10 seconds he had to stall, a figure clad in emerald armor arrived at the sound, releasing a flying insect and leaping into the air. While still midair, the figure swung its massive hammer down at the king of the fairy. Boy, get back. This is the king of the fairy, not someone you can handle. As the hammer slammed down, the fairy king, who had been swaying unsteadily, suddenly regained its mobility. It dodged the blow and swung its club back towards where it had been standing. Clearly, although it had temporarily lost its sight due to the flashbang, its condition was far from dire. Its previous swaying was merely a feigned weakness, a ploy to lure Zack into attacking. Ha ha, as expected of the king of the fairy tribe, so cunning. The hunter laughed, taking the blow with her heavy hammer. Then, using herself as a fulcrum, she swiftly spun around, swinging the hammer in a circle before bringing it crashing down on the king of the fairy tribe's head again. While the hunter was locked in combat with the king of the fairy tribe, more hunters arrived, blocking the king of the fairy tribe's escape route, and completely cutting off its hope of escape. Chapter 532. Because of a moment of impulsiveness, the king of the felines harbored murderous intent towards Zark, missing his last chance to escape. This hammer-wielding warrior was incredibly fierce, raining blows upon it with her heavy hammer, even surpassing the felines in strength. The feline's king was already struggling to cope with her attacks, not to mention that more and more people had arrived, surrounding it. The feline's king cursed profusely. Unfortunately, most of the hunters didn't understand the feline's language and couldn't decipher its garbled words. With the hammer-wielding warrior engaged in direct combat, melee hunters couldn't easily intervene, so they drew their poison-throwing knives, using paralyzing knives to strike. Ranged hunters, on the other hand, had an easier time, immediately setting up their crossbows and firing at the feline's king. Even though most attacks avoided directly targeting the giant hammer user, instead striking in all directions to block its escape routes, the sheer density of the attacks meant several still landed on it. The king of the giants, an extremely rare individual among the giants, capable of reaching the level of a king, possessing at least a 5-star danger rating. As orcs, giants are quite similar to hunters. The more battles they experience, the more powerful they become, and the higher their danger level naturally becomes. There have even been individuals who could contend with 7 or 8-star high-ranking hunters. However, their strength also stems more from combat experience and cunning tactics. While their physical strength varies, it's not drastically different, and they lack the resistance of large monsters. Poison daggers are even more effective against them. The Grimace King attempting to steal the weapons was no exception. After being struck several times by poison and paralyzing throwing knives, its body was corroded by the toxins, rendering it unable to control itself. It stood frozen, unable to move, a purplish tinge spreading across its grayish-blue skin. Great collision of heaven and earth. Ha! Seizing the opportunity, the Hammer Master hurled his flying insect, leaped into the air, spun several times, and then slammed the giant hammer down. Plop! Blood splattered, and a barbecue grill landed on the ground, rolling several times before the roaring flames were extinguished. Phew! The people who arrived at the scene breathed a collective sigh of relief. That was close. The armory almost exploded. Thankfully, they stopped it in time. But now was not the time to celebrate. The old mountain dragon was still slowly approaching. They needed to hurry, and do what they had to do. The cleanup could wait until after the battle. The Hammer Master, not bothering to wipe the bloodstains from her weapon, slung it back over her shoulder, then looked around before finally fixing her gaze on Zack. She strode over, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "You were the one who held the guy back, right? Well done. What's your name?" Looking at this bright-eyed, dark-skinned woman praising him, Zack should have been pleased, but his smile involuntarily faded as his gaze swept over the 2 pools of blood at the armory entrance. "I just did what I could. My name is Zack, and what's yours, Senior?" "Senior?" Hearing this address, the Hammer Master paused, then carefully examined the excessively young man before her. "This kid looks about 15 or 16 years old, right? His weapon is a training one-handed sword. He's probably an apprentice who hasn't passed the assessment yet. Calling me Senior is normal." In fact, Zack is younger than she guessed, but he appears more mature because he's been adventuring alone for the past year and experienced many trials. But she doesn't know why. This kid looks somewhat familiar? She herself had just been summoned to Midgard by the guild. She couldn't have seen him before. "Zack, is it? I remember that. Holding off a king of the felines and protecting the armory is a great achievement. After this battle, I will report your contribution truthfully. After all, it's wartime, and opportunities can't be delayed." Manjushri quickly put aside her small doubts and turned to run towards the armory. After running a couple of steps, she suddenly remembered that this junior had asked her name earlier, so she stopped, turned around, and added, "Oh, by the way, my name is Winshu, a 6-star hammer wielder from Flamefire Village." Seeing Winshu about to leave, Zack instinctively followed. Winshu noticed him and asked curiously, "What are you doing following me?" Zack froze, thinking that it would be too embarrassing to say he was lost in the fortress and didn't know which way to go. So he replied, "I wanted to see if there was anything I could help with." Winshu didn't suspect him, simply nodded, and led him into the wide-open armory, pointing to several enormous super-explosive barrels, each over 2 meters tall. "Perfect, you can help me transport the anti-dragon bombs. Be careful when moving them. Even with safety mechanisms, they can still explode if subjected to too much force." Considering the hunter before him was still a novice, Winshu lowered his voice, feigning intimidation. "This is a dragon bomb specifically developed to combat colossal elder dragons, infused with high-density dragon-slaying carbon. If you're accidentally hit, you'd be reduced to ashes." This dragon bomb, this was why Winshu, a high-ranking hunter, wasn't on the front lines fighting Lao Shanlong, but instead inside the fortress. This thing was far too important. If a lower-ranking hunter were to transport it, the guild worried they wouldn't be able to handle the hordes of pteranodons. What if the bomb exploded en route? To be on the safe side, they entrusted this crucial task to Winshu, who had just returned from the front lines to rest. Zack was clearly unfazed by Winshu's intimidating tone. Instead, he gazed longingly at the massive bomb, imagining the monsters being blasted to pieces, screaming in agony as they died. "All right, stop standing there, come help." Manjushri pushed over a cart, lifted a dragon-exploding bomb, and placed it on the cart. Seeing Zack still standing there, he urged him repeatedly. It's been over an hour since Lao Shanlong officially entered the Battle Street area. Without any obstruction, at Lao Shanlong's speed, it would take about 10 hours to cross Battle Street and reach the fortress. If we also consider the armed forces blocking Lao Shanlong's sides, and the attacks launched by the high-ranking hunters, forcing it to stop and counterattack from time to time, this time could be extended by several more hours. According to the battle plan devised by the group of high-ranking hunters, these anti-dragon bombs were to be planted on the back of the Lao Shanlong when it crossed the land bridges set up in the battle area, and detonated inside its carapace. There were only 2 land bridges in total, essentially dividing the battle area into 3 equal sections. They had to transport the anti-dragon bombs across the first land bridge before the Lao Shanlong crossed it. Zack snapped out of his daze, nodded quickly, picked up an anti-dragon bomb, and stuffed it into the cart. It must be said that these bombs truly lived up to their name anti-dragon. The amount of explosives they contained made it quite difficult for Zack to carry, and the cart, which looked quite large, had no room for a third after loading 2 coins. Winshu looked the cart up and down, nodding slightly. 2 coins it is. We use the remaining 2 on the next land bridge. Let's go, Zack. Winshu waved vigorously, and led the way. Zack blinked, his expression strange, but said nothing, silently pushing the cart and following behind Winshu. "Senior, although I said I help you, is it really okay to just dump the cart pushing work on me like this?" However, Zack soon realized he had misunderstood Winshu. Because when he followed Winshu out of the complex tunnel, and saw the light of day again, the first thing he saw wasn't a vast sky, but rather winged serpent dragons flying around, extremely aggressive. These small, flying monsters are just as aggressive as, and perhaps even more so than, small predators like velociraptors and jaguar. Often, when hunters are fighting their prey in the wild, these monsters will approach, either spitting venom or swooping down to ram them, causing considerable trouble and often leaving hunters vulnerable, severely wounded, or even dead. When they gather because of the presence of Lao Shanlong, their aggression increases dramatically, turning them into bloodthirsty madmen, recklessly attacking any living creature in their sight. When Zack pushed his cart into the open battleground, he saw a swarm of pteranodons overhead. Every second, pteranodons would swoop down, most of them pierced by crossbow bolts fired by hunters wielding ballistae or archers using light or heavy crossbows. However, the sheer number of pteranodons meant that some would inevitably break through the barrage of fire and attack the hunters on the city walls. If a hunter standing on the edge of the city wall were unfortunately knocked away by the winged serpent's charge, falling unprotected from a height of 20 or 30 meters, all that would remain was a scream, leaving his family with a hefty compensation payment. Zack watched helplessly as a hunter, firing a heavy crossbow into the sky, was struck by a winged serpent swooping down from behind, plummeting headfirst off the city wall, without even giving those around him time to rescue him. Another one died. For a moment, something seemed to surge within Zack. He suddenly remembered something his instructor had once mentioned at the training camp, turning to Manjushri beside him. Hunting in groups of more than 5 is forbidden. Isn't that a tradition left over from when the Cocoed heroes defeated Lao Shanlong? If this tradition had been followed, wouldn't they have survived? Manjushri rolled his eyes at Zack, then swung his massive hammer at him, causing Zack to nearly turn and run away in panic. Gurgle. A winged serpent dragon was slammed to the ground by the heavy hammer, exploding into a pool of blood. You focus on pushing the cart. I protect the bomb and your safety, Wen Shu instructed, then paused before addressing his question. Do you know who those 5 legendary hunters who defeated Lao Shanlong were? Huh? I don't know, the books don't say. The current leader of the Hunters Guild, the Grand Elder, his Lao Shanlong sword is named after the one that severed Lao Shanlong's head. What I mean is, if we had one more Dragon Man joining the battle now, perhaps the 4 of us could still hope to defeat Lao Shanlong, but now, if we can't completely stop Lao Shanlong's advance here, that would be a true tragedy. Do you understand? All of us hunters, who came here to participate in the battle to stop Lao Shanlong, are prepared to die. Zack stared blankly at Wen Shu's serious expression, as if he were back in the Great Desert, his brother carrying his katana, saying leave it to me, leaving him with only his back turned. So this is a hunter? Zack nodded vigorously. I understand. I be prepared too. Manjushri smashed another winged serpent dragon away with his hammer, then chuckled. You're not even a formal hunter, you don't even have a chance to risk your life. What's with the preparation? Hurry up and move on. Don't worry, I'm your senior, I protect you. The old mountain dragon, itself a walking calamity, a moving sacred peak, every step it takes causes the earth to tremble, every movement it makes stirs up howling winds. However, the calamities it brings are far more than that. Pteranodons swarmed around it, greedily inhaling the thick scent of death in the air. Blue Velocidrome and Red Velocidrome followed closely behind, chasing the blood and stench left behind. If the Lao Shanlong were to breach the fortress's defenses, it might only carve a path through Midgard, but these ravenous predators would surely turn the city-state into a living hell. Therefore, after the Lao Shanlong entered the battle street area, the hunters used various fortifications to block the entrance and amassed a large force of armed men, striving to keep the following ravenous predators out. This way, even if the defense failed, the casualties wouldn't be too severe. As for the swarms of pteranodons in the sky, the hunters had little to do but rely on archers and ballistae to inflict as much damage as possible. Chapter 533. Thump! Thump! A dark red back rose as high as a mountain, each heavy step causing the earth to tremble. On the city wall, a short, shrunken Dragon Man elder, his brow furrowed deeply, lowered his binoculars. He was the guild master of the Midgard Guild branch. Besides this unassuming old Dragon Man had another unknown identity. His older brother was the world's first hunter, the Cocoed hero, who single-handedly defeated a one-horned dragon. The old Dragon Man didn't possess his brother's formidable combat talent, but he had a sharp mind. He rose to the position of guild master of the Midgard branch entirely through his ability to command and coordinate the overall situation. In this crisis brought by the old mountain dragon, to better respond, he left the rear of Midgard and personally came to the front lines to strategize the battle. Guild master. A young secretary beside the old Dragon Man couldn't help but speak, her expression revealing panic and worry. Do you think we can win? The old Dragon Man was silent for a moment, not answering directly. All we can do is try our best. Clearly, even the guild master wasn't entirely confident of victory in this battle. The secretary took a deep breath, her heart sinking. This time, the Lao Shanlong ambush involved 8 high-ranking hunters, including local Midgard hunters, and those sent by the guild headquarters for support. Even for battles involving elder dragons, it would be difficult to assemble such a formidable force. But in the guild leader's view, even with such a formidable lineup, there was no guarantee of victory. Just how terrifying was this Lao Shanlong? At this very moment, the high-ranking hunters, carrying the hopes of everyone, were engaged in a fierce battle with Lao Shanlong. This fierce battle is in quotes, because it was entirely a one-sided fight by the hunters. Lao Shanlong completely ignored their presence, simply marching forward on its own. Only when the crossbow bolts, cannon fire, and other weapons near its eyes did it react slightly. However, even these slight reactions were enough to cause the hunters immense trouble. Lao Shanlong's roar alone was enough to cause the rocks on both sides of the canyon to crumble, with rubble tumbling down. Being hit by it would at least result in broken bones. If it were to raise its body, shift to a bipedal stance, survey the path ahead, and then lie down again, the immense tremor would be enough to send nearby hunters flying. If they couldn't regain their balance in time, and were to be run over by the Lao Shanlong's advancing strides, they might be too badly crushed even with a shovel. In front of the Lao Shanlong's chest, a female hunter's arm muscles tensed, her teeth clenched, and with all her might, she swung the greatsword she carried behind her back forward. Ha! A true charged slash. The greatsword Wang Hu gleamed with red light, slashing heavily into the skin of the Lao Shan Lung's chest. The sharp teeth on the greatsword, forged from the Lao Shan Lung's jaws, sprang out and pierced into the granite-like toughness of its keratin. However, that was all. Lao Shan Lung's hide was incredibly thick, hard, and tough. This powerful strike, enough to split a sleeping fire dragon open instantly, only left a barely noticeable sword mark on Lao Shan Lung's skin. If we were to compare it to a human, this level of attack would at most be like a fingernail scraping against skin. Leaving a white mark would be considered a significant effort. Lao Shan Lung showed no reaction whatsoever, continuing to stride forward. Hela, the 6-star greatsword wielder, panting heavily, struggled to pull her greatsword Wang Hu out of the way, which had been jammed by the tough dragon hide. She then swerved to the side to avoid being crushed into a pancake by Lao Shan Lung. How can this guy have such thick skin? Graham, wielding the 6-star katana, plunged his sword into Lao Shan Lung's chest, then used the momentum to leap into the air, using gravity to propel his long sword straight down at the sword wound Hela had slashed. A crimson blade of energy condensed into a straight red beam, precisely piercing the sword wound left by Hela, instantly deepening the barely wounded mark by several inches. Looking up at the unresponsive Lao Shan Lung, Graham sheathed his true wyvern blade crimson behind him, retreating helplessly to Hela's side. He shook his head, saying, "It's no use. Even the spirit blade helmets can't penetrate this guy's skin." Rhodes, wielding a 6-star switch axe, flipped off Lao Shan Lung's back, landing safely after several attempts to cushion the impact. Hearing his companion's discussion, he shook his head, saying, "We tried everywhere else. The chest is the weakest point on Lao Shan Lung's body. The rest is protected by that damn carapace. Cannons only clear away a layer of dust. We can't launch any attacks there." He drew his terror tyrant, the dark green weapon radiating intense heat and emitting wisps of crimson smoke. It was already in high output mode. Though most switch axe users preferred to call this state fully sharpened, perhaps influenced by the katana master. Rhodes swiftly reached Lao Shan Lung's chest, standing before the widening wound between Hela and Graham. Having judged the distance, he activated the mechanism, transforming the switch axe from its more maneuverable axe mode into a more powerful sword mode. In this respect, the switch axe and charge blade, these two transforming brothers, were diametrically opposed. Taking a deep breath, Rhodes lunged forward, charging directly at Lao Shan Lung, forcefully plunging the sword mode switch axe into the wound. Zero range attribute release thrust, activated. Bang bang bang. Flashes of sparks, accompanied by dark red smoke, continuously escaped from the gaps in Lao Shan Lung's damaged hide. If super discharge is the soul of the charge blade, then zero discharge is the lifelong faith of switch axe users. Ha ha! Release the F******ing discharge. With an excited roar, Rhodes' continuous bursts of energy converged, culminating in a massive, incredibly powerful explosion. The shockwave sent Rhodes flying 5 or 6 meters backward. This burst of energy finally exhausted the switch axe's accumulated power. The blade, which had been radiating a fiery red light, cooled down, returning to its sinister, dark green hue. This time, the Lao Shan Lung, which had remained indifferent to the hunters, finally reacted. It stopped advancing, raised its upper body, and supported itself solely by its tail and powerful hind legs. It lowered its head, its eyes scanning the ground, searching for the source of the sharp, pricking sensation. Those cold, emotionless dragon eyes quickly locked onto Rhodes, who hadn't yet managed to escape. Without any thought, the Lao Shan Lung, like a machine driven purely by instinct, saw something and raised its claws, slamming down. Boom! The earth trembled violently, and a large, spiderweb-like network of fine cracks appeared out of nowhere on the smooth, solid ground. As if sweeping away a speck of dust, the Lao Shan Lung paid no further attention, laid down again, resumed its four-legged stance, and continued its journey deeper into the battle town as if nothing had happened. "Hey! Are you alright?" The two hunters rushed into the swirling dust, trying to check on their companion's condition immediately. Cough cough. "I'm not dead yet." A weak voice came from behind. Hela and Graham quickly followed the sound and found Rhodes lying on the ground, covered in dust and coughing up blood. Almost right behind him, a huge crater shaped like a dragon's claw was clearly visible. Clearly, at the last moment, Rhodes had made a desperate leap, narrowly escaping the reach of the dragon's claw. Otherwise, they would be sitting on a meat pie by now. However, although he avoided the direct impact, the powerful shockwave from the Lao Shan Lung slap still caused Rhodes considerable injury. If it weren't for his superior armor as a high-ranking hunter, which absorbed most of the impact, he probably wouldn't even have the strength to speak. Hela grabbed a handful of life powder and threw it at the dragon, while Graham lifted Rhodes and quickly retreated to the side to avoid being trampled by the Lao Shan Lung. Hela carefully examined the wound on Lao Shan Lung's chest. No blood was flowing from the wound they had left together, leaving her puzzled. She picked up the terror tyrant from the ground and followed, intending to escort Rhodes to safety with Graham before returning to fight Lao Shan Lung. Speaking of which, why didn't Lao Shan Lung react at all when we attacked, but it retaliated when Rhodes attacked? Hela was completely puzzled. Could it be because the power of zero discharge is greater than that of a true charge slash? Graham glanced at the Deviljo switch axe in Hela's hand and quickly realized it must be because of the stimulation from dragon elemental energy. Lao Shan Lung has a very large amount of dragon elemental energy within its body, making it exceptionally sensitive to dragon elemental stimulation. He paused, then explained to Hela, I do have a dragon elemental long sword, but it's far inferior to this true wyvern sword Crimson. I read in the data that Lao Shan Lung's second weakness is fire, so I brought this long sword. However, it seems that dragon elemental power is indeed the most effective. Hela scratched her cheek, her eyes darting around, and remained silent. As someone who wields a great sword, she always pursues the principle of overwhelming force with sheer power. When choosing a weapon, her primary consideration is always its strength, with attributes being merely an added bonus. It's best if it hits the monster's weakness, but it doesn't matter if it doesn't. Therefore, upon learning that she had been dispatched by the guild to participate in the battle, she didn't hesitate to bring her most powerful great sword, one who. Unexpectedly, his prized great sword didn't even break the skin of Lao Shan Lung. Damn it, if only I had run faster. Rhodes, having been brought to safety, angrily unscrewed a healing potion and gulped it down. His weapon could have hindered Lao Shan Lung, yet he had become the first to be injured and forced to leave the battlefield. It was truly unacceptable. Alright. Enough with the nonsense. Focus on healing and getting back into the fight as soon as possible. Hela waved her hand and, together with Graham, charged back towards Lao Shan Lung. In this battle, 8 high-ranking hunters participated. Besides Manjushri, who was transporting anti-dragon bombs, and the 3 hunters who had come from Dongdaruma as reinforcements, a small team of local Mina Guard hunters was also engaged with Lao Shan Lung. The hunters are Lin Yun, a 6-star dual-wielder, Bai Yi, a 6-star insect glaive user, Gubra, a 7-star light crossbow user, and Elenia, a 7-star hunting bow user. However, while they are described as native to Minagard, this actually refers to hunters who have long been based in Minagard, not strictly native. For example, Lin Yun, the dual wielder, and Bai Yi, the insect glaive user, are clearly from the western continent, which is part of the Yuki flame culture sphere, making them seem quite out of place alongside Gubra and Elenia. While the trio from East Dorma launched a fierce attack on Lao Shan Lung's chest, the other hunters were also actively engaged, each doing their utmost to attack the dragon. Lin Yun's dual swords appeared very simple in design, but the enigmatic runes inscribed on the blades gave them an air of mystery. The sealed dragon sword's superb skill. Sometimes, when hunters are mining for protective stones or ores, there's a very small chance they unearth rusted fragments left over from ancient times. These fragments might contain various ancient weapons or other items. The sealed dragon sword Unparalleled Mastery is a pair of ancient, severely weathered dual swords, improved using modern techniques, and activated with the blood of an ancient dragon to unleash powerful dragon attribute energy. Dual swords are inherently high-frequency weapons, and their attribute significantly impacts their damage output. The sealed dragon sword Unparalleled Mastery, in particular, boasts the strongest dragon attribute energy. Lin Yun's choice of this weapon for the battle clearly indicates he put in considerable effort. If he were to unleash a couple of demon dances on Lao Shan Lung's chest, like Rod had done earlier, it might provoke a counterattack, slowing its advance. However, he didn't rush to do so. Chapter 534. Historical records are limited and vague. Besides noting its weakness to dragon elemental energy, details about its flesh and the absorption of elemental attributes in different parts are insufficient. To maximize the damage to Lao Shan Lung, Lin Yun continuously circled its entire body, probing its flesh and elemental absorption. As for the results, Lao Shan Lung's flesh was extremely poor throughout. Areas like the tail and carapace were so sensitive that even a flurry of attacks would deflect the blade. Just as Rhodes had said, the softest parts of Lao Shan Lung's flesh were probably its belly, chest, and throat, areas not covered by carapace. As for the effectiveness of dragon elemental energy attacks, there wasn't a significant difference across its entire body. Attacks on areas covered by carapace were slightly less effective, perhaps because Lao Shanlung's carapace was covered with a large amount of dust, mineral particles, and other substances, which acted as a barrier. After probing around, Lin Yun finally chose to approach Lao Shanlung's chest, preparing to attack the wounds that Hela, Graham, and Rhodes had widened considerably. However, learning from Rhodes' experience, he didn't dare use the unsustainable demon dance, opting instead for rapid, chipping attacks. This way, he could react quickly should Lao Shanlung attempt a counterattack. As for the other melee hunter, Bai Yi, he used his insect glaive's unique advantage in aerial combat, leaping several times onto Lao Shanlung's back. The previous battle plan had been agreed upon by all the high-ranking hunters. Deploying anti-dragon bombs on Lao Shanlung's back was a crucial step. To maximize the bomb's destructive power, Bai Yi decided to find a place to plant the bombs on Lao Shanlung's back beforehand, ideally creating a wound to embed the bombs. However, after swinging his insect glaive and hacking around the Lao Shanlung's back, he had no choice but to reluctantly put it back on his back. This guy's carapace was just too hard. He felt his insect glaive was dulled, yet he couldn't leave a single mark. Even when he tried to command his kinsects to extract essence from the Lao Shanlung, he could sense "Are you kidding me?" attitude from the kinsects. Go and hack at a mountain? Seriously? Helpless, Bai Yi put away his insect glaive and instead took out his iron pickaxe Ge, aimed at the spot where he had chosen to place the bomb, and hammered down with all his might. However, his digging didn't go very smoothly. It wasn't just that Lao Shanlung's back wasn't as flat as Feng Shanlung's, its massive carapace was uneven, making it difficult to find a foothold. Furthermore, Lin Yun's attacks with his dual blades successfully drew Lao Shanlung's attention, causing it to frequently stop and check its surroundings. The constant switching between quadrupedal and bipedal forms forced him to focus more on maintaining his balance to avoid being crushed by a fall. Adding to this, Lao Shanlung's carapace was incredibly strong. Even a G-rank iron pickaxe would be damaged after only a few strikes, further slowing down the carving process. Perhaps the only good news was that Lao Shanlung was still quite a distance from the first land bridge, giving him time to widen the wound. While the melee hunters were diligently attacking Lao Shanlung, the two rank 7 hunters weren't idle either. Gubra stood on the battle platform, his gaze following Lao Shanlung's body as it slowly moved. He didn't raise his old buddy and fire at Lao Shanlung, because he knew that with the firepower of the light crossbow, it would be difficult to have any effect on Lao Shanlung. The lean, gray-haired old hunter was 59 years old. For a hunter, his age was quite advanced. His strength, reaction speed, and body control had all declined to varying degrees. In fact, with age, this 7-star light crossbowman found hunting increasingly difficult, forcing him to gradually shift his focus to training younger hunters at the training camp. If it weren't for the sudden attack by Lao Shanlung, he might already be enjoying retirement. However, although he was no longer as capable in combat, his years of honed eyesight and rich experience hadn't disappeared. Many of the hunters gathered in this fortress because of the guild's state of emergency declaration were young and energetic individuals, and his eyesight and experience were exactly what they needed. Turn the cannon 2 degrees to the left. Next to an old-fashioned cannon, Galba suddenly spoke to the young hunter beside him. Yes. The hunter, also a graduate of the local Minigard training camp, instinctively tensed before his former instructor, not daring to be negligent. The young hunter pushed the turret, and Galba, without hesitation, ignited it. With a deafening roar, a 10-inch diameter cannonball shot out, tracing a distinct arc as it flew towards Lao Shanlung's head. Boom! There was no flash or explosion. The trajectory clearly indicated it was a solid iron ball. Compared to a similarly sized cannonball containing explosives, although its blast radius was much smaller, its destructive power upon a direct hit was still greater. The iron bullet slammed into Lao Shanlung's eye socket, the powerful impact causing it to deform violently, almost becoming a flat disc, which adhered to the carapace around its eye. This caused Lao Shanlung to instinctively tilt its head and pause briefly. But that was all. When Lao Shanlung's head returned to its normal position, the iron disc slipped off its eye socket, leaving only a negligible mark on its reddish-brown carapace. Galba frowned at this result but said nothing. Actually, his original intention was to attack Lao Shanlung's eyes directly. Their goal wasn't just to slow it down, but to inflict real damage and force it back. Lao Shanlung's entire body was protected by a hard, thick carapace. Its throat, lacking a carapace, and its chest and abdomen, being on all fours, were completely outside the cannon's blind spot. That's the nature of artillery. Compared to light, heavy, and even heavy ballistae, Its shells had a much wider dispersion range. To hit accurately, one either needed extensive experience to understand the trajectory or relied on luck and feel. Load the shells, keep aiming at Lao Shanlung's eyes. Gobra instructed, his ears twitching slightly. He immediately slid aside, narrowly avoiding the pteranodon that pounced from behind, and drew his light crossbow, firing a normal shot that accurately struck its chest, blasting its heart into a viscous mass of blood. Gaw! A flock of bird-like dragons with red crests and blue-black bodies leaped out and charged at the young hunter, only to have half their heads smashed by a single shot from Galba. Besides the winged serpents flying overhead, even blue velociraptors have now entered the battlefield, indicating that the hunters blocking their way at the entrance to the battle arena are finding it increasingly difficult to continue. These bastards! Galba spat. If it weren't for these greedy scoundrels, the difficulty of their fight against Lao Shanlung would be reduced by at least half. Not only could they concentrate their firepower on a fierce attack, but they could also lay numerous explosive barrels along Lao Shanlung's path, detonating them as it gets close. Even if Lao Shanlung's carapace is incredibly tough, it can withstand 1 explosion, 10 explosions, but surely not 100, 1,000, or even 10,000. Unfortunately, because of these wandering scoundrels, who are highly likely to accidentally trigger the laid explosive barrel mines, this idea ultimately remains just a plan. Galba took a deep breath and loudly reminded the melee hunters below who were fighting Lao Shanlung. Young men, watch out! A blue velociraptor has charged in. With these ferocious little creatures around, hunters can't use many of their techniques as effectively. For example, Hela's true charge slash requires stacking charge slashes to unleash its full power. If interrupted by these monsters, she has to start charging from scratch. Leave it to me! On the street below, a tall, imposing figure sprinted towards the side platform, using the momentum to leap into the air. He then twisted in midair, drew his bow, and fired an arrow that pierced the skull of a red velociraptor. Without a moment's pause, after landing back on the ground, she slid forward again, charging towards a blue velociraptor attempting to ambush Hela. Her arrow flashed with a sharp, cold light, slicing its throat. Elenia, a 7-star hunter archer, 36 years old, currently one of the highest-ranking hunters active on the front lines of Midgard, readily accepted the guild's call to arms and participated in this battle. However, although she used a ranged weapon like a hunting bow, Elenia couldn't be considered a traditional ranged hunter like Gubra. Rather than constantly firing her bow, she preferred to rely on a dodge arrow slash to maneuver around the monster, then unleash a powerful dragon arrow to severely wound it when it showed an opening. The reason is quite simple. Each arrow used by the archers is like a short spear, and the quiver's capacity is extremely limited. In each battle, they either carry a carload of quivers, like light or heavy crossbowmen prepare ammunition, or they use their crossbow bolts as sparingly as possible. Elenia dislikes carrying a cumbersome quiver, thus naturally leading to her current melee style. However, Lao Shanlung's skin is simply too thick and tough, and Elenia isn't good at direct attacks. Her dodge and slash attack didn't do much damage to Lao Shanlung, but instead left her hand sore from the impact. Therefore, she had to settle for a less ideal approach, moving through the battlefield, helping other high-ranking hunters clear out the velociraptors that had intruded into the battle area, and occasionally finding an opportunity to fire a dragon arrow at the wound that Hela and the others had worked together to create. The land bridge is just ahead. After Lao Shanlung rose and lay down again, Bai Yi released his grip on its carapace, looked at the pit he had dug, glanced at the land bridge ahead, and after seeing the figure in emerald armor, let out a long sigh of relief. He then used his insect glaive to tap Lao Shanlung's back and leaped towards the platform to the side. Thankfully, Manjushri arrived just in time with the anti-dragon bomb. His efforts hadn't been in vain. While the crater he dug hadn't yet touched Lao Shanlung's flesh, it had significantly weakened its outer shell. He figured the bomb's detonation would deliver a delightful surprise to Lao Shanlung. On the land bridge, Zack watched as the colossal figure slowly emerged from the misty white fog. First, a massive head, large enough to swallow an entire house whole, its cold, lifeless pupils indifferently surveying all life. Then came segment after segment of enormous, reddish-brown carapace, awe-inspiring as a moving mountain. He instinctively held his breath, his heart pounding wildly. What is this? It's ridiculously big. Is this what hunters are supposed to fight? Ha, alright kid, thanks for helping with the transport, hurry back. This isn't a battlefield for a newbie like you. Manjushri glanced at Zack beside her, noticing his instinctive trembling, but she didn't offer any words of comfort. Instead, she watched the Lao Shanlung slowly approaching the land bridge and urged him to hurry up and leave. Hey! Weren't we supposed to load the bombs onto Lao Shanlung's back? There are 2 bombs here. The implication was clear. How are you going to carry 2 bombs onto Lao Shanlung's back all by yourself? I'm not fighting alone. Manjushri waved to Bai Yi, who was rushing towards them in a panic. Don't worry about the bomb placement. If you want to help, go back and bring the remaining 2. Take them to the overpass we just crossed. Seeing that Lao Shanlung's head had already passed under the overpass, Manjushri didn't bother saying anything to Zakdo. He and Bai Yi quickly grabbed the dragon bombs, rushed to the edge of the overpass, waited silently for 2 seconds, and then jumped. The overpass was 30 or 40 meters high from the ground. Even landing on Lao Shanlung's back was nearly 10 meters high. Only Manjushri, with his wire bug, and the insect glaive user skilled in aerial combat could maintain their balance from such a height. However, as they jumped off the overpass, a pteranodon seemed to have spotted their target and charged straight at the 2 free-falling figures. Oh no! Chapter 535. Watching this scene unfold, Zack's eyes widened in horror. If he were hit by the winged serpent dragon's attack and deflected, landing on the ground instead of on Lao Shanlong's back, and then being stomped on by Lao Shanlong, it would be a certain death. Even if he was lucky enough not to deflect, the impact could cause him to lose his balance, causing the explosive bomb to slip from his hand or detonate. That would be far worse. The already unpredictable balance of the battle would completely tilt in Lao Shanlong's favor, and the lives of hundreds of thousands of Minigard's people would hang by a thread. When Shu and Bai Yi also noticed the suddenly charging winged serpent dragon, their expressions changing drastically as they realized the gravity of the situation. In that instant, there was no time to think. When Shu instinctively released his wire bug, briefly suspending himself in midair. Using this brief moment of delay, he created distance between himself and Bai Yi, who had jumped down with him. In this way, regardless of who the pteranodon ultimately attacked, the other would at least be able to land safely behind Lao Shanlung, preventing both anti-dragon bombs from detonating simultaneously. As for dodging and weaving, being suspended in midair with nowhere to gain leverage, and carrying a bomb taller than herself and exceptionally heavy due to its high-density dragon-slaying carbon, was simply impossible. Her split-second decision was clearly quite effective. Manjushri could clearly see the pteranodon's flight path slightly adjust, charging towards her, suspended in midair, now a complete sitting duck. Was it over? Manjushri released the wire bug, then hugged the anti-dragon bomb, spinning in midair to face the pteranodon with her back. With herself as a human shield, perhaps the bomb wouldn't detonate, and the others could still use it against Lao Shanlung. It's a pity that after wandering for so long, she hasn't had a chance to go back and try to solve the predicament of her hometown. I hope Sayoko and her boyfriend can succeed. Just as she turned around, Manjisaki's keen eyes caught a glimpse of something unusual. On the other side of the sky, a crimson figure reflecting a metallic sheen pierced through the mist drifting among the mountains, shooting towards her like an arrow, swift as lightning and fast as the wind. The massive body brushed past Manjisaki, the wind pressure it generated even causing her to lose her balance for a moment, almost losing her grip on the iron silk suspending her. The enormous crimson body extended its sharp claws, like an eagle hunting its prey, seizing the winged serpent dragon in its claws. With a slight exertion of its sharp claws, it tore the winged serpent dragon to pieces, leaving a bloody mess. With a casual toss, the rotten flesh plummeted to the ground, crashing into the street and turning into a puddle of mud. Having done all this, it suddenly spread its enormous wings and flapped them rapidly. Its body, blurred by the high speed, suddenly slowed down and hovered steadily a few meters below, allowing Wenshu to see what was behind it. Hey! Are you alright? In the blink of an eye, everything happened in a flash. With lightning speed, Bai Yi landed on the Lao Shanlung's carapace. His excellent balance allowed him to quickly regain his footing, and he immediately looked up. Then, he saw a rat halos flying in from somewhere, hovering below the land bridge. Wenshu, who had just deliberately created distance to attract the pteranodon's attention, released the wirebug silk and landed on the Rathalos's back, along with a dragon bomb. The pteranodon that had tried to attack them had already vanished without a trace. For a moment, the overwhelming visual impact left the battle-hardened hunter stunned, unsure how to react. There were simply too many things beyond his comprehension. In massive elder dragon raids, aside from greedy hunters like the pteranodon, Velocidrome, and red Velocidrome, no one had ever observed a large monster appear near them. Yet now, a rat halos ignored the presence of Lao Shanlung and charged into the battle town. Since its inception, the monster hunter profession has been inherently one of mutual hostility and combat with monsters. Encountering one another is the norm, especially with territorial monsters like the rat halos. Yet now, this rat halos was so obediently hovering there, allowing Manju to land on its back. Furthermore, Manju wasn't the only one on the Rathalos's back. Even though it wasn't clearly visible due to the angle, some silhouettes were still discernible. Why did this world suddenly feel so unfamiliar? Then he saw the rat halos lower its altitude, coming above him, and Manju, clutching the bomb, leaped down, successfully reuniting with Bai Yi. Unlike the deeply shocked Bai Yi, when Shu, though still excited, quickly composed herself, knowing she needed to get down to business first. She turned to Bai Yi. "Don't just stand there. Take me to the detonation point, and quickly set up the anti-dragon bomb." "Huh? Oh. Follow me, this way." Reminded by Wen Shu, Bai Yi finally snapped out of her daze. Since the suddenly appearing rat halos seemed friendly, there was no need to focus on it. Defeating the Lao Shan Lung was the primary objective. However, while guiding Wen Shu, Bai Yi couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration for this female hunter, who was about his age. Although both were 6-star hunters, Manjushri's mental fortitude far surpassed his. How did she so easily accept this bizarre change, and immediately refocus her attention on the matter at hand? The truth is quite simple. Manjushri didn't possess the extraordinary resilience Bai Yi imagined. She was simply already deeply shaken. Her emotional turmoil was merely a shift in mindset resulting from surviving a near-death experience. After all, Manjushri had spent a considerable amount of time in Yukoku village, and was aware of the existence of the Sky Dragon. Although she hadn't participated in the battle against the Storm Dragon at Lingfeng because she was hunting a hammer dragon at the time, she had thoroughly investigated the events upon her return. Even then, the Sky Dragon could soar before the Storm Dragon. Now, having grown to this size, it wasn't surprising that it was unafraid of the old mountain dragon's power. Soon, the two found the crater Bai Yi had dug in the Lao Shan Lung's carapace. They removed the safety pin from the explosive bomb, lit the fuse, and turned to run without hesitation, shouting warnings to the high-ranking hunters below who were attacking the Lao Shan Lung. "Cease fire. Retreat." It exploded in 30 seconds. Hearing the warning, the hunters who had been focused on attacking the Lao Shan Lung hurriedly stopped and retreated to both sides. Only then did they notice the presence of a rat halos that had appeared on the field. Well, it wasn't that the high-ranking hunters lacked environmental awareness. It was mainly because Hela, Graham, and Lin Yuan, the melee hunters, had been surrounding the Lao Shan Lung's chest. Apart from the Lao Shan Lung's millennia-old hide, they couldn't see anything else. Furthermore, with Elenia helping to clear out the surrounding blue and red Velocidrome, they were able to focus their full attack on the Lao Shan Lung's chest with complete confidence. Manjushri and Bei ran and shouted, their movements unwavering as they sprinted towards the side of the Lao Shan Lung. Reaching the edge, they leaped into the air, disregarding the lack of cushioning and the potential damage from a fall. Time was of the essence. The bomb's detonation time was set at 30 seconds. This was neither too long nor too short. Too long and unforeseen complications might prevent it from inflicting the intended damage on the Lao Shan Lung. Too short, and the hunters detonating the bombs wouldn't have enough time to escape, turning it into a pure suicide mission. However, the expected pain of a hard landing didn't come. Manjushri and Bei only felt their bodies lighten. Instead of falling, they were climbing upwards. Turning their heads, they saw a massive dragon claw gripping their bodies, the tip shimmering with a faint purple light and emitting a unique, pungent odor. The two high-ranking hunters were familiar with this poison. It was the venom secreted by a rat halos. However, the dragon's claws clearly meant no harm, controlling their strength with exquisite precision, ensuring the two captured hunters were not injured in the slightest. Upon reaching the high platform where the cannons were set up, the dragon released its grip, setting the two hunters down. 6, 5, 4 came a sound from the dragon's back. What? Bai Yi involuntarily turned his head, craning his neck to look, but the vastness of the sky completely obscured his back, and he couldn't see anything. 3, 2, 1. Bai Yi suddenly realized what this countdown was, and quickly raised his hands to cover his ears. But it was too late. Rumble. A massive explosion roared through the entire battle street. The shockwave, almost tangible, spread from the back of the old mountain dragon, sending nearby, unprepared, greedy monsters flying. Those further away were dizzy and collapsed, unable to rise for a long time. Those closer were directly struck by the impact, suffering internal bleeding and dying instantly. Intense flames and smoke enveloped half of the old mountain dragon's body, billowing upwards, to form a mushroom cloud radiating destructive power. A massive fragment of its carapace, large enough for 20 people to encircle, flew out in the violent explosion, crashing onto the land bridge and instantly creating a huge crack, leaving it teetering on the verge of collapse. Roar! The old mountain dragon let out a roar that was almost a wail, its sound nearly as loud as the explosion itself. Even the seemingly indestructible old mountain dragon felt indescribable pain from such an explosion. Good heavens! This power! It feels so much greater than when we attended the gluttony feast in Lokrak. Could this not be an anti-dragon bomb? The White Wind Squad jumped down from the sky tower and came to Manjushri and Bai Ye's side. Lin Lin was greatly shocked by the explosion of the anti-dragon bomb. Bai Ye glanced at Lin Lin and the others with curiosity, noticing that their attire seemed no different from that of regular hunters. He was even more surprised, and considering a later conversation, he explained, "This is indeed an anti-dragon bomb, but it was urgently transported from East Daruma by airship a while ago. I heard it's an enhanced version developed there. If we only relied on the anti-dragon bombs we made before, it would probably take 7 or 8 of them to match the power of this one." Manjushri, knowing a bit more, added, "They say it contains a material called high-density dragon-slaying carbon. Besides its amazing explosive power, it also contains considerable dragon attribute energy, which is very effective against most ancient dragons." She subconsciously turned her head and glanced at Bref, meeting his gaze. She paused slightly, then casually returned her gaze to the smoke-filled area. "I don't know much about high-density dragon-slaying carbon either. I only heard that it was originally developed as fuel for the giant dragon cannon in the East Daruma battle street. The materials used are very rare, so the production is very limited. There are only 4 enhanced versions available this time, and 2 have already been used." Upon hearing the keyword high-density dragon-slaying carbon, Bai Ye seemed to remember something. "Wait, I think I heard of this. It was developed by a master craftsman known as Master Craftsman, right? Many of the improved city defense weapons we use now seem to be made by him." Master Craftsman? Lin Lin subconsciously thought of a dark-skinned man with a scar on his face, who always carried an umbrella. There's no doubt about it, it must be him, Julius's teacher. He was originally an exceptionally skilled hunter, but while hunting a Rathian with the then inexperienced Julius, they encountered a Kushala Deora that had unexpectedly strayed in. The reckless Julius wanted to challenge the Kushala Deora to prove himself, but the result was that his master was severely injured while protecting his disciple, leaving him with a chronic illness. He had to leave the hunter's life and become a craftsman specializing in weapons and city defenses. It was precisely because of that incident that Julius's personality changed, becoming the stern-faced, mostly cold-expression person he is today. "Master, when I return to East Dorma, I should perhaps pay him a visit and thank him. After all, ordinary anti-dragon bombs would likely be ineffective against Lao Shanlung's almost impenetrable defense." The conversation didn't last long before it was abruptly cut short, as the old mountain dragon, having survived the explosion, had risen again. Its over 60-meter height now surpassed the platform, and its cold, deathly gaze locked onto the hovering sky. It opened its gaping maw and lunged at Sky. In its instinctive judgment, this largest living creature in the vicinity was undoubtedly the culprit that had just caused it pain, and an object to be eliminated. "Sky, get out of the way." Chapter 536. The old mountain dragon's body was enormous. Its head alone was almost the same size as Uku's. A bite from that dragon would almost certainly mean certain death. Fortunately, Uku's reaction was swift, and its flying skills were near perfect. The old mountain dragon's mountain-like attack didn't even leave Uku with its exhaust fumes. It only managed to bite a mouthful of brick and tile fragments, creating a huge hole in the high platform of the battle arena. However, compared to Uku's effortless dodge, several hunters not far from it suffered greatly. They sprinted for their lives, managing to escape the old mountain dragon's attack range before its jaws slammed down. Crunch, crunch. With a piercing grinding sound, the old mountain dragon turned its head, relocking onto Uku. This single movement caused a large amount of brick and tile fragments to fall from its mouth, making the already dusty battle arena even more chaotic. Daiko was clearly not one to be trifled with. Seeing Lao Shanlung attack, Daiko didn't hesitate. After dodging the bite, he immediately used almost all the dust stored in his flame bag, condensing it into a scorching fireball and spitting it towards Lao Shanlung's head. And unsurprisingly, it hit its target. Boom! A massive burst of flames almost completely engulfed Lao Shanlung's head, the scale of the raging fire nearly matching the explosion of the dragon bomb earlier. So, he should have successfully injured this guy, right? The thought had barely crossed Daiko's mind when his pupils suddenly contracted. But Lao Shanlung's movements didn't falter at all, as if the flames breathed by Uku hadn't existed. Its cold, lifeless pupils remained unchanged as it lunged at Uku again. Ignoring the exhaustion coursing through its body, Uku forcefully mustered its strength, flapping its wings to propel itself upwards, narrowly escaping Lao Shanlong's bite just before it could strike. Its attack was completely ignored. Uka stared at Lao Shanlong in utter shock through its clear blue eyes. That attack had been its full power, even enhanced by Lin Lin's bond, arguably its strongest attack ever. Yet, even so, it hadn't budged its opponent in the slightest. Uku, unwilling to give up, tried to breathe fire again, but the previous attack had exhausted the flammable powder stored in its blaze pouch. It opened its mouth as if to spew, but only a few scattered flames appeared before it went silent. Lao Shanlong clearly wasn't going to let Daihong off the hook, raising its claws to grab at it. However, Daikong had just forcefully increased its height to avoid its bite, now standing nearly 50 meters above the ground. Lao Shanlong, on the other hand, was almost 70 meters long, even excluding its tail, which made up nearly a third of its length. Its height when standing upright was only about 35 meters. Its claw strike, naturally, passed futilely beneath Daikong. Missing its target, Lao Shanlong stretched its neck and lunged at Daikong again, but even with its head extended to its limit, it only managed to rise about 5 meters higher, still unable to reach Daikong's body. The old man dragon seemed defiant, biting repeatedly, but Sky maintained its altitude, rendering its efforts futile. After several attempts, perhaps realizing it couldn't defeat Sky, or perhaps no longer feeling the pain, the old man dragon gradually calmed down, ignoring the rat halos above. It lowered its body again and resumed its mechanical gait, advancing along the battle street. Sky remained in place, warily observing the old man dragon. Seeing that it had already traveled dozens of meters, and still showed no intention of turning back to attack, Sky slowed its wing flapping and gradually lowered its altitude. After nearly 2 days of full-speed flight, even the rat halos with its exceptional endurance was inevitably fatigued. As it landed beside the land bridge, near a fragment of the old man dragon's blasted carapace, Sky noticed a person lying on the rickety bridge, seemingly stunned by the impact of the falling fragment. So, Oolong swiftly reached out its claws and grabbed the other person, landing back beside Lin Lin and the others. "Thank you for your hard work, Oolong." Lin Lin tenderly stroked Oolong's scales. As a partner who shared feelings, he could clearly sense the exhaustion emanating from Oolong. It was truly his oversight. He hadn't anticipated the Lao Shanlong's reaction to the bomb's explosion would be so strong. Fortunately, Oolong reacted quickly enough and wasn't hit. Compared to Lin Lin, Breath's gaze unconsciously fell on the person Oolong had retrieved. Why, just looking at this person's back, did he feel a strange sense of familiarity and warmth? Driven by this feeling, Brave helped the boy up, intending to give him a recovery potion first. But the moment he saw the boy's face clearly, he froze. "Zach? How could he be here? Didn't Mom and Dad say in their letter that he had run away from home? And that they wanted him to find a way to bring him back? Oh right, because he ran away from home and came to Midgard, that's why he's here. But how could his younger brother, whom he finally found after so much trouble, be like this the moment they meet?" When Shu moved closer, carefully examining the boy, then gently patted Brave's back. "Don't worry, he's just unconscious, he's fine." "Just unconscious?" Brave was stunned for a moment, then realized what Wen Shu meant. He checked the boy thoroughly, but found no obvious external injuries. The situation was indeed as Wen Shu said. He had been too worried and lost his composure for a moment. Manjushri sprinkled a handful of life dust. "Sounds like you know this kid quite well?" Breath picked up Zack and carried him to the hidden passageway inside the mountain. Hearing this, he nodded. "My younger brother. He ran away from home about a year ago, saying he was going to become a hunter. I didn't expect him to end up in Midgard." Manjushri nodded. "No wonder, I felt a strange sense of familiarity when I first saw him. I'm responsible for his injury. If I hadn't asked him to help transport the anti-dragon bombs, he wouldn't have been on that land bridge, and he wouldn't have been injured. I'm sorry." Breath looked at his brother's hunter's attire, his expression somewhat subtle. After confirming that Zack was unharmed, he calmed down. "No, this isn't your fault. This kid's been dreaming of becoming a hunter. This incident should serve as a lesson for him. You can't do such a dangerous profession without sufficient skill." Brief escorted Zack to a safe area. Wen Shu, worried that he might not know the way since he was new, volunteered to guide him, also taking the opportunity to return to the fortress's armory to transport the remaining 2 anti-dragon bombs to the next land bridge. Lin Lin, meanwhile, had already begun handing over duties to the high-ranking hunters participating in the battle. The insect glaive user, Bei, who had been rescued by Dakong earlier. The light bow gun user, Galba, who was commanding the lower-ranking hunters providing support, and the hunter bow user, Elenia, who, having temporarily suspended the attack on Lao Shanlong, didn't need to help them clear out the velociraptors and pteranodons, all three gathered on the damaged platform. Lin Lin first explained the situation to them. "We are the White Wind Squad, sent by the Grand Elder to support Midgard and participate in the battle. My name is Lin Lin, a 5-star shield and axe user. This is Yi Zi, a 5-star insect glaive user. This is Shine, a 4-star heavy crossbow user. The one who just left is called Breath, a 5-star katana user." Elenia frowned slightly, wondering when the Grand Elder had become so reckless. Could it be that he was truly desperate and had sent such a low-ranking hunter squad? But the battle was already raging, and they had only just arrived. The battle plan hadn't even considered them. Joining now would only cause trouble. "Lin Lin and I participated in the battle against the Celestial Dragon a while ago, and just 2 days ago, our White Wind Squad repelled a great sea dragon in Mogao Village. Well, like the Lao Shan Lung, it was also a super large elder dragon. We could have been promoted to high-rank hunters long ago, but time is of the essence, and missions come first, so we're still 5-star hunters for now." Yoko, keenly sensing the subtle dissatisfaction in Elenia's eyes, stepped forward. She didn't want anyone to look down on Lin Lin. Elenia carefully examined the group's weapons and equipment. She hadn't seen Lin Lin's golden glowing armor before, but its imposing presence alone suggested its extraordinary nature. She only ever sensed this quality in equipment crafted from elder dragon materials. The dark green, distinctly corn-like shield and axe on his back was clearly made from Deviljo materials. This equipment was quite excellent even among high-rank hunters. Yoru's rather revealing silver-white armor was completely familiar to her. It was the Kirin set, a set she herself owned. The insect glaive she carried appeared to be made of the same material as Lin Lin's set. Considering what Yoru had just said, it might even be from the elder dragon known as the Heavenly Dragon. Elder dragon armor, elder dragon gear. The level of luxury was so high that no one would believe it belonged to a low-rank hunter. As for Shine's weaponry, it looked quite uniform in style, likely all from the same monster. At first glance, it seemed to be made from Nargacuga materials, but upon closer inspection, there were differences. It might be a subspecies or some other material. Generally speaking, it was equipment only accessible to high-rank hunters. Brave wasn't here right now, so she couldn't see him, but being able to form a team with these three meant his skill level was probably quite high. Elenia nodded slightly, acknowledging the White Wind Squad's strength. Having them join the battle was indeed beneficial. However, there was one thing she didn't know. Lin Lin and Yizi had only changed into their current gear less than a day ago. Now that they knew their target was Lao Shan Lung, preparations were necessary. The 1,000-blade dragon shield axe Lin Lin had taken to Mogao Village was clearly less effective than the Deviljo shield axe. Therefore, after leaving Mogao Village, they didn't head directly to Midgard, but instead took a slight detour to East Dorma to return to the guild and change into their new gear. Upon returning, they discovered that during their leave, the blacksmith hadn't had a moment's rest, focusing all his efforts on completing their previous orders. Since better elder dragon gear was available, Lin Lin and the others naturally changed into it. Elenia was fine, but Galba's expression remained unpleasant. His gaze was fixed on the silent sky warrior standing beside them. "You mean, the elder sent you to provide support, right?" "Of course. Is this Leoriorius included?" Galba pointed forcefully, his tone carrying an indescribable emotion. As an aging hunter nearing retirement, Galba had spent his entire life fighting various monsters. Even his father had lost his life to a rat halos. Now these young upstarts were telling him that a monster had come to support their battle. Lin Lin didn't know what had happened to the old hunter, but he could sense the suppressed emotion in him. However, he didn't lower his voice. Instead, his tone was firm and resolute. "That's right. This is my partner, the Rat Halo's Sky Warrior. It faced the Storm Dragon Storm with us on Spirit Peak. It's a good partner in battle, and it can definitely be considered in our combat strategy." Galba's expression darkened further. Although he didn't know how they had tamed the Rat Halos, turning it into a herbivorous mount that behaved so docilely, monsters were still monsters. Understanding simple commands, like go and stop, didn't mean they understood complex combat commands. "Do you think the Rat Halos is a palico?" He chuckled angrily. "Fine. Since you're so confident, let it deal with those pteranodon herds that follow the Lao Shan Lung. Those bastards have been following alongside the Lao Shan Lung is causing significant disruption to the battle. If we could eliminate a portion of them, the defensive pressure would be much less. If you can really make this fire dragon obey, then this is the battle plan for it." Dakong glared angrily at Galba. It wasn't stupid, it could clearly sense the hostility emanating from the other. However, Dakong was a sensible child, and wouldn't make things difficult for Lin Lin. Therefore, it simply growled softly at Galba, then spread its wings and soared upwards, swooping down on the large swarm of winged serpent dragons in the sky. Having flown at full speed for almost 2 days without much time to eat or rest, now it would be a good meal to recover its strength. Chapter 537. A crimson figure soared into the sky, charging straight into the swarm of winged serpent dragons gathered above the canyon. It lashed out with its tail, tore at things with its claws, and bit down relentlessly, rampaging through the air with unbridled ferocity. Like a starving vagrant entering a buffet, it devoured everything in sight, displaying its unparalleled dominance. In contrast, the winged serpent dragons' counterattacks were utterly weak and feeble. Their sharp fangs left only white marks on the dragon's scales, while the impact shattered their own teeth, twisted their jaws, and caused them to bleed profusely. The small amount of poison they spewed was utterly useless against the highly resistant male fire dragon, instantly neutralized by its powerful immune system. Having just experienced the utter ineffectiveness of a full-force attack on Lao Shan Lung, the sky now instilled in these pteranodons a similar sense of frustration, even more so. The sky was far more agile than Lao Shan Lung, while the pteranodons' flying abilities were far inferior. They were outmatched in combat, and their flight speed, barely passable against the king of the skies, was utterly ineffective. Once the sky targeted a pteranodon, it had no chance of survival. Their struggles were ultimately futile. They were consumed by the sky, becoming its sustenance for rapid stamina replenishment. The only way to survive was to escape the area before becoming the next target. At first, the group of winged serpent dragons were a little reluctant to leave. After all, the appearance of a super-large ancient dragon was a once-in-a-lifetime event, and it was one of their rare opportunities to fill their stomachs. However, even the best food is useless without the ability to eat it. This rat Halos, inexplicably ignoring the Lao Shan Lung's imposing presence, had essentially turned them into a buffet. As one companion after another fell, their carcasses plummeted. The pteranodons finally realized that the king of the sky was indeed the king of the sky, an existence they, as small Karami, could not possibly challenge. The once swarming herd of pteranodons scattered and fled for their lives. Grandpa Galba froze, watching as he, having just spoken, charged into the pteranodon horde, slaughtering them and sending them fleeing in terror. He fell into deep silence. So it really can understand? Lin Lin shrugged. Like I said, Dekong is our battle partner, and it's very intelligent. From the moment it was born, Dekong displayed its unique intelligence. Now, having spent so much time with them, it's quite familiar with the common language they speak every day. It's just that its vocal cords don't support it, otherwise, he wouldn't be surprised if Dekong suddenly spoke human language. Galba sighed deeply, looking as if he had aged several years. This world changes so fast. Lin Lin glanced at Dekong above again. While winged serpent dragon meat wasn't exactly gourmet, it wasn't too bad either. At least Dekong seemed quite happy with its buffet. However, the density of winged serpent dragons above the canyon was rapidly decreasing, so Dekong's buffet wouldn't last much longer. He turned to the 3 high-ranking hunters from Midgard beside him. So what's the battle plan? Having barely spoken and seemingly unnoticed until now, Bai Yi seized the opportunity to hurriedly explain, nothing special. The artillery and ballistic attacks along the way are operated by lower-ranking hunters recruited by Midgard. Our task, besides planting anti-dragon bombs, is to inflict as many wounds as possible on Lao Shan Lung, so that the dragon-slaying spears will be more effective when we reach the fortress. Before, we had a large number of pteranodons drawing fire, but now, with this rat Halos, they can concentrate their fire on Lao Shan Lung. We don't need to expend energy dealing with attacks from above, which increases our chances of victory even further. Bai Ye's expression became quite excited as he said this. I understand. Lin Lin nodded, pointing to the reddish-brown dragon in the distance. In just a short while, the old mountain dragon had advanced nearly 100 meters. Can we attack now? Elenia glanced back, then, without bothering to continue exchanging pleasantries with the reinforcements, charged forward, chasing after the old mountain dragon. Seeing this, Lin Lin and the others didn't hesitate, following suit to launch another attack on the old mountain dragon. Only Galba glanced at the sky's figure, sighed softly, and bypassed the gap the old mountain dragon had gnawed in front of him, continuing forward. His light crossbow lacked firepower, and couldn't provide much help on the front lines. He could only try to command these lower-ranking youngsters. Lin Lin chased to the old mountain dragon's hind legs, drew his Destinietta, and slashed at the dragon's carapace. Clang! The powerful recoil made Lin Lin's arm tremble uncontrollably. TSK. Lin Lin curled his lip. Only after experiencing it firsthand did he realize just how strong Lao Shanlung's defenses were. To put it bluntly, striking Lao Shanlung's carapace felt almost the same as trimming the horns of a sea dragon. And while the sea dragon only had its horns for such hard areas, Lao Shanlung's entire body was protected by its carapace. After a brief attempt, Lin Lin decisively abandoned other areas and quickly rushed to Lao Shanlung, finding the massive wound created by Hela and the others. Under the relentless, all-out attacks of several high-ranking hunters, the thick, hard-skinned barrier was finally breached. The wound was stained crimson, but after the brief counterattack following the explosion of the dragon bomb, once Lao Shanlung calmed down and resumed its movements, the wound had stopped bleeding. It had healed completely in a short time. At this point, nearly 2 hours had passed since Lao Shanlung entered the battleground, and the high-ranking hunters officially joined the fight. "Continue to widen the wound," Hela said hoarsely, stopping in place again, shouldering her great sword and beginning to charge up. However, judging from her trembling arms and slightly pale face, repeatedly using full-power true charge slashes had greatly depleted her stamina. She was clearly forcing herself to continue fighting. Besides her, the others were also in poor condition, especially the dual-wielding swordsman Lin Yun, who appeared even weaker than Hela, almost delirious. After all, demon transformation consumed too much of his stamina. Even stamina-boosting potions couldn't fully replenish it. Furthermore, the dragon-sealing sword's superb technique in his hand possessed excellent dragon attribute energy, requiring him to constantly be wary of Lao Shanlung getting up and slapping him. His highly tense state meant that even high-ranking hunters couldn't withstand such strain for long. Seeing this, Lin Lin spoke up directly. "You all worked hard. But continuing to fight like this won't be enough to inflict sufficient damage on Lao Shanlung. It would be better to retreat and rest for now. We take care of this." Elenia, who had rejoined the battle, nodded. "That's right. These are hunters newly sent by Donnarumma to support us. We can leave this to them for now. You all should rest and recover your strength." The reason she said you instead of we wasn't because Elenia was being stubborn, but because her main focus had been on clearing out the surrounding velociraptors, unlike the others, who had been continuously using their ultimate moves, so her stamina was still sufficient. Seeing fresh reinforcements arrive, the already exhausted high-ranking hunters didn't force themselves to stay on the front lines. Instead, they nodded, said thank you, and retreated to a safe area to rest and recover their strength. Thus, the combat personnel for this Lao Shanlung ambush officially changed. Lin Lin, as a heavy weapon user, naturally took Hela's place, standing before the wound on Lao Shanlung's chest, relentlessly attacking and accumulating energy, preparing his killing move. Ziyuan, holding her Aurora cannon Kaifeng, stood on the flank, utilizing the narrow firing arc to continuously fire piercing rounds at Lao Shanlung's wound. Her firepower was incredibly fierce, completely unconcerned about ammunition. After all, although she had arrived in the air and carried little ammunition, this was a fortress specifically designed to defend against attacks from super-large elder dragons, and ammunition could be replenished at any time. Brave, who returned to the battlefield after sending Zack back, replaced Graham. Also a katana user, he had learned the Kamui Iajutsu from Master Fugen of Flamefire Village, his explosive damage no less than that of heavy weapons. He and Lin Lin each accumulated energy/spirit blades, alternating to unleash their ultimate attacks, forming a rhythmic cycle. Instead of joining the two melee hunters and fighting for the Lao Shanlung's chest wound, Yoko took to the air, launching her wire bugs several times before landing on the lung's carapace. She located the massive gash blasted open by the anti-dragon bomb and decided to attack from there. Arania, as usual, circled around the hunters, protecting them from the velociraptors so she could focus entirely on the attack. However, she soon realized she might be overkill. Every time a velociraptor tried to approach the two melee hunters, a crossbow bolt would fly in, accurately hitting it in the head. Turning her head, she saw the female hunter holding a heavy crossbow, giving her a thumbs up. After observing for a moment, Elenia changed her strategy, going directly to Cheyenne side to deal with the velociraptors trying to approach her. If no monsters targeted Cheyenne for the time being, she would raise her hunting bow, aim at Lao Shanlung's side, and unleash Dragon Arrow. The reason for targeting the side instead of the chest, where Lin Lin and the others were focusing their attacks, was that they hadn't coordinated before and were worried about accidentally injuring someone. After Bai Yi caught up, he circled Lao Shanlung's chest, but with Lin Lin and Breath taking over in front of the huge wound, there was no opportunity for him to intervene. However, his insect glaive, being a light weapon, was ineffective at creating another wound on the chest. Frustrated, he climbed back onto Lao Shanlung's back, intending to attack from behind the wound inflicted by the dragon bomb. But as soon as he climbed up, he saw Yoko, also wielding an insect glaive, swing a flying round slash at the charred flesh. Fortunately, the wound inflicted by the dragon bomb was small for Lao Shanlong, but large enough for the hunters to keep up with each other during their attack. Explosion! With a powerful shout, the giant axe plummeted from the sky, slamming into the massive wound on Lao Shanlong's chest. As dragon blood splattered, a torrent of dark red energy erupted like a geyser, completely engulfing the wound and continuing to spread outwards, eroding Lao Shanlong's flesh and carapace. This time, the dragon-type super-amped explosion was also unleashed with the same destinetta, but both its energy intensity and blast radius were significantly greater than before. As expected of the Tenkai Lung's armor, Lin Lin thought to himself. This armor set, crafted from Tenkai Lung materials, was indeed excellent, and most importantly, it suited him perfectly. When Lin Lin received this armor from the blacksmith had already given him a detailed explanation. It was undeniably worthy of being crafted from ancient dragon materials. The activated buffs included elemental, which enhanced critical strikes, sharpness, which reduced weapon wear, defensive performance, which strengthened his blocking abilities, and most importantly, dragon madness, which continuously provided him with dragon madness virus to allow him to enter his ultimate state. Under these multiple buffs, the powerful strike caused the old mountain dragon to feel a sharp pain once more. It instinctively paused, then raised its claw and swung it horizontally towards its chest. The giant claw, over 10 meters long, almost completely encompassed the area in front of it. On its 2 legs alone, it would likely have no chance of escaping the attack's range. Holy crap, run! Lin Lin. Breath, still building up his energy blades while flanking and trying to open a new wound, reacted immediately to Lao Shanlung's attack. He sheathed his sword, yelling at Lin Lin as he took off running, barely escaping Lao Shanlung's attack range. However, Lin Lin was positioned directly in Lao Shanlung's chest. Even without the shield-breaking animation, and even if he ran immediately, he probably wouldn't escape the giant claw's attack range. As for defense, Lin Lin didn't want to become a meat pie. Ziyuan fired continuously from her heavy crossbow at Lao Shanlung's eyes, trying to stop its movements, but Lao Shanlung didn't react at all. Its giant claw continued its unstoppable advance. It's over. Chapter 538. When the Lao Shanlung didn't even look at them before sweeping its claws towards them, the hearts of the surrounding hunters clenched in their throats. Running was out of the question. Lao Shanlung's attack range was simply too vast. Even with a wire bug, it would be difficult to cross such a distance. Given Lao Shanlung's enormous size and strength, the only outcome of defending would be turning into mincemeat. It seemed they were already in a hopeless situation, with no way to avoid it, and could only futilely await their death. However, although Lin Lin's expression was tense, he didn't panic. He casually sheathed his shield axe behind him, then took large strides, not running away from Lao Shanlung, but charging straight at it. Rumble. The earth shook. With a sweep of Lao Shanlung's front claws, large sections of the brick and stone ground shattered, and dust filled the air, obscuring visibility. It was clear that if one were unlucky enough to be caught in this attack, it would be a certain death. Lao Shanlung's movements were quite aggressive. To avoid disrupting her lower body, Yoko immediately took to the air, pulling her wire bug along with her, preparing to unleash a Dragon Slayer attack when Lao Shanlung stopped. While airborne, Yoko glanced down and noticed that the other hunters had already retreated out of Lao Shanlung's attack range. However, she couldn't see the figure in the golden armor. Her expression froze, and overwhelming fear gripped her heart like an invisible hand, making even breathing painful. No, it can't be. Lin Lin's strength is so great, he couldn't have fallen like this. I must have missed something. Yoko had lost all will to attack Lao Shanlung. She simply kept casting wire bugs and using her jetpack to maintain altitude, her eyes anxiously searching the ground of the battle arena. No! No! Still nothing. Her gaze lingered, but there was no gold in sight. Yoko's expression turned panicked, her heart pounded, and an indescribable pain spread from her heart throughout her body, reaching her eyes and blurring her vision with glistening tears. Old Mountain Dragon, I kill you. Yoko blinked hard to keep her vision clear, but when her gaze returned to Old Mountain Dragon, it overflowed with boundless killing intent. Only by killing this creature could she slightly quell the hatred in her heart. Water splashed from the sky, but Yoko continued her movements, releasing flying insects, this time raising herself higher. She was using this to enhance the power of her dragon subduing technique, hoping to pierce Old Mountain Dragon's body in one strike. Although she knew it was impossible, it didn't stop the burning karmic fire in Yoko's heart from thinking this way. Then, she almost collided with the Sky Lord, who was feasting on a buffet in the sky. This was only because Dekong noticed and quickly dodged, otherwise, it would have crashed immediately. A sweep of azure eyes made Dekong tilt its head. What was it trying to do, leaping so high? It hadn't done this during battles before. Then it saw Yoko fling a flying insect downwards. Dekong, shock. Had it gone mad? Diving down from 100 meters in the air. What's the difference between this and suicide? Dekong had no time to think. It swooped down, catching up to Yoko faster than it could, grabbing her with one claw, then spreading its wings and slowly descending with Yoko. Yoko turned back angrily. Let me go. Dekong growled helplessly, and in bewildered. My goodness! Why did you have to be so reckless when we were doing something perfectly fine? Of course, Oolong wouldn't just let Yoko go like that. It glided her all the way to the high platform of the battle street before releasing its grip, giving her a slightly worried look. Yoko gripped her insect glaive tightly, took a deep breath, and forced herself to calm down. She had indeed acted too impulsively just now. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to avenge Lin Lin. She turned to look at Oolong, who was still staring at her with concern, and suddenly felt something was off. Didn't Lin Lin say that he and Oolong could sense each other? Why did Oolong seem like nothing was wrong? With this doubt in her mind, hope suddenly ignited in Yoko's heart. Since Oolong was acting this way maybe Lin Lin was alright too. Thinking this, she hurriedly jumped off the platform and rushed back towards Lao Shanlong, her eyes scanning the hunters present, trying to find anything she had overlooked. A moment later, her gaze sharpened, fixing on the conspicuous wound on the old mountain dragon's chest. At that moment, the flesh there writhed and writhed, as if something indescribable was trying to burst forth. Whoosh! A figure, entirely crimson, parted the surrounding flesh and forced its way out of the wound. With this figure's appearance, thick, viscous dragon blood gushed from the blocked wound. Judging from the sword and shield on its back, who else could it be but Lin Lin? Just now, realizing he couldn't escape the old mountain dragon's attack range, Lin Lin had a sudden inspiration. He simply did the opposite, lowering his head and plunging himself headfirst into the bloody wound on the old mountain dragon's chest, forcing his way through the torn flesh. The old mountain dragon only attacks when it feels pain. It certainly wouldn't attack its own wound. So why not just hide inside the old mountain dragon's wound? Although his golden armor was completely stained with the blood of the ancient dragon, it wasn't a big deal. He could just wash it off later. Looking up, he saw that Lao Shanlong had already strode forward again, as if he had merely swatted a trivial mosquito. Lin Lin breathed a slight sigh of relief. Then his gaze sharpened, meeting Yoko's eyes not far away. Seeing his beloved girl's eyes glistening with tears, her smile breaking through her sobs, a soft string in Lin Lin's heart was quietly touched. He had worried her. On the battlefield, everything changed in an instant. There was no time for them to express their feelings. Everything was understood without words. After a brief exchange of glances, everyone returned to their positions, each fulfilling their duties, and launched an attack on Lao Shanlong. The sun rose in the east, hung high in the sky, and slowly sank in the west. The fiery red sunset hung over the distant mountains, its light making the giant reddish-brown shadow even deeper. Almost a whole day has passed since the Lao Shanlong entered the battle street, officially commencing the ambush. At its normal pace, it would likely have already crossed the fortress and headed towards Minagard. However, due to the hunter's delay, the Lao Shanlong has only just reached the end of the battle street, where it sees the imposing, heavy city wall ahead. The Lao Shanlong looks much more disheveled than when it first entered the battle street. A large piece of its carapace has fallen off its back, leaving the surrounding surface charred black. Several wounds of varying sizes have appeared on its chest and abdomen, the largest of which has expanded to nearly 3 meters in length, the blood flowing from it staining its pale white hide a dark red. Although it appeared to be steadily advancing, closer observation revealed that each step it took was slower than the last. It was injured. This was certainly due to the relentless attacks from the high-ranking hunters, but more importantly, it was due to the 2 anti-dragon bombs reinforced with high-density dragon-slaying carbon. With the arrival of the White Wind Squad, the presence of the Sky Bomb made the task of placing the anti-dragon bombs less reliant on the land bridge. Therefore, when Manjushri brought the remaining 2 anti-dragon bombs, the battle plan underwent a slight change. Lin Lin's previous experience of dodging Lao Shanlong's attacks by directly entering its wound had given them considerable inspiration. If they could insert the bombs into the wound and detonate them, the resulting damage would be far greater than detonating them externally. However, inserting the bombs into the wound would undoubtedly cause Lao Shanlong pain, thus affecting its movement, making this a very risky endeavor. For other monsters, such as the Great Sea Dragon or the Mountain Dragon, Lin Lin's ability to sense their thoughts could be a guarantee for the battle plan. However, this monster was an old mountain dragon that had lived for over 1,000 years, its mind even more chaotic than the great sea dragons. Its every move was almost entirely driven by instinct. Having fought for so long, Lin Lin had never heard a single complete thought from it. The only reaction that could barely be considered self-awareness was a strong fear and apprehension towards a certain direction. Undoubtedly, that was the direction of the culprit that triggered the old mountain dragon's abnormal migration, and also the direction of one of the world's greatest bosses, the Black Dragon. Fortunately, although they couldn't hear the Lao Shanlung's thoughts, the high-ranking hunters were no pushovers. After some discussion, they summarized a key characteristic of Lao Shanlung: rigidity. Driven almost entirely by instinct, Lao Shanlung's every move was remarkably rigid. When it felt pain, it would attack the source of the pain. Once the pain subsided, it would continue moving as if nothing had happened. This gave the hunters an opportunity. First, hunters wielding dragon attribute weapons would take the field. Lin Lin's Destinetta, Lin Yun's dragon sealing sword superb skill, and Rod's terrifying tyrant. 3 powerful dragon attribute weapons would attack simultaneously, causing Lao Shanlung pain and prompting a counterattack. Before Lao Shanlung completely calmed down, before its pain threshold had recovered, with the help of Dekong, they would insert a dragon bomb into the flesh of the wound on Lao Shanlung's back, remove the safety pin, and retreat. Without even needing to light the fuse, Dekong, having devoured numerous pteranodons and regained his strength, could easily detonate it with a small fireball. After adopting this tactic, the effect of a bomb buried in the wound's flesh was no less than the previous 2 bombs. It seemed that this bomb, once detonated, finally truly wounded the Lao Shanlung, slowing its movements. As for the last remaining anti-dragon bomb, after some discussion, everyone agreed that instead of detonating it in the back wound, they should try to create an opportunity to stuff it into the chest wound. Perhaps it could damage the Lao Shanlung's internal organs, and the effect would definitely be stronger than detonating it in the back. However, this opportunity was not so easily created. Lao Shanlung spent most of its time crawling on all fours, and even when it retaliated due to pain, the wound on its chest was exposed for too short a time. Dekong had been unable to find an opportunity to approach with the explosives, and this opportunity had been waiting for until now. Looking at the city walls that were now almost within reach, Wen Shu took a deep breath and picked up the anti-dragon explosives. We can't wait any longer. Since there's no chance to detonate it on its abdomen, let's settle for detonating it on its back. With Lao Shanlong reaching the fortress, this ambush had reached its finish line. Either they would repel Lao Shanlong here, or Lao Shanlong would break through the fortress and charge towards Minagard. There was no time left for them to wait. No, the opportunity is coming soon. Elenia shook her head, looking up at the city walls above and the cliffs extending on both sides, her eyes filled with anticipation. The interiors of the cliffs on either side had long been hollowed out, concealing a complex network of facilities and institutions, including but not limited to field hospitals, engineering warehouses, granaries, ammunition depots, and specialized defensive weapons. Take now, for example. As the old mountain dragon drew closer to the fortress, facing the tens of meters high walls, it finally changed its posture, reverting from crawling on all fours to standing upright, preparing to destroy this obstacle. However, just as it passed the cliffs on either side, and was about to reach the wall in front, several crossbow bolts, each over a meter long and entirely crafted from sparrow stone, shot out. Seeing this, Elenia couldn't help but show a hint of joy. Galba did a good job. Now's our chance. These crossbow bolts, with huge, sharp barbs at the tips and specially made, strong ropes attached to their tails, were single-shot restrained bullets specifically designed to counter colossal elder dragons. Under Galba's command, and the precise fire of the archers hidden in the fortifications, holding their breath and waiting for their chance, these restraining bullets pierced the wounds that the higher-ranking hunters had prepared beforehand, their sharp barbs digging deep into the flesh. Roar! Under the tense gazes of the hunters, their hearts pounding in their throats, the ropes attached to the restraining bullets taut instantly, and continued to stretch at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, emitting a constant, piercing squeak, squeak sound. Quick! The restraining bullets won't last long. Urged by Elenia, the sky soared into the air, carrying the figure clad in emerald armor, charging straight towards the old mountain dragon's chest. At this moment, the old mountain dragon was still struggling against the ropes that were securing its body and hindering its progress. Chapter 539. Old mountain dragon was struggling against the ropes when Dekong flew in front of it, momentarily caught off guard. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Dekong pressed herself against old mountain dragon's chest, shoving Wen Shu, along with the anti-dragon bomb she was holding, against the largest wound on its chest. Wenxu, without hesitation, jumped directly onto Old Mountain Dragon's wound, still holding the anti-dragon bomb. The stench of blood assaulted her nostrils. The slippery, uneven flesh made every step difficult, and Old Mountain Dragon's struggle to break free from the ropes caused constant tremors. Wenxu gritted her teeth, enduring the nauseating stench of blood, and forcefully pushed the bomb deeper into the wound. That should be enough. After pushing forward a couple more times, and finding it truly difficult to advance any further, the thought flashed through Wenxu's mind. She then pulled the safety pin from the bomb, and laboriously retreated backward from the wound. Snap! 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 The sounds of ropes breaking one after another rang out. Even these ropes, made of special materials and designed specifically to target colossal monsters, finally succumbed to the relentless, immense force of the Old Mountain Dragon, groaning and cracking before snapping in two. Correspondingly, the Old Mountain Dragon, having exerted all its strength to break free of the ropes, stumbled forward due to the excessive force. Just then, Manjusaki squeezed out the wound on its chest, preparing to leap down so that the sky could catch it. However, the Old Mountain Dragon stumbled threw it off, sending it plummeting towards the ground. Seeing this, the sky hurriedly flapped its wings and charged towards the direction Manjusaki had fallen. However, the Old Mountain Dragon clearly had no intention of giving up so easily. After breaking free from the restraints, its cold gaze locked onto the sky. Roar! It wasn't out of grudge or any other reason, it was simply that its injury triggered its underlying logic, causing it to seek out enemies. Dekong happened to be the most threatening creature it could see, so it began to hiss at Dekong. But hissing wasn't enough. Lao Shanlong raised its claw and swung it at Dekong. If it tried to catch Manjushri, it would inevitably be struck by Lao Shanlong's claw. Dekong hesitated for a moment, then quickly flapped its wings to change direction, dodging the claw attack. It intended to avoid the attack before catching Manjushri, but Lao Shanlong, having missed its first strike, immediately raised its other claw, unleashing a smooth, fluid combo that forced Dekong to dodge again. These two consecutive dodges rapidly increased the distance between Dekong and Manjushri, making a chase impossible. However, Manjushri wasn't one to sit idly by and wait for her fate. The main reason she was chosen to place the dragon bombs, besides the fact that her hammer-wielding strike damage wasn't very effective against Lao Shanlong, was that she came from Flamefire Village and had tamed 2 wire bugs. At this height of over 30 meters, thanks to the wire bugs slowing her descent twice, Manjushri's fall was greatly reduced. In reality, it was equivalent to falling from about 10 meters. For a hunter with such a strong physique, this height would at most result in some fall injuries. As long as she wasn't trampled underfoot by Lao Shanlong, her life would at least be safe. Seeing this, Brave clearly panicked. After looking around and finding nothing to cushion her fall, he gritted his teeth and sprinted towards Manjushri's landing point, leaping out before she hit the ground. The two of them instantly turned into a pair of rolling gourds, tumbling several times before finally stopping. A direct head-on fall would have offered little chance of survival, but Breath's sideways lunge significantly reduced the impact. While they looked much more disheveled, aside from being covered in dust, neither of them was seriously injured. Wenxu rubbed his head, feeling dizzy, and propped himself up. He looked around, blinking blankly. Cough. Breath, unable to move under the weight, coughed. If it were just Wenxu's own weight, it wouldn't be so bad, he could easily bear it. But Wenxu was carrying a sledgehammer on his back, weighing at least several hundred kilograms, possibly even a ton. With that added weight, it became quite difficult for Wenxu to withstand. Wenxu looked in the direction of the sound and realized he was pinning Breath down, his hands braced against Breath's chest. A slight blush appeared on Breath's wheat-colored face, but it was barely noticeable due to his natural skin tone. Wenxu quickly stood up and helped Breath to his feet. "Are you all right?" 2 voices rang out simultaneously. Wenxu and Breath's eyes met briefly before they looked away, as if nothing had happened. Wenxu lightly scratched his cheek. "I'm fine, thank you." "Cough, that's good." "I'm fine too." "Look!" Breath was a little flustered, about to show that he was indeed unaffected, when a loud roar came from above, followed by a spray of hot blood that drenched the 2 hunters, making them even more disheveled. Boom! Roar! A deafening roar shook the earth. The Old Mountain Dragon let out a mournful cry, its heavy body forced back 2 or 3 steps by the impact, each step causing the ground to tremble. Success? Lin Lin waved his arm excitedly, completely oblivious to the situation on Breath's side. After Manjushri threw out the wire bug, he knew the other would be alright, so he immediately shifted his attention back to the Old Mountain Dragon. Seeing that Manjushri no longer needed his help, Daikon refocused, preparing to detonate the anti-dragon bomb in the old mountain dragon's chest wound with a burst of flame. However, the old mountain dragon kept its attention on him, and after a few moments of maneuvering, he couldn't find an opening. However, Daikon wasn't the only fighting force present. With a soft bang, an armor-piercing grenade flew from above the city wall, accurately striking the wound where the anti-dragon bomb was located. Noticing this, Linlin quickly gripped the bond stone, urging Dakong to move away from Lao Shanlong immediately to avoid being caught in the blast. 3 seconds later, the armor-piercing grenade detonated, followed by the scene described above. Truly worthy of a senior. Ziyuan glanced up at the top of the city wall and couldn't help but sigh. He really came through at this crucial moment. Roadside, now that things have come to this, surely we can repel this guy, right? After initially being wounded and forced to retreat, he immediately took a secret medicine to suppress his injuries, and soon returned to the battle. However, the fierce battle with Lao Shanlong was extremely exhausting. Even he and all the participating hunters had adopted a strategy of fighting for a while, resting and taking turns. Now, everyone was finally nearing their limit. Frankly speaking, at this point, the reason they were watching wasn't because they wanted to, but because they simply lacked the strength to fight anymore. Thump. Another heavy footstep sounded, a muffled thud that struck the hunters' hearts like a heavy stomp, shattering the joy that had just appeared on their faces. No way. As the dust settled, the colossal body of Lao Shanlong was revealed once more. Even though blood was gushing from its chest and back, and its hide and armor were charred black, its body still stood as firm as a mountain. Having endured almost a full day's siege by the high-ranking hunters, the bombardment of 4 dragon-slaying bombs reinforced with high-density dragon-slaying carbon, and the baptism of countless crossbow bolts and cannonballs fired along the way, Lao Shanlong still stood firm. As the hunters' morale plummeted, Elenia's voice rang out, "Don't give up. We still have Dragon Slayer spears." These words snapped the exhausted hunters back to reality, their gazes now fixed on the city walls. On either side of the towering city gates stood 4 spearheads, weathered by time yet still sharp. Dragon Slayer spears, and 4 of them. Yes, they still had their final weapon to use. Seeing the old mountain dragon advance again, now close to the fortress, raising its claws to destroy it, the guild master of the Minigard Guild, who had stood silently atop the walls watching the dragon's every move, suddenly swung his hand down. Release. Hiss. High-pressure steam billowed from the cracks in the walls, the meticulously maintained mechanisms hummed with the grinding of gears, and the spearheads of the Dragon Slayer spears trembled slightly, some rust peeling off in the brief tremor. When the Lao Shanlong's claws were still 3 meters from the city gate, the dragon-slaying spears roared forth. Boom! Crack! The sharp edges tore through the air as 4 dragon-slaying spears fired simultaneously. The leftmost spear grazed the Lao Shanlong's relatively soft belly, but ultimately, due to its off-center position, it failed to penetrate a vital organ, leaving only a shallow, bloody gash. The leftmost spear struck the raised claw, sparking a series of sparks against the carapace, before finally piercing diagonally into the Lao Shanlong's shoulder carapace, leaving a long white mark on the dark red shell. The rightmost spear struck the Lao Shanlong squarely in the bloody hole blasted open by the anti-dragon bomb, piercing through flesh and bone, spraying blood profusely. The rightmost spear pierced a bloody hole in the Lao Shanlong's long neck, but because the angle wasn't ideal and the penetration wasn't powerful enough, the depth and size of this hole were not as great as the one in the chest. Simultaneously pierced by 4 dragon-slaying spears, the powerful impact caused the Lao Shanlong to stagger backwards several steps. Perhaps due to the escalating injuries exceeding a certain threshold, it successfully affected its power, and the Lao Shanlong lost its footing, its massive body tilting to the right before crashing heavily into the rock wall beside it. With a deafening roar, the Lao Shanlong's tilting body crushed half of the rock wall. Countless fragments of rock, accompanied by dust and smoke, rained down, creating a muffled, torrential downpour on its dark red carapace. Bricks shattered, rock walls collapsed. The Lao Shanlong's single, unbalanced slam had destroyed a significant portion of the cliff face. Had the hunters deployed their not already retreated after the restraining bullets were fired, the casualties would have been far greater. Cough cough. Once the smoke and dust had cleared slightly, Linlin sheathed his shield and glanced at Yi Zi, who was being protected behind him. Their eyes met. No words were needed, the two had communicated. Seeing that Yi Zi was unharmed, Linlin breathed a sigh of relief, his body swaying slightly. Yi Zi quickly stepped forward to support him, standing beside him, her gaze fixed on the fallen figure, almost holding her breath. The old mountain dragon's massive claw twitched slightly, then finally stopped completely, the scorching breath from its nostrils gradually subsiding. No reaction. We won! We won! We defeated the old mountain dragon! A hoarse cheer suddenly erupted from the city wall, instantly igniting the entire battlefield. The lower-ranking hunters, operating artillery and ballistae for support, peeked out from behind cover, their eyes wide as they stared at the massive, crimson body that had fallen like a mountain. The higher-ranking hunters, on the ground, saw it more clearly, but they lacked the strength to cheer and celebrate with them. They simply exchanged glances, gave each other a high five, and then collapsed to the ground, unwilling to move a finger. Really? They did it? Hela sat there, leaning against her great sword King Tiger, a mixture of dragon blood and sweat dripping from the gaps in her armor. She looked down at her disheveled state, then up at the fallen, enormous figure, a strange sense of absurdity washing over her. Wasn't it a little too easy? Linian plopped down on the broken bricks, his twin swords clattering as he casually tossed them aside. He looked up at the unfocused dragon eyes, and couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Is this considered easy? We practically risked our lives. You're right, I feel like I'm about to die. Hurry up, and send a cat cart to take me back. I don't want to go anymore. Bai sprawled on the ground, completely unrefined. You said it yourself? A third of your reward will be deducted when the cat cart arrives. Elenia smiled at Bai, noticing his conflicted expression, and couldn't help but chuckle mischievously, shouting at the top of her lungs, "Rescue team! A cat cart, please! Hey, hey, hey! Wait a minute, wait a minute! Ha ha ha, too late!" The hunched figure of the Dragon King Guild leader appeared at the edge of the battlements, watching the laughter and cheers below, a slight smile playing on his lips. Just as the cat cart from the cat rescue team arrived at the battlefield, a slight tremor suddenly shook the ground. Breath's hand, which was about to help Manjisaki up, froze in midair. Cheyenne's counting of ammunition abruptly stopped, and all the cheers ceased abruptly, as if cut off by a sharp blade. Back off. Everyone back off. The instant Galba's roar exploded, Lao Shanlung's dull dragon eyes suddenly trembled. Then, its dark red claws slammed into the ground, and Lao Shanlung's massive body struggled to slowly rise again. It stood up once more. Chapter 540. Bricks and tiles cascaded down the old mountain dragon's body like a waterfall. Its blood-soaked form slowly but resolutely rose again, its cold, lifeless dragon eyes sweeping across the fortress. The setting sun cast its last rays upon the old mountain dragon's massive body, its shadow falling on the city walls and enveloping the crowd, freezing their joyful expressions on their faces. Even after exerting all their strength and using every means at their disposal, could these insignificant, ordinary humans still not shake the might of the ancient dragon? The old dragonman's wrinkled face was contorted with bitterness. If only he possessed his brother's former bravery, perhaps he wouldn't be so powerless now. He sighed and waved his hand. We can't hold out. Issue evacuation orders to Minigard. The fall of the fortress was almost certain, and with Minigard's low walls and outdated dragon-slaying spears, there was absolutely no chance of stopping the enemy. This defensive battle had ultimately failed. Lin suddenly gripped the handle of his shield axe. Yoko pulled out her insect glaive again. Breath and Manjisaki helped each other to their feet. Cheyenne loaded the crossbow cartridges they had just counted into the magazine. Hela silently put away her whetstone and picked up her greatsword again. Graham drew his katana. Rode switched his switch axe back to its axe form. Lin Yun tilted his head back and gulped down another bottle of dash potion. Bai grabbed his insect glaive, flipped over, and jumped off the palico cart again. Elenia drew her longbow again. Galba set up his light crossbow, and flames gathered again in the sky's mouth. Even though they were exhausted, the hunters still forced themselves to stand up again. Thinking about what would happen after Lao Shanlung broke through, they knew there was no retreat. Even if it means death on the battlefield, they will absolutely stop the old mountain dragon here. However, just as the resolute and chilling atmosphere dissipated, the high-ranking hunter sensed something amiss. After rising to its feet, the old mountain dragon merely stared with its lifeless eyes at the massive city wall, and the 4 dragon-slaying spears that had retracted into the wall. It remained motionless for a long time, only the 2 plumes of hot white steam emanating from its nostrils proving it was alive. Its scorched carapace appeared crimson in the setting sun, and thick dragon blood still seeped from the wounds pierced by the dragon-slaying spears, flowing down its hide and dripping onto the ravaged ground, staining it a dark red. After a long, suffocating silence, the ancient dragon suddenly let out a deep roar, took several steps back, slowly turned its body, and began to move step by step back the way it had come, gradually moving away from the heavy city wall. The heavy footsteps shook the gravel on the ground. With each step, a dark red footprint of blood remained. Its steps were heavy and slow, but it never glanced back at the fortress. As the old mountain dragon turned, the deathly silence was broken by the muffled footsteps. A series of heavy breaths echoed from the city walls and below. Lin Lin plopped back down, his gaze fixed on the old mountain dragon, following its every step as it moved back the way it had come. Feeling the faint mental signals emanating from it, Lin Lin let out a long sigh of relief. It wasn't a hallucination. After being stunned by the dragon-slaying spear, the old mountain dragon's mental signals, now that it had risen again, were finally somewhat more complete. Although still somewhat wooden and unresponsive, at least it was no longer the completely instinct-driven silence. It seems that after being ambushed and repeatedly injured along the way, a sense of crisis finally reached its brain, allowing the old mountain dragon's brain, which hadn't been used for thousands of years, to start functioning a little. While the aura of the black dragon emanating from the direction of ancient Zyard instilled an instinctive fear in it, the constant ambushes had also made the old mountain dragon realize that this canyon wasn't so easy to traverse. Its sluggish and rigid brain, after a brief moment of activity, deduced a conclusion. If it forced its way forward and engaged the fortress in a deadly battle, there was a real risk that the fortress could kill it. Taking such a huge risk just for the convenience of a smoother path was simply not worth it. Compared to the risk of death, it was better to take a longer route, changing direction. Although it would take considerably more time, judging from the intensity of the aura that instilled its instinctive fear, it wasn't so urgent. As long as it could get far away before that happened, it could still find a good place to sleep. Clearly sensing Lao Shanlung's thoughts, Lin Lin finally let out a long breath, then relaxed completely, letting himself collapse onto the cold ground. Less than 3 seconds later, even and loud snoring echoed across the chaotic battleground. Galba peeked out from the city wall, glancing at the high-ranking hunters below. He wasn't the only one who had sprung to sleep like Lin Lin. Young people are good, they fall asleep the moment they hit the pillow. He muttered under his breath, then turned to the old dragon man. Guild master, how about we send a cat cart to pick them up? The younger generation put in a lot of effort this time, they're exhausted. The old dragon man nodded, finding it perfectly acceptable. Galba subconsciously added, by the way, now that the battle is over, the cat cart shouldn't have its reward reduced by a third, right? Hey, you're mistaken. The ancestral rules cannot be disregarded. Ah? Galba exclaimed in surprise. The old dragon man couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. With Lao Shanlong successfully repelled, he felt a great weight lifted from his shoulders, his mood improving considerably. He even joked, don't worry, you're all heroes in defeating Lao Shanlong. The guild will cover the cat cart costs. Galba finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, the guild leader isn't senile yet. The city gates opened, and the cat carts filed out, arriving beside the group of high-ranking hunters. Huh? Are the hunters asleep, meow? They must be. The hunters must be exhausted from protecting Minigard, meow. Then everyone, move quietly, and keep your voices down, meow. Don't wake the hunters, meow. This time we're not rescuing people from monsters. No need to rush, meow. A whole day of battling Lao Shanlung, relentlessly unleashing their strongest attacks, had completely drained the hunters. Before, the battle wasn't over, they were on edge, holding their breath. Now that Lao Shanlung had retreated, the tension eased, the breath dissipated, and they instantly went into a deep sleep, oblivious to the world around them. The heavy weapon users who had been wielding assault weapons lay scattered on the ground, without exception. The remaining hunters, still in relatively good condition, were mostly providing support from the sidelines, those who didn't expend as much energy, such as Cheyenne, Elenia, and Manjushri. Among them, Manjushri was undoubtedly in the best condition. Since her great hammer was practically ineffective against Lao Shanlung, her main role in the battle, aside from clearing out the surrounding mobs, was placing anti-dragon bombs on Lao Shanlung. While this was more dangerous than melee combat for the hunters, it didn't take much to their stamina. So, hunters like Manjushri, who still had energy, helped the rescue team's palicos carry the hunters onto the cart. The rescue team's palicos were naturally very grateful. However, one observant palico noticed a small detail during the transport. Manjushri seemed unusually careful when carrying a certain hunter. It leaned closer to take a look and found a hunter wearing white armor and carrying a katana, looking quite sound asleep, a faint smile playing on his lips, as if he were having a sweet dream. The palico gave the two of them a suspicious look, but ultimately said nothing, obediently pushing the palico cart back into the fortress. The direct confrontation with Lao Shanlung is ended, but the turmoil it caused has quietly spread. East Dorma, the Grand Elder's Hall. Even with the Grand Elder's years of home composure, he was somewhat restless. According to the calculations of the Midgard Ancient Dragon Observation Bureau, Lao Shanlung should have arrived at the fortress the day before yesterday and clashed with the guarding hunters. Whether successful or not, the battle should have a result by evening at the latest. And given the maximum speed of the peregrine falcons that deliver urgent messages for the guild, 2 days should be barely enough for them to travel from the fortress to East Dorma. This means that at this time, battle reports from Midgard could arrive at any moment. The elder sat upright in his marble chair, his fingers unconsciously tapping the armrests, his mind churning with thoughts. These are truly turbulent times. The earthquake in Moga village was actually caused by a colossal ancient dragon. Thankfully, the White Wind Squad was there and successfully repelled it. If it was only due to its unusually large right horn, then since the problem has been resolved, it shouldn't pose any further threat in the short term. The two-headed skeletal dragon in the ancient forest region is a major problem. As long as it remains unresolved, that airspace will remain impassable for airships. However, if that creature doesn't cause any other calamities, it can be put on hold for now. It's an important but not urgent matter. At most, the airships will just have to take a detour. 2 steel dragons had unexpectedly appeared in Jianhua village, but thankfully, Kevin and his fellow 7-star hunters were quite reliable. With the help of the Qilin, they successfully repelled them, handling the situation perfectly. As for this boy named Toro, he managed to single-handedly contend with a steel dragon, holding it off until Kevin and the others succeeded. He's a promising talent. We need to call him back for the advancement ceremony. The distress letter from the Fire Kingdom of Mount Eld mentioned Black God, another unknown ancient dragon? Even the army couldn't withstand it. Even if it's not an ancient dragon, it's not far off. We need to mobilize high-ranking hunters to investigate before deciding on our next course of action. Elder, Elder. A series of urgent shouts startled the Elder from his reverie. He looked up to see the guild leader rushing towards him, waving a letter. Something terrible has happened. The Grand Elder mentally estimated the time, sensing it was most likely a letter from Midgard. However, before he could even ask, he heard the guild master's words, which he knew must be bad news. His expression immediately turned serious. The ambush failed? The guild master, already elderly, had been running too fast, and could only manage heavy breathing, making the Grand Elder extremely anxious. Finally, after the guild master had caught his breath, he shook his head vigorously. It's not a letter from Midgard. It's an urgent dispatch from Melchida. Melchida? The Grand Elder's white eyebrows furrowed, his ominous premonition growing stronger. Melchida was located near Midgard, but due to its geographical location, the surrounding monsters, both in terms of species and numbers, were fewer than in Midgard, thus its development was slightly slower, and its scale was somewhat smaller than Midgard's. However, despite this, Melchida is still a fairly large first-tier city. For them to send such an urgent message, could it be that another ancient dragon has invaded? Thinking of this, even with the Grand Elder's composure, he couldn't help but feel a surge of irritation. Ancient dragons, and more ancient dragons. Ever since the appearance of the storm dragon at Spirit Peak, the situation on the continent has become increasingly turbulent. Ancient dragons, which used to appear only once every few years, are now emerging in droves. First, there was the heavenly returning dragon, followed by the great sea dragon, the skeleton dragon, and now there's the steel dragon, and the enigmatic black god. And that's not all. New ancient dragons are appearing. Could something have happened on the New World? The Grand Elder subconsciously thought of the once-a-decade ancient dragon crossing. 5 or 6 years had passed since the 4th Fleet went to the New World, and the investigation into the ancient dragon crossing had made no progress. If only the 5th Fleet could be sent now. With sufficient combat power, perhaps they could find out the reason for the activity of these ancient dragons. Grand Elder? The guild leader's voice pulled the Grand Elder back to reality. He hummed in response. Tell me, what did Melchida say? The guild leader composed himself, glanced at the letter in his hand, and read aloud. Recently, the Melchida branch's Ancient Dragon Observation Bureau observed a super-large monster briefly appearing in the old fortress area. The monster's true form is unknown. According to the observers, its size is no less than that of the Lao Shanlung, and its appearance resembles a moving fortress. Having reviewed historical observation data without finding any information about the other party, we are requesting the guild's assistance in the investigation. Another colossal elder dragon. The Grand Elder sighed deeply. Melchida wasn't far from Midgard, and fortifications had been built around it to defend against colossal elder dragon attacks. However, After the fortification in Midgard was built, the original fortifications were abandoned, becoming the ruins we see today. It's unknown whether this creature's appearance is related to that old mountain dragon. Perhaps the only good news in this letter is that this unknown colossal elder dragon didn't cause too much damage or casualties. Let's leave this matter to the Dragon History Institute for investigation for now. Chapter 541. Dragon Calendar Institute. The guild leader paused for a moment, then nodded slightly. Indeed, the guild was currently unable to allocate manpower for the investigation, so transferring the task to the Dragon Calendar Institute, which still had the resources, was a very appropriate and necessary choice. I understand. The guild leader walked to a nearby table, picked up a pen, and began writing a document to send to the Dragon Calendar Institute as quickly as possible. Report. But he had only just begun writing when another figure rushed into the grand hall. The urgent shouts made the guild leader's hand holding the pen tremble involuntarily, scribbling over the half-finished document. But at this moment, he couldn't care less about the document. Like the Grand Elder, he looked anxiously at the panting guild knight. The guild knight hurriedly bowed, then pulled out the urgent letter he had just received from his robes. Midgard urgent. The sealing wax on the envelope was intact, clearly indicating that the knight had rushed to the High Elder's hall immediately upon receiving the letter, without even having time to check its contents. The High Elder beckoned, and the knight quickly stepped forward, opened the envelope, unfolded the letter, and handed it to the High Elder. The guild leader's gaze followed the letter intently, then fell upon the High Elder's face, and he subconsciously held his breath. Watching the High Elder's expression change, from tension to solemnity to joy, and finally a soft sigh, the guild leader's heart pounded with anxiety. What had happened? High Elder? The guild leader asked instinctively, what's the situation in Midgard? The elder set down the letter and handed it back to the guild knight, gesturing for him to give it to the guild leader. He reassured the leader, don't worry too much. Lao Shanlong has been successfully repelled and won't pose a threat to Midgard anytime soon. The guild leader looked puzzled. This was good news. Why had the elder sighed just now? His expression changed as he considered a possibility. Were the hunters' casualties severe? Not at all. Compared to past battles, the casualties this time were much lower, and not a single high-ranking hunter died. The leader was even more confused. Fewer casualties, shouldn't that be even better? At this moment, the guild knight placed the letter on the leader's desk, and he began to carefully read the battle report submitted by the Midgard branch, still harboring these questions. Then, he finally understood why the elder had sighed. He too had sighed. This rat Halos played a huge, very significant role in this battle. The guild knight looked left at his superior, and right at the Grand Elder, utterly bewildered. What were these two talking about? The rat Halos, was it the one that flew to the Grand Elder's hall a few days ago? While he was shocked that a rat Halos could become a human's ally, once he accepted the fact, it wasn't such a big deal. Since it was an ally, wasn't it a good thing that it played a significant role? Neither of his superiors gave him any indication, leaving the guild knight standing there, unsure whether to stay or leave. And then, they started talking about something completely unrelated, leaving him even more confused. The Grand Elder pondered for a long time, then sighed, very well, this matter is a challenge, but also an opportunity. How is the Rider project progressing? The supervisor replied, the training grounds are complete, the first batch of trainees has been finalized, and the monsters to be trained are currently tentatively set as yellow velociraptors. We can officially begin at any time. However, isn't pushing the Rider project at this juncture a bit too radical? Shouldn't we at least wait a while, and see the public's reaction? The guild knights didn't understand, but the two veteran dragons, who had held high positions for many years, were well aware of the implications. The Rider project itself was a product of obtaining intelligence on monsters, like the Sky Pirate and the Jumping Pirate, which are close to humans. Its aim was to quickly increase manpower, and help humanity weather the increasingly difficult future. However, this plan clashed too much with people's long-held beliefs, and a hasty and forceful implementation could easily incite public resentment. Therefore, after finalizing the plan, they decided to conduct small-scale, phased pilot programs, hoping to gradually change people's perceptions and achieve a smooth transition before large-scale rollout. However, the participation of the Sky Elder in this battle against the Old Dragon has introduced uncertainty into what should have been a smooth-moving plan, making the future unpredictable. This is why the two old dragons sighed. The elder pondered for a moment, then took a deep breath. Perhaps, but as you've seen, the situation on the continent is becoming increasingly complex. The hunters alone are simply not enough to handle the situation. We urgently need fresh blood. The supervisor still looked worried. If we launch a public opinion campaign and take advantage of the situation, we can indeed suppress the opposition for a while, and a blitzkrieg-style forced implementation is not impossible. But such public opinion campaigns can only suppress them temporarily. If we fail to achieve significant results and change people's perceptions during this period, we will inevitably face an even stronger backlash and chaos. At that time, it's uncertain whether the benefits of this plan will outweigh the losses caused by the chaos. The Grand Elder sighed again. How could he not know this? As the highest-ranking leader of the guild, his single decision could affect the lives of millions. He should be extremely cautious and conservative in his decisions. But recalling the private conversation Lin Lin had with everyone else after entering the Grand Elder's hall a few days ago, and considering the current chaotic state of affairs across the continent, he simply couldn't remain conservative. The forbidden being, disguised as a girl in white, destroyed the King of Purgatory, a city whose prosperity rivaled that of the ancient city of Dongdaruma. The destined day of its resurrection, the pressure is immense. The Grand Elder doesn't know how much time is left until that day of resurrection, but given the current situation where ancient dragons, which rarely appear even once every few years, are suddenly emerging in droves, perhaps this is a sign that the day of resurrection is approaching. To ensure humanity's survival after the forbidden being's resurrection, we must strengthen our power as much as possible before they resurrect, gambling for that sliver of hope. Compared to the destructive crisis brought by the forbidden being, a little temporary chaos is nothing. However, since this matter is taboo, this information is top secret, and only a very few high-ranking members of the guild know about it. Revealing it in advance would only increase panic. So the Grand Elder didn't say anything, but gave the manager a look, implying that he would talk to him about it in detail later. The manager had the right to know about the content of his secret conversation with Lin Lin, but he had been busy with many things these past few days, and the Grand Elder had been focusing most of his energy on dealing with emergencies. He hadn't had time to talk to him about it yet. Has it really gotten this serious? The supervisor sighed, finally ceasing his attempts to dissuade him. I understand. The writer plan can begin immediately. The Grand Elder nodded in satisfaction. Just as the two fell silent, preparing to end their discussion, a series of hurried footsteps sounded again at the entrance of the Grand Elder's hall. Both the Grand Elder and the supervisor instinctively looked over, the same thought simultaneously forming in their minds. Another expert? This time, a small, elderly dragon man dressed in purple silk entered. Although his steps were hurried, he wasn't carrying any letters, which made the two instinctively breathe a sigh of relief. However, upon closer inspection and recognizing the newcomer, their relief was immediately replaced by renewed anxiety. The newcomer was none other than the director of the Ancient Dragon Observation Bureau. The last time he had rushed into the Grand Elder's hall in such a hurry was because Menegard had observed traces of the Laoshan dragon. The Elder sighed wearily, rubbing his temples. New Elder Dragon news? Who is it this time? The director of the Elder Dragon Observation Bureau bowed. This time it's not an Elder Dragon. Before the guild master could even breathe a sigh of relief, he immediately added, it's a fortress crab. The Elder Dragon Observation Bureau has discovered the fortress crab's whereabouts in the Geocrux Sea. Based on its trajectory, it's estimated to arrive in East Dorma within half a month. The guild master's vision blurred. Yes, the Celestial is a carapace type, not an Elder Dragon, but is there a difference? The only difference between it and Laoshan Lung is that it doesn't have Elder Dragon blood. They just repelled Laoshan Lung, and now a new colossal monster has appeared in Melchida. Now even East Dorma is facing the threat of a colossal monster. If we also consider the Great Sea Dragon that was recently repelled in Moga Village, are colossal monsters starting to appear in droves? The Grand Elder was at a loss for words. Can you confirm the news is true? The director of the Ancient Dragon Observation Bureau nodded. I confirmed it repeatedly. The only thing that could leave such marks is a fortress crab. The Grand Elder and the supervisor exchanged a glance, then waved their hands helplessly, issue a declaration of emergency, and recall our high-ranking hunters as well. Although they had just fought a fierce battle and were exhausted, recalling them for another battle would be too inhumane, but Dongdorma couldn't afford to fall. The vacations they owed could be made up for after this battle. In Menegard, in a cabin provided by the Hunters Guild, Lin Lin, half asleep, felt an unbearable itch on the tip of his nose, and couldn't help but sneeze loudly. Opening his eyes, he saw a furry ear pressed against his face. The ear twitched occasionally, and the soft hairs at the tip brushed against his nose. This was the source of the itch. Lin Lin leaned back strategically, avoiding the fluffy ear, and got a clear look at it. Yezha moved a small stool to the edge of the bed, using the bed as a desk, and was engrossed in reading something, completely unaware of Lin Lin's movements. It wasn't until Lin Lin waved his hand in front of it that Ye Zhao suddenly became alert. Its previously soundly sleeping boss had woken up sometime earlier and cheerfully greeted, "Good morning, boss, meow." Good morning, Ye Zhao, Lin Lin replied, leaning closer. "What are you looking at?" Seeing Lin Lin approach, Ye Zhao instantly closed the open book and put it away, its movements seeming somewhat flustered. "Not allowed to see." Lin Lin raised an eyebrow. In his hasty glance, he thought he seen a few words on the cover, "Hunter Cat" and "Fall in love with me," but he couldn't make out the rest. "It's not some kind of the domineering cat falls in love with me kind of thing, is it? Date, you're into that kind of stuff?" Feeling Lin Lin's slightly teasing gaze, Date was visibly embarrassed. "I just saw Nia Lu reading it, and I was curious enough to borrow it for a quick look, meow." Lin Lin didn't deliberately provoke Date, simply asking curiously, "Really? How was the reading experience?" Date thought for a moment and commented, "Utter nonsense. The whole thing is filled with fantasies about the life of a cat hunter. Cat hunters are still cats, how could they possibly have 16-pack abs, meow? And it even talks about eating blue velociraptor meat every meal. Blue velociraptor meat doesn't taste good at all, meow." Lin Lin was puzzled. "Then why were you so engrossed in reading it?" Date paused, his voice lowering slightly, as if he'd lost his confidence. "I just wanted to see just how outrageous this book could get, meow." Actually, he was just curious why Nia Lu could get into the book, which is why he unconsciously persevered and kept reading. Lin Lin gave a thumbs up. "If this were in my hometown, you'd be respectfully called the king of Shur, a cat breed." "Sure?" Ye Zhao quickly touched her mouth, then brought her paw to her nose and sniffed carefully, repeatedly confirming there was no smell. She then glared angrily at Lin Lin. "Boss, you're playing me, meow." Maybe Samela had some Shur on her, and she accidentally licked it in her mouth while grooming, but I definitely didn't do it, meow. Lin Lin suppressed a laugh. "It's just a metaphor, not real Shur." Although she experienced a lot, and had long since grown into a mature hunting cat, in some ways, she was still surprisingly naive. I see, meow." Ye Zhao nodded, seemingly understanding, then subconsciously glanced down at the novel she put away, muttering under her breath, "But I think directly calling it history is a bit much, meow." Lin Lin nodded, saying seriously, "It's not that delicious." Upon hearing this, Date completely bristled, meowing and trying to rush up and scratch Lin Lin's face. "Boss, stop talking about food, meow." Hey. Gently. After playing around for a while, Lin Lin tidied his messy hair, not wearing his armor, and went out with Date in his casual clothes, intending to explore the city and experience the local customs. As for why he, who usually wore armor as casual wear, had changed clothes this time, besides avoiding the risk of spreading the Mad Dragon virus, the more important reason was that his armor, stained with Lao Shanlong's blood, was currently soaking in bubbly liquid, waiting for its owner to clean the stains. Chapter 542. Minigard was already a bustling city, especially after the shadow cast by Lao Shanlong dissipated. It almost instantly regained its former vitality. However, Lin Lin didn't feel anything special about this. After all, this was his first time in Minigard, and he hadn't witnessed the desolation it had suffered due to Lao Shanlong's presence. He simply took the current lively scene for granted. That's why, after wandering around with Dates for a couple of hours, he lost interest. To be honest, the architectural style was indeed slightly different from East Aruma, but because it followed a simple and durable style, it wasn't particularly visually appealing. As for the food, Minigard's local specialty was that you could taste almost every cuisine from across the continent, almost exactly the same as East Aruma. To be precise, for any city with convenient transportation and a thriving economy, unless the geographical environment was very special, this was the case. It was hard to say there were any truly unique local delicacies. After wandering around, Lin Lin found himself missing the days in Lokrak when Todd took him on a feast. That was true immersion in local life, unlike now, sitting in a Minigard restaurant watching a Lokrak chef grill freshly imported mocha clams over charcoal. What kind of situation is this? Lin Lin sighed, resting his chin on his hand. Date, on the other hand, didn't seem to care. He was currently holding a freshly served grilled dragon leg, tearing off a large chunk of the crispy skinned, tender on the inside meat, the juices splashing everywhere as he ate with gusto. This Lokrak barbecue is pretty authentic, almost like back home. Hey! Why isn't Lao eating? Don't you have an appetite? Seeing the half-eaten skewer in front of Lin Lin, Ye Zhao glanced at him and his Adam's apple bobbed. If you won't eat, I eat, meow. Seeing Lin Lin's lack of reaction, Ye Zhao didn't stand on ceremony, grabbing another skewer of grilled dragon leg from in front of Lin Lin and continuing to stuff himself. Lin Lin watched as this guy's cheeks bulged out like a hamster's, still trying to puff them out. If he wore a blue hood, he looked exactly like a silly cat, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Hey, why are you laughing, meow?" Lin Lin tried to suppress his laughter and shook his head, saying, "It's okay. It's a pity that Midgard doesn't have many specialties, but you're eating so well, it's not a wasted trip." Lin Lin put down the grilled dragon leg he had already finished eating. Seeing that Yeza still seemed unsatisfied, he pushed the dozen or so skewers in front of him over, washed his hands, and then relaxed in a chair, gazing absently at the street scene outside the window. People came and went, cars streamed by, a bustling and noisy scene, a perfectly ordinary day. If they hadn't managed to stop Lao Shan long back then, perhaps this ordinary street scene would never have been seen again for a long time. Thinking of this, Lin Lin's lips couldn't help but curl into a smile again. Unlike before, when he was amused by Yezo's appearance, this smile contained a hint of pride and satisfaction. Yeza quickly finished the leftovers on the table. Seeing Lin Lin staring out the window in a daze, she couldn't help but come closer, asking curiously, "Boss, what are you looking at, meow?" Lin Lin turned his head, looking at the cleaned-up table in surprise. Yezo was fast. She cleaned it up in such a short time? "Hey! Boss, look! Isn't that breath, meow?" Lin Lin turned around quickly upon hearing this, but he was a bit too slow. He only caught a glimpse of a white figure in the direction Date pointed, and that figure disappeared around the corner in the next instant. "That white thing looks like Barioth armor. If so, it should be Bref. He seems to be in a hurry, meow. Let's follow him and see." Lin Lin's curiosity was piqued. They had already repelled the Lao Shan Lung, so there shouldn't be any more emergencies. Why was he running so fast? Could something have happened? Fortunately, they had already paid the bill before the food was served, so there was no obstacle in chasing after them now. Otherwise, if they had to pay now, they might not have been able to catch up. Even so, Lin Lin almost lost him. In the end, Date relied on her keen sense of smell to relock on the direction, and they followed him all the way to the Midgard meeting place. Huh? The meeting place? Before pushing open the door, Lin Lin deliberately looked up to make sure he hadn't gone to the wrong place. What was Brave rushing to the meeting place for? He and Date exchanged a glance, then, filled with curiosity, pushed open the door. As soon as they entered, Lin Lin heard an argument. Crowding his neck towards the direction of the argument, he unsurprisingly saw Brave. The person he was arguing with had a similar facial structure, but with a more stubborn air. Isn't that Zack? Why are these two brothers arguing? Lin Lin didn't rush to join the fun. He glanced around and noticed that even at midday, the tavern meeting place was already filled with hunters. At this moment, these hunters were all lowering their voices, intentionally or unintentionally paying attention to the argument between the two. It seems watching the drama unfold is truly human nature. Lin Lin shook his head and sat down at a square table. "Senior brother? You're here to watch the show too?" A voice, deliberately lowered but filled with excitement, came from the side. Lin Lin glanced at Ziyuan, who was watching the drama unfold, and made a gesture to her. Then he focused his attention on the two people arguing by the mission counter to see what they were saying. "Listen to me, Zack. Come home with me. I don't want to." Bref looked at the stubborn boy staring at him, and couldn't help but recall the obedient and sensible little boy from years ago. It hasn't even been a few years. How come he's changed so much? "Don't be so willful. Do you know how worried your parents have been since you ran away from home?" Zack lowered his head and didn't speak. Although his parents were absolutely against him becoming a hunter, after running away, he stubbornly refused to send a single letter home for almost a year. His parents didn't even know if he was alive or dead. He knew he was wrong in this matter, but it was just youthful pride that prevented him from admitting his mistake. After a long silence, Zack finally managed to say, "I go back and apologize. But not now. At least, let me pass the hunter exam and get my official hunter status first."